If you're going to be crossing them, especially some of the taller ones like the Dames, the Matthews, or the Hart, because you're going to feel those strong wind gusts and that can move your vehicle around. So just letting you know, be careful if you're headed out the door. This is one crash that is causing delays. 95 southbound at University blocking 2 lanes. We'll keep watching those roadways. We'll let you know if anything else comes in or there are any other closures.
We want to make you aware of some closures when it comes to school closures in our area. We have to tell you about that today due to Tropical Storm Nicole. So here in Florida, Clay, Columbia, Duval, Flagler, Nassau, Putnam, St. John's, Bradford, and Union counties, those schools are all closed today. In Georgia, Camden and Glynn County schools have announced they will not have classes today. And we have a comprehensive list of closures on our website right now. Simply visit firstcoastnews.com. We want to turn things over now to Tristan Hardy, who's in the Volano Beach area. We had some issues hearing him earlier due to the heavy wind out there and rain. Let's see what's happening at this hour again in Volano Beach. Tristan.
Well, right now I'm by the Ocean Sands Beach Inn and Spa. We're on the A1A and we are in the middle of the road, but we're on the side of the road, excuse me. We have the Florida Highway Patrol over here. We have some emergency crews to the right of me. They have this spot of the road blocked off because this is why. Take a look right behind me. You can see how the barrier is literally deteriorating because of this storm. So much so, if you look at the little pier, that little stairwell over there, it is falling apart. We have literally watched this deteriorate within the past hour. It did not look like this earlier this morning. When we drove back from the Publix and the hotel rooms and whatnot, we saw all this debris in the middle of the road, and then all of a sudden we see emergency crews pull up, we see Florida Highway Patrol pull up. Look at that wave, look at that. Incredible. Now, one thing that I want to bring to y'all's attention is that while we were out here, a patrolman walked up to us and said, "Keep doing what you're doing, but it's only gonna get worse from here." And this is what we're experiencing right now. One time, I keep hearing my colleagues say we are in the thick of it. Oh, I think it's safe to say that if you are in Volano Beach, we are in the thick of it. This is what's happening right here. We don't even have a chance to cross this line across this road to get to the other side where the other beach houses are, because this road is blocked by crews and FHP. This is what's going on right now. If you can pass me a towel right behind you so we can wipe the camera off right now. But 1 second, y'all, we have a lot of Florida Highway Patrols out here. I'm gonna wipe the camera off. There we go. So we have a lot of crews out here, emergency crews out here. This road is blocked on the A1A. Once again, I'm on the ocean side of Ocean Sands Beach Inn and Spa. And right now you can see a St. Johns County deputy over here driving over here. Looks like they're gonna block that one spot where we got splashed really hard by the waves just now, or it looks like they're crossing it. But this is what we are experiencing right now. This is what it's been like in the past, I would say 30 minutes to an hour or so. It did not look like this earlier this morning while we were talking during 4 or 5 in the morning. No. This has been deteriorating right now, and like FHP told us, it's only going to get worse from now. But we are safe. We'll post it as soon as we learn more and find out more and experience. We'll share with you all that's going on here in Volano Beach. But now we're live in Volano Beach. I'm Tristan Hardy, First Coast News on your side.
All right. Okay. I was just looking off to the side intently at Tristan here, guys. Didn't realize the camera was going to come to me. Thought I was going to move over here. Hey, be careful out there, my friend. Definitely those waves are kicking in. We just saw that sheriff truck go by. That's why I kind of just had that thought, like, oof. It's a little sketch there, so make sure you're safe and able to get to a safe spot if we do have those winds continue to increase. Now, I think right now in Volano Beach, you are in the worst of it. You're right. You're getting the worst right now. Things are going to start to improve. The other problem, though, look at our time. It's at 8:11. High tide there in Volano and St. Augustine is not for another hour, so water level is still going up, maybe even if the winds go down. Don't let that mislead you. We're going to keep you posted here on First Coast News, though, coming up.
And folks, here's a live look for you here in downtown Jacksonville. What you're looking at right now is actually our parking lot here in downtown, right across from TIAA Bank Field. You can see the lot is clear. Why? Because we have learned from previous mistakes. Folks, our parking lot floods here in downtown. Now keep in mind, you see the water really rising up there. High tide isn't until about 10:50 here in downtown Jacksonville, so clearly flooding is a major concern. You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville as we continue to track Nicole.
We're going to take a live look in the downtown St. Augustine area. Camera that is on the Teeny Martini Bar to give you a locator so you can see just how high the water is. It is covering the road at this point. It looks like it is maybe nearly at the very top step of that at that restaurant as well. And we are still an hour and 15 minutes away from high tide, so unfortunately this water is going to continue to rise. And you can see the wind kind of rippling across the water, the intensity that it is coming down. But yeah, this water's going to rise.
Yeah, you know, that's just an eerie situation, scene rather, when you look at that. You see the water coming up in there into the storefront there. We do want to head to Volano Beach now. That's where we have on your side Tristan Hardy standing by. We do know that A1A from St. John's into Flagler County is now closed, obviously due to flooding in the roadways. Again, we have Tristan there in Volano Beach for a look at things there. I'm not sure, is it safe to get to him at this point? I know the water is really starting to come over, the waves as well. Okay, so we can't get to Tristan right now, but again, you're taking a live look in Volano Beach. As you can see, the rain is really whipping. There's a rain band over that area as we speak. We heard Tristan say that earlier, and we saw the waves coming up. Now, there was one truck on the roadway. It was a sheriff's vehicle, and they actually had to stop because a wave hit that truck as it was driving by. So we can't say it enough. Stay off the roadways. And again, A1A from St. John's into Flagler County is closed now, obviously due to flooding there on the roads.
All right, let's take a look. You know, we were talking about that high tide here. That is coming up quick, guys. So the water level's already rising. Jack's Beach going to be at 8:57 a.m. St. Augustine is at 9:30. So still about an hour and 15 minutes away from that high tide. Look at the winds right now. Actually, here, let's the big three. Stormiest conditions, of course, are now through 4 p.m. Tidal flooding 3 to 5 feet. And also, we still have that tornado threat. In fact, we have been seeing some weak rotation here on radar with this main rain band kicking on through. This is far away from the center of circulation too, guys. We're not just focusing on this, of course, because it is our local area, but this is kind of the worst of the weather associated with all of Nicole right now, because the center is falling apart. It's near Orlando, but out here we have those rain bands wrapping around, pushing on shore. And yeah, I mean, let's actually look a little bit closer here into St. Augustine. And we were seeing some weak rotation. Let's actually, you know what? Oh, all right, I'm gonna pull that radar back just a little bit because I see a little bit. There we go. Yeah, okay, good news. I don't see anything significantly rotating out there at this time. It's really about those straight line winds, which, oh, look at that. This just came in. 59-mile-per-hour wind gusts being reported there into St. Augustine. If there's any good news, Palm Coast, it's 35 miles per hour. So the winds are backing off once we get through this rain band. The bad news, that rain band is moving towards the north, and it is going to be moving into Jacksonville, out here towards Mayport as well. So expect these winds to continue to pick up, as well as the tide, which is continuing to move in. But you see this rain band right here. St. Augustine, Bridge of Alliance, of course, closed. A1A, we were just had our crew out there, see the water splashing over the roadway. I know parts of that are closed as well. And there is still a tornado watch in place across most of the First Coast here until 1 o'clock this afternoon. So this is not a one and done deal, guys. As long as we have these rain bands kicking on through, we have that potential for some offshore water spouts that could cruise onto our area beaches. They would be rain wrapped. I mean, look at our camera right now. You wouldn't be able to see much in there. These are typically a rain wrap. They're fast moving, about 30 to 40 miles per hour. They're moving with the clouds. I mean, if you looked outside at all today and you looked up, you could see those clouds whizzing on by. So that's the problem we would be seeing if we did have any micro vortices kicking up. Now let's show you some good news. So the storm is down there. It's southwest of Orlando. They got some banding, but look at all this right in here. Yeah, there's some rain. There's windy conditions, but it's not that intense rain band. That is going to be passing us. It's already past Daytona, the Palm Coast, moving in past Jacksonville here about 10 to 11 o'clock. By Mayport, and eventually it could be up to the Florida-Georgia border closer to noontime. Not saying the winds will back off by that point, but at the very least, we'll start to see some improving conditions as we go ahead through this afternoon and into the evening. This is by 3:30, you can see right there. But I'm still watching that high tide, guys. I mean, that shot right here showing our retention pond, that's maybe I'll get off. You guys want to put this on the full screen? Is that what you're going for? That shot right there showing the, oh, okay, we want to show this. The retention pond is definitely sketchy and interesting. Just quickly, the weekend, yeah, weather's going to be looking a lot better now. We just got to get through today. Katie and Keitha?
Thank you, Robert. So we are continuing to follow, of course, Tropical Storm Nicole. We have crews all over the area. We want to go out to our Tia Collins. She's in the McCoy Creek area, and we know that is a creek, obviously, that floods. It looks like the water's up behind you.
Yeah, like you said, this is an area known for flooding, and we do have some street flooding here, some puddles of water, actually bigger than a puddle, a river of water here on the roadway. Now, enough, I have been Tropical Storm Ian and fall rains.
Audio going in and out. I'm sure you can understand as the rain is coming down, sometimes water gets in the equipment, but of course we'll get back to her as soon as it comes back. We want to see what's going on where you live, though. You're a part of our team as well. So if you can, use that Near Me function on the First Coast News app.
We say it time and time again, if it's a safe situation for you, take a video, pictures, whatever you can, and use the Near Me function on the First Coast News app to send us pictures and videos of conditions where you live. If you don't have the app, just scan that QR code on your screen and we'll send it to you to download. We want to get right back out to On Your Side to Tia Collins, who again is in the McCoy Creek area, with a look at things there.
Yeah, I apologize for that technical issue there, but I wanted to show you, we actually do have some crews here. They are, and you can kind of maybe see them through the trees here. It looks like they are digging out the river and putting some dirt onto the bank, maybe in an effort to try to prevent this water from overflowing out of the river. So there are crews on scene right now. They were here when I pulled up about an hour ago, and you can see their lights here through the trees. They're digging out some of this dirt, putting it on the bank, hopefully trying to prevent some of this flooding that we know happens here so often. And we actually have what looks like a utility truck kind of pulling up here. It looks like they maybe saw this water and decided they were not going to go try to get through it, and they're turning around. And that's what you should do if you're at home and you might be going out later tonight. If you do see standing puddles of water like this, don't drive through it. You don't know what's in it. You don't know how deep it is. You're not sure when a next surge can come through. So just like you saw that truck do not try to drive through any standing water on the roadways. Back up, get to a safe location, turn around, and head the other direction. Now, I'm going to be here keeping an eye on this. I actually expect this to get a little higher just from what I've seen the last couple of times I've been out of this location. So we're going to keep an eye on this and have an update as things here change. So I'm going to toss it back to you in the studio, reporting Atia Collins, First Coast News, on your side.
Thank you so much, Atia. So we'll keep following, of course, developments with McCoy's Creek. We are watching really all over our area because we are approaching high tide at Jacksonville Beach and around 9 o'clock. And then around 9:30 would be high tide in St. Augustine. And especially St. Augustine, we are starting to see that water really come up.
Where you just saw Tia there in McCoy's Creek. As we mentioned, high tide is expected there at about 10:50 or so this morning. So we still have more than 2 hours before that happens. But already you see the flooding happening there, the ponding on the roadways. So something that we are concerned about, some serious flooding, significant flooding here due to Nicole. Folks will continue to track this storm right here on Good Morning Jacksonville.
All right, guys, we have a tornado warning has been issued here. Are we on? All right, there we go. Guys, we got a tornado warning that has been issued here until 9 o'clock. So about 25 minutes from now, we're still going to be in this tornado warning. This is all due to exactly what we've been talking about here, the banding that is coming on shore. And with that, we are seeing a bit of a weak rotation setting up here just off of our coastline, and that's going to be moving right over the St. Augustine area. Actually, Amelia, can you zoom us right in on this tornado warning so we can give you a closer look at where this is? Go right in here. There we go. Let's get closer. All right, so we got St. Augustine. There's Volano Beach. Hey, if we still got our crews out in Volano Beach, make sure they're taking cover. Same thing is for Lou Turner. Make sure he's in a sheltered place here as well, because right now we're definitely going to be seeing that potential of some weak rotation as this kicks on by. Amelia, can we put up, there we go. We got the velocity here, and this is it right there. Can you circle on the map kind of where that couplet is set up right here? Now, when we see this, this is rain wrapped. It is quickly moving. Overall, the storm is moving forward at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So let's say you're out here in St. Augustine. You're thinking, oh, I'm going to go outside and see this. No, you're not. Guys, it is raining out there. It is coming down at this time. Not to mention, we're going to be seeing kind of that, though really just kicking on through. This is what I was talking about. Right here, there's your couplet. And this is what we're looking at right here, guys. That's kind of that weak rotation the National Weather Service is indicating at this time. Amelia, can you read off kind of the exact locations we're seeing right here?
Yeah, absolutely. Here, so we are looking at, let's take a look. Okay, so there's debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. I'm just reading right off of the National Weather Service here. So that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that's already been launched. There's a tornado warning out right now. So it's moving at 55 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation. As I mentioned, the impacts, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter.
Amelia,
make sure you are seeking
stop
shelter.
on that right there.
Okay.
55 miles per hour. This is moving forward. We're seeing those winds out here gusting that high, 50 to 60 miles per hour. So you should already be inside. You should already be sheltering, guys. It shouldn't be too much of a surprise. But the big thing right now is that this is rain wrapped, and it is going to be cruising onshore at about 55 miles per hour. You're not going to see it coming. That is often the case. This starts off as a water spout. It hits the land. You get a little bit of friction, and you get that micro vortice. I would rather call it that than a full-on tornado, because tornadoes, you're looking for kind of that stovepipe. That's not what you're going to see with this. This will be kicking on through, and really, it'll surprise people if it does move on through, and we do actually have a torch down. Amelia just mentioned there, it is radar indicated, so at least at this time, we are only going off of what we do see here on the radar, that couplet right here. Amelia, can we zoom in? Let's get real close to this couplet, right about here. Let's get right there. So we got A1A. There's Volano Beach. We were just watching Tristan there. I hope Tristan is in a sheltered spot, not in your car. Get inside here, my friend. Same over towards Lewis Turner, looking just towards your southeast. He was right there at the Matanzas Inlet, just south of the fort. There's your broad rotation right in here. So that is just starting to come on shore here over past A1A. All right, Amelia, let's take a look at the Anastasia as well under this tornado warning. Here, I'll grab this right here. Let's pull back the picture here. And what we're going to do is make sure that we adjust the speed to 55 miles per hour. And then we're going to show you here where this couplet is, and we're going to extrapolate it out towards the west. So these are some of those locations where this is headed. So St. Augustine, you know, 2 minutes from now, guys. 2 minutes. This is moving fast. At 8:31, we're looking at St. John's River State College. That is going to be at 8:34, 8:38 at Adventure Landing. So that is just right by the Outlet Mall there on I-95. So at I-95, 8:38 a.m., we got that weak rotation kicking on through here with this. And there is a tornado warning once again in place here. Also, hail is being indicated at this time. So what we're going to do is we are going to pull up our fantastic graphic just indicating the hail here, or at least our CCs, the correlation coefficient. All right, not really showing up too much there at this time. So going to go back to the radar here. Also the winds. Despite the fact, you know, we're looking at a tornado warning here, guys. I hope everybody is staying inside and just sheltering because of this. Regardless, we got a pretty decent rain band kicking on through. If you've been watching this, we're not surprised. There is a tornado watch in place until 1 o'clock. The winds right now are gusting at Mayport at 55 miles per hour, into St. Augustine at 59 miles per hour gust. That is not tornadic, you know, that's just straight line wind, or not, yeah, straight line winds there with those gusts. Sustained is right about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Also, Amelia was saying that there is some hail being indicated out there as well. And here's a look at our velocity on the radar. By the way, live look out there. Is this is that I-90? Thank you very much, Katie. I-95 and State Road 16 out there. Yeah, I mean, guys, this is what I want you to take away from that camera. Not the bouncing around or anything. There's cars on the roads there, but look how far you can see. You can't see very far. So this thing is moving at 55 miles per hour. Think of a car driving at 50, 60 miles per hour towards you in dense fog. That's what this is. I don't say that to scare you. I just want you to stay inside. be hunkered down. If you are under this tornado warning, get away from those windows, get to the interior of your house, and, you know, just be in a safe spot here. Let's zoom right back in here, Amelia. Let's get close. Let's go right here. Let's go right over St. Augustine. You can kind of see that broad rotation right in here. Already starting to cruise off towards the west, and right now we are seeing it pass right over the historic district with that broad rotation here into play. It's that microvortice, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do have anything on the ground. This is kicking on through pretty quickly, and it's just one of those things. It'll be then and gone as it kicks off there towards the west. Anything new come through from our friends at the National Weather Service? Nope, nothing at this time. But the big thing, once again, take cover now, move to an interior basement, basically get away from, you know, the windows out there. This is a great graphic. Just, we all know this, but just a reminder, you know, you're thinking, okay, I'm under this tornado warning. Where should I go? Away from the windows, interior hallway. If you have a bathroom, the pipes are in the ground, you know, maybe a closet as well. This isn't for everybody. I know that if you're in southeastern Georgia, you're thinking, what is he talking about? We got some pretty decent conditions out here. It's going to come downhill pretty soon for you, but right now, this is definitely the main line of concern we have here. All the way back towards Green Cove, you're not under a tornado warning, but you do have those storms kicking on through. And then, of course, here into St. Augustine. Mayport also reporting winds gusting up to 50, 60 miles per hour near there. And once again, here we go. That's with the bottom third right here. That's why I'm still talking. We have a tornado warning in place until 9 o'clock. So another 30 minutes here as this thing whips on by from the east towards the west. See that coming on shore. Thank you very much, Amelia. Let's zoom right in. She's doing a fantastic job over there, giving us a closer look at this. Can you press pause on this, though? There we go. Right there. All right. So let's actually go over to the velocity. We'll get a good idea of where that is right now. Here we go. Just stop moving it. All right, here we go. Let's zoom right in on this. There's our couplet right there. Now you can zoom in, because with velocity, what happens is the radar's looking out. And this is a true Doppler radar right here. We see the winds coming and going, and it's a weak couplet. It's not strong, but it's enough where they have issued this tornado warning. We got the dynamics in place. So now moving over the St. Augustine area off there towards the west. Let's pull back the picture, and can you put that line on this right like that and kind of extrapolate it out so we can tell everybody about what time it is going to get here, that squall line part of the map here. There, Amelia. All right, this one right here. There we go, right there. Now we're going to extrapolate that out so we can get everybody an idea of where this is going to be headed. So right there it shows you northeast Florida regional at about 8:36 a.m. San Sebastian Catholic Church at 8:37, and Adventure Landing still at 8:40. So it is cruising along here from east to west where we do see this couplet. But there's several other little mini vortices. It kind of almost looks like right behind us. And guys, I'm not trying to take away from the flood potential either. This is something we want to definitely keep you posted. But on top of this, we got, if we have any live shots out of the beach or anything like that, or downtown St. Augustine, that'd be great. I know everybody's sheltering. Well, there we go. Because, of course, we're talking about the tornado warning, but high tide is coming up here in about 30 minutes in St. Augustine. That is where we've seen water levels pretty close based on my visual. Now, I'm sure our friends out there on the ground can definitely confirm this or not. It looks pretty close to what we were seeing with Ian here, and water levels are still going up at this time. So that is a shop there right on Matanzas, just off there towards the west, spilling over. We're seeing those water levels continuing to rise here. So, you know, we're talking, of course, about the tornado warning. We're talking about this as it's kicking off there towards the west at about 55 miles per hour. That is the forward speed of it, but definitely don't want to take away from the fact that we are seeing windy conditions stretching all the way back here towards the north along the First Coast. In fact, winds, let's go right to this graphic here. Winds upwards of 50 to 60 miles per hour. I'm trying to put up the broad wind graphic here because this is, oh, I went in the wrong direction here. All right. There we go. 60 mile per hour winds currently being reported there into St. Augustine. There we go. Can you pull back the picture, Amelia? Let's see what's happening over towards Mayport too. If you can zoom it out and just kind of lift it off there towards the north. Yeah, zoom it out and just lift it off there towards the north as well, because there we go. All right, and 55 mile per hour winds currently being reported there into Mayport too. So, you know, you got a combination of these onshore winds and that tornadic threat. I'm going to scoot back here towards the radar though. This is the back end of that rain band, and what we are seeing in here is kind of this a weak rotation. It's very hard to see. I wouldn't be surprised maybe they do drop this a little bit early. Let's keep it back just a little bit so I can kind of show the bigger picture. Now moving over Highway 1 right there, that's where I believe they are seeing that rotation in there. Very hard to see, but there is some weak cyclonic circulation, and that's why I like to call it a mesovortice, guys. Not really so much a tornado. If you're sitting thinking you're going to see one of those Fury on the Plains twister type of setups here, that's not going to be the case. This would be rain-wrapped, a quick-moving mesovortice kicking off there, running straight out towards the outlet mall. So we're passing right over Highway 1. It just passed over St. Augustine. We haven't seen any reports. Amelia, let me know if you see anything else come through the chat here, because right now I haven't seen any reports of any damage, anything like that. Just watching that threat of tornado warning. But let's go back to this live shot out here in St. Augustine, because yeah, at this time, water levels continue to rise, and what we are seeing is the tide levels continuing to climb here. I was actually going to ask you if you could put up the tide map, because really it is going to continue to increase. And I know we have a tornado warning, guys, but I don't want to take away from this threat of this rising water levels out there across these coastal areas. So here's a look at the tides. As we go ahead through this morning, because basically Jack's Beach, it is just about 20 minutes from now. Main Street's going to be at 10:50, the Bucknam Bridge at 12:50 p.m. In St. Augustine, where you currently have that tornado warning in place, it is at 9:29 a.m. We do have the high tide coming in. So Amelia, talk to me. What do we got dinging off over here? We got new alerts coming in from the National Weather Service, guys.
Marineland at 8:30, multiple reports of storm surge in Marineland acres experiencing dune breaks causing road flooding south Palmito Avenue and Flagler Beach.
All right. Thank you very much, Amelia.
Rotation
also,
has weakened.
Yeah, the rotation has weakened in this area here. And let's go back to velocity on the radar, because I was just mentioning this a moment ago, how hard it was to find this rotation. But what we're seeing right now, and guys, I want you to follow this with me, is we have that right there. It has weakened a bit, but they're going to keep the tornado warning, because look right behind it. Look at this area right here, and look at this area right here. It's hard to see, but there is some weak low-level rotation mixed into this as well. So what we're going to see is the overall bands continuing to track in. In fact, let's go to this picture right here. You can kind of see that banding moving onshore right like that. And that's why we still have this tornado warning in place. So, yeah, it is going to be still something we're going to continue to watch here, despite the fact, you know, we have seen some of that weak level, low-level rotation that just passed over St. Augustine weaken out. We still have another mesovortice continue to kick on through. Guys, have we got anyone live out there in St. Augustine that we could toss to just really quick? Give us an idea of how it looks on the ground out there. All right, that's good. All right, so I probably shouldn't even be asking. Our producer just said, you know what, they're hunkering down, they're being safe, and that's exactly what I want you guys to do. So I shouldn't be asking for that anyways. But this is what it looks like right now. They're staying safe inside that tornado warning, so we're not going to toss to anybody out there. But look at that. We have that surge continuing to climb up. We're seeing those winds continue to pick up. Let's pull back that picture, get an idea of what it looks like back towards Mayport too, because it's not just St. Augustine. All of A1A is seeing those high winds. By the way, that gap out there, that is kind of the gap between these rain bands starting to back off a bit. But from St. Augustine towards Mayport, we are seeing those winds gusting up in over 50 miles per hour at this time. Also continuing this here, new updates come in from the National Weather Service. This just got a 67 mile per hour wind gust in Marineland. So, you know, it's not just that at this time, that 59 miles per hour, but definitely still looking at these winds up and over 50 mile per hour gusts from St. Augustine up towards Mayport and at Ponte Vedra, I think I said Marineland. Ponte Vedra, 67 mile per hour wind gusts just reported here. Amelia, if you want to jump in at any time, just let me know, but still have this tornado warning at 9 o'clock, until 9 o'clock here for St. Johns County, basically right over St. Augustine. The good news, that rotation is exceptionally weak at this time, but that is what we're expecting. That's why there is a tornado watch in place, because of those bands continuing to kick on through, and we kind of see those water spouts form just offshore, and that is going to be coming onshore, kind of as that micro vortice. All right, that you want to make sure you're inside into maybe a hallway or a bathroom or anything like that. All right, let's go back to the velocity here. Let's give people an idea of what we're talking about, because I know we're cutting in. I'm talking a lot here. Amelia, you want to jump in over here? You want to start?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to zoom in towards the velocity here. So as Robert mentioned here, there's really 3 areas. You want to zoom in and circle those for me? I will take the clicker so we can get more focused on that. But we are looking at 3 very small areas of rotation. The National Weather Service just did put out information that it is weakening. This is the first one we're watching out for, but this tornado warning is going to go until 9 a.m. here because of what's to follow here. So this is the timing. I'm going to go ahead and step off screen so I can read them off to you. St. Augustine moving toward it at 8:43, which is right now here. Oasis Marina, 8:44, so just behind that. 8:46, that'll be St. John's River State College. 8:50, that's moving towards Adventure Landing now at 8:50 as well. St. Augustine, that will be the outlet. So as I mentioned, there is a little bit of rotation here with this velocity showing up. That is starting to weaken. Now we're really focusing on what's behind it here. So Robert has circled. It's very hard to see it. Robert, can you zoom into this area? All right, so you can see that little bit. I'm going to step off so you can see that little bit of white here. That's that rotation. Very weak in nature, but still enough to put out this tornado warning. That, again, goes until 9 a.m. Let's go ahead and talk about the wind speeds again. Coming out of the north to northeast. We're going to just jump right back. There we go. All right, so St. Augustine, sustained winds. This is the wind gust, 59 miles per hour, and we did have reports even stronger than that. Where was that at, Robert? We just talked about that.
We had a report at Flagler Beach, Ponte Vedra. We got a lot of beaches here, guys. Ponte Vedra of 67 mile per hour wind gusts. I said Flagler because as we have this tornado warning going on, we also got report at South Palmetto Avenue and Flagler Beach underwater at this time too.
Yep, absolutely. And we did have small reports of hail out there, just under an inch hail size wise. So definitely a time you need to be staying indoors. We're taking a look at our satellite and radar right now. Can we show the loop of this to see what's going on? So this is a very fast moving system. It is moving towards the northwest. So overall, we are staying on air with you for the next 15 minutes, just giving you all of the updates for what you need to know. The biggest threat right now is the small areas of rotation. There's 3 areas we're really keeping an eye on. We're going to go back towards our tropical storm Nicole here. This is the current loop where we're looking at. Let's go back towards the velocity though, Robert, if we can.
I'm trying to get there. We got a lot going on.
We've got a lot going on, as you can see, but this is currently what we're looking at. It is continuing to move towards the northwest. About 40 miles southwest of Orlando is where that current eye is sitting at. All right, velocity here. So again, as I mentioned, a few areas of small rotation. This first one in the red box here starting to weaken for us. And as you can see, this is a live view outdoors. I'm going to step off screen. Those winds, that is a huge impact right now, close to 60 mile per hour winds. And let's take a look at the timing for the next few areas. St. John's River State College, 8:45, right on track right now. 8:48, that's going to be Name that off for me, Robert.
Out there in Bethel, it's at 848, and also Adventure Landing. So we're talking about right near the outlet malls. I'll zoom right in on you. You're kind of right in the line here, just coming off of State Road 208 there. So moving off towards the west. Yeah, I mean, just south of World Golf Village as well, or excuse me, State Road 16. I didn't, not 208.
And it's moving so quickly because of those wind speeds. Again, out of the north to northwest, very cool wind here, bringing all of this, moving it inland rather quickly here. So again, we're on air for the next 14 minutes or so. This does expire at 9 a.m. That rotation is slowly starting to weaken here, but overall it's pushing towards the northwest. We just have some dinging going on, so we're going to give you this current update from the National Weather Service.
All right, so the tornado warning has been canceled for St. Johns County. If we pull back the picture, we no longer have it. So I would love to see our guys, if you are out there in Volano Beach, out towards into St. Augustine. Tornado warning threat has passed, guys. The surge threat is just really getting to its peak. So we're not going to be talking about, you know, the tornado watch is still in place, by the way, until 1 o'clock. So it's not completely over with. Right now, let's focus on what we have out there. So as soon as we can get a crew up, to talk about what's going on in St. Augustine, because right now we have those winds coming on shore. Look at our camera there. Can we put that camera on the full screen? I'll just get out of the way, guys. Let's take a look at this, because really, we're talking about the boulevard right here in front. Those are Christmas lights set up. We got nights of lights going on in these same areas. Look at that gentleman walking right on the sidewalk there. I highly suggest not doing that, guys. Yeah, I understand we all could swim. I understand you know the road, but there could be stuff floating in there that you don't want to be walking into. Not to mention, I know this area, there's a couple manholes right in along that sidewalk that are pretty deep. I think a lot of us know what we're talking about here. Now, what happens if you step on one of those and it's missing? You can't see into that water very much. So, not to call out this gentleman, just letting it be a learning example. If you do head out there, you think you want to go for a walk, it's still water levels continuing to rise. Now we can see the walkway out there right on the Matanzas. Now that if it does get over the crest of that, we're talking about levels that we kind of seen with Matthew. I don't think it's quite that high, and it's hard to tell even on this camera, but it does look like from everything I'm seeing here, we're up to Ian water levels. Now, I know, Lou, you're probably listening in. Hopefully you can get on here soon. If you can't, just shoot me a message. Let me know how high those waters are out there right now compared to what we were seeing before, because we got crews basically right here along the Matanzas, right there in St. Augustine. We got Tristan over there in Volano Beach. I hope he's in a safe spot, because winds were really kicking up there earlier on top of that. But yeah, this is water levels continuing to kick up. Amelia, you got something?
Yeah, we're going to talk about the high tides here. We are approaching high tides right now, so we are stepping on screen so you can see where the worst is still to come here. So we are still in the thick of things, and at high tide, that is where we're really concerned about all of that flooding to really take place. We've already had reports of flooding. It's only going to worsen at high tide here. So Jack's Beach at 8:57 within the next 8 minutes or so. That's nearing rather quickly. We're keeping a close eye on that. St. Augustine, our next area we are concerned for, 9:29. So here in the next 45 minutes or so. So we still have some time, but this is all of the areas as far as the timing of those high tides. Still, the winds are a huge concern as well. Let's take a look at the current path of Tropical Storm Nicole. This is the 7 a.m. update. It is still about 40 miles southwest of Orlando, and it will be pushing towards the northeast here rather quickly. So this is a very fast moving system. That is why that tornado warning was pushing with the velocity. It was just moving rather quickly. Same situation with the core of this storm here. So here's the big three. We're going to leave you with this for just a moment here. Stormy is, as you know, right now until 4 p.m. 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Tidal flooding, we just talked about that. That is when the tides are going to be at its highest, and that is when the floods are going to be at its biggest threat here. So 3 to 5 feet above normal for today. We are still under that tornado watch. That's not a warning that expired. That warning just expired. We're under a watch for most of our coastal counties all the way through about 1 p.m. today here. So we're taking a look at the satellite and radar. Again, the heart of the storm just towards the southwest of Orlando. But as we've been talking about, this wind field so widespread here, much wider than we saw from Ian. It's about 600 miles wide. So with that, this wind is really whipping across, bringing this core of the rainfall into our area. So we're zooming into where we just saw that tornado warning popped off in St. Augustine. Of course, as I mentioned, it just expired, but we're still watching out for that tornado watch here all the way through 1 p.m. here. So very fast moving system because of those wind speeds. Here's this watch we're talking about here, the tornado watch, all the way through our coastal counties. Again, that's until 1 p.m. Let's talk about the wind speeds. As of right now, the strongest winds we're seeing in St. Augustine, that's at 43 mile per hour sustained winds. Same situation in Mayport. So closer towards the coast, very strong there. It does weaken slightly the further inland we go. Right along the river here, NAS Jax 32 miles per hour, Jacksonville at 20, St. Simons 24, and Brunswick at 21. Let's talk about the wind gusts. Of course, it's going to be a little bit stronger. We're going to go back to that graphic there. Oh, there we go. All right, 52 mile per hour gusts. This is gusts, of course, very strong in Mayport, very similar gusts there in St. Augustine. Again, it does start to weaken the further inland we go.
All right, Amelia, great job covering this, by the way. By the way, if you guys didn't know, Amelia's just getting over the flu here, so she's doing a fantastic job talking to you guys for, 20 minutes straight here. We, as a meteorologist, don't enjoy standing here and talking with you guys for 30 minutes straight on end. We often get those comments saying, get this guy off the screen, he likes hearing himself. It's our job. Make sure you guys stay safe, especially when we're talking about these tornado warnings out here that has been canceled. But I do want to hear from everybody out here in the field that is being impacted by this, because absolute massive wind field coming in around this storm system. So south of Ponte Vedra, seeing those winds continuing to pick up out here. We did see a gust out there at 67 miles per hour. St. Augustine just on the back end of this rain band. And good news, look at this. Starting to see some breaks in the radar as this kicks off there towards the west. Looking ahead. We just showed this to you. We got a new update coming up soon. The storm, still a tropical storm just southwest of Orlando. Center line doesn't matter, guys. Yeah, it's important, but it doesn't matter really right now. We're just still going to see this inflow on the backside of this. Still winds 50 to 60 miles per hour through the rest of this morning. By this afternoon, those conditions are going to start to improve. We got tidal flooding still in the forecast, 3 to 5 feet. Let's go to that double box. Let's go back to it. So you're not just looking at me here. If we could put that up there. Thanks, guys, because I really, this is the top. This is the story. That's why I really want to see what's going on out there, because here into St. Augustine, Jax Beach also in the next half hour, water levels are going to continue to rise as we near the high tide. It's coming up here right now. Jax Beach is right near high tide. St. Augustine here on the Menendez, it's coming up in just the next few minutes here. And yeah, here we go. Let's take a look at this. St. Augustine, 9:29 a.m. So just a few minutes from now. Bucknam's going to be about 12:50. So further up the St. John's, about 10:50 for downtown Jacksonville. But look at Brunswick at 9:30. So we're not forgetting about you. And we do have a crew out in Brunswick too, as well. We're going to continue to keep you guys posted on what they're seeing too, because the big issue, of course, we're seeing this rain band right here, but look at the rotation. Look at where this water is being pushed into southeastern areas of Georgia. So Brunswick, St. Simons Island, all being impacted at this time. All right, I'm going to take a breather, as well as Amelia. We just got a 51 mile per hour wind gust in Brunswick. Speaking of the devil, I'm going to give it over to Katie and Keitha here.
Thanks for that, Robert. Yes, please do take a breather. We know you're tired. Now, what you're looking at, we've been showing this image throughout the morning. This is out in St. Augustine, the Martini Bar there. And slowly, we have been watching the water rise there. Now it looks like a part of the river. This is a roadway, by the way, folks. If you're just now joining us, just now taking a look at this, this was a road right in front of that Martini Bar. Just hours ago, you could see the roadway. Now it looks like it's a part of the river. Another part part of this interesting part is that we're seeing Christmas lights out, right? We're not used to dealing with hurricanes, tropical storms of this magnitude during a time like this in mid-November. An interesting fact about all of this was actually the last November hurricane on the east coast of Florida. We hadn't seen since 1935 when this last happened at this time in November. Again, getting ready for Christmas, but dealing with hurricanes here. What do they say? This is Florida, right? Right now you're taking a live look at Jacksonville Beach. This is an area too, definitely an area of concern where we are expecting to see some serious flooding. High tide there is right about now, right at about 8:57 is what we were expecting.
And I want to talk about the dunes in that area because we've been seeing some videos on social media of, the situation with the dunes at this point. So Roy Diamond, one of the city council members, tweeted out a video saying that the dunes in Neptune Beach are taking a beating this morning, have not been breached in that area, but they are at the second level, the higher dunes, and everyone, of course, be safe. So please don't go out to the beaches at this moment to try and look and observe because it's just not safe. We're seeing some very strong waves coming in and they really are eroding away at the dune. So our Leah Shields is in that area. She's watching that situation. Will bring us reports. We have crews all over the areas and we will, of course, come back and focus in on St. Augustine as well because it's seeing such water rising and we're still about 30 minutes away from high tide. So still very much a developing situation.
And we can't say it enough, folks. Stay off of the roadways at this point. We're seeing a lot of crashes at this hour all throughout the morning. Be safe, be smart. You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville as we continue to track Nicole. We're going to see you right back here in just a moment. And welcome in. You are watching Good Morning Jacksonville as we continue to track now Tropical Storm Nicole. Nicole made landfall here on just south of Vero Beach at about 3 o'clock this morning. As a Category 1 hurricane, it has since weakened to a tropical storm. We use the word weakened, but still it's something that we're expecting to cause some significant flooding in several parts of our viewing area. Now, folks, we have been covering this overnight into the early morning. We want to welcome you in. I'm Keitha Nelson.
I'm Katie Jeffries. Thank you so much for being here with us throughout the storm. Let's take a look here at the 3 things you need to know right now. So we are very close to high tide right now at the beaches. In fact, at Jacksonville Beach, I do believe we are at high tide, still about 30 minutes away in the St. Augustine area. And that, of course, is when we're expecting water to be at its highest point from now until around 11 o'clock this morning, because downtown's high tide should be around 10:50. So we will keep watching, of course, these water levels.
Now, Governor Ron DeSantis has announced a press conference that's set to happen in about an hour and a half at 10:30 this morning. Of course, we're going to take him live right here on Good Morning Jacksonville. That's going to be from the Emergency Operations Center out in Tallahassee. As soon as he appears, again, we're expecting to hear from the governor in about an hour and a half regarding Nicole, its track and impacts on our area.
The Bridge of Lions in St. Augustine is currently closed. Our crew on the scene confirmed that the road leading to the bridge is flooded at this point as well. Meteorologist Lewis Turner, he's out there live for us. He's anchoring our team coverage. We're going to get out to him as soon as it is safe. We know there was a tornado warning in the area not long ago.
But folks, right now we want to take a quick look at some things that you might want to see at this hour. So we're going to start in St. Augustine. As expected, look at this, flooding already, and the waves there just really coming up on shore, on this pier rather. And this is video again in St. Augustine coming in from on your side, Jessica Clark. She woke up dark and early to take this video for us. Again, it's above the marina. That's what you're looking at right now. And you can see just how hard the waves that they're battering the sailboats there in that area.
Yeah, that pier is so crucial to protecting the boats behind it.
And we know the storm is already affecting the west coast of Florida as well. The Skyway Bridge, which connects both sides of the Tampa Bay, is now closed. We're still monitoring things to see if any of the bridges here in Jacksonville will close. As of right now, none of the bridges are closed.
That's right, in the Jacksonville area. The only bridge closure that we know of currently is the Bridge of Lions. That being said, they are monitoring the Volano Beach Bridge as well, so a closure there could be possible. Just something to be aware of.
All right, we want to check in now with our team of meteorologists over there. Very busy in the Weather Center for the very latest on Nicole.
You know, just trying to update a graphic here, showing you guys what's happening out in Mayport, because right now we are at 2.5 feet above average out there, so moderate flood stage at this time. It's continuing to climb though further up at the Dames Point Bridge, now also at moderate flood stage, and of course in the St. Augustine it's high and it's continuing to climb there. You just saw the video out there at 9:29 a.m. Is when you're going to be expecting to see that peak of the tide. But look at the winds coming on shore, and it's not just for our coastal areas. The weather station at Naval Air Station Jacksonville is located right on the airfield, which is right next to the river. So what we're seeing is the winds whip across the river there. Less friction is getting picked up to about 49 miles per hour there for you. St. Simon's Island, 47 mile per hour winds also being reported. Even Brunswick, their station's just a little bit inland at 37 miles per hour being reported out there. This is the big topic, though. Look at this rain band now pushing over towards World Golf Village, passing by St. Augustine, Green Cove, Orange Park, Mandarin. You're starting to see some of those windier conditions with those rain bands kicking on in and moving off here towards the north and west. But St. Augustine, the good news is you're just starting to get on the backside of one of those strongest rain bands. The problem is the wind is still kicking on shore, and we are still approaching your high tide out there as water levels continue to rise. And you can just see it there right in the St. Augustine out at the waterfront. I'm sure this is similar behind us, looking out towards the fort as well. That's looking out by the historical district. We do have those lights out there because Nights of Lights is coming up. Very rare November storm. If you didn't know, this is the latest landfalling hurricane on record for the east coast of Florida, just on record. And the last one, we had one in November for the east coast of Florida, was back in 1935. So it is not common to have a storm system this late in the year. And the problem was, and the reason why we're seeing that floodwaters is because we had that nor'easter, that cold wind we've been seeing the last few days, out ahead of the actual tropical storm itself, which we are seeing right now. has been backing up those waters. A tornado watch is in place still. We had a tornado warning. That's why our crews are hunkered down. We're going to get back to them as soon as possible, but it takes a minute to get everything set back up and get those cameras ready and going so we can see this flood waters coming in. But we made sure everybody was staying safe, and that is the key thing. We're not going to sit here, ramble off, tell you to be safe, and then throw a TV crew in front of a tornado and say, look at this. That's not what we do here. All just trying to give you reasonable information. Here's the good news. I know we got the flooding going on right now, but there's that rain band. Jacksonville, we're going to be on the back side of that by 11 to 12 o'clock. Maybe around noontime. Perry, it'll start to improve for you. For St. Augustine, yeah, about 9:50 or 9:30 there. So we're going to be seeing improving conditions here sooner than later as far as the winds and the rains. The only problem is we continue to see those tides increasing. Katie and Keitha?
Thanks for that, Robert. We mentioned our crews that are stationed all across the First Coast. Right now, we want to get out to Davis Shores.
That's right. That's where we find our Rich Donnelly. He's been there since early this morning. Of course, we know that is an area that has seen flooding. We've been watching the water rise in the Davis Shores area. So, Rich, if you can hear us, what's the situation there now?
Well, Katie and Keitha, I've got to say flooding is very much becoming an issue right now. Over my shoulder here is A1A in Davis Shores. The Bridge of Lions is about 3 blocks beyond where we are, and A1A is totally flooded. I'm in a sidewalk right now, and this is about 6 inches of water. It only gets deeper as we go here. Now, just to give you a little bit lay of the land, for whatever reason, the other half of A1A is significantly deeper water at this time, and that is a little closer to the Matanzas River. Back on this side, you're going more towards Anastasia State Park and more neighborhoods like that. So it seems to be slightly more elevated on this half right now as opposed to this half. Now, down this road over my shoulder is where you would get to Dolphin Drive in the neighborhood where we were earlier today, where we saw the water cresting over the wall and into people's backyards. A1A was dry at that time, so if A1A is now flooded, one can only assume that it is very, very underwater back in Dolphin Drive. However, we will go back out to that area later on. We will check and we'll be able to confirm for you as well. But right now I can say this is a sidewalk, and this has about 6 inches of water on it right now here in Davis Shores. Reporting live, Rich Donnelly, First Coast News on your side.
We're here on First Street in Jacksonville Beach. Now we have First Light out. We can sort of see some of the wind really in action here, and it's picked up immensely in the past 30 minutes. So you could just see these palm trees really blowing in the wind, even more so in certain areas. Once you get out of this sort of, I guess you can call it a wind tunnel in ways, we're kind of being protected right now by these buildings. We kind of need to be, because when you get more close to the water where you don't have those buildings protecting you, you could get just knocked over. We were getting pushed around by the wind, so that has picked up. The rain has picked up. The water is almost over the berm. When the waves crash, they're going almost up over the berm, and we still have about an hour and a half until high tide. So I do foresee the water going over the berms, but the good news is the berms are holding. Leah Shields, First Coast News on your side.
Hey, good morning. We're at St. Simon's Island here at the pier, where you can see behind me the water has completely taken over what was beach area. Even the little piers that would go down to the beach, a lot of those stairs are completely taken over by water. Rain is not a big issue here right now. Wind is really starting to pick up. We're going to continue keeping you updated with the latest on air and online. Reporting, McKenna Rodriguez, First Coast News on your side.
Radar right now, where the heaviest rain band is pushing across our area, and there is a very widespread wind field here, so we're really not focusing on the eye of this storm. We're focusing on the wind field here that's 600 miles wide. All right, let's take a look at the wind speeds here. Robert, if you don't mind pulling that up here. We're going to go towards max 1. Having a little bit of trouble with that here, so we're just going to keep focusing on the fact that this is a very widespread wind field here. I'm going to step off camera here so I can try to get that pulled up. Still having some issues there, but as you can see across our coastal counties, we still are under a tornado watch. No longer a tornado warning, but it's for our coastal counties all the way until 1 p.m. here. So as you can see, now we're focusing on Oh, we just had the winds. There we go. St. Augustine. Right now, this is sustained winds, 49 miles per hour. Gusts 53 in Mayport, 36 in Jacksonville. So the further inland we travel, it does start to weaken a little bit. But those wind gusts are no joke there. Again, very, very large wind field out there is what we are truly focusing on right now. And of course, high tide is approaching. We're going to talk further about that in a moment. But we have to take a look at the roadways. Katie, what you got for us?
Well, I really hope that people are minimizing their travel today. We are in the UF Health Traffic Center for you. This is a look at another crash that has come in this morning. This is I-95 on the southbound side near Heckscher. Let me move out of the way because over here you can see it looks like maybe a truck that was carrying cars that is overturned, and you can see kind of the mangled mess there that first responders are having to deal with at this point. So 95 southbound there at Heckscher, please look out for the first responders that are assisting that crash. And really, again, please try to stay home as much as possible. The roadways are slick, and we're seeing crash after crash come in. On top of that, there are several roads that are closed, especially around the St. Augustine area. The Bridge of Lions is currently closed, so if you are in the Davis Shores or St. Augustine Beach area and you want to get out of there, 312 is really your only option at this point. We also know that parts of A1A near Carcaba are closed. That's just south of Caps on the Water before you would get to the Volano Beach Bridge, and it does look like maybe a section here of the base of the Volano Beach Bridge could potentially be closed there as well. And we know they are monitoring the wind speeds on the Volano Beach Bridge, so it's possible that could close as well. Now, according to Florida Highway Patrol, parts of A1A, basically south of State Road 207, just south of that on A1A until you get to Flagler County, there's water over the roadway in several spots. So essentially, I'd say State Road 206 is kind of your cutoff. From there until you get to Flagler County, you're going to have several spots of the roadway that are currently closed because of water that has come over the roadway on A1A. So definitely something we are monitoring. Again, lots of crashes are coming in. If you can please stay home, that would be advised.
And welcome back. We know high tide here in the downtown area isn't until about 10:50 or so, but already we are seeing flooding in a lot of parts of downtown.
That's right. We want to get out to our Tia Collins. She is in Duval County. I believe she's in the McCoys Creek area. Let's see the latest on that situation.
Yeah, very windy, very rainy here in the McCoys Creek area. You can actually see some of the debris here from the trees in this neighborhood. They have fallen, branches at least, have fallen off some of the trees onto the sidewalk. And now this is an area that is known for flooding. We've been here before, we've showed you this area. The city, in fact, is actually trying to restore this area, trying to eliminate some of the flooding we see. But take a look, this roadway completely underwater, and unfortunately we do have some cars that are not doing what they're supposed to do and going through this waterway. And of course, if you see standing water on the roadway, you should never go through standing water. You don't know what's in it. You don't know how deep it is. You should try to avoid water as much as possible. But I did want to show you this roadway because we come here a lot to this area, and in the past, we've actually seen this bridge completely underwater. Here today, like we've been hearing, we're not necessarily at high tide levels just yet, but the bridge is actually uncovered with water. Their water is actually on the side of the creek, so not so much where the creek is, the middle of the creek, but it's actually on the side, the bank of the creek, where we're seeing this extreme flooding. Now, this has actually been rising since we've been here. When we first arrived here, it was right at the end of the sidewalk, but you can see that water now above the end of the sidewalk, creeping its way into the roadway here. And we're actually on a hill, so all of the water from this neighborhood is running down the hill, running to this standing water you see here behind me. And that is one of the reasons that is contributing to the flooding here we see at McCoys Creek. Now, I will say, a little while ago, probably about an hour ago, there were crews out here. They had this big heavy machinery, and they were actually digging out some mud from McCoys Creek and putting piles of mud onto the bank of the creek. I can only imagine they were doing that, trying to prevent some of the flooding that we see from creek water levels rising and flooding out onto the bank. So we did have crews here earlier today. They left about 30 minutes ago. Looked like they did some work in that general area and then took off. So for now, we're just keeping an eye on things and seeing just how high this level of water will rise here in the McCoys Creek area. I'm going to toss it back to you in the studio, reporting Atia Collins, First Coast News, on your side.
It's the worst thing.
All right, yeah, the water levels continue to rise out there. I don't like being wrong with the forecast, but I sure do hope I bust on this one. It stays on the lower side of where we're going to be seeing for some of those areas up the St. Johns Rivers or inlets. Right now, we are already seeing 3 to 5 feet. Hopefully, it continues to top off right about there as we go through high tide. We're currently at it, especially along our beaches, even over towards St. Augustine, just about 10 minutes out. And then we're going to start to see the water rise for our downtown areas as the water pushes up the river. For the stormiest conditions, though, it's now through about 4 p.m. That 4 p.m. is more so into Georgia, while basically for Jacksonville this afternoon by 1, 2 o'clock, we're going to start to see improving conditions. And won't be over with. This tornado threat still in play, but it will be improving. Look at Mayport, though. The tide continuing to rise there at moderate flood stage. It's still climbing. Hopefully we top off shy of a major flood level, but I do expect it to get up there to about 3 feet. But I think the higher tides will be further inland once you start to see in the intracoastal instead of just right there at Mayport, where the water kind of backs up and kind of butts up and gets to one of those dead ends. That's when you start to see those climbing water levels. Buckman Bridge won't be until this afternoon, by the way, as that water continues to funnel up the river with the increasing tide. Take a look at the broad picture of this storm system, though. The center of circulation, here's Orlando. It is west of I-4 right now. In fact, Tampa is getting some pretty rough weather on the back side of this. Those winds coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico, they don't need it, especially those areas still recovering from Ian south of Tampa. They're not quite down towards Fort Myers, but it definitely is windy there. But really the worst of the weather in this storm system, I still think it is here right on the First Coast, passing right over Jacksonville out towards McClenny, Lake City. You got a pretty decent rain band in here at Gainesville, into Keystone, Bradford, Union counties. You're feeling it even back towards St. Augustine, starting to get on the back side of it. The rain's letting up there. You can see that in our camera, but the wind is definitely still going to be there as this moves off towards the north. And also I do want to note, down towards the Space Coast, look at the winds kind of kicking in from the south. The rain's not as heavy here because it's really got some of that dry air filtering into it, but definitely gusty conditions into Daytona Beach at 52 miles per hour. The worst of the weather right here at home. Mayport and St. Augustine, over 50-mile-per-hour gusts right now.
Thanks for that, Robert. You saw that image there in front of the Martini Bar in St. Augustine. It's something we continue to show you because it's alarming. It's kind of a sign, right, I'd say, of the times. It's November, for goodness sakes, mid-November. Folks are getting ready for Christmas, and there you have it, a hurricane that we're dealing with. Well, now a Tropical Storm Nicole in our area. And I say that because you saw Christmas lights up there, again in St. Augustine, where they're getting ready for Nights of Lights.
And our Lewis Turner has been in that area. He had to take shelter during the tornado warning. He is back with us now. So, Lou, what are you seeing the conditions? I know you had to leave your original spot because of flooding and the tornado warning.
Right.
Where are you now? What are you seeing?
I see Christmas lights where he is as
Flood
well.
was, it's funny you mentioned that because we found a balcony, and yes, Christmas lights up and dangling and ready for the 19th when Nights of Lights begins, and this will be a distant memory, I hope, just something that we look back on and say it happened. But looking over Avenida Menendez, you see why we had to leave. We were set up on the sidewalk, what would be the western side, guys, of Avenida Menendez, looking over towards the river. And it just had gotten to a point where the water was going to make it up to the tires. We had the tornado warning, so here we are. We're up high, which gives us an even better vantage point. So the morning's story, a couple of different ones. Obviously, we're right here at high tide now. We're very, very close. The rain has subsided, as Robert Spetta was mentioning, but we're still getting a steady onshore flow, so we could get another inch or two of rising water. As you can see, it's still coming up and over the seawall. We had the, and then also earlier this morning, we had that sailboat break free from its moorings, and you can see TV Joe 12, Joe Massa, you over on the photographer Joe Massa's got it. The boat had to be secured, actually ultimately hitting the Bridge of Lions, and now secured there so it doesn't bounce and do any further damage. So eventful. What I haven't noticed, and guys, maybe you can notice the difference too, and this is not an invitation, so don't take this the wrong way, but there aren't people out. As you may have noticed during Ian, it has been quiet. Maybe it's got to do with the hour. Maybe it's because we did have tornado warnings in this area, and the flooding just seems to be progressing. But other than that live shot we had from the Teeny Martini Bar a little earlier we were showing you, which was pretty impressive, and we had the gentleman, I must work there or run the place or something, getting pictures. It's been pretty quiet, ghost-like here in downtown St. Augustine, and the hope is that this is about as high as the water would get, because it rivals exactly what happened with Ian at its highest tide here along the seawall.
Well, hopefully people learn their lesson from Ian, and that's why we're not seeing folks walking around in that area. Ian was less than 2 months ago, right? And I do want to talk to you about that, Lou. You were there in that same area less than 2 months ago during Ian, and sometimes it's difficult to compare these things, right? It's a different beast, but are there comparisons? Can you see any correlation between the two storms?
I would say the biggest, this has been, as far as wind is concerned, as far as rain is concerned, much more powerful, at least obviously for this side of the state. For St. Augustine in particular, we had a period of time, about 90 minutes to 2 hours worth of time of a really strong, steady 50, 55 mile an hour sustained winds here through downtown St. Augustine. As far as damage goes, what is very interesting is other than the one sailboat, we have 5 other sailboats that have all held their moorings despite the heavy, strong wind. But just as far as a sensible experience, what you hear, what you see, what you feel against your skin, with standing within it, and with the rain as well, I'd say that just from my personal experience with Nicole and Ian, this Nicole has packed a much bigger punch. But remember, a much different angle of attack as well, coming head on from the west to the east coast of Florida, as opposed to Ian coming up a different attack. So still in that tornado watch, I know, and any time that probably further north of St. Augustine now, but anytime you get these cells that come on shore, as they're explaining, you can get the spin-ups. So that would be the next layer of concern, is soon enough here in the next hour we'll have an outgoing tide.
Lou, thank you so much for being our eyes out there. Glad to see that you and photographer Joe Massa are safe. We'll keep following the situation there with the flooding. We know we're about 5 minutes away from high tide. So like Lou said, hopefully we'll start having that outgoing tide now.
Folks are off to a busy start here in the Weather Center as well. We have meteorologist Tim Deegan is now here, a part of the team watching things closely. And you are watching Good Morning Jacksonville as we continue to track Nicole. We'll see you right back here in just a moment.
Hey, good morning. We are in San Marco. We came to check back on River Road, and it has changed since this morning. It is now flooded. We just spoke with the man, too, who owns that Toyota right down there. He's worried about his car. He came to check it and see if it might be totaled. That's what he says he's worried about. It looks like okay right now, but he said that was his fear. Looks like some water is up to where the doors go in. But we know a lot of this water here is most likely because it's been raining so much, and that's what the other person said as well, because over here on the St. Johns River, the water's up a lot higher than it was earlier when we were talking to you guys, but we've just seen it consistently rain. We saw part of the sewer grate bubbling a little earlier, and this is a little deeper than what a lot of the other streets look like so far. But you just saw us over on Southampton Road, a lot of water in the road over there. You also saw us over on San Marco Boulevard at the cross between LaSalle, a lot of water on the road over there. But this is actually up to, the man was walking over by his car and it was up to around his calf, so it's pretty deep right here. And there's also a truck that has its lights on, seems to be blocking this way so that hopefully no one goes down it. But we're seeing this a lot. It's more common that some of these more flood-prone areas that had the orange sign set out. In the morning, they said caution flooding, and we're kind of like, yeah, but there's no flooding right now. Well, it proved true. They know where the signs go, and the flooding is here. But do be really careful, especially if you're going to be driving through any of this water. People going fast, it splashes and goes into businesses, and people have sandbags out. We'll keep you updated here, but for now, we are live in San Marco. Renata Di Gregorio, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, Renata, thank you. We're going to take you county by county now with the impacts here. We're going to start things off in Duval here. For today, water levels anywhere from 3 to 5 feet above normal. All right, that's already at a high tide, which we have passed now. Higher than Ian by about 18 inches, though below Irma is what we're looking at, with gusts over 55 miles per hour. That's all the way through 1 p.m. today. Then things will start to weaken for us. St. John's and Flagler here. Water levels, again, 4 to 6 feet above normal here. Conditions are gradually improving, especially heading towards the afternoon hours as the system starts to move towards the northwest there. Glynn, Camden, and Nassau counties, Thursday and tomorrow, water levels 3 to 5 feet above average, a foot higher than Ian is what we're looking at in this last county. We're looking at Clay and Putnam. Near Ian, water levels 5 to 10 inches of rain late today and watching Black Creek. So those are your updates county by county. We'll continue with our live coverage coming up.
St. John's and the Doctor's Inlet area, that's forecasted at 3 to 4 feet above ground level. We were out about 2:30 this morning looking at the effects and saw some moderate flooding. We will see that tide cycle come again about 2:30 this afternoon, and we'll take a look at that and adjust posture as we need to. With that storm cycle coinciding with about 2:30 this afternoon, we'll see those tide effects as well as those wind effects start to subside. We will have assessment teams out around that 2:30, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock time frame to make sure that we are getting a good look as far as damage is concerned. What we are seeing is an uptick right now in power outages with the continued wind and strong storm effects. We do see that may pop back up, but we're working closely with our electric or our utility partners, and we are optimistic we'll stay ahead of that as well. Again, we'll see these conditions continue to deteriorate until about 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. Tonight, we'll see the winds go down to about 15 miles per hour, sustained with gusts possible to 20, 25 miles per hour. Again, that surge, unfortunately, that will probably take throughout the weekend for that water that's been trapped in the St. John's and inside Doctor's Inlet to pass back out. As always, pay attention, if you would, please, to alert.claycountygov.com, our Safer Watch app, and continue to monitor your local networks for any more emergency advisories. Thank you, and stay safe, Clay.
And welcome back. You're now watching First Coast News as we continue to track Nicole, this tropical storm. The center of the storm right now is just west of Orlando. It is a fast-moving storm. Its wind field, though, is very impressive, 600 miles wide. Folks, this is something that is definitely a concern here in Florida. We are already feeling its effects. Welcome in. I'm Keitha Nelson.
I'm Katie Jeffries. Thank you for being here with us. We're going to continue our team coverage here in just a moment. But first, 3 things you need to know at this hour. Very close to high tide. In fact, I believe it has passed high tide at Jacksonville Beach. That was around 9 o'clock this morning. 9:30 in St. Augustine, so we're at high tide right now. And then around 10:50 should be high tide in the downtown area. So, of course, we're watching multiple areas, but hopefully out at the beach and in St. Augustine, we'll get that outgoing tide here soon.
We just heard from the Clay County Emergency Management about what they're doing right now as they deal with the impacts of Nicole. Governor Ron DeSantis has announced a press conference at 10:30 this morning. We will bring that to you live right here from the Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee when he appears. Again, we're expecting to hear from the governor at about 10:30 this morning.
We do have one bridge closure in the area. That would be the Bridge of Lions. That is currently closed. Also, I mean, you can't even get to it at this point because all of the roadways around it are covered by water. So the Bridge of Lions is closed. We know they are monitoring the Volano Beach Bridge as well. But along A1A, multiple closures, essentially from State Road 206 until you get to the Flagler County line. There are multiple closures along A1A because of water over the roads.
We have meteorologist Lewis Turner right now live for us in St. Augustine. We're going to check in with him in just a moment. First, though, we want to take a look at some videos that are coming into our newsroom from across our area. So this is in St. Augustine. The water coming over the seawall there in downtown St. Aug. And this is from this morning. You can see the street just flooded. In fact, our news crews had to move from that location because the water was rising so rapidly.
And that was this morning. Water is higher there now. Let's check back in here with some video from our Atia Collins. She was over in the McCoy Creek area. You can see crews already started the process of at least trying to move some debris out there in the McCoy's Creek area, but again, an area that traditionally does flood. Up in Georgia now, on your sides, McKenna Rodriguez got this video of the pier at St. Simon's Island being closed. We're going to go out to her in about 20 minutes for the latest conditions there.
But first, we've got to check in with our meteorologist, Robert Spetta, who's standing by. Again, a very busy morning for him there in the Weather Center. Robert?
Yeah, I always cracked up. I'm just getting these messages on social media. Some people are just like, it's just wind and rain. What are you talking about? I'm like, where are you located? Oh, I'm out by Lake City. It's like, guys, we're showing you these videos here, and that's why we encourage you to watch. And we're concentrating on the areas being hardest hit, the highest winds. If you're out in St. Augustine here this morning, especially near the waterfront, you're not looking outside and going, it's a little wind and rain and nothing. We're getting some decent flooding out there. Out towards Mayport, winds have been gusting over 50 miles per hour. That is severe level into Brunswick as well. This all despite the storm passing down past Orlando as a tropical storm still, moving out towards the Big Bend area and then kicking out there towards Georgia eventually. But still, it's all about the wind field. Pretty large on this storm system. We're going to continue to see that as it moves off towards northwest. So everybody's under a tropical storm warning. Everybody is going to see these winds continue to pick up. The worst of it out near the coast and along our rivers and inlets, where definitely the main concern is this increase in the tide. So I know we're concentrating a lot on the wind, but really water levels still continue to spike up here, actually at the Main Street Bridge. Over 2 feet. We're at moderate flood stage, but we are still continuing the near high tide. It is about an hour away from now. The good news, we're not getting up to that major flood stage just yet there along the St. Johns River, but of course still watching it. Out at Mayport, we just passed the high tide there. Same over towards Jack's Beach. I did see a crest right around near 3 feet, so water level still up there, but also at this hour in St. Augustine, we are at high tide, and very similar to what we've seen with Ian out there. I mean, guys, that's some pretty serious stuff there, and I really feel for all those business owners right there on the waterfront who are, they're just still recovering from the last storm system, getting ready for the nights of lights out there. And then you have this to deal with. St. Augustine, at least you're on the backside of that higher wind gust with the rain band that just moved through, but it's still definitely windy. NAS Jackson at 47, Mayport at 49-mile-per-hour winds out there. That's going to continue to move over the downtown area with this rain band. But the good news, once that moves by, we're going to start to see a little bit of dry air with the winds kind of backing off by 11 at 12 o'clock. But look at the broad circulation. This is still whipping around into the Tampa area, back towards Daytona. On top of that, this is the big one right there in Ponte Vedra. Actually, just saw a wind report in Ponte Vedra. Not just a little breezy, guys. 71-mile-per-hour winds. That's 4-mile-per-hour wind gust, shy of hurricane strength there into Ponte Vedra with the latest report. And then down towards Daytona, actually had winds being reported out here up to 50 miles per hour on the backside of this. Not as wet, but definitely still going to be breezy, continuing to kick on through. All right, how about good news? Well, we are seeing some improving conditions by this evening. Who am I tossing to? I know we got somebody out there in the field, guys. I believe it's Atia. Is that? Oh, I'm going to pause. Put it back to the desk. I'll give it to these guys, and then we'll toss it to you.
Yeah, we appreciate it out there. I know there's a lot of moving parts here. Gosh, we just have a band just now just hit us on downtown. But right now we want to get out to Volano Beach. That's where you see Tristan Hardy standing by.
That's right. It looks like he's got some action behind him. Is that a road closure we see there, Tristan?
Oh yeah, so earlier this morning, Florida Highway Patrol and some emergency crews, they had this road blocked. And right now I'm on the A1A Coastal Highway near the Ocean Sands Beach and Spa Inn over here. And so joining me right now is Mr. Watson. He lives here in this neighborhood. Mr. Watson, so when you see this scene right here, what is going through your mind right now?
Well, it's just awful because this highway is the way everybody from Volano and Ponte Vedra get to St. Augustine, and you can see at least half the highway is gone for 300 yards, and it's going to be a lot of inconvenience for a lot of people for a while.
I can imagine. I did not experience this during Hurricane Ian, so for Tropical Storm Nicole to do something like this, she is really bullying us right now.
She is. I'm very disappointed, but it's been a gradual process of erosion. Even after they went to a big effort to revitalize the beach. It was gorgeous, beautiful, and to see it today, if you'd have seen it a year ago, it's completely different.
Goodness gracious. So, I mean, have you ever seen something like this where the barriers, the dunes are just basically obliterated by the ocean right now? I mean, just the stairwell is just hanging by, literally, just look at that.
I've lived in St. Augustine for, from the 70s, and I grew up and went to high school here. I've been down this beach since I was a kid, and it's never done anything like this. And went to Bike Week and saw it all the way down to Daytona. It's not just a problem for Volano. It's St. Augustine Beach. It's Flagler Beach. It's really all the beaches in Florida really are suffering.
So what would you say to your beach neighbors if that's the case?
I'm sorry, I don't know what we're going to do.
Well, this is going to be an interesting journey when all this is said and done. But thank you so much, Mr. Watson, for taking the time out to talk to your local news. Thank you again. Right. Well, this is the situation that we're dealing with right now. Earlier this morning, a patrolman from the FHP literally walked up to us and said, keep doing what you're doing, but it's only going to get worse from here. And I believe him. It did not look like this around 2, 3 in the morning. When the sun came up, it gave us a better idea of what was happening over here. And it's just shocking. When we left for the tornado warning, we took shelter, and it didn't look like this. There were some pieces of wood still there. And when we came back to follow up on it, just to check up on the status, well, there you go. This is what we're seeing right now, and Mother Nature at its finest. I'm gonna send it back to you guys. I'm live in Volano Beach. Tristan Hardy, First Coast News, on your side.
Mic check, Leah.
Hey, my check. Can you hear me? We're trying to turn off level 2, but it's not turning off, so I want to make sure that maybe both copies of audio are just the microphone. Let me know how that sounds.
Can you hear her now? You hear me. Okay, not her. All right.
Sounds okay, is it?
Nah.
Why it's being weird now.
Are you picking me up more than her? Control?
My check. I need to know if you can hear me.
Give us a second.
All right, let's take a look at the latest on this storm system. And right now I'm watching that radar. Look at that circulation. It's just west of Orlando. That's where the center is. We got those winds wrapping around back towards Tampa. And of course, back here on the First Coast, where we are getting wind gusts at 49 miles per hour at Mayport, Edding Jackson at 47 miles per hour, Daytona Beach even up to 52. I mean, these winds are still kicking in. We have seen several gusts along the coastline here, well over 50 miles per hour. This is that 56 miles per hour. I have to confirm this, but I believe that it might be record breaking for the month of November. I'm gonna have to don't quote me on that just yet. That gust just came through. That is the second highest wind gust on record in the month of November was 52 miles an hour. So 56, I believe that might be. If it's not, it is number 2. It just shows you how potent this storm system is and how late season is. Really out of season, but right now we are watching these bands kick on through. We can feel it here in downtown Jacksonville. This is probably the worst we're going to get here right now over the city into the metro area across Duval County. We're really getting the peak of it. Not to mention we are nearing high tide too. So it's coinciding with those winds coming in from the east, moving on shore along with high tide. There's even some weak rotation in here. We're still under tornado watch, guys, until 1 o'clock. There's some weak rotation in here, too, that we are continuing to monitor very closely as this moves onshore. But right now, Mayport, you're just seeing there winds picking up to 50-mile-per-hour gusts. Look at the flow wrapping around this storm system. It is just broad from end to end, over 500 miles. It is a big old fat storm system. But the big thing right now is those winds being picked up offshore. See the lightning bolts being flared up here on the radar and satellite picture? That's some of that convective cells. And within those convective cells, we could definitely see some tornadic activity kind of spinning up here. So let's go county by county for you guys for here on our Thursday. Water levels up to 3 to 5 feet in St. Johns and Flagler County. You're right at your high tide right now. It shouldn't get too much more than what we're seeing, but it definitely is a possibility with these winds still kicking on through. Conditions are going to gradually improve as that rain band moves off there towards the north. And here's a look at Duval. We are currently in Duval getting one of those worst of these rain bands moving by. I got Katie here in the UF Health Traffic Center. Katie?
Thank you so much, Robert. I appreciate it. So we are, of course, watching those roads for you. We've been asking you to please minimize your travel as much as possible. Want to show you a situation on the Dames Point Bridge. It looks like a semi has overturned. Hard to see within the rain. You can kind of make out the cab of the semi right here, and you can see it looks like the body of the semi right here as well. One lane is open. This is on the northbound side, so traffic is able to get past at this point, but still very slow. And we know one southbound lane has been impacted as well. Just looking at the way it just looks like the semi kind of flipped over. I would think that this was probably from a strong gust of wind that just kind of toppled it over. And that was something that we were warning drivers about, especially those in kind of the bigger vehicles, trucks, buses, things like that. The wind can really grab a hold of those when you get those strong gusts, especially on things like the bridges, because they're going to see those higher gusts because they're higher up. So Dames Point Bridge on the northbound side, you've got 2 lanes blocked. Right now, that one lane is slowly creeping by, and they have heavy wind and rain right now. And one southbound lane is blocked as well. So things are pretty slow if you're trying to travel southbound as well. Let's take a look towards the St. Augustine area. The Bridge of Lions does remain closed at this point. Also, Volano Beach Bridge at the base of the bridge over here on the St. Augustine side, that is closed because of water across the roadway. If you are traveling or trying to travel on A1A, you're going to be stuck or at least stopped before you get to A1A and Carcaba. That's just south of Caps on the Water, but before you would get to the Volano Beach Bridge, there's water across the roadway there, so that is impassable. Also, there are multiple spots of water across the roadway on A1A, basically from State Road 206 south until you reach Flagler County. There are multiple areas where water is across A1A, and that's why you have several road closures there. Outside of the Bridge of Lions, other bridges are open. Like we saw, the Dames Point Bridge is open, very slow, but it is open for now. But of course, at these wind speeds, things like that, they're going to keep monitoring those bridges closely. Let's check in here with our Renata DiGregorio. She's in the San Marco area where we have started to see some flooding in that area too.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we've been showing you the flooded roads and the water across the roads all over the place, but we wanted to come and check the Publix the parking lot down there because we know that it flooded the first day that it opened. It seems to be okay. We drove by. We also wanted to give you a heads up to watch out for all kinds of debris like this just in the road. This is really the first spot that we've seen this kind of thing. So also a reminder to look up if you're going to be outside walking around in the storm. We actually haven't seen a lot of people. I know some other people are doing live interviews. I talked with the guy that had the Toyota, but other than him, we have not really seen people walking around. This isn't exactly the weather you want to do that. But down Hendricks, the buildings that we were showing you at the very beginning of the morning that had the sandbags, there weren't a whole lot of sandbags, but there were some around Good Dough and through the bridal shops. Those also looked okay. It was San Marco Boulevard and LaSalle that had really a pretty big puddle right in the middle of the intersection, and some of LaSalle was flooded as well. But a lot of roads around here, you know, they flood so frequently and people are used to this. So they had those big orange signs up that there was going to be flooding. So of course, then it came. So we can't really say that we're surprised because they had that warning for us, and it's a good thing to be careful as well. Over on Southampton, we showed you over that way. That flooded as well, so just water across the roadways. That's another usual spot. We want to bring you over here just to check out the Publix. We've been going to a lot of the places that we checked this morning that weren't really flooded by then because it wasn't really raining. But now it's just been raining a lot and for a long period of time, and I know we're getting toward high tide too, so we'll see how that's going. But for now, we're gonna keep wandering around and let us know if you find anything that people need to know about that can keep them safe, because we're gonna try and find all the spots around San Marco to tell you about, so you can be careful if you're out and about as well. But for now, I'm Renata DiGregorio, live in San Marco, First Coast News on your side.
Hey everyone, I'm here in Southeast Georgia at Gould's Inlet, and I'm here with there's a bunch of other lookers that are taking pictures and stuff, and I've got Dan and Jack here with me. You guys were telling me that you were out here when Ian was hitting, and what are you guys seeing as far as the difference goes?
This is much stronger than when Ian hit, and as a matter of fact, we've lost our bridgeway to the beach. It's totally gone. So
This is like high tide, so we're getting the max out of it, and we also have astronomical tides as well coming in. So this is much higher and much more destructive than it was during Ian, absolutely.
So we had a king tide.
Yeah, and so you guys were, when I first came up to you guys, you were here when the walkway first kind of broke apart, right? Yep. And now it's completely flipped over. Correct. What are your thoughts on that?
I just think the power of the water and the wind is just incredible to do this kind of a damage to it. And, you know, it just breached over the dunes, and this whole ocean has just come over into the back bay areas and stuff, so yeah.
I mean, we've been here 16 years and we've never seen one this destructive this far up.
Yeah, and a lot of people obviously know this is the spot to come to, right?
It is, because you get to see the full effect of the ocean coming through.
Yeah. Usually we've got about 70 feet of beach here, and it's totally gone.
Yeah, and if you guys walk over here with me, thank you, gentlemen, so much. I will let you take some cover now. So anyway, over here is what they were talking about. I don't know if we have showed you this just yet, but this is the walkway that at first was broken apart, and just probably about 15 minutes ago just completely flipped over, and you can see it here, the waves really not giving up at all. Even over here, look over here, James, this is just moving constantly. When I was just here like a little bit ago, the waves hitting the rocks, the water is just coming right up to you. Again, we're at Gould's Inlet here in St. Simon's Island. We've been here all morning. It is high tide right now, so this is what we've been waiting for. We knew it was coming. We're going to continue to be out here, talk to all the people that are venturing out here. Everyone be safe, and we'll continue to keep you updated. Reporting, McKenna Rodriguez, First Coast News on your side.
All right, we're taking a look at the satellite and radar right now. As she just mentioned, this storm is actually more impactful than even Ian was. That was as forecasted, so this is right on track as we were predicting it to be. So there is still some weak rotation, so we still have this watch out for tornadoes across our viewing area here. This is across our coastal counties that goes until 1 p.m. So just again, some weak rotation is what we are seeing. Still very widespread winds here, so we are expecting things to still crank here. 43-mile-per-hour winds in Mayport, 32 in Jacksonville, 20 in St. Simons, 20 there as well in Brunswick. Let's take a look at the wind gusts. Of course, it's a bit stronger there with the widespread wind field. 56 in Mayport, 36 in St. Augustine. Robert, we just saw one report over 60. Where was that again?
We had a report 60 miles per hour at the airport.
At the airport here, and that could potentially be breaking a record. We're going to confirm that for you here coming up right after this.
Un momento.
Yeah, you're on.
Oh, no, we're on it. We're on it. I mean, I'm hearing you. Are you not talking through 5? Oh, okay. So I'm on 5, the same one from earlier. I'm using Rex's phone, the app. So I'm on 5. Well, it's green, so you can't see it. Yeah, is that okay? I did hear you say you're clear to somebody else, so.
And welcome back. My goodness, so you're watching Good Morning Jacksonville as we continue to track now Tropical Storm Nicole. So what you're looking at right now is JC Beach, Florida. This is right near the Vero Beach area, which is in South Florida. At about 3 this morning, that is when Nicole made landfall as a hurricane there in that area as a Cat 1 hurricane. It is now a tropical storm, but again, this is a look for you in JC Beach where you can see Nicole is really just taking a toll on that area.
We also have video of a building, looks like in the ocean at this point. So this is out in Volusia County at this point. I believe we saw this earlier, Keitha, that this was one of the, I think, lifeguard buildings that we saw close to the water. It looks like it is now in the water.
Oh my gosh. So this video right here from Newport Richey in Florida, tree limbs down on a house here. You can see in the video just how strong the winds were in that area. You know, they are really strong. And we've been saying that again and again. The wind field for this storm, no joke. We're talking about a 600 mile wide wind field. That is serious, especially when in comparison to Ian, not as strong or as wide reaching. Right now, Nicole has made landfall, as we said, and we're going to continue to track this all morning long for you right here on Good Morning Jacksonville. It did make landfall as a hurricane. It is now a tropical storm as it makes its way through the first coast. We want to welcome you in. Now I'm Keitha Nelson.
I'm Katie Jeffries. Even though it was downgraded to a tropical storm, that was predicted. So we are seeing the impacts that our meteorologists had been talking about for the last few days, talking about storm surge and that these high tides are critical. And especially as Nicole is making its way across Florida, we're watching it closely. Here are the 3 things that you need to know. Again, downgraded to a tropical storm. The St. Simon's Pier is also closed to the public at this point, and the St. Augustine Police Department also announced the Bridge of Lions is closed until further notice. So those are 3 things you need to know right now. Dames Point Bridge on the northbound side, looks like a semi has been blown over onto its side on that northbound side, so very slow on the Dames as well.
We've been seeing some traffic accidents
So
all
many
morning
traffic
long
crashes, yeah.
because you've been told time and time again, stay off of the roadways. It's wet, it's nasty out there. Let's turn things over now to meteorologist Robert Speta. Very busy morning, overnight into the early morning in the Weather Center. What's the latest right now, Robert?
Well, we just got an update. Our 10 o'clock advisory in from the National Hurricane Center. Still a tropical storm, but the winds are down to 50 miles per hour sustained with this storm system. What does that mean for us? Nothing. This is still tracking on as expected. The key thing for us is just the position. It is moving off towards the north and west, but look at the convection well towards the east. Keitha just mentioned it's a massive wind field. Look at this rain band right there. That is still wrapping around. It's going to push into southeastern Georgia, and in fact, we do expect a tornado watch to be issued out across southeastern Georgia as well as northeastern Florida. I mean, it already is. From Brunswick down towards the Palm Coast, we still have a watch in place till 1 o'clock because of those rain bands coming on shore. But look at this track. It does pass over towards the Big Bend area, and it's going to move off towards the north by this afternoon, heading into the evening. Let's take a closer look at Mayport's water levels right now, because look at the latest tide continues to climb here, now pushing up to near major flood levels. Not sure what's going on over here. I do think we're trying to get a new camera up, it does look like. So that's what's going to happen on this side here. But well, let's just put this on the full screen until we get that situated here, because you can see where this water level continuing to rise up the moderate near major flood level as those bands continue to push through and that tide continues to increase. High tide at Mayport was right around 9 o'clock. Doesn't mean the water level is going to go down immediately, though. It's continuing to climb because we still have those winds pushing on shore. That's going to build up the St. Johns River with our high tide into downtown Jacksonville just in about 45 to 50 minutes. And we can hear it right now. It is blowing because we do have one of these stronger rain bands pushing over the downtown area into Duval County. 49 mile per hour winds currently gusting out there at the International Airport. We did see a wind gust of 60 miles per hour. I do believe that is record breaking for the month of November. If not, it is number 2 for the entire month of November. By the way, the latest landfalling hurricane on the east coast of Florida on record with this storm system. So it's it matches up with any record wind speeds that we would be seeing here in this month. Mayport is currently gusting at 50 miles per hour. Remember, Mayport is just upriver from the Dames Point Bridge, where we do look like we had an accident out there, that semi being blown over, and those winds just funnel right up the river. And that's why, you know, if you don't have to be on the road today, guys, stay inside at least until we get these rain bands with those higher winds passing by there towards the north. And that's not going to take place until this afternoon. Look at our time frame here, 12:30, 1, 2 o'clock. We start to see those improving conditions back down here towards the south. All right, we got meteorologist Lewis Turner. He's out there. Lou, how you doing here, buddy?
Hey, Robert, good afternoon. You know, we're actually starting to see peaks of sunshine. If it's optimistic of me, I don't know, but it does seem like the water is going down a bit. But take a look out at Avenida Menendez. If, you know, you notice there are people now out and about feeling bold and kind of checking out things. And if you look out over the bayfront and over the river, I am finding comfort in a little bit of lowering water, though. Just as we say that, you look and waves kind of crest up and over that seawall. Still have the boat, the Saga of the Sailboat Part 2, the sequel. The sequel never as good as the original. This boat has made its way over to the Bridge of Lions, now secured, and a couple of people actually seem to be out on that. I don't know if that's officials or boat ownership or whatever, trying to get that thing fixed. I remember an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, as the tornado warning was here in place in St. Augustine, that truly, those were the moments where the wind was the worst. It was when the rain was the worst, and that the flooding kind of reached its peak. And here we are past high tide, and the steady clearing and flushing of the water. It seems to be an improvement. Now, where we're going to go, Rich Donnelly, across that very river we're looking at right now. Let's go to the Davis Shores Peninsula and that side of St. Augustine to get a check on how flooding looks over there. Hey, Rich.
Hey, Lou, thank you very much for that. We're actually coming to you live from Osprey Tacos on A1A. It is where we chose to park about 45 minutes to an hour ago. Our parking lot was dry. There is now water in the parking lot, so naturally A1A is very flooded. We're joined by Bruce. Bruce, you live around here. What was your experience this morning with the floodwaters as they rose?
So in 10 minutes, it rose up probably about 8-9 inches. I was standing in my driveway. There wasn't very much water there. And went back and told my wife that we were okay at the garage, and then walked back out, and it was already up to our garage. It came in super fast.
Now, as you've been walking around today, what have you seen from your neighborhood and along A1A and just anyone that you may have spoken to along the way?
Just kind of mainly the same thing. It's just the flooding is just bad. I mean, it comes in fast. Like this road didn't have anything when it was flooded on our street, but then I walked back out here and then boom, it was flooded. But most of the damage is kind of that from the floods. Not much, a lot of wind, but I don't have any trees down or anything like that. So we've been pretty good there.
Is there any concern at all about this being a persistent issue? This is now 2 floods within about a month and a half, with Ian in late September and now Nicole right now. Does the thought of moving cross your mind?
No, we love it here. I mean, it floods like normal storms. Our street will have some flooding in it, so we're kind of used to that part of it. But you know, we just love it here, so I don't think we'll ever move. I mean, unless it really goes down, but it's been pretty good.
Now, Bruce, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for your time, and best of luck out there, and I hope your home stays as dry as possible.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you, sir. And that's the story here in Davis Shores. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Rich, thank you. Let's come back across the river, St. Augustine, and kind of the update for Bridge of Lions. And it has been closed, and mainly primarily because flooding on either side of the bridge. At the foot of the bridge here on this side, the St. Augustine side, there's a big drop-off. Acts kind of as a basin, a drainage area to help deal with the standing water. But it would just be a flood out for any car that's not a real big-time lifted pickup truck, which we haven't seen many of those either as compared to how it was in Ian. Though we just talked to a guy who lives on St. George Street, and he was saying the flood water is identical almost to what happened with Ian as well. We wait and we watch for an outgoing tide, and hopefully as quickly as the floodwaters went out with Ian, it happens here with Nicole as well. That's the story from St. Augustine. Lewis Turner, First Coast News on your side. Let's get back inside to you guys.
Thank you very much, Lou. I want to bring you guys an update. Unfortunately, it looks like rain is now coming down pretty hard. Dames Point Bridge is closed. They have closed the Dames Point Bridge in both directions. So earlier this morning, I'd say about 20-30 minutes ago, we saw, and you can kind of make out the cab of the truck here. It looks like a wind gust actually knocked over a tractor trailer onto its side, and that was on the northbound side, but they have closed both sides here of the Dames Point Bridge. And you can see the heavy rain that's coming down in the area, and this is an example of why it just became unsafe to cross the bridge at this point, those strong wind gusts. So Dames Point Bridge is now closed. We'll let you know when it reopens, but for now, cannot use it. So Dames Point Bridge is currently closed. If you need to travel, you need to use I-95 as an alternate route. But again, please try to minimize your time on the roadways. The other closure that we are following would be in the St. Augustine area. Bridge of Lions is closed. Also, Volano Beach Bridge, not really usable at this point, though not officially closed. The base of the bridge right here on the St. Augustine side, it's flooded by water, so you can't get through that. So even if you tried to cross it, you can't get through the standing water there at the base of the Volano Beach Bridge. Also at A1A and Carcaba, it's closed because of water across A1A, and then several spots of A1A, basically from State Road 206 south towards the Flagler County line. Multiple areas there are covered by water, so you have multiple closures of A1A from State Road 206 south towards the Flagler County line. But I'm just going to back up the graphics here to get you back towards the Dames Point Bridge. So here's a better, you can kind of see it. So there's the cab of the truck. There's the truck kind of laying on the divider here on the Dames Point Bridge. This is technically on the northbound side, but they've just decided to close all lanes of the Dames Point Bridge. Strong wind gust here likely is what knocked this over onto its side. So Dames Point Bridge is currently closed at this point. The other bridges in Jacksonville do remain open. So the Hart is open, the Matthews is open, Fuller Warren, Acosta, Maine, Buckman, you can use those bridges, but especially the higher elevation bridges like the Matthews and the Hart, you need to be very careful because I mean, you could have a situation like this again. Those higher bridges are going to get stronger wind gusts, and you can see the result of one of those wind gusts right here on the Dames Point Bridge. So again, Dames Point Bridge currently closed.
Hey, mic check, mic check. I have my IFB in my ear. Feel free to chat with me. Mic check, mic check. Let me know how you are hearing this audio. I'm kind of in a wind tunnel right now. Cool.
Around the rough and rugged rock, the Ragged Rascal got wet this morning.
And welcome back. You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville as we continue to track Nicole, this tropical storm, and its impacts right here on our First Coast.
So Nicole is now a tropical storm. That is an update. As of 4 a.m., it was downgraded to a tropical storm, which was anticipated, of course, by our meteorologists. The St. Simons Pier is closed to the public, and the St. Augustine Police Department also announced the Bridge of Lions is closed until further notice. We want to add on the Dames Point Bridge is also now closed. So if you need to travel across the river, you need to use I-95. The Dames Point Bridge is not open right now. Let's check in with our meteorologist. We have Robert Speta here. Tim Deegan is also in the house. Let's see the latest information with them.
All right. Well, we thought that the worst this storm, part of a nor'easter, had become a hurricane, would impact us most significantly between 4 a.m. and 4 p.m., and that is certainly coming through. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Amelia, for being here during the overnight and early morning hours. Robert is still here. Amelia hopefully is going to go home and get some rest. If you're just joining us, remember we continue to show you the shading because Nicole, now downgraded but still a powerful tropical cyclone, is within that nor'easter. There was a point last night and then this morning where Nicole was about here as a hurricane, and any hurricane is significant, even if it's just a Category 1, but Nicole was at the southern edge of an area of almost 500 miles of gale force winds. We were using the term earlier, fetch, and it isn't a term that many people use unless you're a salt lifer, a boater, or maybe a surfer, but I think we're beginning to see the significance of a fetch. Here it is real quick. You expect 25, 30-foot seas with the Hurricane Floyd or a Matthew when you see winds of 100, 130 miles per hour, but maybe not with a Category 1 hurricane part of a nor'easter. But it's because of the size of the fetch, those 100, 120, 150 mile per hour winds that Matthew and even going all the way back to Floyd had. That was over an area of only about maybe 50 to 100 miles. We've seen gale force winds cover 500. That just produces a lot of sea. We've seen that make it to the beaches. We've seen that make it from St. Augustine to all the way up to St. Simons Island. And now all of that is working through the inlets, through the estuaries, and then, well, now even to downtown San Marco, all of the creeks on the north side. Remember, most of the creeks in Duval, and of course many in Nassau, Camden, and Glen are in some way or another, they're eventually connected to the ocean. So if the ocean is 4 to 5 feet higher than normal, then everything else during high tide is going to make it to that point as well. Okay, let's come back and we'll talk about the big three. That is the headlines, and then we will go from there. If we can do that, and we'll take a look. Okay, I guess we're going to continue to show you what is happening as far as downtown is concerned. But there's the headlines as far as the big three is concerned. Again, we have focused, Robert has focused significantly on don't follow just the narrow line, the narrow forecast. Follow the big low, and that's really what we've been part of, which is why we're being hit just about as hard as anybody else as far as Nicole and then the large nor'easter that Nicole has been within. We'll continue to update on you as what's happening locally. For now, we want to show you, we want to actually hear from what's happening. Lou, been there all morning long. What do you see? What do you hear, Lou?
Hey, Tim. Good morning. Good to see you. Good to hear you. We are looking at Avenida Menendez and the Matanzas River, Intracoastal Waterway, Bridge of Lions. That's my vantage point from up above. And we had to get up above because, excuse me, as you can tell, I mean, there are folks walking through A1A, but there aren't any folks driving. And what a bold and bright decision that is, because it's just so deep. And that hence why we had to move as far as being on that ground level. So we've had the inundation officially. Now we're watching the tide try and empty. We need a good shift in that wind, Tim, as you know, and once we get that, we'll see a shift. But this, you know, comparing, contrasting, measuring up, you see an Ian memory, and you think, well, this is awfully similar to that, though I think it's lingering a little bit longer as far as the water in the road. Let's check in with Leah Shields. I understand she is in Jacksonville Beach, a different vantage point where we had the worst of it several hours ago. Now I know Duval County getting pummeled as well. Hello, Leah. How are you looking?
Hey, it is looking very choppy out here. Can't even keep the hat on. The wind gusts are just insane. The waves right now, oh my gosh. I've never seen waves this big. Some of the waves towards the pier are reaching almost to the level of where you walk on the pier. They are massive waves out here, and you can tell that the water has reached the dunes. Even if every wave doesn't actually hit the dunes, you can already see the erosion even at the end of this walkway right here. So we are seeing erosion here, lots of sea foam as well, which is something we've been seeing with this storm, bringing in a lot of sea foam. Of course, you got that ocean debris as well. So the wind has intensified. Luckily, the rain has died down here in Jacksonville Beach, which is a nice reprieve, but it's definitely very intense out there. And now we got another big influx of water right here coming up. So the walkways are not underwater. The pier is looking good, so that's a good thing, but the water has definitely reached the dunes. Setting it back, I'm Leah Shields in Jacksonville Beach. First Coast News on your side.
Landfall overnight as a Category 1 hurricane just south of Vero Beach and is continuing to move through the state. The most recent track shows it exiting the Florida Peninsula into the Gulf of Mexico and then re-entering Florida in the Big Bend region. Now the wind from the storm is still very large and the impact stretched far beyond the center track, with much of the state already experiencing tropical storm force winds. Winds have been the main concern with Nicole, but we've also seen heavy rains that have resulted in 3 to 5 foot of storm surge in some areas. We've also seen potential flash flooding. Impacts have been basically what's been expected. You do have downed trees, you have power lines, you have some road washouts. Combined winds and storm surge. We've seen beach erosion, especially in areas that had already seen erosion from Hurricane Ian. And these are places like Brevard, Volusia, Flagler, and St. Johns counties. After the storm, there will be likely be flooding in some areas, so make sure to avoid floodwaters as they may be down power lines and other hazards. This morning, more than 50 counties were under tropical storm warnings, and that number will continue to go down as the storm moves across the state. We're ready, and we have resources to respond to whatever post-storm needs may arise. And I declared a state of emergency on Monday for 34 counties so that they had ample time to prepare for the storm. This morning, as an abundance of caution, we've expanded that to all counties just simply because we're not sure the extent of the impacts in Northwest Florida in particular. Kevin and his team have been in constant communication with utility providers. We now have 333,000 accounts without power. That's 2.98% of the state, 23.3% out in Brevard, 16.6% in Indian River, and then Volusia, Seminole, Putnam, and Orange, all smaller percentages than that. But there are 17,000 linemen staged to immediately begin power restoration efforts as soon as it's safe to do so. And certainly as you get into places like the Martin, St. Lucie area, people have been working in those areas and will continue to go in as it's safe in other parts of the state. We had activated 600 National Guardsmen, have 7 urban search and rescue teams on standby. We're ready to respond as soon as the weather clears. We also have FWC's high water vehicles ready to assist in response efforts should that be needed. We have 250 Florida Department of Transportation crews that are ready to deploy and begin damage assessment, bridge inspections, and cut and toss operations to clear roadways as is necessary. 61 school districts are closed for today, and of course schools are closed tomorrow for Veterans Day. If you an updated list for that, you can go to FLDOE.org, FLDOE.org. I want to thank Kevin and everybody for working hard. This is obviously not as significant a storm as Hurricane Ian was, but coming on the heels of that, you're seeing communities, particularly in the Volusia County area, where you had a lot of that erosion on the coastline. This has put some of those structures in jeopardy, and they've been working very hard to make sure everybody's safe. So I want to thank everyone for their efforts there, and we'll hear from Kevin with further updates.
Thank you, Governor. I appreciate your involvement and appreciate your leadership in helping us to respond to this event. The men and women behind me get all the credit on that floor. They've been working for 48 days straight, and they continue to respond to what Floridians need most, and that is our help. Tropical storm conditions are ongoing across the Florida Peninsula and will expand into the Big Bend and Eastern Panhandle this afternoon. There remains a risk for severe weather, including isolated tornadoes embedded within Nicole's outer rain bands. The latest one that we had was just about 2 hours ago in St. Johns County. If you get a weather alert for a tornado, stay in the most interior room of your home and protect your head and body from debris with either a blanket, sleeping bag mattress, or any type of helmet. Dangerous beach conditions will continue along the East Coast as a result of elevated tides and lingering wave heights of 8 to 16 feet along the Atlantic coast. Elevated tides, ocean swells, and strong winds will push water into the St. Johns River, leading to flooding along the river. The St. Johns River right now at Astor is back into major flood stage. This morning we do have Fish and Wildlife Commission boats on standby in the area, as well as urban search and rescue swift water teams to assist if there should be a need for a rescue. This storm is very large. Even if the eye has passed over your area, it may still be unsafe to go outside due to the heavy winds, flash flooding, and isolated tornadoes. If there are flash flood warnings in your area, remember it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded waters. I continue to urge Floridians to stay indoors in a safe structure and away from the coastline at this time. If you lose power, please use generators safely. We continue to have disaster deaths related to generators. Remember, keep those generators outside and 20 feet away from the house. Never operate those generators indoors. You must give a generator 20 minutes of cool down time before refueling. Avoid electrocution by keeping the generators dry. After the storm is gone, there will likely be large items of debris through impacted areas, especially along the coastline. Do not try to remove the large debris without assistance. There are volunteer groups that will be able to help you. Don't overexert yourself and put yourself into a risky situation. Additionally, do not touch or drive over down power lines or stay in areas of standing water. This can cause deadly electrocution. If you see exposed fiber optic lines or any wires for that matter, do not cut them. You can text, make a cell phone call, or use social media to report these lines that are exposed. The Florida Division of Emergency Management continues to coordinate with utility companies, as the governor has stated, to ensure crews are prepared to respond and restore power. Those crews are out now. They are moving up from the Palm Beach area into areas like Martin County and St. Lucie County to restore power. FDM liaisons have been deployed to support the following counties at their request: Orange County, Lake County, Seminole, Martin, Volusia, Brevard, Indian River, and St. Lucie. If you have questions about the status of the storm, please continue to contact our State Assistance Information Line or the SAIL line at 1-800-342-3557. For any more emergency information regarding Tropical Storm Nicole, all of that information is available on floridadisaster.org/Nicole. It's also available on the Division's Facebook and on our Twitter page at FLSERT or at FLCERT. Thank you, Governor.
Okay. All right. Thanks. If we need any more updates, we'll be back.
Well, the last we heard from Lou, and Lou's a salt lifer. He's a boater. He hangs around water. And, of course, water, not just talking about the rain, but really the most significant impact of the water has been the ocean pouring in. And as Lou and many know, what we would really like to see now is not only a decrease in winds, but southwesterly winds. And you could probably see it there over the peninsula. We'll talk about when those southwest winds will get here, but let's talk about where the heaviest of the rains and the highest of the winds are and where they're headed. Because, of course, although we've been initially hyper-focused this morning from St. Augustine all the way up to Duval, all of this, as you can see, will continue radiating northward and westward for the rest of you folks over southeastern Georgia and for those of you out around the Suwannee as well. So this has been the strong band. You can almost think of it as a front. If you remember, as the nor'easter was really intensifying at the same time that Nicole was becoming a hurricane, did you notice how temperatures cooled down, especially late on Tuesday and Wednesday? That was because cool Canadian air came down the coast. That's one of the reasons why we had that super large nor'easter. But then as Nicole intensified and moved westward, that tropical air wants to come against it. And where that contrast is occurring, the tropical air pushing against the Canadian air and all of that energy that continues to rotate around Nicole, that's where the heavy band was. That's where we saw a few isolated tornadoes develop. That's where we saw the wind gust of 59, 60, even 65 miles per hour. That's where the heaviest rains are. As that continues to move, and then you get into the tropical air, it's warm, it's humid, but it's not as windy and the rains aren't as frequent. We're talking about now pretty much from the beaches of Duval on to the south. But the point I'm trying to make here is that for those of you off to the west, out toward the Suwannee, up toward the Okefenokee, all of that is now heading your way. So those high winds and heavy rains that you saw from St. Augustine to Duval, and these are the locations and the timing of where some of these heavier bands will work into areas from Baker County all the way out toward Live Oak and Lake City, and then for those of you over southeastern Georgia all the way up to Waycross. Now, as a reminder, for those of you that have lived a long time, especially from Nassau through Camden and Glen, you know this, but for those of you new to the area, although for many of us from Duval south, we've probably seen our highest tide for this event, at least out around the beaches, because those beaches, especially the coastline over Camden and Glen County, face to the southeast. You'll have an extended period. We'll be watching very closely to see what happens with you, not only with this high tide, but then the high tide to come later on during the evening. Also want to note the tornado watch continues, and that means within this band there could be some isolated tornadoes to form. The highest threat will be and I'm trying to check it out with a couple other radar signatures that I don't see anything imminent. But if there's going to be any isolated tornadoes over the next hour or so, it's going to tend to be Nassau County north and then Baker County west with this band that continues to radiate on. And again, we'll keep a close watch on it for you as we go through the morning hours. Again, there goes Nicole, but we're still fully involved in the circulation. Oh, by the way, so when will those south and southwest winds help us out even more? First, it's going to happen over Flagler and St. Johns County. That'll be as we get later on into the afternoon, but especially during the day for Friday. For now, though, because remember, we've seen the high tide at the beaches, but now that's poured through the inlets and it's impacting folks in Duval, more in the urban area of Duval. We're talking about from the creeks on the north side all the way down to the south side. Right now, we're going to go to Renata in San Marco.
Hey, thanks, Tim. Yeah, we are in San Marco and we are on River Road. This is where the road is closed, but people have kind of been going around checking it out. It's not really raining that hard, and it's a lot of these streets that have flooded before, but we want to show you kind of what people are doing. We met Jacqueline. These are her dogs. People have just been kind of going for walks, playing with their dogs in this area, so it's not too much like worry over here. Many of the houses look completely fine, but again, this is River Road where the road is closed. And when we first got here, we saw some workers who came down, and they came in 3 different trucks, and they seem to have put up another one of the little signs over there, the smaller orange one, and then they left. And then further down River Road is where we were before, when it really started pounding us with the wind and the rain. And that's where the one man said he had to move his Toyota. but he couldn't because it was stuck there. He had actually lived on the street. Jacqueline here told us that this actually isn't as bad as she thought it was going to be. She moved her car out of here so that it would be okay, but then the water didn't actually even reach down that far. But a lot of the side roads over here are like this. I know we've been showing you San Marco Boulevard and LaSalle, and we went to over on Southampton, and then of course River Road again. But then there's some smaller streets, kind of like this. Well, this is still River Road, but it's a little further down. So just be careful and aware of that as you're driving around. But it's really, see, there we go. See, this is kind of how people are going right now. It's a little bit before it could get worse. We'll wait to see what happens a little bit as we approach more with high tide, but it's kind of just a rainy day in San Marco that has some roads closed at this point. But we'll be keeping you updated and finding any more places, so let us know on air online. But for now, I'm Renata DiGregorio, First Coast News on your side.
Thanks for that, Renata. Folks, we have some images that we have got to bring you. We're taking a look at things all across Florida. Right here, this is JC Beach, right near Vero Beach, where we know Nicole made landfall at about 3 o'clock this morning as a Cat 1 hurricane. It's now a tropical storm. So this is a lifeguard tower at JC Beach. You can see the tower just hanging on by a thread there. My gosh.
Let's take a look at another video. This is a building now in the ocean at this point. This is in Volusia County. I believe that's part of a lifeguard station. We saw it close to the edge early this morning. Now it's in the water.
And this is video from Newport Richey, Florida. Tree limbs down on a house here. You can see in the video just how strong these winds are, again, to knock over these massive tree limbs onto this house.
So Nicole did make landfall around 3 a.m. and just south of the Vero Beach area. We're going to continue to track Nicole all morning long, especially as we are feeling these effects. We've seen water rising throughout the morning, and we know in the downtown San Marco area, high tide here isn't for about another 20 minutes.
And no surprise, we're seeing power outages. You just heard from the governor there, power outages all throughout Florida, and of course right here at home as well. Thousands of power outages. This is being reported by JEA. They say they have more than 24,000 customers without power at this hour, but of course they're working diligently as quickly as possible to get folks' power restored.
JEA CEO spoke with us about giving the utility some time to make those proper repairs.
And folks, we want to let you know the quickest way to report an outage is to go to JEA's website. That's JEA.com.
And JEA says there is a strong likelihood people could be without power for longer than just today. So something to keep in mind. And even though they're working on it, it may not be today by the time you get your power back.
All right, we want to head now to right along A1A and Volano Beach. That's where we find on your sides Grace King this morning.
Good morning. We are here in Volano Beach along A1A, where you can see the dunes and the beach have washed away. You can see what's left of a bridge that used to go down to the beach. This morning, most of the dunes were still here. The water was starting to come over, and just bit by bit as the waves have continued, we've seen the dunes continue to wash away. The fence has come down. There's a lot of debris. We spoke to the Florida Department of Transportation earlier, and they said they have crews out here assessing the damage, but that's really all they can do for now. The rain has let up, but those high winds just continue to come. The waves, the wind, and it's all they can do is kind of look and see what needs to happen. Part of the road has also started to wash away where those dunes kind of led up to now. So there's closures along this road. There's closures along other parts of the road as well. There's also water back there. I mean, everywhere you look, we're just seeing a lot of flooding. And I know you guys mentioned those power outages earlier. During the tornado warning, we went inside a hotel. The power there was flickering on and off continuously as those power outages continue. But for now, we'll check back in with you later. Grace King, First Coast News, on your side.
And folks are watching these weather conditions all throughout our area. Obviously, power outages is a big concern at this specific hour. We heard from JEA. They are working, so they're urging you to be not just cautious, but also patient with them.
That's right. You got to give them time to get out there and assess the situation, and then, of course, be able to actually restore the power. So we are watching this really all over our area. Everywhere in our viewing area has seen effects from Nicole at this point. So we will continue to follow that. We know the director of the Flagler County Emergency Management spoke with us about what's happening in Flagler County as well.
Some of our viewers may just now be waking up. What are your top line messages for them this morning?
I think we are starting to see the worst of the impacts for
for Nicole right now along our coastline. We're in the middle of our highest of the high tides that we're getting, and it is starting to erode the southern part of A1A in Flagler County, as well as we have breaches in the northern part of the county through our dune system. So, and we're also seeing what we think is going to be the worst of the winds for the next 4 hours or so. So right now we're dealing with the worst of it along our coast. Inland is not as big of an issue, but along our coast we're definitely dealing with the worst right now. And so we want people just to take that serious, wait a few more hours before people start venturing out and stuff like that. But the other key part too is just because the worst is happening now and then we're gonna get better, because this is really a coastline issue, we still have about 2 more high tide cycles at 9 p.m. and again at around 9 a.m. tomorrow, where we're going to get continued damaging again, we believe, from the storm. It just won't be as bad as what we're seeing now, but we are going to get continued damaging tides and waves. So this is not over just because the weather starts looking clearer this afternoon.
What type of erosion are you seeing? Can you sort of paint a picture of maybe what the beaches look like? Are there any homes that have been threatened?
Yeah, so there's definitely homes that are sitting up on top of dunes that were threatened already with Ian, and Nicole has only made that situation that much more precarious. There's also areas where we had dunes in the northern part of the county where the beach is basically flat. There is no more dune anymore. And then in the southern part of the county where A1A runs directly along the coastline, the road has already started collapsing in at least one, if not 2 or 3 spots.
Have you had any rescues, or talk to me maybe about those folks that are heeding the warnings?
So luckily, we don't think a lot of people evacuated, again, which is not great, but we don't believe we had a high evacuation compliance rate. But nonetheless, luckily up till now, we have not had to do any direct storm related, at least nothing significant, direct storm related rescues because of that.
And your final message for folks that may think that the clouds are clearing, and they think that it's okay to venture out, you are saying not at this moment.
Correct. And again, we're going to get more damages later on. If there are road closures or areas barricaded off, we please ask people not to go past those barricades. Don't ignore them. Don't go into the water. Don't try to go to the beach in those areas. And we're still under an evacuation order for our coastline. We expect to lift that later today, but until we know that the weather conditions have improved, we can't do that.
Hey, let's talk about where the storm is now. Of course, we're going to continue to key in on these tides, which are continuing to rise out there. In fact, look at the tides right now at Jax Beach, 8:57 a.m. So we're already well past that. But down from Main Street, that's coming up in just the next few minutes. We're continuing to see those water level rises. That is despite the fact, the center's well off here towards the south and west. Just a big old wind field on this storm system. And really, we're still seeing some of these decent rain bands now kicking into Nassau County back towards Fernandina. But even behind that, it's not showing up on radar, but we got those onshore winds, which is pushing that water up the St. Johns River. And in fact, at the Dames Point, we are just nearing major flood stage at this time, upwards about 3 feet above average. Same back towards areas of Mayport, and all that has to go somewhere. Right now, we're still at moderate flood stage into downtown, but I expect that to continue to climb. I'll do that onshore wind as well as those rising tides out here. Also, do want to remind you, we are still under a tornado watch until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Down for Clay into St. Johns County, that watch has been canceled. Good news for St. Johns. You need a little bit of a break. I know we had that warning earlier on this morning, but now the watch just shifted further towards the north, all running in with that rain band I was just showing you there on radar. Take a look at the winds right now at the airport, though. 52-mile-per-hour gusts, that's shy of a 60-mile-per-hour gust we got here just this past hour. Over towards Mayport at 45, St. Augustine at 39. Look at Palatka. Yeah, we got that big rain band right in here, but closer to the center of the storm, we're still looking at some gusty conditions. Maybe not as intense rainfall, but the winds are kicking up out there, coming across St. John's there into Palatka. Top of that. This is what I was just mentioning at the Dames Point Bridge. Now up the major flood stage. Shy of a record, but this point has not been around for a long time, this particular station, I should say, but still, I mean, that is definitely rising floodwaters, and you can see here with that live look at a retention pond just across the street. That is the bank right there, and you have the water levels there. This is connected to the St. Johns River, so as that comes up, that's a pretty good gauge of what we're seeing, and that is still climbing. So we take a look at the St. Johns and Flagler County. improving conditions gradually as we go ahead through the rest of this morning. Gusts still could be expected upwards about 40 to 50 miles per hour. Of course, still tracking this here moment by moment, guys. We're going to keep you posted.
Thank you so much, Robert.
We appreciate that. So we want to get out to On Your Sides, McKenna Rodriguez, who is in the St. Simons Island area for us this morning. You know, she's been out there overnight into the early morning. McKenna, I saw you tweet something saying, is this a sign of the times? Things are getting better. What is happening out there at this hour?
Yeah, Keitha, I'm like, is this the light at the end of the tunnel? Because right now the sky is starting to open up and we can see a little bit of the sunshine trying to poke through, but we're over here at Gould's Inlet. So many people are coming to check this out because as you can see, oh, just got salt water right in my mouth, oh my goodness. But the waves are just crashing up here on land. Like I said, just got smacked by a wave. If we look over here, this is where a walkway once was that would take you to the beach. We were here earlier when it broke apart and it's just been being flipped around. We're waiting for it to honestly get flipped onto land because these waves are pretty intense and it hasn't let up. But I will say the one thing is it's not pouring down rain anymore. Keep getting smacked by the waves, you guys, but it's not pouring rain, which is really good. Still pretty windy. When we were driving over this way, not a whole lot of flooding that we were seeing, but we've been here for about an hour, so I'm expecting that to obviously change in the neighborhoods over here. But I was also told by a few gentlemen that were here earlier that they were here during high tide, during Hurricane Ian, and this is much worse. They said the damage here as well, much worse. We're going to continue to keep you updated with the latest while we're out here, hoping that we can all get past this pretty soon. Like I said, seeing that light at the end of the tunnel, that's what my mind is going towards. So back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, McKenna. So we are watching your traffic. This is a look from Jessica Bradsheet. She sent this in of the tractor trailer that was kind of blown over on its side on the Dames Point Bridge. You can see it there resting on the median. This is a live look at it now. Dames Point Bridge is closed in both directions. So you can still see you've got road rangers, some first responders. That semi is still on its side on the Dames Point Bridge. But Dames Point Bridge closed at this point. You cannot cross it. They are routing traffic off. You'll have to use I-95 as an alternate route, so keep that in mind. Again, Dames Point Bridge is closed. Also wanted to let those of you in the St. Simons Island or the Brunswick Island area know that the eastbound side of the FJ Torres Causeway out towards St. Simons Island, the eastbound side is currently closed. Looks like heavy delays on the westbound side there as well. Moving back towards the St. Augustine area, if you are trying to travel maybe out of the St. Augustine Beach or out of the Davis Shores area, Bridge of Lions is currently closed. 312 bridge down here does remain open at this point. Now, if you're traveling on A1A, there are multiple places where water has crossed the roadway. And in fact, just saw some pictures on Twitter from St. Johns County Emergency Management, I believe it was, of actual roadway damage to A1A right here at A1A near Carcaba because of all the water that has been crossing the roadway. So it's closed there. Volano Beach Bridge technically open, but there's a lot of water at the base of the bridge, so even if you cross it, you may not be able to get through that water at the base of the bridge. Also on A1A, basically from State Road 206 all the way down here to Flagler County, closed. You see all that red because in multiple points, water has crossed the roadway there on A1A. Again, that's State Road 206 until you get to the Flagler County line. So a lot of things going on right now. We have seen multiple crashes around the Jacksonville area. I'm backing this up to take you back to a wider look at Jacksonville. There's a crash at 295 northbound in Collins that has all lanes blocked here of 295 as well. So please stay home. As you can tell, we have some very bad conditions right now, some very rough conditions for driving.
Irma was, what is it, 2017? Something like that. Oh. Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, we are over in San Marco, and we just met Lee because you guys were peering in your business store. And just, okay, you said you're here in Irma, so that was a couple years ago, but how's it looking? You hadn't been able to go inside yet, right?
I haven't been inside yet, but this is high tide, so we're feeling like it's pretty good. We have to wait for tonight, obviously, but it's not in the door. We're all sandbag and plastic everywhere. Everything's been moved up. Haven't been through it before. We kind of know the drill, so.
Yeah, you guys look super prepared over here. You got all the plastic, but how did it go in Irma, and how did this compare to what's going on right now?
Well, I was not actually down here in the areas. I have friends that lived over in San Marco Place, and they were sending us photos. We got 18 inches of water in the building, so hopefully we'll fare better this time.
Yeah, definitely, because that's a whole big deal. I guess a lot of people don't really think, as we see people like speeding through here and the water splashes up, how much goes into that? Yeah, like right now.
It's the wave that we have to worry. The wave of water when people drive by comes in under the door, which is why we focus on keeping that. So as long as it just kind of stays in the street and doesn't get higher than this, we should be good.
How much went into during Irma when you had to try and fix up your place after that? Just what was that whole process like?
We moved out for 6 months and rented temporary space while we had to rip out everything from 2 feet down and rebuild. Ironically, we're actually moving into a new office December 1st, so we're so close to being out of here. We're really hoping we don't have damage and then have to deal with that right before we make our move into the new space. So.
Definitely. I hope everything is okay in there. You guys are definitely prepared. Thank you so much, Lee. We will catch back with you in a second. We're going to show these guys all around because we're here on Prudential. And yeah, this is what we're looking at. It's the same as we go around a little bit on Kings too. And we just came from over on River Road where people were kind of taking it easy. We showed you Jacqueline, who was tossing the ball with her dog into the water. And it's not really raining anymore, so more people are kind of venturing out and about. But yeah, as we said, just people driving through the water, we're seeing that wake and creates a wave that can go over the sandbags. We're just hoping everybody's businesses like Lee's here are okay. But as soon as we get more info, as we drive around and try and find any more places, we will let you guys know. But we're gonna head things over to Leah right now.
Thank you, Renato. Well, this wind is relentless, so please excuse my hair as I point out what's going on here. So this is the walkway down to the beach. What's good news is that this has only gotten a little bit wet throughout the storm. Really, though, we are seeing some erosion already on the beach. But what's so impressive right now are the waves. I'm not sure if we can zoom in towards the pier, Richard, and show people. These waves are crashing up. The water is getting onto the pier. That is how massive the waves are off Jacksonville Beach. They are bringing in a lot of foam right now, and while high tide has passed, so the waves aren't crashing as much into the dunes anymore, some of them are still reaching the dunes, and we are seeing that erosion already. But really, that surf is insane right now. Of course, all water activities, swimming, surfing, that is prohibited right now. People, you should not be in this water, and I'm happy to say I have not seen anyone try to get in the water right now, which is really good. I haven't yet been on the beach yet because the water hasn't receded enough, but I'm interested to see how the dunes and the berms are going to look once we get more towards a low tide. Right now, though, the wind, it's brutal out here. The wind has not calmed down. All right, for now, live in Jacksonville Beach, Leah Shields, First Coast News on your side.
Hey, we got a tornado warning just issued by the National Weather Service for northern Duval and southern areas of Nassau County. I got myself, meteorologist, Chief Meteorologist Tim Deacon here.
All right, we're going to work on this together. As Robert mentioned, tornado warning now. So this is far northern Duval County and Nassau County, moving rapidly toward the west with this particular cell. Robert's going to help me out. Thank you, Robert, very much. So what we're looking at here is the signature for the tornado, which would be right about here. So in northern Duval, it's going to be just west of I-95 to the southwest of Yulee. Most concerned here for areas north of the airport over toward about Callahan, down toward Ratliff here. So we're talking about the far north side. So can you see where you are here? Here's downtown. Downtown, you're fine. Here's Fernandina, you're fine. Yulee, you're fine. But for areas near the Baptist church there, over toward Callahan. So Callahan in particular, the squall that's producing wind gusts to over 60 miles per hour is also producing, I believe, Robert, is it a Doppler indicator or do you have an observation of a tornado?
We got still right now a located severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado.
Okay, so we're going to take this serious, folks. It is a tornado warning. Right now it's indicated that it could produce a tornado. At the very least, know that for those of you in Duval, west of the airport, out toward Callahan. There is a squall heading your way, producing wind gusts of 60, maybe 65 miles per hour, but also could produce a tornado. So again, to put this all in perspective, remember, this is when that whole band that Robert and Amelia have been talking about even way pre-sunrise, and continues to occasionally produce what at least could be a tornado. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, producing winds of 60, 65, maybe up to 70 miles per hour. That's almost a hurricane-force wind gust. So at the very least, for those of you in, let's say, far northwest Duval, and then in Nassau County, west of I-95 and over toward Callahan, now is not the time to be on the road. In Callahan, if you're in a structure that you don't feel good about and you have a building right next door, I don't want you to get in your car. You don't want to have to run with your family 2 blocks down the road. But if you're in a structure that you don't feel good about with your family and there's a stronger structure right next door, let's say it's anchored to the foundation, in Callahan, you would have time to get to a safer place. And I'm mentioning Callahan. There's, of course, several other neighborhoods here as well, but that's going to be the largest concentration of folks. Again, no one wants to be on the road right now. The most dangerous place to be with a tornado is in a moving vehicle. This is going to move very quickly, probably going to continue to move off to the west at 50, maybe 60 miles per hour. Therefore, this has it beyond. So we're almost 11 o'clock. This is going to be beyond Callahan after 11:10. So even if you need to get on the road, if you need to go somewhere, if the family is depending on you, you only need to wait about 15 or 20 minutes, and then you'll be fine as this cell will continue to race along. So again, if you've just joined us, tornado warning in effect for far northern Duval County, portions of Nassau County, west of I-95. Robert showing us the rotation here. Robert, if you're seeing anything new, certainly feel free just to hop on in.
I think the big thing right now is, you just mentioned it, is if there is something here, it's going to be rain wrapped. And not to mention the fact that this is moving forward at about 60 miles per hour based on just the forward movement. Remember, this is all coming with those winds there. In fact, we just got a wind report at Mayport. Now, I know this is not within that tornado warning, but it gives you an idea. Actual wind report on the ground there at Mayport of 61 miles per hour. So that is all just kind of with that overall flow pushing off here towards the west, right in this core right there, kicking off there past Callahan, Ratliff as well. About 11 o'clock. I mean, guys, this is just one of those things. And we mentioned this in the last storm, and I just want to point this out. Once again, this is not the type of tornadic event where, you see it in the movies. You can see a clear defined tornado. Likely what's happening here, this is going to be rain wrapped, and it's kicking along. We got a lot of a wooded area out here as well. So you're not going to see this coming. If you're under this tornado warning, you want to shelter. And I don't say that to panic you or anything like that, but you're not going to be able to see it coming. This is just going to be kicking along at 60 miles an hour. I mean, it's a car on the highway moving out there across Nassau County, moving into, northern areas of Duval County, moving into southern Nassau County at this time. And just pulling up the velocity, we're going to track this. The problem is, this is very, very close to our radar site, which is great news most of the time. But see the circle right in here where you kind of have that line coming up? That's what we call the cone of silence. And this is just north of the airport. And unfortunately, since it's so close, it's kind of hard to get a good read on this. But it does look like it's kind of right in that area, just towards the east of Deerfield, just towards the north of the airport, cruising on there off towards the west, heading out towards Highway 1. We're going to be passing by in just the next few minutes. I mean, let's pull this up real quick right there. Deerfield 11:02, Callahan at 11:05. Tim?
I just wanted to show another perspective, Robert. So we are zoomed in here, and so we've just stopped the radar. So hopefully this is obvious that this is the airport here. Here is Callahan, and if there's going to be any rotation, it's going to be on the southeastern side of this system. If you remember, we were talking earlier about this band developed where the tropical rotation and energy going around Nicole from the southeast, meeting that northeast wind cooler air. And it's almost like its own front. And it's going to be on the warmer side where you have lift and you have spin up. So the heavy rain hitting Callahan first. It's actually going to be on the back side of the downpour, just before the downpour ends. If that rotation is making it to the surface, it's going to be right about here. There's the airport. As Robert mentioned, the rain probably extends to the airport, but there's a small area there where you can't actually see the precipitation because that's where the radar is. But we're going to see this update in a moment. Again, anybody in the Callahan area, anybody from northwest of the airport to Callahan, and then within 5 miles either side of that line, stay indoors, don't drive, just for the next 15 minutes, and then this will be out of here. And also, as Robert mentioned, even if a tornado doesn't actually make it to the ground, suppose we don't technically have rotation, this is strong. This is certainly this band has been showing us wind gusts of 60 to 65 miles per hour, maybe up to 70 miles per hour. Okay, so there's an update. I'm not showing you the loop right now just because we're trying to stay really hyper focused on what's happening with this, and I think sometimes we can get a better handle of what's going on. So it's basically working north of due west. In other words, here's the airport, here's Callahan, that's west northwest. And it's almost moving right along. That is the area in which there might be rotation. There we go, is moving about in this location. Now, we said don't get on the roadways. Of course, Highway 1 is pretty significant transportation from Duval through Callahan all the way up to about Folkestone. Again, a good time to not be on the roadways. You won't have to wait long at all.
Tim, can I jump in? Yes, real quick?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Robert.
I'm going to flip this over to velocity just for you because actually getting a pretty decent little couplet right there. Can you point that out?
Okay, so right in here, folks, right in here, we could have some rotation. So what Robert means when he's talking about a couplet is we have winds from different directions. And so that helps us basically point out where a cyclone is forming, so there's rotation, and is that rotation making it down to the surface?
Now, also, I would dare say we almost got a bit of a little of a hook echo trying to form up right there, Tim. Yeah.
So right here, folks, and here's Callahan. So anybody that is within about 3 to 5 miles of Callahan, you should be inside with your family. Again, just to play it safe. Even if we're only talking about winds of 70 miles per hour and we're not talking about an actual rotation. It could cause some damage. I hesitate to have any, if you're in a building that you don't feel good about, I hesitate to say get out of that building at this point because it is upon Callahan or will be within about 3 to 5 minutes or so. Therefore, if you are concerned about the structure that you're in with your family, of course, try to get away from windows, get in a hallway if you can, or the restroom. A little plumbing in the walls can help. And then blankets, pillows, mattresses. Now's not the time to worry about if it feels silly. If you're with the kids, might actually be something fun to do, but a fun thing to do to keep you safe. Our main concern with most tornadoes, but especially this one, that is these types that could produce winds of 80 or 90 miles per hour, isn't so much that your building's going to be picked up, it's that debris is going to fly through windows, and that's where most people in northeast Florida and southeastern Georgia, if they're injured by a tornado, it's either because you're in a moving vehicle, and hopefully you're not going to do that over the next 5 or 10 minutes, or debris flies through the windows. So what you're really thinking is, just to be safe, make sure everyone's away from the windows, be in a hallway or a bathroom or some area that has some plumbing. And then if you can, mattresses or pillows to give yourself some protection. Again, for those of you outside of this area, we don't have any other tornado warnings in effect. The tornado watch has been dropped from St. Johns and Clay County onto the south. All of this is within this particular band that continues to rotate around the north side of Nicole. And for those of you to the west of Nassau, especially northern Baker and Charlton County, keep a close watch on this cell, because even if the tornado warning is dropped, this band of activity that's heading into northern Baker and also Charlton County, it has a history of producing winds of 60 to 65 miles per hour. If you have an old tree on your property, especially if the tree is off to your east, maybe this is the time that it could come down. So just keep that in mind for those of you who are west of this particular complex, talking about southern Charlton and northern Baker County. Again, if you just joined us, a tornado warning is in effect, and that's looking like quite the signature there in the Callahan area.
I'm going to try to see what we call it kind of a weak echo region, and yeah, I see kind of a little uplift in there in the back part of the radar, just kind of indicating that updraft in here. And you're right, it does look like a pretty decent little hook echo in there. Don't see that quite too often, Tim, with tropical related tornado warnings, do we?
Not something with that type of a signature. It is interesting to see. Hopefully it's more on the radar than what's actually happening, but this does look like, think of it, folks, we use the term mesocyclone, so think of it as, at the very least, there is rotation spinning around the larger rotation of Nicole, and it's racing along at 50 to 60 miles per hour. And I say that as much really to let you know that you only have to stay hunkered down really for about another 10 or 15 minutes. In other words, we're not trying to say it's moving quickly to necessarily add drama. It really just allows you to hopefully be patient for about the next 10 to 15 minutes or so as Robert continues to try to check out the signature here.
Yeah, we just moved a little bit further towards the west, so they kind of updated this. Still going on for another 10 minutes, Tim. You mentioned it's moving quickly. Let's just take a look at this. I mean, of course, we got the tornado warning in play, but this is moving forward at about 65 miles per hour. So when we say that, we're not talking about the rotation itself, guys. We're talking about the actual forward motion of the storm system, and that would make perfect sense, right? I mean, you look at the camera right outside here for downtown Jacksonville, those clouds are kicking along at about 50, 60 miles per hour. That's why we're getting those winds out near the coast, upwards of 60 mile per hour gusts. We just got here a few minutes ago out in Mayport. I know that's further towards the east, but it's all within the same rain band. So if the winds at the surface are blowing at 50, 60 miles per hour, how much do you think they're going just above us? And that's why this is just cruising right now. And off towards Callahan, Tim just mentioned it. You listen to him. He's been doing this for 40 years. Get inside right now. Try to get yourself away from windows. That's the key thing. I mean, we're not looking, this is not one of those type of F4, F5 tornadoes, but it is enough to toss things around, maybe blow out some windows. So you want to be in the interior of your home. And also, you know, Callahan, we love you guys out here. You got a lot of trees around you, so you won't see this coming. It'll be kicking on through within that cloud cover, and it's going to be moving by pretty swiftly here. Rotation kind of right there. It's in and out as it starts to pull away from the radar. That's what we call the cone of silence right there. So this is very close, just towards the northwest of the airport. Right in there, it looks like, oh, here we go. We got a little bit of green just picked up on the latest pass. From the radar beam. Remember, this is looking around. It's doing a whole circle, and it's getting us an idea of what's happening here on the latest pass. It's just towards the west of Callahan, moving right over town right now, just past Highway 1 here. Good news, I mean, this is passing by, but bad news, it still looks like a pretty decent little signature here, Tim.
Absolutely, and that's, as Robert mentioned, that is why the tornado warning continues. We're trying to show you different vantage points so you can get an idea of what's going on and what's going to happen beyond Callahan. So what I've done here is there's something called the VIL, the Vertical Integrated Liquid, and it's just a way of, instead of looking at the rain, this is really looking at where they see the more intense color. There's more vertical extent to the cloud, and that under that and just off to the southeast, sort of that's going to be upwind from where the spin is. Remember, it's lift that causes clouds to form in the first place. So this allows us to track along the cell. Think of it as the parent storm that is causing this circulation. And you can track it along just over the last 15 to 30 minutes. So here's the airport, and it's gone from north of the airport on I-95 and now out of Duval and in and around the Callahan area, as Robert mentioned, and continues to work off to the west and to the northwest. I mention that because even beyond the tornado warning, on those of you south of Hilliard and then far southern Charlton County. Now the good news here is we're getting toward the Okefenokee here, but still beyond Callahan, anybody to the south of Hilliard. At the very least, be prepared for this cell to also potentially produce some winds of 60 to 65 miles per hour as it continues to race off, as Robert mentioned, at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. So here's a broader look at what's going on. Again, the tropical storm way down to the south, and this is just painting that band of activity that's racing from the east toward the west. The shading, the yellow shading indicates the tornado watch that remains in effect from Duval, Nassau, Camden, and Glenn. The tornado warning there for those of you, again, off to the northeast of Tropical Cyclone Nicole. Again, the tornado warning is in effect for northwestern Nassau and northwestern Duval and southwestern Nassau County. So although the water, which has been a problem and continues to be a problem in many areas around high tide, again, we will continue with this threat of isolated tornadoes. And want to point out that for those of you out toward the Suwannee, up toward the Okefenokee, we could see, even though you're not under tornado watch right now, as the energy tends to focus a little more off to the west and to the northwest, we might see thunderstorms that could possibly produce some isolated tornadoes for you, especially through the latter part of Thursday, and maybe even get another band as we go through Thursday night on into Friday morning until finally Nicole heads on off to the north and northeast.
I want to show the bigger picture here as well, Tim, because I mean, you're mentioning Nicole, and remember this is embedded in this just broader overall rotation. And just take a look. We're going to zoom right in. You see, of course, our center of circulation west of I-75, but it's all about these rain bands kicking on in. Let's stop this right here. Yeah, there's our signature. It is just past towards the west of Callahan, kind of the tail end, moving off there towards Okefenokee. And that would be good news. I know this is much more rural area, not completely devoid of people, of course, and that's why we're tracking this for you, keeping you posted. But I just want to remind you, center of the storm itself still off here towards the south and the west. So that's the latest information on Nicole. But let's take a look closer at our storm there. There's Callahan. The tornado warning still in place for another 5 minutes. In fact, here we go. 11:10. We have a report of a funnel cloud out here. Tornado warm storm produced a funnel cloud that crossed I-95. You know what? At 10:57. So that may have been the same cell earlier before we had that warning on. It looks like it was producing a funnel cloud, but now pushing off there towards the west. And I mean, if we just pull up the velocity real quick, of course, we're tracking where this is at the current moment. Let's scoop this back here where it is just there towards the west of Callahan. But I'm just going to rewind the picture here real quick for you guys, because this is when we were watching it right around. This is about 10:55. See how that rotation in the couplet kind of just starting to pick up right there? This was right at 11 o'clock, and then it tracked off there towards the west, and that's what we mean by tornado indicated on radar. And it does look like we do have a report of a funnel cloud actually being witnessed out there. Now, the difference between a funnel cloud and an actual tornado means somebody saw something spinning in the clouds there. A tornado means we actually had a touchdown. I don't see any reports of something actually on the ground, but I mean, that's just a difference between it hitting the ground or not. I mean, embedded in this, that is definitely a possibility. And also, just to remind you, once again, this is moving forward at about 60 miles per hour. So it's cruising right along here, Tim.
Racing along, absolutely. So I thought I'd paint what Robert was talking about here. So at 10:57, this is where the funnel was reported, northeast of the airport and I-95, and it paints quite nicely the direction of the core of the storm. Maybe the signature on the radar not showing up quite as well. That's good news. But still quite the intense storm. But also want to point out now that the tornado, the rotation, the strongest part of the storm that could be causing damage, that's now getting beyond the Callahan area. And so outside of Duval. So although we do have a tornado warning for Duval and no reason to get on the roadway yet, just to play it safe, but it does look to me, Robert, if there's any rotation now, we're talking about out of Duval and into far southwestern Nassau County and probably getting beyond the Callahan area and continuing to work off toward the west into the northwest.
So we
again,
just got in.
Yeah, go ahead.
The National Weather Service is expecting this to expire in 2 minutes there, Tim. So rotation just kind of weakening out, and they expect this to end at 11:15.
Okay, that is fantastic news. So, folks, we're going to keep a close watch on this complex and others that are developing. So we'll expand the picture. So there again, we're painting where the parent storm is that produced the funnel cloud. Hopefully there wasn't any damage. If you do know of some, let us know about it. I'm going to expand the picture a little bit. Just again, the tornado watch and warning both stop at Nassau County. But we do think that if there's going to be new reports of at least winds gusting to 60 and possibly wind damage, possibly some isolated tornadoes, it's now going to be farther off toward the north. So we're going to be focusing, and hopefully those of you north and west of us are going to become more aware of possible new cells that could bring gusts of 60 to 65 miles per hour, maybe isolated tornadoes over Camden and Glenn County. And then for those of you out toward Charlton, Pierce, Brantley, Ware over southeastern Georgia. For those of you over North Florida, especially over Baker, northern Columbia County, the threat for new potential storms of winds gusting up to near 60 to 65, maybe an isolated tornado, could develop. Are we going to go to anybody in particular right now, or do we want to keep talking about weather? Matt, that's you. Okay, we are going to go to Robert Bradfield. Robert, we're going to hear from Robert.
The peak of the storm is not here yet, though, so it would not surprise me if we see some increase in that over the next couple of hours.
Are you seeing down lines mainly, or is it just people saying my power's out? I mean, are you seeing split lines? Are there down power lines? Can you sort of paint that picture?
It's a little bit of everything. Some of this is a tree or vegetation on a line. Some of it is flooding underground. Some of it is poles that have fallen. It's a bunch of different things that cause the outage. We have to send a crew to investigate each one. And so we don't know all of the causes and reasons. But the most important thing for people to know is that if they don't need to go out, don't go out. And if there's a downed power line, stay away from it.
But at the same time, I'm sure obviously the safety of your crew is important too. And if they can't get to a neighborhood right now because of the weather, obviously your customers are going to need to be patient.
It is. So we've got really highly skilled, qualified, professional folks that are out here working on the water system, on the electric system, taking calls. There's 2,100 people that work here to keep things going as best they can. And it is one of the things we have to keep in mind is the safety of our customers and the safety of our crews that are out there working. And they're going to make that decision based on the wind or the water in each location. So yes, patience is what we're going to ask for the next little while.
And welcome in. You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville as we continue to track Tropical Storm Nicole. Right now, its center is heading toward Clearwater, but we are feeling its effects right here on our first coast. You're looking at a live look right now at its cone, exactly where it is, again, in the Clearwater area. But right here, the first coast, we are feeling its effects. Welcome in. You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville. I'm Keitha Nelson.
I'm Katie Jeffries. Thank you for being here with us. So here are the top 3 things you need to know right now. Jacksonville Mayor Lenny Curry set to give us an update on Nicole just after noon, around 12:05. We'll bring that to you live here on NBC 12 and ABC 25.
And as expected, power outages across the first coast. In the last hour, JEA alone is reporting 61 outages affecting about 23,000 customers.
Dames Point Bridge is closed in both directions. This is a live look there at the scene. You can see a semi that kind of got blown over onto its side by a strong gust of wind. Now both sides of the Dames Point Bridge are closed. You need to use I-95 as an alternate route.
You know, Katie, when I saw this, I thought to myself, if that doesn't make you stay off of the roadways, I don't know what will.
That's one of the things we warned people about even yesterday, Keith. You heard me talking about it. Those higher vehicles, trucks, buses, things like that, the wind can grab them and flip them over, and here we are.
All right, folks, in St. Augustine, we've seen some intense flooding throughout the morning. This is a live look right now. As you can see, again, the water just continues to rise. And Lewis Turner, he is out there. We're going to check in with him in just a moment. But first, again, we want to welcome you in.
Let's take a look here towards St. Simon's Island. Our crews there are in the beach area. They're telling us the water is high. You can barely see where the actual beach was. Also want to let you know the causeway in and out of St. Simon's Island, the causeway is closed right now as well.
Well, folks, this is just some of the places in our area that we have our crews located. Here is a look. Again, we are following this all throughout our First Coast with our crews. First, so we're going to get the latest on Nicole's track with our First Coast News weather team. Right now, we're going to check in with meteorologist Robert Spetta. Robert, I know it's been a very busy morning, and you have that image right there of that overturned truck. Again, a clear warning for you to stay off the roads.
You know, it's one other thing that I'm also relieved that the schools closed today.
School buses, yeah, we all thought about that one.
Because, you know, those buses, those are broad facing. They're just as light as these semis. And my goodness, can you imagine if we had, I mean, I don't want to imagine that, but you all know what I'm getting at here. That's why, you know, the authorities, the school board, they all made the right decision. And this is a clear example why we closed the schools out there today. I know it's troublesome for some people, but definitely good news that everything is there, and that's why we prepare for this storm system. Here's a look at where it is right now. It is starting actually near the Gulf of Mexico, where the center of circulation is, and some dry air even wrapping in. That's why off towards the east coast, already in Daytona, St. Augustine, you got a little bit of dry air starting to filter in on the back side of it, but all eyes still at the convection out ahead of this. Look at the rain band now moving into southeastern Georgia. That's the band we just had set up that produced that tornado warning, even a report of a funnel cloud crossing I-95 with that now passing out towards Okefenokee, southwest of Folkston, and eventually heading into Valdosta. There's those winds, by the way, out towards Flagler Beach. The wind's still cranking. We just checked a buoy out there. It's still up to about 20 feet just offshore. So no fun by any means if you unfortunately would be a boater out there. I hope, my goodness, no one's out over the ocean. But 46-mile-per-hour wind gusts currently being reported at Mayport, at the airport, 45, Palatka at 46. I mean, these are all tropical storm strength wind gusts all across the first coast, even all the way back towards Valdosta. That's why everybody is under a tropical storm warning at this time. Good news, you know, that was issued for the entire first coast. It's being verified. Near Ian, water levels as well for Clay and Putnam County. We're still seeing the water levels rise. I know we had the attention on the tornado warning, but water levels even in the downtown getting up to that major nearing or moderate nearing major flood stage. Still could see an additional 2 inches of rainfall for Clay and Putnam. For Duval, still 1 to 2 additional inches of possible precipitation. Tidal flooding obviously we are seeing it right now, but also even into this evening. I think more so this evening's high tide is going to be a problem further towards the north. Not, for our inland areas of southeastern Georgia, which that tornado threat still is a problem out there, as well as those winds up to about 40 miles per hour, more so closer to our coastal areas out there into Brunswick, in St. Simon's Island. That's where we're going to be seeing that onshore wind really still piling up north of the Florida-Georgia border up here along our coastal areas for our evening high tide. So that is still going to be an issue we're talking about. I think for the high tide down towards this evening into St. Augustine, it is going to be better than what we've seen this morning, but still high. Main reason is the winds are going to start to shift in from the south towards the southwest. Not great news, but better news. Let's just say that. All right, how about this? So let's look at this as we go ahead to 2, 3 o'clock. It moves off there towards the northwest. We gradually start to see those improving conditions by this evening. I think for sure this time tomorrow, it's going to be a vastly different story here across the First Coast, my friends.
Remember, you can take the First Coast News weather app with you wherever you want to go. Text the word app to 904-633-2402. We'll send you back a link so you can download it, especially if your power goes out. That way you can continue to watch the forecast there through the First Coast News app as well. The beaches dealing with high tide around 9 o'clock this morning, and we have seen especially the dunes really be battered by the wind, by the rain, and then by the waves themselves. And we've seen water rising in St. Augustine. But Lou, I've been watching the camera out at the Teeny Martini Bar, and I've kind of used the tables as my measuring stick, as my benchmark. It was kind of right at the bottom of the tables. Now it looks like there's a few, maybe about 6 inches. It looks like it's receded a bit.
Yeah.
What I love I love that style of meteorology. You make benchmarks and you do it. You think about things that have happened in your history. You measure, you look, and you observe. That's just science, and that's beautiful science. I'm looking at the seawall, and I've been using that kind of as my measuring stick since high tide around 9:30 here in the ancient city, downtown St. Augustine. And while certainly the Avenida Menendez is still totally flooded over, median completely covered, the seawall has definitely been more exposed, meaning the water has gone down. At least we've been just eyeballing about 10 inches. The water level has dropped, which every bit is going to be wonderful, especially as we wait on that wind shift. Blue skies have peaked out. And one of the other observations as we compare and contrast is far fewer individuals out on the streets in this. There certainly have been people coming and looking, but I think we had these intense moments this morning. Certainly had the tornado warning here for St. Johns County, the one we saw in Duval as well. The tornado watch is something certainly to be taken very seriously. I think that's got something to do with it, because when we're comparing the intensity, for instance, of the most intense moments of Nicole versus the most intense moments of being here in Ian, I still think Nicole packed a longer punch, a more intense sideways rain, stronger wind punch in some of those moments this morning when we were talking. And now just having a peek on the blue sky, having a peek on an osprey a few moments ago, hunting and finding fish in the Matanzas, telling me that they're able to control their flight pattern, winds dying down a bit, and even saw some bait fish here on Avenida Menendez a little earlier. I think one other story to tell, guys, just checking back in on the sailboat. It's still at the foot of the Bridge of Lions, hit the bridge this morning as opposed to the previous sailboat that hit the seawall and then the mast broke. But we have seen people coming in and going off of that and tying it off. So that's kind of your action here live in St. Augustine, guys, as we think ahead now to Nights of Lights starting up November 19th.
All I'm thinking about Nights of Lights with all those lights dangling behind you. And I hope you don't get hit in the head by that one in particular. It's right over there to your left. But I do want to say this, though, because we heard from folks in Volano Beach as well as St. Simon's Island. People were being interviewed. And online as well, they're saying they felt as if they underestimated this storm and the impacts it would have on our area. Are you hearing that as well where you are? I know you've seen people around. Have you been able to talk with anyone, or what are you seeing, feeling?
No, so that's interesting. So just spoke to about an hour or so ago to a fellow who lives on St. George Street, and he was saying the exact level of water that he had for Ian was in his front step on St. George Street here. So that's 4 blocks or so. And I just think underestimate, overestimate, however it is. The telltale sign for me is, if you just remember in the live shots that we were doing in the midst of Ian, there were all kind of activities happening, and that's just not happening. And to me, that's indicative of people taking this one a lot more seriously. This is something that we had been speaking about even 15 days ago as we were watching this area of low pressure coupled with this nor'easter really getting its juice together. So I'm hopeful in that maybe taking that forecast much more seriously, and we've seen people heeding those warnings. But now with the weather really improving and the tide going out, and we've got ourselves a long weekend with Veterans Day, schools being out, I assume there's going to be a lot more activity down here in St. Augustine.
All right, Lou, thank you so much. We're going to check in kind of on the other side of the Bridge of Lions. Our Rich Donnelly has been in the Davis Shores area, obviously an area people were still recovering from Ian, unfortunately, and now flooding is in that area once again. So let's check in with Rich Donnelly, see how things are going in Davis Shores.
Yeah, guys, I can tell you right now that not only is the Bridge of Lions closed, but a long stretch of A1A here in Davis Shores is also closed. I would like to point out, whoever the fine owners of Osprey Tacos is, thank you for letting us use your parking lot. I know we didn't ask in advance, but it was the only dry piece of land that we could find while we were driving around earlier today. We parked, and then the floodwaters came in and sort of trapped us here momentarily, hopefully. However, I do want to say that there's good news, at least for people dealing with the flooding, and we can show exactly where we are as an example. This line of debris in front of me was one of the, if you will, this entire parking lot was under about 2 inches of water. I can see it on the top of our car right now, the high water mark there. Not only are the waters receding, but there was another line of debris back here to show different spots along the way. Of course, it's not nearly shallow enough for us to get out of here at this point, and that's certainly the case for many people who have this area, businesses in this area who are to see quickly receding. We did speak with 2 other gentlemen who were walking around during some of the high tide flooding earlier, and here's what they had to say. Is that right? You said you biked through it?
Over by King Street and US 1.
What was it like yesterday versus now today?
Well, I think it was high tide yesterday, and over by the bridge, it's about 1.5 feet of water, and our bikes slipped through it very quickly. But this is nothing like yesterday. Yesterday, I could bike on the roads. It's very windy. And today, it seems like the wind has died down. The wind yesterday was crazy. It felt like it was going to blow me off the bridge.
So I want to point out, I was just checking updated stuff right here on my phone. A1A is closed all the way past Menendez Road. Now, that's not all the way towards the lighthouse as you continue east along A1A, but it's still a very serious stretch of streets, probably about more than half a dozen blocks, if you will, beyond where we are, and we're still 3 blocks away from the Bridge of Lions. So that's the situation here in Davis Shores. Reporting live, Rich Donnelly, First Coast News, on your side.
Thanks, Rich. Glad you found some dry ground out there. We're in the UF Health Traffic Center for you this morning. This is a look towards the Dames Point Bridge. It does remain closed. So closed on both sides. You can see the tractor trailer here that was flipped in some of the heavy winds. And you can see the multiple first responders that are on scene. So Dames Point Bridge does remain closed at this point. There's no timetable for when it could reopen. Of course, we'll keep you updated, but Dames Point Bridge there is closed. Traffic is being routed off at Heckscher and at Merrill. So you need to use I-95 if you need to go around. If you are trying to get out towards St. Simon's Island right now, the FJ Torres Causeway, that is currently closed because of rising water. They said that as soon as water goes back down, they will reopen the causeway. But for right now, that is closed as well. Moving towards the St. Augustine area, Bridge of Lions is closed. You just saw it there with our Lewis Turner not long ago. You can't even really get to the Bridge of Lions because the waterway, there's so much water in front of it on the roadway. If you're trying to go across the Volano Beach Bridge, I mean, you can try to cross it, but then you've got water at the base of it here on the St. Augustine side that I don't know if you'll be able to get through that water. So I would not advise trying to go that way at this point. Up here at A1A and Carcaba, there has actually been some damage done to the roadway from water that has been washing across it. So right now, A1A at Carcaba is currently closed. Also, A1A basically from State Road 206 here in St. Johns County all the way to the Flagler County line. It is closed on A1A because there are multiple points here along A1A where the water has done damage to the roadway and it's not passable. It's not safe for drivers to use. So again, that's 206 all the way to the Flagler County line. You cannot use A1A at this point. Dames Point Bridge remains closed. That's the big news here for the Jacksonville area. Please try to minimize your time on the roads. We've just seen crash after crash after crash. The wind is still pretty strong out there. You could still see rain. So please just avoid the roads as best you can. Stay home.
You know, we're seeing several bridge closures across the state. You just heard Katie mention the Dames Point there, and right now you're looking live in Tampa. This is the Bob Graham Sunshine Skyway Bridge, again in Tampa. It's closed. It spans the lower Tampa Bay, we know, and you can see the wind whipping right now, the camera there. Again, this is the Skyway Bridge in Tampa. It is now closed, along with several other bridges all across the state of Florida. And right here at home, our Dames Point Bridge in Jacksonville.
Thanking Katie and Keitha. They've been here all through. If you're just joining us, they've been here actually through the night. They're about ready to wrap it up, but certainly helping us wrap it up. Let's talk about Nicole. Still dealing with Nicole. Can't quite wrap it up yet, but certainly Nicole continues to weaken. Now has winds of 50 miles per hour, right about over the rotation, right about over Clearwater now. So think about that. Nicole, as a Hurricane Cat 1, made landfall near Vero Beach this morning at about 3 in the morning, and in less than 12 hours has crossed the peninsula. So it's moving pretty quickly. And of course, that's good news for all of us. Will continue to weaken, but still probably holding on as a tropical storm. Making landfall again. It's briefly going to get out over the Gulf, and you may be wondering, whoa, it's going to be back over the water. It's going to re-intensify. If this was August or September, we would be concerned about it re-intensifying, possibly to a Cat 1. But the Gulf waters have chilled even more than the Atlantic waters. Water temperatures in this part of the Gulf barely at 70, so we don't think it's going to re-intensify. Then it's going to make the turn to the north and then the north and northeast. That's significant. Again, most of us from Jacksonville south have seen the worst that this storm is going to offer as far as winds, rain, and high tides. But as it makes the turn back to the north and northeast, and that's going to be the first half of tomorrow, there will be a line of thunderstorms that's going to swing back from the west toward the east, and we're watching for the possibility of maybe a few isolated storms. Remember, Nicole is within that large wind field of the nor'easter. Now it's beginning to contract some, but still, if you've just joined us and you haven't been with us over the last week, again, don't just focus on Nicole. Nicole is within still that very large cyclone that we've been dealing with. In fact, I think the radar does a pretty good job. So here is the circulation center of Nicole, just about over Clearwater now. Here we are in northeastern Florida and southeastern Georgia, and that band, that was the main squall, the main transition as we went from that. Remember the cool-ish air we had with the nor'easter and then suddenly became warm and humid in a way that was its own front as it swung on through. Well, as that swings to the north, that's where the heavier winds are. Brunswick, you just got a gust of 55 miles per hour. It's going to be gusting up to about 55 in Lake City, and that's going to get up toward Waycross as well. We did have a tornado warning. No tornado warnings anymore. But we were talking about the fact that this cell, as they continue to work to the west, might still produce some wind gusts of 50 to 55 miles per hour. So I just want to let you folks know, west of Callahan, heading now toward Charlton County, up toward Folkestone, that's the same cell coming through you. Again, I'm not saying it's going to have a tornado, but it will continue to occasionally produce winds gusting to 50 to 55 miles per hour. There's the track of that cell out of Duval and Nassau, and now heading in toward Charlton County. And fortunately, primarily, at least that cell out over the Okefenokee. Now, the tornado watch remains in effect for Duval, Nassau, Camden, and Glenn counties. The highest winds with that band, that's why you folks in Brunswick are getting gusts into the 50s, and those higher winds will be spreading through Pierce and Brantley and Ware, although maybe not quite as strong. And even now as far to the west as Baker and Columbia County. Remember, the circulation center with Nicole is now well down here and about ready to head into the Gulf of Mexico. It is on the move. That is good news. That's going to hold the rainfall totals below 10 inches, maybe below 6 inches. That's great news for Black Creek. Again, we still have big seas coming at us, still 15 to 20 feet. But because most of us have now passed high tide on the beaches, although the beaches will still have high tides, and all of us will be watching closely the high tide of later tonight and tomorrow. For most of us now, look at the times, even in urban Duval, we've passed the high tide. Now, for those of you up the river, which is south on the river, so for those of you still down toward the Buckman and the Shands and all the way down toward Willatka, remember that high tide is headed towards you, and over southeastern Georgia, you'll have a high tide that we'll watch closely for tonight. St. John's and Flagler, you have seen your worst. In Duval, the worst pretty much out of here, but in far western Duval might still be some gusts of 55, and it does look like, doesn't take me to say that in Duval, the water levels went higher than Ian, but it looks like they're going to peak about 18 inches below Irma. Glen Camden and Nassau County, again, you're getting the worst of those bands. For those of you farther off to the west, we'll watch for the threat of some isolated tornadoes out toward the Suwannee and the Okefenokee. Katie, Keitha?
Thanks for that, Tim. You know, we've been talking about this. We had Renata in the San Marco area, an area known for flooding, and really that whole pocket right now is really seeing a lot of flooding.
Exactly. As the St. Johns River is rising up, we know high tide for the St. Johns River was around around 10:50 this morning, and she's along the St. Johns River walk, so just on basically the south bank, and seeing flooding there from the St. Johns River.
Yeah, Keitha, Katie, we've got some really good example of the high tide, the flooding. Here is the South Bank and what was the Riverwalk, and the sidewalk ended. It has now become part of the St. Johns River. You can actually see, if you've been here, you know how deep down it goes. I mean, we go under the Main Street Bridge, so pretty far, but you can see a gate there, and it's just the top of it. So that kind of shows you just how high the water is as well. And over to the right, you can see it's basically level and spilling over part of the river right now. I think it's a little bit higher than when we were out here a couple minutes ago as well. That seems to be the trend. But we've been driving all around town, and there's more of the roads that are down this way have water on them as well. We were over by River Place Boulevard, Mary Street. The list just goes on, and there's plenty of ones that are over on the other side of where we're standing right now, like over on River Road where we were before. Just all these places that are normally flooding, we're seeing it, and we're seeing a lot of people drive through it too. You saw us when we came out with you the last time. We were talking to Lee, who owns a business right there in Prudential. Prudential and Kings had a ton of water on it as well, and I got some video, and just as we were standing there, just these cars come driving by, and even the ones that aren't even going that fast, they're creating a whole wake that is hitting up against their sandbags, and she's just worried about going inside and if things get worse, how it'll go. But they had it pretty well bagged up and lots of plastic, so we're hoping those guys are all right. They went through Irma, so they're hoping they won't have to replace some of the insides of their shop like they had to do before. But this is probably the best example that we have here of the high tide and just what things are looking at. I feel like the water is kind of chasing me right now, but even the duck is still there, so we got some guys hanging out, because over here mostly in San Marco, I mean, it's not raining anymore. The wind is pretty windy, but you know, it's not doing anything too crazy, so a lot of people are just kind of going about the normal day and checking out some other things, like checking out their businesses. We have some people walking around just looking at this, coming to take pictures, but that's what we have right now. We're going to keep tabs on it, especially on any of the water that's on the roads. I've been tweeting a ton of different places, because we'll just turn around a corner and there's another road, so I'll take a couple of pictures. But go check out that before you get in the car in case it's along your route. But for now, I'm Renata DiGregorio, First Coast News, on your side.
Thanks for that, Renata. I'm following you online as well, but I did not see the water this high. I know a lot of people are watching right now with their jaws dropped, because that's an area where people jog and walk often. Not today, that's for sure. It's flooded. You can't even walk through there, and I'm glad you're staying on this side of things.
Yeah, no, I'm actually also very glad that we weren't stuck over there or anything like that. It's been relatively easy to get around. You know, all of the roads are connected, so you can tell a lot of those big orange signs we've been talking about all morning as well. They have the caution, flooding, and those were there before there was even flooding at all. So you know where to avoid, and if you've been around here, then you kind of know where to avoid anyways, and it's all so close to the water, just as it is because it's San Marco, and that's where we are right now. But it's to be expected, and people have been really careful. They've been really prepared, and as long as you stay careful, hopefully everyone should be okay out there.
Thank you so much, Renata. So, of course, stay safe. We want to check in with our Tristan Hardy as well. He's in the Volano Beach area. And, Tristan, we know that there are some parts of the roadways down there in Volano Beach, especially near Carcaba. We've seen photos. It looks like there's been damage to the roadway. What can you tell us? What are you seeing in that area?
So right now I can tell you that the road on A1A is blocked off literally on north and southbound. So we're kind of in the middle right now, to be honest with you. So right behind me, we have the Florida Department of Transportation. We have crews over there assessing the damages, and they have 5 dumpster trucks ready to just go to work right now. I want you to take a look at this view to the right of me right here. This is what the beach looks like without the dunes. Now, let's direct your attention to that slab of concrete right there. Now, what I was told is called a washout. Basically, that means the foundation under that side of the road, not the entire road, but that side of the road, is pretty much deteriorating because of all the sand and the water and whatnot. So as of now, crews have this lane blocked off north and southbound again, and they're assessing the damages. The wind is strong right now, strong enough that it blew off the photographer's hat as we speak. It's not raining, but then again, we have to just brace ourselves just a little bit so that way we can do this live shot completely. But in the meantime, when we find out more of what's happening over here in terms of what crews are doing, as I said before, they have 5 dumpster trucks ready to go to work. Before we even got to the A1A, we've seen debris everywhere. Someone's gate was busted wide open because of all the wind and whatnot. And so I'm even looking at the blue Volano Beach house over there that has survived hurricanes Matthew, Irma, Ian, and now Nicole. So that is still standing over here. As soon as we find out what else is happening on this side of Volano Beach, we'll keep you posted. We're live in Volano Beach. I'm Tristan Hardy, First Coast News, on your side.
You know, I'm sure there are a lot of people watching this with heavy hearts who live in that area. We heard Tristan talk to a man earlier who said he grew up there. He remembers walking along that beach in the 70s. We saw what happened during Ian there, and he said, you know what, well, Matthew as well, and we're building back, we're doing better, and then now this, here we go again. It's disheartening.
Yeah, you hate to see the damage happening to the beach there, the way it gets eroded with storm after storm, and some of these houses, like the blue house out there, now basically just on stilts because the sand underneath it has been eroded away. So we'll keep watching that area very closely, especially since there appears to be some damage to the roadway. Let's check in with our Leah Shield. She is in the Jacksonville Beach area. So Leah, what are you seeing? How are the dunes holding up? How are the people out there?
Hey, you guys. So we're having a lot of wind and whatnot going on, so just ignore the camera angles right now, but we're starting to get a better picture at the erosion. So Richard, if we can just show them this, that's the most important part right now, really. So now that it's starting to get closer to low tide, we're seeing that this right here is the berm. It held up, it did its job, it kept the water on the side of the ocean, but you can see those cliff-like structures that we saw after Ian as well. So a lot of erosion to the dunes, but again, the berm did its job. So the other thing we're seeing is debris in the waterway already. So there used to be a sign right here that described red flags, and there used to be another sign right here. Those are gone, so most likely those poles and the metal signs are probably in the water somewhere along the beach. So in the next few days, just be really careful if you're gonna get into the waterways, because there's gonna be a lot of debris floating around. We're seeing a lot of damage. All right, we're gonna get our camera situated and get back to us shortly. I wanna show you more of this erosion. For now, Leah Shields, First Coast News, on your side.
Thanks for that, Leah. And folks, we always want to go back to this. We want to see what things are looking like in your neck of the woods. So if it's safe, we're asking you to please use the Near Me function in our First Coast News app. Take a picture, video, whatever you can safely and send it to us. And we'll, of course, share it right here for you on our First Coast News as we continue to track now Tropical Storm Nicole. You're watching Good Morning Jacksonville. We'll see you right back here in just a moment.
All right, we have a new tornado warning. Robert has highlighted where the tornado warning is. So to put this in perspective, we're in Camden County, very near Kings Bay. Here's the signature. Again, I-95, Woodbine. So we're off to the northeast of Kingsland and St. Mary's. So you folks are fine. But for the Kings Bay submarine base there and residential areas, it's west. So here's the intracoastal. It's pretty much over the estuary, really, heading toward the west, racing toward the west, like we've seen with all of our storms this morning, at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. So for this historical church, for Woodbine School, Camden County's schools are out as well, right? Pretty sure they are. Anyhow, this cell is headed toward Woodbine in particular. So if we're going to focus on one area in Camden County to prepare for this potential tornado, it's going to be those in the Woodbine area. But here's something else to think about. For those of you maybe in Kingsland or St. Mary's that were thinking about going north on I-95, hold off. This is going to race through. Notice it's going to go through Woodbine at noon 02, so that's just 10 minutes from now. So for those of you in southern Camden County, for that matter, for those of you in Jacksonville thinking about heading north on I-95, just wait a little bit. Let's let this cell get on by. What's happening is this is the same band that has been historically producing the highest winds. First started this morning pre-dawn in the Flagler County area. Then we saw it work through Putnam and St. John's, Clay and Duval and Nassau, and now working up through Camden County. So this is the band. These are all the cells that are racing rapidly from the east and southeast toward the west, and then eventually west and southwest. And remember, all of this is wrapping in toward Nicole, all the way over down there around Cedar Key. But as Nicole is working west and northwestward, then all of this energy is gradually working northwestward as well. And so this is that tropical energy pushing into the cooler nor'easter scenario we had. And anytime you have enough lift and energy and motion, and we have a lot of that, helicity, rotation can potentially produce a tornado. So bottom line, tornado warning in effect for Camden County, but we're talking about really the northern half of Camden County. We're talking about now moving away from Kings Bay, but toward the Woodbine area. For that matter, for those of you in Glenn County thinking about heading south on I-95 within the next 30 minutes, why don't you delay that about 30 minutes or so? Let's let this band get on through, and it's going to continue to work off to the north and to the northwest. So we're following this individual cell racing to the west and to the northwest, but the band of activity will continue spreading north and northwestward. This is the same area, though, that has already produced a wind gust, I believe, to about 55 miles per hour in the Brunswick area. Again, radar indicated. We don't necessarily have verification that there's damage on the ground, but at the very least, we do know that these cells have been producing some winds gusting to 55, 60, maybe 65 miles per hour. That's enough to bring down even some big water oaks. We've seen that. Several areas around northeastern Florida, when these bands came through, have already brought down some 50, 60-foot water oak trees. And if that were to come down on you while you're driving or you're home, of course, that would cause problems. So at the very least, think of this as a particularly strong cell, but potentially could be producing a tornado. Robert has it zoomed in there on what looks like a signature of some rotation right about there. Again, heading to the west and northwest at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. Tornado warning going to stay in effect until 12:15. And here's a few other locations between the estuary and I-95 where the thunderstorm, I say thunderstorm, there might not even be lightning, where think of it as a very strong downpour continues to race off to the west. And this is all within that band. We've seen at least, what, Robert, 3 or 4 tornado warnings today so far?
This is number 4, yeah.
Okay, and we may see more, folks. Remember, the tornado watch, at least the one that's been in effect since 6 this morning, goes until 1 p.m. and includes those of you in, there it is, thank you, Robert. So the tornado watch remains in effect for Duval and Nassau County, but Robert and I were talking, and we think that threat is coming to an end, as I know it gets a little confusing here. So you see that cells racing from east to west, but they're actually radiating out north and northwestward. So for those of you that are thinking, wow, that band's heading toward me, yes, heading toward you folks in Glenn County, and then toward Brantley and Pierce and Ware, and through Charlton County now, and then extends down toward Nicole. So we're still watching some of these cells over especially northern and northwestern Baker County and then Columbia County. But by far the strongest signature of rotation, so potentially a tornado, is the cell over Camden County. There will be more coming ashore. And so of all of the area, I would say, especially those of you in Glenn County, keep a close watch on additional cells that may be coming your way. I'm not saying there's a guarantee you're going to have a tornado warning, but if there's a place where it's most likely that there will be more winds gusting to over 55 miles per hour, it's going to be over the northern half of Camden and then Glenn County. This is an interesting cell too here. This is basically that same complex that came through northern Duval and western Nassau and right over Callahan. So we're going to watch this complex as well. For now, it's primarily dealing with the Okefenokee, but that more than likely will continue to work to the west. What's happening is Robert is going around to the radar, trying to find any kind of angle, any kind of way to look at the velocities to try to figure out where the rotation is, both because we want to know what's going on, but also because we're trying to show you visually what's going on as well. Again, this is the signature for the tornado warning. Again, moving away from Kings Bay and away from the estuary and then deeper into more of central and then even northwestern Camden County. Certainly Woodbine jumps out at you, and in other areas as we head toward I-95. Forest View, probably going to move about in this direction, right about like this. But quickly, go ahead, Robert.
I'll put this just up on the screen so we can kind of,
there you go.
Right about there, you're saying. So, yeah, puts back Woodbine at about 12:04. So, and also I have this movement moving at about 55 miles per hour. That's what we have this. And, you know, just take a look at the winds real quick, because this is what we're talking about here. Look at the wind gust right now at St. Simon's Island. So out there in Camden County, just east of where we have this, winds are gusting near the coast at 33 miles per hour. Of course, once we're looking at the clouds and those bands wrapping and around that off towards the north, you just kind of extrapolate and see how fast these clouds are moving. That's how fast that tornado is moving if we do have one formed up here. Once again, it is radar indicated, But, you know, that's why we have all this fancy technology. We have that very nice radar out here at our airport. It looks out, and this is what we call Doppler radar. Basically, it's looking out towards this, and it sees where the winds, if they're coming or going. And here it's indicating that the wind is actually going away from the radar right there and coming right there. What does that mean? We have this, what we call a mesocyclone or rotation in the cloud. Now, it looks like this just updated, Tim, as I was talking here. I've seen the polygon kind of shift a little bit and move off there towards the west. So it looks like they just basically are extending this, and yeah, they're continuing the tornado warning still until 12:15 p.m. It's moving off towards west. It is currently located about 8 miles east of Woodbine, moving west at about 35 miles per hour. So they actually kind of slowed it down here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this off the screen, and we're just going to remap this out here for you, give you guys the most accurate information that I possibly can, because right now I had this moving at about 55 miles per hour, but with those gusts near about 35 miles per hour near the coast, that does make sense for that forward motion. So that brings it into Woodbine instead about 5 minutes later, about 12:12. Regardless, you're under a tornado warning, guys, so right now you need to be taking that shelter. Just like with the last one we were talking about out towards Callahan, you know, we also have well, it's a lot of kind of swamps back here near the, and marshes near the coast, but once we get further inland out towards 95, it's wooded areas. This is still moving at a decent pace, 30 to 40 miles per hour. That means it's going to be also wrapped in some rainfall here. We've seen that indicated on radar. In fact, let's put this right over here. Indicated on radar, I mean, you got some pretty heavy precipitation and maybe even a little bit of a, dare I say, Tim, what do you think? A little bit of a hook trying to?
Yeah, it looks like it certainly doesn't look like it's weakening yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a noticeable couplet, and that's what we call this when you have the wind coming and going. Call it a couplet, that rotation in here being indicated on radar. So cruising off there towards the west, expected to move into Woodbine here in about the next 5 to 10 minutes. But actually, let's just put this on the screen one more time and give you guys the best information I possibly can here. Here we go. That is moving at 35 miles per hour right there, off there, passing by Woodbine at 12:12 p.m. Remember, the warning goes until 12:15 out here in Camden County. Now, you're probably thinking, okay, I'm not in Camden. Why are we focusing on there? Well, that's the most immediate threat at this time, especially when you get these little mesovortices that are quickly moving and rain wrapped. But also in the bigger picture, we still have those onshore winds coming on shore, which near the coast, 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts still being reported in some areas down here towards the south. Not to mention we're continuing to see high tide. Even downtown Jacksonville, we do have the water levels rising out here. So that's another problem. But right now, definitely focusing on that tornado warning as this pushes off here towards the west. So just kind of, let's take another closer look here. There you go, moving off there towards Woodbine at about, and Halifax at 12:11, 12:12.
I'm going to hop in for a second,
yeah,
Robert. And so here is the big picture again of the tropical storm. This is the band that is producing this shower that could be producing a tornado. Again, the tornado warning for northern Camden County. But I want to point that out because, yes, we're going to stay hyper-focused on this, but there will be other cells, bands of showers that will produce some wind gusts of 55 miles per hour and might produce the concern for other tornadoes as well. This is, can you see it? This is sort of the hook. It almost has a hook type appearance that Robert was talking about. And so it paints where we think there could be some rotation and then the motion off to the west and to the northwest. So I wanted to broaden out the picture to show you, again, this whole band of activity will continue to spread to the northwest. Individual cells racing from the east toward the west. As Robert mentioned, maybe these aren't moving quite as quickly as we saw earlier, maybe more like 35 to 40 miles per hour, but still pretty quickly. The other point I'm trying to make is, and it doesn't mean you're going to have a tornado warning, but at least know that a downpour with winds gusting to over 50 miles per hour will be heading in toward Brantley County, will be working in toward Charlton County, and then within probably less than an hour for those of you in Pierce and northern portions of Ware County. So those of you up around Waycross, you have more bands on the way. The winds will be increasing. And I'm not saying you're going to have a tornado warning, but some of the strong winds that we've been talking about for other areas, those are heading your way as well. And because if you picture Nicole working to the west and to the northwest, until it makes the turn now, it could be a while before this band actually lifts out of Camden and Glenn County. So for those of you in Camden and Glenn County, we're watching with interest these downpours that are still offshore and then coming ashore. So you could have several cells within this one band that could come ashore and produce some winds gusting to 50 or 55 miles per hour. Remember, all of this energy, where winds over the ocean at 35 to 50, maybe still some gusts to 60, that is still pouring onshore.
Tim, can I show you the velocity
Yes.
real quick here, because we're just looking at this. National Weather Service just pointed this out, and I found it here on the radar. So we have a circulation there, but look just down there east of Fernandina. They're pointing out possible rotation out there as well. They're not a warning on it, but that's what you were just talking about this. We got those other cells which could kick up water spouts and come on shore. So they're also, just to confirm what you were just mentioning there, those other cells still just off the Atlantic coastline here.
Yeah, so what Robert is also talking about, folks, is that as long as Nicole continues to move northwestward versus north, it could be that those of you in Camden and Glenn and then Charlton, Pierce, and Brantley County could be dealing with several of these cells coming ashore. Not all of them necessarily producing tornado warnings or the need for it, but certainly supports the idea that you might have more than just one downpour that could produce winds gusting to 50 or 55 miles per hour. There will be several that will continue to form offshore and then come ashore, especially for Camden and Glenn. So there's a broader look. So again, we could call this, we could almost say 1, 2, 3, maybe some more offshore. And all of these are forming over the warm waters offshore, coming ashore, and then rotating down toward Nicole. So Nicole, no doubt about it, on the move, and will continue to move, but pretty quickly off to the northwest. So you can almost think of it as it's drawing energy, as Nicole, remember, on the Gulf Coast now, is almost drawing energy from the warmer waters and then toward the land areas. And this also supports the idea where, for those of us in Duval, Clay, St. John's, Flagler, and Putnam County, we've seen our highest winds more than likely, but doesn't mean now winds are going to go calm. There will still be, again, so here it is. Here's Nicole, the center, or the circulation center, just about over Clearwater there north of Tampa. And as it moves along this way, it's going to continue to then pull energy toward it. So although technically you can think of it, well, Nicole is moving away from us, and it is, but because of the large circulation with Nicole, we'll still be dealing with this activity. Now, it's not all negative. There is drier air coming up from the south and the southeast, and that will help inhibit, notice just a real lack of even clouds right here. These are what we call warm-topped showers here. They're not extending far into the atmosphere. Dry air is not the friend to a tropical cyclone. It's a friend to us. And the more of this dry air that rotates in will also further weaken the system and will help us. But it may seem counterintuitive. Dry air right on the edge of tropical air actually then enhances or helps form more storms where there is still tropical air. Remember, evaporation causes cooling. So the drier air, and again, hang with me for a second, but it may seem like it would go the other way, but the drier air actually would cause some evaporation where there's a lot of moisture, which actually causes cooling over the warmer waters, which then enhance the storms where there's moisture, if that makes sense at all. So what Robert has zoomed in on here, so the dry air is trying to come up, the energy's racing in toward Nicole, there's plenty of moisture here, and you're really looking at the formation zone. So if you were out here on a boat, so to speak, right about down here, you might even see some sun. And then you'd rapidly see cumulus clouds, and those cumulus clouds would become towering cumulus clouds. Remember, generally speaking, the higher the clouds are, the stormier they are. In fact, see this lightning here? We know that that cloud has built up to at least 25 or 30,000 feet because you can't have lightning without ice. So these are building up in a vertical way. And so what you're looking at is the formation of all of these cells. And by this point, it probably doesn't take a meteorologist to say, well, if the winds are out of the east and to the southeast, then what's developing here is going to come ashore. So these will still be coming ashore in Duval and Nassau, but the boundary of the drier air coming in against the moist air really looks like it's going to continue to focus over Camden and Glenn County. So again, if you've just joined us, the tornado warning remains in effect for Camden County, northern Camden County, in Kingsland and the St. Mary's area, and for that matter, Kings Bay. You're going to have more downpours, but the concern for this particular downpour producing a tornado is now farther off to the west. So this is where the rotation formed. If there's any rotation now, it is right around the Woodbine area. So for those of you in Woodbine, hang on for about another, if you just need to get on the road, hang on for another 5 or 10 minutes, and whatever this storm has to offer will be west of you and heading away from you, heading instead toward Brantley and Pierce and Ware counties. Now, the good news is, as far as I can tell, Robert, we haven't had any indications of damage from this tornado, correct?
No, there hasn't been any confirmation of a funnel cloud or anything like that. Plus, this is just, I don't know how else to say it, Tim, but this is just a hot mess on the velocity. We got a couple couplets in here, but we're not seeing anything that clear. Nothing looks at me, nothing stands out to me, and it says, screams, whoa, there it is. Maybe right here, just towards the east of Woodbine, but that's it very well could be there as well. Big thing, let's actually just take a look. Take a look at the at reflectivity. There's not much of a hook echo in here, but it's not to say that there's not a rotation. Could be right about in there, just towards the north of a Woodbine. But I have not seen any confirmation, and it does look like this has been canceled. Okay, good news. Tornado warning has expired, or excuse me, it will expire here in Camden County, but it is going to be ending out here in about 5 minutes, and that's the good news. This is continuing to weaken and fall apart here. So still, as Tim has been stressing, we're continuing to watch these cells back here towards the east form up. Look at all those convective clouds pushing on shore. We got that tornado watch that is still in place in these areas. So yeah, we still got that warning in place. It is going to be expiring out here. So that means the National Weather Service is looking at this and they're going basically what I just said. It's a hot mess. It's not terribly organized, but we still have the ingredients in play for this. So if you are in this tornado warning, still sit tight. Let's wait for it to expire. Be safe. And you know what? Overall, if you don't got to be out here on the roadways, stay inside. I mean, you don't need a tornado warning to cause problems. I'll just show you really quick here. I mean, we had that truck overturned on the Dames Point Bridge. It's currently closed. Here's a photo from one of our weather watchers who was out there going over the bridge. That was from, we had wind gusts reported out there at Mayport just around this time, nearing 50 miles per hour. It takes no mathematician here or meteorologist or whatever to move up the extrapolate where those winds were at Mayport, run them up the St. Johns River, and maybe this truck was moving over right about that same time, and you got those winds blowing that over out there. So you just want to stay inside if you can. Be safe, guys. Be smart about this and hunker down. I know in some areas it may just feel like a breeze, but look at these wind reports right now. Still tropical storm strength gust being reported here across the First Coast at this time. Taking a look at the latest track on our storm system, though. This is at 10 o'clock. It is out there towards Clearwater, passing out towards around the Big Bend area. Center of circulations in that area, I mean, sea surface temperatures are not terribly warm there. This is starting to get dry air wrapping in around it. So what does that mean? Don't expect this to re-intensify by any means over the Gulf of Mexico as it kicks off there towards north. So our big topic right now is that onshore flow and that thunderstorm threat here as those bands start to push on through. I mentioned there's still that tornado warning. It is going to expire here at 12:15. So 4 minutes, but really just not organized at this time. And just want me to continue to keep you guys posted here. Tim, you got anything?
I do. Why don't we expand the picture?
All right.
Again, we're going to keep a close watch on that cell, folks. But it does look like, as Robert mentioned.
Tim's your mics. Yeah.
Yes, it does. It does look like, as Robert mentioned, that that cell will be able to get through, and hopefully we won't see any development there. But as Robert also mentioned, what we're going to focus on here is this is the cell and reason for the tornado warning about just about ready to be out as far as that is concerned. But notice there's several other bands coming ashore that at the very least, even if they don't produce tornadoes, will continue to produce gusts over 50 to 55 miles per hour. We're saying Camden County and Glenn, but because these are heading toward the northwest, can't rule out the fact for those of you in Amelia and Fernandina that you could get another band as well. And for that matter, it's why we will continue to have gusts occasionally up to over 40 miles per hour, even in Duval and St. Johns and Clay County. It's one of the reasons why we're under a tropical storm warning. Remember, tropical storm conditions are 39 miles per hour or more. So we'd expect to still see some gusts of 40 to 45. So although we've talked about, and I think we're seeing verification, that especially for those of us from Duval, Clay, St. John's, Flagler, and Putnam, we've seen our steadiest, heaviest rains. We've seen our highest tide. That is at least along the coastal counties. We're still watching for those of you on the St. Johns River as we get down toward or continue to work southward. But as far as the water pouring in, we've seen our highest tide. But we're still going to have some gusty winds, tropical storm force winds. There still will occasionally be some downpours. The continuation of gusts near 50 to 55, though, will be for those of you over Camden and Glenn. And if anything, winds will be increasing for those of you over Ware County. Again, the cells continue to come ashore, and at the very least, as Robert mentioned, if you don't have to be driving in Camden and Glenn County, and for that matter for the rest of the area, why not leave it alone for a couple of hours until we start to see the winds subside? And they're only going to do that slowly so. And notice plenty of other activity farther off to the east and the southeast. We watch the lightning, not only, of course, because lightning is dangerous, but that tends to highlight, if you don't know anything else, where the strongest storms are. Now, these storms that are forming off to our east will actually wrap up along the band, and these, if I'm in Savannah, I'm focused on these thunderstorms because these are going to wrap up probably north of Glenn County up toward the Savannah area. These bands, and now we're seeing some thunderstorms, I think these will easily catch those of you in Glenn and might even catch those of you in Nassau County. Remember, this is all it's almost like Nicole here is twirling around with a rope, and you got to be careful how far out that rope extends. In fact, it's one of the reasons why tropical storm warnings extend all the way up through the Carolinas. Another way to think about it: remember the nor'easter. Remember, Nicole was within a nor'easter that at one point, if we call the nor'easter winds up to 40 miles per hour with winds out of the northeast, it was about 500 miles from Nicole and then northward. And so it's going to take a while for all of that to gradually unwind. And until it unwinds, we'll continue to keep a close watch on these cells and, of course, the tides. But for now, we're going to wrap it up and hear from Mayor Curry.
That's right. Let's listen in. Mayor Curry speaking about Tropical Storm Nicole.
Departments throughout Duval County. Duval County remains under a state of emergency at this time. We're also under a tropical storm warning, storm surge warning, flood watch, and a tornado watch. Nicole made landfall south of Duval County in the early morning hours as a Category 1 hurricane. She has since weakened to a tropical storm but continues to impact our area. If you are watching Nicole's track, it is well to the west of Jacksonville and the beaches. However, our biggest threat remains storm surge and tidal flooding along our beaches and the St. Johns River, as well as the potential for tornadoes throughout the area. High tide tonight and tomorrow morning will present the biggest risk for flooding at the beaches and along the St. Johns River. If you live in Zone A or B, please stay aware and be prepared. We currently have public works crews in the flood-prone areas like McCoy's Creek, Hogan's Creek, and San Marco, where there's some localized flooding. There's also flooding along Ken Knight Drive, and like we did during Hurricane Ian, we have partnered with the Jacksonville Transportation Authority to provide a direct shuttle to the Legends Center shelter for any of those residents in need. We will continue to closely watch these areas through tonight's high tides. For the beaches, that's around 9 p.m., and in on high tide is 11 p.m. 2 shelters opened at 8 a.m. today, the Legends Center and Landmark Middle School. Both are available for those with special needs, the special medical needs, the general population, and both are pet-friendly. We still do not expect evacuations, but we want to make sure shelters are available for those who may be in need. I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. Please stay out of the water and off of the beaches. The surf is breaching the dunes and there's no beach to stand on. Once again, this morning I watched local news and saw people were in the ocean. These are terrible conditions. You're risking the lives of yourself and those that may have to come rescue you. So stay out of the water. I'd also like to ask all citizens to stay off of the roads until the storm passes. There are down power lines in areas as well as trees. There have been multiple accidents today, several that required extrications, one that shut down the Dames Point in both directions, and with these conditions, there's potential for more. Do not go out unless you have until the storm until the storm passes and these tidal flooding effects have receded. In conclusion, remember that if you have questions or need to report a non-emergency incident in the city, call 630-CITY. If you have an emergency, call 911. Lines are open with extra operators on 630-CITY and will be available to handle potential heavy call volume. With that, I invite Chief Ellis Burns to talk about Jacksonville Sheriff's Office efforts, followed by Jay Stowe from JEA.
Thank you, Mayor Curry. Good afternoon. I'm Ellis Burns, Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. So I couldn't say any better than Mayor Curry did. Please stay off the roads. We're working about 20 crashes as of 11:30. As the mayor said, some requiring extrications. Most of these are most likely going to be weather related. So I'm asking people to please stay off the roads. It's inclement weather. We're hoping this is going to pass the next few hours. We'll continue to watch the storm track and work with the National Weather Service on that, but there's no sense in being on the roads if you don't have to be, so please don't. We're still fully staffed, extra staff actually right now, and we're deploying strike teams to try to shut down intersections where there's standing water at that's impassable. Outside of that, if you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. JEA crews have been out all night restoring power. The storm, as it still passes through, there will continue to be outages, and the fluctuation of the numbers of outages will be moving around a little bit. A few minutes ago, we were down to about 6,500 outages right now. It has been as high as 25,000. All the crews are out responding. There's some areas where it is difficult to get to because of trees and flooding. But we will continue to work around the clock till we can get those back on. Our water system is holding up well, no overflows and no broken pipes, so we should be good there. And we have partnership with the city and all the other agencies to keep things moving as quickly as we can. Thank you.
That will take questions.
Already with flooding, especially in the South Bank, the North Bank, the San Marco area, we're seeing worse water levels than we did during Ian. During Ian, you issued voluntary evacuations. Is there any possibility that a voluntary evacuation might come out?
I mean, I think that people ought to use common sense right now. Again, if you know you're in these areas, the zones I mentioned, A and B, if you've seen flooding in previous storms, you ought to consider moving if you can. I think that would be common sense and wise.
When it comes to municipal services, everything was supposed to resume tomorrow. Is that still the plan?
That is yes. And so makeup day for today will be Saturday. Is that right, Steve?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions on the tidal flooding. What are you expecting tomorrow? I mean, is it going to be worse than it is right now? What do you think is going to be happening?
Well, I mean, it could be. I mean, we don't know. I think it's really important for people, as this storm passes, and sun may even come out this afternoon. I don't know. If it does, don't assume the flood risk is over. It could last throughout the evening and into tomorrow.
What are some of you've mentioned some of the areas, the traditional areas, but have you had any property damage, anything that has been reported yet from flooding?
Steve, have you heard any?
Steve Long, Public Works, thank you. Have not had any reports come into our office about property damage. We do know that, all of our low-lying areas are seeing impacts from the storm. And basically until the tide turns and goes out, we won't be able to assess how the drainage system's doing. But the impacts to private properties, we haven't had any reports on those.
Just a final question. You mentioned the shelters open. Has anybody taken you up on that yet, or do you know?
Yeah, there are people in shelters. I don't know the number counts off the top of my head, but there are some people utilizing the services. Todd, you have the numbers.
Yeah. So Todd Smith, yes sir. So Landmark Middle has 13 residents here, and Legends has 13 for a total of 26, and this is only 1% of our total population of the shelter.
If tonight is going to be worse than we've already seen from a high tide perspective, what has the city done? What is the city going to do for some of the projects that are in the works in those areas that could be flooded, especially downtown with the development that's happening there?
Steve, existing projects that are.
Yes, ma'am. For existing projects that are ongoing, for instance, on LaSalle Street, there's a new pump station that is under design and is going to be under construction in the next year. So that'll be in place. That will help with some of the issues we're seeing because it'll cut off some of the direct connections to the river. If the river rises above the bulkhead, that kind of negates that work, but for everything up to the bulkhead elevations, that'll help cure it. We're doing a lot of work right now along the McQuarries Creek basin, which is seeing impacts today, but they're lesser impacts than we've seen in previous storms. So it shows that work that is going, even though it's multiple phases, it shows that early phase is helping the drainage systems. And so work like that will continue to help and improve things as we move into the future.
Can you talk about Hogan's Creek? That's where we are seeing
Hogan's Creek, yeah.
Hogan's Creek, again, that's one of our trouble areas, and that's a project that is planned into the future. That is, designed. It's not designed. When it is designed, we're going to look to make the same kind of improvements that we're seeing in McQuarries Creek. However, that's in several years into the future. But when that starts, we'll be looking to make those same type of drainage improvements.
And I know this is far early days, but when it comes to the Riverwalk right there under the Main Street Bridge, it never really recovered after Ian, was still soggy, now completely submerged. Is there a plan to maybe redo that?
There's a plan to make a repair, basically from where the water, that area is submerged all the time, and the walls are dry, and it keeps the lower area dry during normal operations. During Ian, there was a water seal was broken, and we actually had a plan to start that repair in the coming days, if not next week. Once this storm passes, we'll get that area dried out again. We'll get our contractor back on board to start that repair so that we can make it completely dry again.
Mayor, this is probably your last news coverage at the EOC.
I hope so. I hope so. But, I mean, look, there's still, 7 months left, 8 months left, and people here have a job to do, so, hopefully another crisis won't present itself while I'm in office, but if it does, we'll be ready for it, and we'll stand ready to pass on all of our knowledge to the next administration. Thank you.
Okay, we just got word there's a tornado warning right now. We want to get right on over to our weather team to get the latest on that. Tim, Michaela, are you guys ready to go on this? A tornado warning
Yep,
just
Tim
came
said
in.
he's ready to go.
Okay, so we have another tornado warning. Now, this was within that same band that we've been talking about since, well, before dawn. So here is Nicole. The tornado warning is to the north. Again, it's in this band of activity, and we're now into far northern Camden, but more significantly Glenn County. And it's because the reason I say more significant is simply because so many people live in and around the Brunswick area. So what we're going to do is zoom on in. So here we go. Again, this is north of the last one. The last tornado warning was from near Kings Bay over to about Woodbine, but it's in the same band of activity that's coming ashore. Not a clear signature. That's good. That means we don't expect it to be, I hesitate to say major. Any tornado is significant. So why don't I just leave it with that. So the rotation right about in here. So we're talking about in the estuary, but it's going to be working off toward the west and toward the northwest. And thus, for those of you in and around the Brunswick area, at the very least, for the next 15 to 30 minutes, don't get on the roadways. Of course, you've heard Keitha and Katie advising that really for the last 12 hours. But if you needed extra reason to not get on the roadways, a tornado warning is certainly reason. And you may say, well, it's radar indicated. We don't know for sure there's a tornado. Here's what we do know for sure, that within these cells that are coming ashore that are capable of producing tornadoes, they are producing some winds gusting to 60, maybe 65 miles per hour. Certainly you don't want to be on bridges with that. But as a reminder, now it's not theory. We have seen some large water oaks come down throughout northeast Florida and southeastern Georgia. So even if you feel okay driving with winds possibly rotating at 60 miles per hour, you never know, especially because of the heavy rains we're having, when one of those water oaks might come down. We've seen it in the past where one person is in their car at an intersection and it just happens to be one of the big oak trees come down. So and if that's going to happen, it's more than likely to happen when these bands come ashore. Now, this is working rapidly from the island, from the Isles through Glenn County. So for those of you out on the island, this particular cell has worked beyond you. So again, it's pretty much crossing the causeway and now into Brunswick. That is the cell that could be producing the rotation. Again, all of this happening because of those winds coming in out of the northeast at 15 to winds possibly gusting up to 35, maybe higher. Michaela?
That's right, Tim. So this is what we look like big picture at the moment for Nicole. And like we were talking about, we do have that tornado warning. Now, if you're just joining us, this tornado warning is in effect for Camden and Glenn counties, and that's in effect until 1 o'clock this afternoon. So just a little more than half an hour. So you need to be moving into your tornado safe spot immediately. So that might look like a basement. That could be a bathroom, a windowless interior room. So whatever that might be for you. That could be a closet. Once you get into that area, make sure that you protect your head. You can use pillows, you can use bike helmets. Do what you need to do to protect yourself and your family. So again, this is a tornado warning in effect for Camden and Glenn County until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Now, the most recent information we've received from the National Weather Service, it's saying that this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, and it was located near Jekyll Island or just to the southeast of Brunswick. It's moving northwest at 40 miles an hour. So this is a fast moving system. It's a fast moving storm. 40 miles an hour is pretty quick. If you kind of think about when you're driving down the roadways, 40 miles an hour is a pretty good pace. So that's what we're working with at the moment. Now, within this storm, we're seeing very, very heavy rainfall. You see it right here just south of Brunswick. This rainfall is that tells us that you are not going to be able to see any of the storms coming your way. So keep that in mind, that you're not going to be able to go outside and get a picture. I know we often ask you to get outside and get photos and videos. This storm system, you will not be able to get a picture or a video. Because of this rainfall, this is called a rain-wrapped tornado. This is a rain-wrapped storm. So that means that it is so much wet weather that you will not be able to see it coming. You're going to hear it. You're going to hear these winds. Winds within the storm have been reported between about 40 to 60, 65 miles an hour. So very gusty winds within this tornado warning at the moment. And again, Glenn and Camden County, you have a tornado warning in effect until 1 p.m. this afternoon. Storm moving off towards the north-northwest, anywhere between about 40 miles an hour. Now, not only are we going to be dealing with this tornadic activity, but we are also going to be dealing with very heavy rainfall that's going to be causing some of that localized flooding. Now, we've been dealing with the rain for the last several hours. I mean, honestly, since yesterday, we've been dealing with that heavy rainfall that is causing that flooding. So if you know anybody who's out on the roadways right now, this is near I-95. It will be passing over I-95. If you know anybody in those areas, give them a call. Make sure they pull off the road and wait for this storm system to pass. Again, tornado warning in effect for Glenn and Camden County until 1 o'clock. Storm moving at about 40 miles an hour. So again, it's a fast moving system. It's a fast moving storm that's going to pass through our area at least relatively quickly, but we would not be surprised if we get several more warnings over the next several hours as the storm system continues to pass through. Tim, any new information?
All right, thanks, Michaela. Not really. I find it interesting that this tornado warning goes until 1 p.m., and I think the reason for that is because the National Weather Service is concerned that several different bands would be capable or are capable of briefly forming a tornado and then moving on. So again, here is Nicole, has crossed the peninsula. Remember, made landfall near Vero Beach about 3 o'clock this morning, has crossed the peninsula, is now, had been over Clearwater, continues to work to the north. The circulation is going to be right about over Cedar Key within about an hour. So it had been moving west-northwestward. Now it's making more of a turn to the northwest, and that motion will continue for the rest of the afternoon into the evening. This is going to be going beyond Tallahassee by sunset tonight. And so that's why all of the energy now is beginning to increasingly go from the southeast and then toward the northwest. The little bit of good news there is that beyond about 2 o'clock, the storminess that we've been watching in Camden and Glenn County will probably work more toward Savannah. On the other hand, for those of you up toward Patterson in Pierce County and Waycross there in northern Ware County, you'll be dealing with some of these cells. So be prepared. I'm not saying you're going to have a tornado warning, but be prepared for these bands of showers to come ashore. Might occasionally be some lightning with some winds easily gusting to 50 to 55 miles per hour. Okay, so what do we see on this radar? First of all, we don't see a classic signature of a tornado. And that's why this is radar indicated. It's more because there's been a history of briefly, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, a tornado developing within these cells. But at the very least, what they for sure have been causing are about 30 to 45 minutes of winds gusting to 50, 55, maybe even 65 miles per hour. Remember, they're heading to the west and now even northwest. So at least for a brief period of time, for those of you out on the islands from Jekyll up to the Golden Isles there, these storms are moving away from you. Here's motion over the last 15 to 30 minutes, clearly from the ocean and now over the estuary through Brunswick. And about the worst of this cell really looks like it's moving out of the coastal areas of Brunswick and more toward I-95. So for those of you in Glenn County, now away from the estuaries, away from the waterways, and more toward I-95, at the very least, you're going to have some winds gusting to 50 to 55 miles per hour, and you are under the tornado warning. And as Michaela mentioned, that tornado warning goes until 1 p.m. Tornado watch as well continues until 1 p.m. Now, I do want to add, although we don't have any new tornado watches, it doesn't mean like suddenly at 1 o'clock things are going to improve dramatically. We will continue to see these bands pretty vigorously, at least with winds gusting near 50 miles per hour, work out of Camden and Glenn counties and through Charlton and Pierce and Brantley and Ware counties and continue to work from the east toward the west. So again, all of this activity heading offshore, yes, it's going to eventually work more toward Savannah and eventually more toward Macon, but for the next hour, certainly still over Camden and Glenn County, we'll be watching this tornado warning. Again, the potential for a tornado, but just about a given you're going to get wind gusts to 50 to near 60 miles per hour. But then all of this activity will continue to work out toward the west as well. Michaela?
Hey, thanks, Tim. So if you are just joining with us now, this is a current look at satellite and radar. We are watching widespread showers across the First Coast with pockets of moderate rainfall, and we do have another tornado warning at the moment for Glenn and Camden County. Within this storm, very heavy rainfall, very gusty winds. This is a dangerous situation. So again, tornado warning, the area see there in red, in effect until 1 o'clock. So about 25 more minutes from now, we're going to be continuing to give you coverage on this tornado warning. So here is a little bit of a bigger picture. When we pull back and see, we only have one tornado warning at the moment. So there's at least a little bit of good news. We're not seeing a widespread outbreak of tornadic activity. We're just watching one cell at the moment, but that does not mean it can't change as we get toward the later part of the afternoon. Like Tim was saying, we're going to watch these outer bands that are currently over the water, but as those move inland, we could start to see a few more spin ups. So just one at the moment, but we are anticipating potentially getting a little bit more of that activity, that tornadic activity for the rest of our afternoon. We do have that tornado watch for the areas you see there in yellow. That is including both Duval and Nassau County, and we're going to continue to watch those areas for the rest of the afternoon. Okay, this is a look at our velocity. Now here's what we're looking at. Let me explain what we're seeing at the moment. Velocity green means go, red receding. Green, go, red receding. So winds are moving either towards or away from the radar. Green means they're going towards the radar. Red means they're going away. They're receding from the radar. When we get tornadic activity, what we're looking for are those red and green colors to be wrapped up really tightly together in what we call a couplet. So when we see red and green tightly wrapped together, that means those winds are spinning up, and that's how we get a tornado. Now these winds are very gusty. You can see this picture beside me where we've been watching, Katie, that's the Dames Point Bridge. Dames Point Bridge, where we've been continuing to watch the winds that brought down one of those trucks. It does look like they've righted it, so at least we're making some improvement there. But this is, let's go big picture here with velocity, and I want you to see what I'm looking at for our rotation. It is not easy to pick out. So like we said, we're looking for those red and green colors to be wrapped up really tightly together. I'm thinking right about here. This is what I'm thinking we're going to be watching for the rest of our afternoon, that little area. Yeah, right about here. That's where I think we're seeing some rotation. Here's the good news. We're not seeing this clear, obvious couplet, that clear, obvious rotation within this tornado warning. So at least we have some indication of rotation, but we are not seeing that tight couplet that we look for, that intense signature of rotation within this one. Okay, great. So we do have a new tornado warning. Tim, what's the latest on that one?
All right, so this is all within that same band that Michaela was looking at. So again, we're still dealing with the tornado warning for Glenn County, but now we're going to go farther to the south. This is all within that same band where we continue to see storms develop offshore and then come ashore. So a new tornado warning has been issued for Nassau County. And sure enough, for the Fernandina area, going to zoom in here and slow it down. And it's coming ashore, working off to the west and northwest at about 40 miles per hour through Fernandina. Again, this is Doppler indicated, but still, for those of you in the Fernandina area and then west, so we're talking about going across the bridge and to the west, you do not want to be in a vehicle. You do not want to be in a moving vehicle. And from Fernandina through, I would say, or at least near or north of O'Neill to the west of the Intracoastal, stay away from windows at the very least. Even if this does not end up producing rotation that you see, will be producing some winds gusting to 55, 60 miles per hour. We've seen that bring down power lines. We've seen that bring down trees. And that could come down on you if you or your loved ones are out and about. Again, so a new tornado warning has been issued for Nassau County. Going to expand it a little bit more here because this will move rapidly to the west, probably stay to the north of Yulee and north of O'Neill. But for those of you, we're going to include that tornado warning for St. Mary's as well, and for that matter, you folks in Kingsland. So for St. Mary's and Kingsland, be aware that this is racing your way, and it's going to be into your area within about 10 minutes or so, easily producing some winds gusting to 55 or 60 miles per hour, and then possibly a tornado. We still have the tornado warning in Glenn County. Notice we've moved it farther off toward the west. Looking here, not at the rain, I'm looking here at where we have the most vertical extent. And with the flow out of the east and to the southeast and the clouds building up, any tornadoes will be off to the east and southeast to the most vertical extent. So that's why the tornado warning now, or we're talking about areas just west of Brunswick proper, certainly west of the islands, but over the Brunswick area, for those of you who live in the Brunswick area, out toward I-95. So that tornado warning continues in effect probably until about 1 p.m. as that continues to race off to the west and the northwest at 40 miles per hour. So there's the flow of wind off the ocean and then the cell heading off toward the west and to the northwest. And these winds offshore, although not quite as strong, we could probably say more now, 35 to 50. That's what's feeding the storms that continue to head our way. That is what continues to push the water and the high tides that we have. Again, the tornado warning in effect for Nassau and Camden County, but I just want to go around to show that for those of you in St. Johns and Flagler County, you've seen your worst. You're still going to have high tides to cause problems. In Duval County, this is our worst high tide, but we still have high tides to go tonight and tomorrow that will still be high. We just think the high tide we're experiencing now is the highest, and the gusts we've had of over 55, those in Duval County will be diminishing. But for those of you farther off to the north, so Glenn, Camden, and Nassau County, again, still the threat of tornadoes, and that's why we continue with a tornado warning now for those of you in Nassau, Camden, and Glenn counties until about 1 p.m. And although it's not a guarantee, the threat of isolated tornadoes will be shifting westward for those of you in Baker, Union, Bradford, and Columbia counties, and those of you who are just west of the tornado warnings we have right now in Charlton, Pierce, Brantley, and then Ware counties. Meanwhile, we continue to see the ocean that continues to pour in. Fortunately, though, Michaela, we are retreating from high tide and going toward the next low tide.
Yeah, that's right, Tim. So if you're just joining us now, we are dealing with a tornado warning dealing with multiple tornado warnings, that is, across the First Coast. So a big picture look at satellite and radar. Even if you are not included in a warning, you are still dealing with very gusty winds and very heavy rainfall. This is a significant weather day, a severe weather day now with these tornado warnings. So please make sure you are taking the proper precautions to keep yourself and your family safe. safe. So here's this first warning that we're going to talk about here. Heavy rainfall coming from this one. This is in effect for Camden and Glenn County until 1 o'clock. Camden County, yes, you have 2 warnings at the moment, northern portions of Camden County and southern portions of Camden County. What is this telling us? If you're in Camden County, you need to make sure that you know where your tornado safe spot is. We have already seen activity today, and we're going to continue to see it throughout the rest of the afternoon. So if you live in Camden County and you're not in a warning right now, start making the preparations so that you will stay safe for the rest of your afternoon, as this tornadic activity is inevitable. 1 o'clock is when this one is set to expire. Would not be surprised if that gets extended. We also have a second warning, also for Camden County and Nassau County, also in effect until 1 o'clock. Both of these storm systems are going to be wrapped up with rain. You will not be able to see them. Please do not try and get photos and videos of these ones. You won't see them as they're coming through because of how much rain we are seeing with this system. They're both moving relatively fast, about 40 miles an hour, so it's a good clip as far as how fast these storm systems are passing through. We do still have the tornado watch for the areas you see there in yellow, and that will continue to come on through. All right, here is what we look like when we put a track on the system. Crandall. That's, I apologize if I'm not saying these town names correctly, but that's area can expect to see the storm right around 12:56. All right, let's go street level. Let's walk through areas that you are in this tornado warning and you need to be in your tornado safe spot immediately. West Weed Street, you are within this tornado warning. We're also looking at Wheeler Street, Reddy Street, Hall Street, Meeting Street, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. West St. Mary Street, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. If you live in St. Mary's, we're talking about Charles Street, Florence Street, Palmetto Street, Douglas Drive, Martha Drive. You need to be in your tornado safe spot immediately. If you are noticing any of these areas, this is where we're seeing the heaviest rainfall. We just got an update from the radar. This red means we are seeing very heavy rainfall from this system and very gusty winds with that tornado warning. So if you are noticing any of these street names, if that is your street name, we're looking at a Creekside Drive right here, Sugar Mill Boulevard. We're seeing Billywood Street. You are all included in this tornado warning, and you need to be in your tornado safe spot immediately. All right, let's go up to the one we're watching a little bit further off towards the north. Galilee Church, Brookman, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. Galilee Church, 12:48 when you could be seeing this tornadic activity, 12:51 for Brookman. All right, we are looking at our velocities, and this gives us an idea of where we are seeing rotation. The good news when we look at this, we're not seeing tight couplets. Yes, there's potential for rotation, but no, we are not seeing that tight ball of red and green wrapped up together where we can infer some rotation. Maybe right about here. Let me zoom in right there and get you some of those street names so you can know if you are right where that rotation is. So we'll zoom in here. It does look like this might be a little bit more of a rural area where we're seeing some of that rotation. But let's get back to street level and talk a little bit more about areas that are included in the tornado warning that need to be in their tornado safe spot. So Scotchville, I believe that's how we say that one, Lakeshore Drive, Mission Forest Trail, Briarwood Circle. You all need to be in your tornado safe spot. Kings Bay Road, you are under a tornado warning. You need to be in your tornado safe spot. Charles Smith Highway, also under that tornado warning for Camden County. Fernandina Beach, again, you need to be getting into either your basement or your closet or a bathroom. A windowless interior room is where you need to be at the moment to keep yourself safe from this tornado warning. So if you're just joining us now, we have got multiple tornado warnings out for the First Coast. We are watching several different storm systems that could be producing tornadic activity at the moment. So this first one here, we're going to go through both of them. They are both in effect until 1 o'clock this afternoon. So this is Camden and Glenn County. Camden County, you have 2 tornado warnings for your county at the moment. They are both in effect until 1 o'clock. We've got one that's for Camden and Glenn. We have another one off to the south for Camden and Nassau. Camden County, if you live in Camden County and you're not included in one of these warnings, you need to be making preparations because you could potentially be in one later this afternoon. Our environment is conducive to tornadic activity for the rest of the day today. The second warning we're watching here, Camden and Nassau, again in effect until 1 o'clock. Tim, have we gotten any new information?
Well, at least from the Severe Storms Forecast Office, we thought this might occur. A new tornado watch is going to be issued for areas to the north of the current tornado watch. Remember, we have tornado warning still in effect for those of you in northern Nassau and southeastern. Sorry about that, folks. For those of you in northern Nassau and southeastern Camden County, tornado warning. Another tornado warning for those of you in northern Camden and then portions of Glenn County. But the tornado watch will be expanded northward until 7 p.m. this evening for those of you off to the west and to the northwest. I expect this to pop up at any point. Okay, so that tornado watch is just now coming up, and we will get it up on the maps for you.
It is including Brantley, Charlton, Pierce, Ware, and Wayne until 7 p.m. Again,
okay,
that's Brantley, Charlton, Pierce, Ware, and Wayne tornado watch until 7 o'clock.
All right, thanks, Michaela. So that supports what we've been talking about, that for those of you off to the west and northwest where we've been talking about winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, sometimes higher, and occasionally the need for tornado warnings, that is now all going to spread westward for those of you over southeastern Georgia. That's the tornado watch. That's the potential for other cells to produce tornadoes. But we're dealing with tornado warnings right now. And as Michaela mentioned, in the Kingsland and St. Mary's area, don't want to be on the roadway. Try to get away from windows. Get into the hallway with this tornado warning that goes until 1 p.m. The tornado warning in Glenn County has been dropped. That band of shower activity that's still producing some winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour, that will continue to work now westward into Brantley County. These cells will work into portions of Charlton County. So although the tornado warning for Glenn County is no longer in effect, those cells are still there, and those cells will be strong enough to possibly bring down some limbs. I've said it before, I'm going to say it again because it's pretty significant to see big water oaks in some locations over northeastern Florida have come down with winds gusting to about 60. So there's no reason to think that can't happen as well for those of you in Camden and Glenn and eventually Brantley and Pierce and Ware counties. And there's more on the way. Notice plenty of these downpours developing, and yes, they're producing heavy rain, which can briefly reduce visibilities in a significant way. You hear from Katie all the time talk about even that enough makes it dangerous to drive. But then in addition, those downpours that are reducing visibilities are also occasionally producing winds of 50 to 55 miles per hour. So again, in Glenn County, at least for now, you're not under a tornado warning. We are under a tornado warning for those of you in Camden County, but all of this continues to race off to the west. Notice we have these bands, and you can really, wherever you see these bands of intense heavy rain, you can just about guarantee we're getting gusts of 50 to 55 miles per hour through then the rest of Pierce and Brantley and Ware counties. Again, more on the way coming in from the ocean. The Glenn County tornado warning no longer in effect. In fact, even the heavy rain is now off to the west of I-95 and continuing to work to the west pretty quickly. There will be more on the way, but for now, a bit of a break for those of you in Glenn County, but we'll watch other cells develop offshore and head your way. Okay, so here's painted on the new tornado watch. This tornado watch goes until 7 p.m. Notice now we're talking about southeastern Georgia. So in northeastern Florida, just to be clear, we're not ignoring you. It's just the new tornado watch has now been expanded northward. And this goes along with what we've been talking about, that as Nicole continues to head now to the northwest, then the worst of the weather will continue to work to the west and to the northwest as well. But all of these bands that are developing offshore are going to continue to rotate in toward southeastern Georgia. Notice how the expansion is continuing to go to the north. So for those of you with travel plans up I-95, once again, don't focus so much on where the core of Nicole's circulation is. Remember, the core of, we're going to see it pretty soon, come up to about Cedar Key, but notice where the tornado watches are, because that's where that tropical energy over the warm oceans are meeting that cool air that I think most of us felt during that nor'easter, where that boundary, it's almost sort of its own front. That's enough to cause more isolated tornadoes going north. So that's not me saying you shouldn't be on I-95, but just know as you're going up I-95, these cells are going to continue to rotate in, producing winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and occasionally producing some tornadoes. So to say it again, although we have one tornado warning until 1, the tornado watch, the potential for more tornadoes, will continue. For those of you over southeastern Georgia, you know, when we talk about the First Coast, all of these counties we have painted here, not just in yellow, but all the way out to the west here. This is all what we call the First Coast. So for those of you in southeastern Georgia, you're part of what we call the First Coast. So tornado watch now until 7 p.m. Camden, Glenn, Brantley, Pierce, Ware, and Charlton counties. Again, Glenn County no longer under tornado warning. We continue with the tornado warning in Nassau and in Camden County. Although there's a new downpour that has come ashore, it looks like on radar that if there's going to be rotation and winds gusting up to over 55 miles per hour. The reason I keep mentioning 50, 55, 60 is when you hear a severe thunderstorm warning issued, that's for winds of 50 knots, 58 miles per hour. And the reason that's significant is engineers have determined, and it's really been verified over the last 60 years, that once you get winds that high, it's enough to cause some structural damage. It's enough to bring limbs down. It's enough to cause debris to fly. So not enough to pick up a building, but enough to cause debris to fly, which can cause injuries and harm. And at the very least, this cell that is now over the St. Mary's and Kingsland area is doing that. These are racing off to the west and northwest at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. I mention that not just for the drama of the speed, but hopefully that reinforces the idea that if you just feel like you need to get in the car to even help out the family in St. Mary's and Kingsland, hold on for about 10 minutes at the most, and this cell at least will be out of there, and at least you'll get somewhat of a lull. But there's going to be more on the way. Notice these downpours, all of these downpours that come ashore are easily going to be producing some tropical storm force winds and possibly higher. Michaela?
Hey, thanks, Tim. So this is what that tornado warning looks like again when we are dealing with some of that rain coming through. This is in effect, like we talked about, for Camden and Glenn counties until 1 o'clock. So about another 7 minutes from now. I would not be surprised if this one does get extended a little bit. We're going to go over to our velocity scans because I am seeing where that couplet could potentially be near St. Mary's at the moment, just to the south. You see where these circles are. That's where I think we are getting some of that rotation. So we're going to go street level here. If you hear your street name, you need to be in your tornado safe spot immediately. Salt Grass Terrace, Shadow Lawn Drive, Hubbard Drive. This is near St. Mary's. You need to be in your tornado safe spot. Bluebird Court. You need to be in your tornado safe spot as well. Again, this is just outside of St. Mary's. A few of these other town names here. We're looking at Charles Street, Osborne Road, Watts Street, Martha Drive in St. Mary's. Tornado safe spot is where you need to be immediately. We're also looking at places like Isle of St. Mary's Way, Deerwood Court, Oak Stump Circle, Longwood Drive, New Hammock Circle. You need to be in your tornado safe spot. You need to be in your basement. You need to be in a windowless interior room. We are seeing rotation with this storm system. We could be seeing some of that tornadic activity. You need to make sure that you are taking the proper precautions to be safe. St. Mary's Road in southeast Georgia, that's where we're also seeing some rotation along that area as well. Sandpiper Court, right here, right where we're seeing this green and this red right together. Scotchville, you need to be in that spot to keep yourself safe. This is what we're working with right now, where this tornadic activity is expected to be. That's where we're thinking that it is. St. Mary's Road, again, if you live along or near St. Mary's Road, Hawthorne Lane, you need to be getting into your tornado safe spot. When we zoom this out just a little bit more so you can see where this is as far as where we are across the First Coast, this is along I-95. We are seeing this heavy rainfall along I-95 for those southern portions of Camden County. Rainfall rates expected to be between about 1 to 2 inches per hour. That is very heavy rainfall that's going to cause that localized flooding. Like Tim was saying, do not be out on the roadways right now. This is not the time to be driving. That rain is going to make it very difficult, if not impossible, to see, not only because of the heavy rain, but also the very gusty winds that are coming through. It's going to be blowing that rain, practically raining sideways because of how windy it is outside for this area right here where this tornado warning is. So it is still in effect until 1 o'clock, but I do want to start mentioning areas just outside of the warning. Though you're not included in the warning, you are still going to get this heavy rainfall and gusty winds. So Kingsland, you need to be prepared for some of this significant weather. Woodbine as well, you need to be prepared. Let me get a few other town names in there so that you can hear your town name and move into this area, move into your tornado safe spot. I believe this is Highway 40 where it crosses, or excuse me, Highway 17 where it crosses with Georgia Highway, I believe that's 40. you need to be taking the proper precautions. Now, we did just get some new information. Good news, it does look like they are going to expire that warning here by about 1 o'clock. So we'll just continue to walk you through the radar for the next couple of minutes just to show you what we've got going on, where the heaviest rainfall is at the moment, and what we're continuing to watch before we let you go with this tornado warning. So I'm going to zoom out and give you a little bit more of a big picture look at what we're working with right now. So Tim was saying early on, and I can't reiterate it enough, don't focus on where the circulation of Nicole is. Yes, that circulation is well off to our south and west. However, we are still seeing significant impacts from this system here on the first coast. So widespread showers across our area, very gusty winds for the entire region, and we are seeing that severe weather. We've seen multiple tornado warnings come through so far. So even though they're canceling this one, this is a good time to start making a plan. If you haven't gotten a warning yet today, maybe you're thinking, oh, well, we've escaped this much so far. No, you need to make sure you are prepared for this afternoon. Do you know where your tornado safe spot is? I know a lot of us have our kiddos home at today. Their school is canceled. If they're home with you, do they know where to go? Do they know that they need to move into the basement, into a closet, into a bathroom, into an interior windowless room? Do they know where they're supposed to go? Do they know the plan to keep themselves safe? Think about your pets as well. Make sure that they, wherever your tornado safe spot is, that it's a spot where your pets can come with you as well. Just make sure that you are using this little bit of a lull that we're going to get in this tornado warning in this to keep yourself and your family safe so you're prepared for whatever the rest of our afternoon and evening is going to bring. These pockets of rainfall that you're seeing for portions of southeast Georgia, we're seeing rainfall rates between 1 to 2 inches. Again, that is going to cause some of that localized flash flooding. So if you don't have to be out on the roadways, this is over portions of I-95. Don't be out on the roads. Just wait for this to pass. We are going to get some sunshine, even getting into tomorrow. So just hang on, hunker down until this passes and until we are a little bit more in the clear than what we are right now. So again, just scattered showers. We're also going to watch for this next round coming through that's out on the water right now. So you see these few pockets here. We are getting some lightning that we're seeing. So that tells us that there is still energy within several of these cells, and those are headed inland. Those are headed our way for this afternoon. So we're going to continue to watch these ones next. These are the next cells that we're going to start keeping a close eye on, as we could see some more tornadic activity come from those ones. And we do have those new tornado watches out for many portions across southeast Georgia. So as we continue into the afternoon, make sure you've got a way to get your weather information, whether that's your First Coast News app with location and notification services turned on. Whatever weather app you download, have location and notification services on so you can get the info that you need to know, and make sure you have a plan, that you know where you're going to go. So good news there. We did just get that tornado warning expired, so we are at least severe clear from imminent danger at the moment. Tim, you'd agree with that. However, yes, we do still have that tornado watch in effect until 7 o'clock for many areas across the First Coast. We're going to continue to keep you updated on all of those, but for now, we're going to take a break.
What are we doing? Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mic.
Okay, and he's plugging in right now. I'm turning on.
Rugged Rock, the Ragged Rascal Ran.
Time right now is 1:03, and we are continuing to track Nicole. I want you to take a look at this. This is a picture sent in to us of a tree that fell on railroad tracks and blocked the train. This is over in the Mandarin area, Greenland Road and Phillips Highway. That's near where Phillips meets I-95.
And we want to show you this video, a building in the ocean right now. This is in Volusia County. Look at that there.
And Heather, look at this video from Newport Richey. Tree limbs down on a house. You can see in the video just how strong these winds are. So Nicole has made landfall, of course, and we're going to continue to track Nicole with you this afternoon. I'm Anthony Austin. Heather Crawford here joining us as we continue our storm coverage.
Taking over for Katie and Keitha. Give them a little break. We are covering all angles of this storm throughout the First Coast, its impact here. So here are 3 things to know at this 1 o'clock hour. First, the Orange County Sheriff's Office has confirmed to ABC News that 2 people have died following Nicole. Now, both of these deaths related to a downed live wire. We can't say it enough. If you see a down power line, any line down, treat it as a live wire.
And in St. Augustine, the fire chief confirming with our Jessica Clark, 1 man was electrocuted while standing in water because of a live wire. He was taken to the hospital. Florida Power and Light cut off power to the area just as a precaution.
And the St. Augustine Police Department announcing today that the Bridge of Lions is closed until further notice, all because of the flooding that we've seen in the downtown St. Augustine area. So we want to get the very latest on this storm. Meteorologist Michaela Lucero and Tim Deegan are here in our weather center tracking it. And let's go now to Chief Meteorologist Tim Deegan. Tim.
All right, thank you, Heather and Anthony. And let's take a look first at the big picture. Remember, Nicole, part of what was, I don't even think big is the right word, what was a giant nor'easter. Nicole made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane near Vero Beach about 3 o'clock this morning, has already crossed the peninsula, is now 45 miles north of Tampa. Think between Cedar Key or between Clearwater and Cedar Key. Will be passing Tallahassee just after sunset tonight. And then by tomorrow morning, we'll be passing Macon. So, and notice the winds down to 45 miles per hour. So continues to weaken, but a lot of energy around it. And I'm going to get to what that means for us right now and over the next couple of hours in a moment. But I do want to talk about something long term. First of all, yes, conditions overall, especially from Duval south, will continue to improve. But once Nicole makes the turn back to the northeast, and that's going to be probably tomorrow morning, about 7 o'clock or so, then whereas right now all of the energy and storms are heading basically from the east to the west and to the northwest, so away from Duval through St. Johns County, once it makes the turn back to the northeast tomorrow morning, although it's going to be much weaker, there will be a line of thunderstorms that will then come at us from the west and head to the northeast. Won't be as bad today, but we can't rule out then tomorrow morning some isolated severe storms. Could be some isolated tornadoes, but let's deal with what we have now. So again, here's Nicole way over here, and although the area of winds around the large low pressure system has contracted, it was over 500 miles wide. Now it's down to about 350. Obviously, we're still involved with the circulation. This is probably, I think, really the best picture. So here is Nicole. Here come the southerly winds out of the south. That's going to start to help us with diminishing seas and tides. But then where those tropical winds are meeting still the cooler air, remember that we had from the nor'easter, that's where thunderstorms are developing, and that's where the tornadic threat continues, and that's why you see the shading here. So for those of us in northeastern Florida, we're no longer under a tornado watch. Now there might be a new one issued for those of you out around the Swanee, but for those of us, certainly Duval, Clay, St. John's, Flagler, and Putnam, the tornadic threat is over for the rest of the day. But until 7 p.m., a tornado watch continues for those of you over southeastern Georgia. So all of our First Coast counties of southeastern Georgia, Camden, Glenn, Charlton, Brantley, Pierce, and Ware counties. And there are strong storms in there now. Don't be surprised if within the next hour other tornado warnings are issued. But here's the guarantee. Within any of these downpours in this band, there will be winds gusting up to over about 55 miles per hour. That's enough to maybe bring down some power lines. That's enough to bring down some tree limbs. Anthony and Heather have mentioned, Anthony and Heather have mentioned some tragedies already. So another reason to stay off the roadways or at least outside if at all possible. So if you're wondering where are we going to focus most on the afternoon, as the water levels start to drop over northeastern Florida, we'll increasingly be focused on whether or not these downpours start to produce more isolated tornadoes over southeastern Georgia.
We want to check in now on the coast. A lot of damage to the dunes across our beaches.
That's right, and Anastasia Bolton is live out at the beaches. You see the wind blowing right there. How is it where you are right now?
You know, it is significantly less windy in comparison to last night when we got here, and I was walking around and checking this out. So you could see, my partner Nick will pan around here so you can really get a sense of what the beach looks like and feels like. Listen, people who are here either visiting or locals, we talked to several, they're taking it in stride. There's lots of people, as you can see, walking around almost enjoying the weather, because for them, as I talked to some of them, listen, they say this has been downgraded to a tropical storm. We are not worried. It was a Cat 1 to begin with. That is seriously not something that those of us who live here are concerned about. In terms of damage to the beach in comparison to what I saw last night when we got here, you can see obviously all of this debris, all of this that I'm seeing here, we just got here this afternoon, all of that came in with the tide overnight. And you can see more folks coming down onto the beach to check out what's going on. But all of this debris, all of this is the result of Nicole coming ashore and the tide coming ashore. So far, looking around here and just kind of checking things out from our hotel, no significant damage, no damage at all, frankly, from the wind. Just still obviously breezy. The rain has stopped. It was really coming down sideways this morning. So far, things are looking good here. Not to downplay the seriousness of the storm in other parts of the area, but so far, pretty decent looking things here. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Anastasia.
We want to go to the north side of Jacksonville now. I believe that's where our Atia Collins is tonight.
That's right. She's along Kennight Drive. That is an area prone to flooding. Atia, are you seeing flooding there right now?
Yes, not only is it very windy in this area, but the flooding is obvious. Take a look here. Like you said, I'm here on Kennight Drive, and you can actually see this road completely underwater. In fact, take a look at that white car on the left-hand side. You can see there the tires are underwater, so that gives you an idea of just how high this water level is. Now, just in my last 30 minutes standing here, I have seen multiple groups of families actually coming out of their homes. These people are in shorts, they're in flip-flops. It looks as if they are trying to evacuate, and I've seen them coming out of their homes, walking through this water and making their way up to the front of this neighborhood, because the city of Jacksonville is providing free shuttles for residents in this area, transportation for them to get to shelters if they feel they need assistance. So of course here on Kennight Drive, one of the areas we focus on because it's known to flood, it's prone to flooding. We do have assistance from the city here for residents here, and I have seen some people here moving about in this area. Of course, we are dealing with this flooded street, and I'm sure it gets worse as you go back towards the river. So we're going to keep an eye on this and keep you updated with any developments as they happen. And toss it back to you in the studio, reporting Atia Collins, First Coast News, on your side.
The tides are on the move. Nicole is on the move. Our focus for where the stormier weather will be for the rest of the day is on the move. We'll check it out for you in just a few moments. I don't know why I'm not getting control. Are they?
Hey, Tim, we are back on the air right now as we continue to track Nicole. So we want to go ahead and give you a look at the top headlines at this hour. Nicole is a tropical storm, no longer a hurricane. That happened earlier this morning. Also, the St. Simons Pier is now closed to the public, and the St. Augustine Police Department also announced the Bridge of Lions is now closed until further notice. So we want to go ahead and toss things over now to Tim Deegan.
Tim?
All right, folks, this is live TV, and so we're trying to figure things out. If I can be told how long I have, I will focus on that because there's a lot to talk about. Okay, so here we go. So here is Nicole. Actually, here's Nicole. These are the latest numbers. Notice the winds continue to drop, now at 45 miles per hour, moving to the northwest at 15. But as we've been saying for quite a while now, remember, although the circulation center is here, we are being impacted as significantly as anyone now from Nicole. In fact, I would hasten to say, since the only tornado watch at the present time is over southeastern Georgia, we're being impacted more significantly than folks that are near the circulation center of Nicole. So this is a live look with radar. So you are watching it evolve as it now works right up the coast. Now, if this was still August and September, we would be concerned about re-intensification. But the waters over the Northeast Gulf now are even cooler than they are here, so we do not expect re-intensification. Now, because there is circulation over the water, it's going to take a while to weaken much more, but it's basically going to continue to move along about like that. This is also showing, notice the lack of deeper colors. Notice this is where, see the lightning? Notice the lack of lightning here. That's because dry air is beginning to be drawn not only over central Florida, but now up toward us. So that's going to continue to give us support for the idea that the frequent heavy rains are coming to an end. It also shows the wind direction. As this continues to head to the northwest, the winds that were out of the northeast and east will increasingly become southeast and southerly. That's going to help us as far as the water levels are concerned. This is where the tornado watch is until 7 p.m. So that's for all of our counties over southeastern Georgia. As those southeasterly winds meet the northeasterly winds, new additional storms might possibly cause tornadoes. But here's the guarantee. See where these are deeper colors, the heavier rains? This is where we will continue to see activity form offshore and come ashore into Camden and Glenn, and then Brantley, Pierce, and Ware County, probably for the next several hours. And there's a reason the tornado watch goes until 7. It could be those types of events continue to come ashore for those of you over southeastern Georgia through 7 p.m. I think probably not that late, but maybe just to be prepared, think that these could continue until 7 p.m. Certainly, the tornado watch does. All right, let's go over the waterways. The winds no longer as strong, and they're beginning to veer around, as we say, east and southeast. That's going to help. The next high tide will be high, but it won't be as high. High tide at the beach at 9:30. These are the tides that we've passed now, unless you're along the St. Johns River heading farther to the south. We're just past high tide at Buckman and still have a couple hours to go for those of you down around the Shands. Okay, so for St. John's and Flagler, you've seen your worst, but these water levels are still going to be high. So we will still have high tides significantly above normal tonight and tomorrow, but they won't be as bad as what we just had. In Duval, the strongest winds have now moved through. We certainly had tides higher than Ian. They peaked about 18 inches lower than Irma, but it's going to take a while for that water to go down. Glenn, Camden, and Nassau County still going to get some gusts through 5, and the tornado threat, as we mentioned, will continue through 7. For those of you, as far as Black Creek, I think Black Creek, you're fine. And finally, as we head out toward the Swanee, although you're not under a tornado watch, a little concerned that you might possibly have a storm or two as we head toward Friday morning. And then finally, over southeastern Georgia, the tornado threat for sure through this evening. You might have another threat develop early on Friday morning.
All right, thank you, Tim. We are keeping our eyes on what is happening at the beaches as strong winds, rain, causing more problems for areas already hit by Ian.
Yeah, we had Ian just about a month and a half ago, and now Nicole. So we want to check in now with who are we going to go to? Right now, we're going to go to Renata De Gregorio, who is out at the beaches. Renata?
We've got some evidence of the high tide here in the South Bank on the San Marcos side in Jacksonville. Check this out, the Riverwalk ends right here and it becomes part of the St. John's. You can actually tell a little bit about how deep it is. You probably know if you've gone and walked down this way. It goes pretty far under the bridge, but the top of the gate is sticking up down there, so that goes to show just how tall the water is going. And over on the right here, it's about level the river with where the river walk is, so we're continuing to see this spill over. A lot of the streets around here on the San Marco side are filled with water, plenty of them. We can have a whole list. I can list them out to you. I've been putting on Twitter every one we come to, taking some video, putting where it is so that you know if you're about to head out somewhere. But River Place Boulevard, Mary Street, Kings and Prudential, that we talked with Lee, who owns a business right there, and she was worried about some of the sandbags getting breached with the water because of traffic. We were just standing there doing our interview, and you see the water come up and smack against the sandbags as it goes by. But other than that, it is not raining, so things are kind of relatively calm. We've been seeing some people out for a walk, coming to check out the water and driving through the water, but doing so carefully and not too fast, hopefully, so it won't interrupt businesses like Lee's. But for now, I'm Renata De Gregorio, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, so that was Renata De Gregorio there down on the South Bank. So that was recorded a little bit earlier, so that water is now beginning to recede a little bit.
Right, and we're going to keep on checking in with our crews spread out all across the First Coast as we track Tropical Storm Nicole. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more right after this.
Well, this is what we're working with at the moment, satellite and radar picture. Hey there, I'm meteorologist Michaela Lucero. Now, we are still dealing with widespread showers, isolated pockets of heavy rainfall, very gloomy skies, and gusty winds across the entire First Coast. So we're going to go across the whole radar. I'm going to walk you through what we're seeing and where we're seeing the heaviest rainfall. Heaviest rain is in southeast Georgia at the moment, places like Brunswick all the way to Waycross. You are seeing pretty heavy rainfall at the moment. It's no longer just those lighter showers that we saw last night and this morning. It is now pockets of moderate to heavy rain coming through. A closer look at a few of these areas. Let's look at the rainfall rates. We are dealing with anywhere from about 1 to 2 inches per hour. Now, we did just have an update here when just before I came on air. This was around 2.5 inches per hour. I think that has moved. That dark red that you see there, that's where we're seeing 2.5 inches per hour as far as rainfall rates go. And when we look at areas like Woodbine, you're also seeing rainfall rates at a pretty significant rate right now. So that is causing some of that localized flash flooding. So if you don't have to be out on the roadways, now's the time to just hunker down and wait inside. A few roadways that we are watching at the moment, I-95, 301, Highway 1 to Waycross, all of those areas under heavy rainfall. And again, it will be very difficult to drive on those roadways. A look at Duval and Nassau County. Cloudy skies, scattered showers, but the heaviest rainfall has moved out for this afternoon. When we head further off towards the west, that's where we're seeing mostly just widespread showers at the moment. Still seeing very gusty winds and gloomy skies, but right now we're not seeing very many pockets of heavy rainfall for places like Lake City into Brantford as well. So a big picture look, there's Nicole. You can see that center of circulation there. Tropical storm force winds still coming from this one. Pockets of heavy rainfall here and there, but it does look like the outer rain band that's bringing the most significant rain is actually in our area at the moment. That's where we're seeing some of the heaviest rainfall, and it's coming off of the Atlantic. It's coming off of the ocean and pulling in. That is wrapping back around. We are still seeing areas where we're getting pockets of lightning, which tells us there is still energy in those storm cells that are off to our east, and they are headed our way for this afternoon. So southeast Georgia, make sure that you have a plan for this afternoon in case we do see more significant weather come through your area. When we walk through Futurecast, notice we'll get a little bit of a break for a few spots here and there, but we will get some more wraparound redevelopment getting into the day on Friday. So if you get a brief break today, enjoy it while you can, because there is more wet weather on the way. All right, here is the most recent information we've received from the National Hurricane Center about Tropical Storm Nicole. Winds within the storm up to about 45 miles an hour, moving off towards the north-northwest at about 15 miles an hour. We're going to continue to keep you updated on all things Nicole for the rest of this afternoon.
All right, thank you for staying with us here on First Coast News as we continue to track Nicole. I'm Anthony Austin.
And I'm Heather Crawford. We have crews spread out all across the First Coast looking at Nicole's impact. But we first want to go to Chief Meteorologist Tim Deegan with the latest on where Nicole is and what we're seeing right now. Tim?
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Anthony. And you probably just heard Michaela. Michaela's here. She is younger than me, and the reason I bring that up, let me make the point. Do you have someone younger in your house that knows how to work technology better? Thank goodness we have Michaela here, and I can focus on the weather. And she tells me which buttons are going to work. Okay, let's go to Nicole. In case you've missed it, Nicole is now a much weaker system. A tropical storm will continue to weaken and moving along. For those of you new to the tropical cyclone world, moving it north to the northwest at 15, that's a pretty quick clip for a tropical cyclone. Again, this is the path that it took. Remember when it buzzed west-southwestward is when it intensified, became a Category 1 hurricane right here near a place called Settlement Point, and then made landfall at about Vero Beach as a Cat 1. That was at 3 this morning. So think about that. In less than 3 hours, or I'm sorry, in less than 12 hours, it has crossed the peninsula and is now headed up the west coast. It was over Clearwater a couple hours ago. It's just about over Cedar Key. Will make landfall again around St. Mark's, but that's just the circulation center. Of course, we're dealing with the much larger circulation around this area of low pressure. Think about it as Nicole is within a larger low. But even that is weakening or is contracting, is getting smaller. As Nicole went onshore, the winds of gale force, 40 miles per hour or more, extended 500 miles to the north. Again, if you're new to the cyclonic world of tropical weather, that is very unusual. I'm not sure if I would even need one hand to go through a list over my last 41 years in which we've dealt with a storm of that size. Again, sometimes intensity and size don't always go together, but with this particular one, we had a Category 1 hurricane within a very large nor'easter. And even now, pretty good size. So here's the circulation. I think you can clearly see that. And you may be wondering, well, if it's still southwest of us and going northwest, why wouldn't our weather still, if anything, not stay as bad as it is? Because if you watch what happens, there's an evolutionary process here. And now that can you see just all the flow coming at us from the south and the southeast? So we are purely in the tropical air. And the reason that's significant is, remember, Nicole barely had an eye wall. And what part of eye wall it did have was never anywhere near us. When it came ashore, what little bit of eye wall it had was 120 miles to the south of us. However, that tropical air came into conflict with that nor'easter we had. And that's the band that we were concerned about, and that's the band that pushed through starting before sunrise down around Flagler with winds gusting to 65 to 70 miles per hour, then through Putnam, St. John's, Clay, Duval, Nassau, and that's the same band now that continues to work to the north. And south of that band, it's what we call the dry slot. And you may say, well, dry, it feels really humid out there. No doubt about it. On the surface, it's warm and it's humid. But up above about 10,000 feet, there is dry air, and that's why there's a major lack of precipitation and thunderstorms. But where that dry air hits the conflict between the tropical air and the nor'easter, that's where we see thunderstorms forming. They mature, they become stronger as they rotate in toward Nicole, and then as they come ashore, there will continue to be the potential, maybe just brief, maybe tornadoes with winds of only 80 miles per hour. Won't pick up buildings, but that's going to cause debris. And that's why those of you over southeastern Georgia will remain under a tornado watch until 7 p.m. We'll talk about tides in a bit because it varies depending on where you are. But generally speaking, for those of us impacted most significantly, or the most of us impacted, that is Duval and then coastal St. John's and Flagler, we've now passed what should end up being the worst high tide as we're headed toward another low tide.
All right, Tim, thanks so much. And one of the areas that we've been keeping a very close eye on is St. Augustine. That, of course, is an area prone to flooding, the Davis Shores area, the downtown St. Augustine area. We've even seen flooding yesterday.
Yeah, Sheriff Hardwick told us earlier that Volano Beach, County Road 13 and downtown St. Augustine, potentially dangerous areas for flooding. He's asking everyone to remain in place for the remainder of the storm. We want to go now to our Jessica Clark, who is joining us live from St. Augustine.
Good afternoon, guys. So we got through a high tide here this morning. That was indeed very high. The water has receded here along the bayfront. I'm going to show you that you can see the road, and around 9:30, even around 7:30 this morning, you could not see this road. It was completely flooded, and I would venture to say it was at least knee deep in some spots in the middle of the road, which is the highest point of the road. We've got things washing up onto the land now. Can you see that root system that kind of came up? And then we're going to pan over to a sailboat that has crashed into the Bridge of Lions. Been kind of watching that for several hours. And the marina. The marina is just on the other side of the Bridge of Lions. That is a city-owned and operated marina. There was some concern about it because there is a part of the dock that's called a breakwater dock. It is the part that is closest to the Bridge of Lions, and it really protects the rest of the marina and the boats from those harshest waves. Well, it was damaged during Ian, and then with the rain and weather that we got yesterday, it started to crumble even more. And so folks with the city really watching that, because if that broke loose, it was going to hit the rest of the boats and the rest of the marina. As of now, we believe that that breakwater dock is still in place. I mean, it looks like it's in shambles, but it has not broken loose. So that's a good note here. Some people are out walking around. We, so far in the last hour or so, have not seen people in the water. But before that, we saw a lot of people in the water. And let me tell you, earlier today, there was a person who was, the word was used, electrocuted, and that's according to the fire chief with St. Augustine. He told me that a person was electrocuted around the area of the River and Fort restaurant. That's a restaurant right across the street from the fort. The person was in water, according to the chief. He believes it was a live wire situation which electrocuted that person. The person went into cardiac arrest. CPR had to be performed on the person. The water was so deep at that point, an ambulance could not get in here. So a big truck was sent in to get the person to an ambulance that was waiting on dry land somewhere and then taken to the hospital. I was told that the person, the word electrocuted was used, but that the person once in the ambulance was alive. Now, so this just goes to show you how dangerous some situations can be when you've got a lot of water and you've got live wires. So right after that, FPL, Florida Power and Light, shut the power off to this area. Quite frankly, to give you some perspective, all of that took place about a block away from us. But because we're kind of trapped in where the high water is here at the hotel, we could not get there. And really, we did not want to get into that water in that dangerous situation. But this is the information that we're learning, and we're trying to relay to people to be careful about the water. Now, right now, we don't have electricity, but the water itself is yucky water. It's not just water that has come from the bay or come from the ocean. It could also have sewage contamination in it. And we've seen people just out walking around in it. So just a note about being careful. One thing we have not seen a whole lot of is cars and trucks making big wakes as they drive by. At least we have not seen that here in this particular part of downtown. The city leaders very concerned about what those wakes do to homes and businesses that have already been inundated with water. It just kind of makes the situation worse. And so if you are going out, please drive slowly so that you're not creating extra water to go into homes and businesses. But also, people who live here and have boarded up, put sandbags down, are encouraged to keep those sandbags in place until the water from their street has receded. Because until then, you could still have wakes go into your home or business. So again, we're seeing some people out and about checking things out, not in the water, which is a wise move, and the water is receding in this part of St. Augustine. We're going to keep a watch on things here, but we're going to pass things back to you there.
Good reminder, Jess, to stay out of the water because it can be very filled with bacteria. You don't know what's in there, so stay out of the water. Also want to let you know we just got some information from the Flagler County, saying that the evacuation order for Flagler County has now been lifted. They are working to close the shelter there, so that's some good news.
That is some good news. We want to go now to meteorologist Michaela Lucero with the latest on Nicole.
Hey, thanks, Heather and Anthony. Yep, and good news, it does look like Flagler County has seen the worst of it so far. I think that has moved through. The worst that you're going to see has passed through. Yes, you're still going to get some gusty winds and some heavy rainfall, but I think the worst of it has passed through your area. All right, this is what we look like across satellite and radar. Current picture, the most recent information that we've gotten, we're seeing widespread showers still across the area with pockets of heavy rainfall. All these counties you see here in yellow, that's where we have a tornado watch in effect until 7 o'clock. So just a little reminder, a watch versus a warning. A watch means that we're watching for the potential that there could be tornadic activity. A warning means you need to take action immediately. So we have a watch, not a warning quite yet, but a watch for tornadic activity until 7 o'clock this afternoon. All right, satellite and radar, when we put a loop on it, you can see where those outer bands are moving through. Pockets of pretty heavy rainfall moving through places like Waycross, just to the north of Folkston, Brunswick dealing with heavy rainfall as well. Duval and Nassau County, just a couple scattered showers right now. Cloudy skies, very gloomy across the entire region, and then widespread showers as you head further out towards the west. Along I-10 as well as I-75, you are going to be dealing with wet roadways. If you don't have to be on those roads right now, it's best to wait in the house and hunker down till this one is out of our area. You will have to use the windshield wipers, and Katie Jeffries was telling you earlier today, if your windshield wipers are on, your headlights need to be on as well. So there is the circulation that we're watching with Nicole. You can see the heaviest rainfall with this system is in our area right now. We are starting to get that tropical moisture. You will notice if you walk outside, it is much warmer, much stickier out right now than it was at this time yesterday. Just a quick reminder, if we do have more tornadic activity for this afternoon, since we do have that tornado watch, make sure you know where you're going to go. The lowest, most interior room of your home, away from windows, and try to stay out of cars and mobile homes. All right, I'm going to walk you through hour by hour the most recent model update here on what we're expecting for Nicole. So Futurecast shows continuing with those pockets of rainfall like we're seeing coming in off of the Atlantic and dropping heavy rainfall and potentially some tornadic activity for portions of southeast Georgia for the remainder of our afternoon. Your timestamp there just above my head. This is 4 o'clock. Notice many of us are clear at least from the rain, but not the wind. Those gusty winds continue to linger in our area for the rest of the night tonight. So here we go. We're still continuing with the steady rainfall out for our western counties, and again they're going to start to get those gusty winds as well. It's kind of shifting to the other side. We had gusty winds on the east coast last night and this morning, and now we'll start to see a few more of those gusty winds move into our far western counties tonight and into tomorrow. Right around 8 o'clock we will see just scattered showers here and there, but a lot of us will get a break for at least a bit of time. However, it's not going to be long lasting. Notice as we get into the day on Friday, 6 a.m., if you don't have the day off and you are planning to head back into the office, be aware you're going to still run into quite a bit of wet weather and still some gusty winds. 6 a.m., if you are out on the roadways, windshield wipers are going to be a necessity. You're probably going to run into areas of standing water as well. We're watching the last bit of the rain moving through. 8:30 in the morning, widespread showers, pockets of moderate to heavy rainfall. We'll finally start to see that break up right around lunchtime, and by about 3 o'clock, that's when things will finally start to calm down a little bit more. Some of the clouds will move out, and we'll get a bit of sunshine. I'm going to go through the winds here real quick. Notice still gusty out towards the coast, 25 to 35 miles an hour, with wind gusts anywhere from about 25 to 45 miles an hour. And one last check of what Nicole looks like from the National Hurricane Center. We're saying about 45 mile per hour winds within the storm, moving at about 15 miles per hour towards the northwest.
All right, thank you, Michaela. I do want to mention something quickly before we go to Zach Wilcox on Ken Knight Drive in Clay County. They did tell us not too long ago that water levels are rising along the St. Johns River and Doctors Lake, which is higher than what they saw during Ian. And they said high tide isn't until 2:30, so in less than an hour, and it will take some time for that water to recede. So residents who need help to leave that area, you can call 1-877 252-9362, and that's over in Clay County once again.
So now we want to go over to Ken Knight Drive. Zach Wilcox is standing by there live. Zach, we saw Atia Collins out there a little while ago and some of the roads covered in water. What is it like there right now?
Yeah, Heather, I'd say maybe most of the road is covered in water. We're on the west side of Ken Knight Drive. You can see just how far it's come up. Unfortunately, this is something that these folks have to deal with a lot here. We were here just a couple of months ago on the 5-year anniversary of Irma, and even then, just a regular rain, regular high tide pushed a little bit of water into Ken Knight Drive. So that gives you an idea of what they're facing now. What I wanted to show you is the reason that it causes this flooding is the Reball River. So if we can have Josh turn a little bit, you can see all these homes. The Reball actually sort of hugs Ken Knight Drive. So it's back in behind these homes. So although they look dry completely on the front side for the most part, on the back, if you go over to the overpass off of Moncrief, they've got water coming up into their backyards as well. So these homes that are maybe a block behind us here, they have water all around them, backside and front, because you got the road and then the Reball right behind them. Fortunately, it seems like Ken Knight has not been forgotten for this particular storm. We have seen a lot of JEA trucks coming through here. We've also seen JTA. They've got 3 buses. They've had them parked out on Moncrief for probably about a half an hour, 45 minutes now, allowing people a chance to get what they can together. If they want to take that bus to a shelter, they can do that. That's a free service that JTA is offering. We saw some a JTA executive vans here as well, back toward where it's really flooding on Ken Knight. It's tough to navigate there right now because of how high the water is, and we saw a lot of folks that were moving their cars into the middle of the road, so a little tough to get around those, but of course that's the high point. I did talk to one family. They were walking around, and I asked them, what's going on, and they mentioned that they were ordering an Instant Cart, and it wasn't particularly as convenient of a service as it normally is because the driver saw all this water and was like, nope, that's not happening. We're not going back there today. So they had to walk out to the front of Moncrief to grab all their groceries and then walk back, but fortunately they got them and had to get a little bit of exercise to get there, but they were able to pick up everything that they needed and walk back toward their house, which does have a little bit of flooding back there off of Ken Knight. We did see a JEA truck just back in with lots of hoses and F-350 so they could handle that water. But we are seeing a lot of cars coming off of Moncrief. They're flying off of Moncrief, 35, 45 along there. They come in here and they see that water, they slam on the brakes, and then you see the driver start to try and make that decision. Are they going to give it a go or are they going to back up? Most cars have been putting it in reverse and slowly rolling back, trying to figure out what their next move is going to be. But the ones that have gone through that, fortunately, have generally slowed down quite a bit because, as I mentioned, those houses that have the water all the way up into where those gates are and the fences, that water pushes and they're surrounded. They're on an island, so any kind of wake could really cause a lot of damage for them and even more of a disruption. It's really a shame because the Reball is so pretty when in between storms. They have that fishing dock that's, I imagine, totally submerged. We haven't been able to get back there, but such a good view there, and the park back there. They brought the playground back in recently, but that playground is underwater at this point. So hoping that as we work toward low tide, this water will start to recede a little bit. It looks like it has a little. I don't know if you can tell here. I'll step out for a second. Josh, if you can show that speed bump there, you might be able to see a little white paint on it. That speed bump was underwater when we arrived about an hour ago, and we took over for Atia and Chris, who were out here. So looks like it is moving its way back a little bit. We're seeing some cars here that are moving out. We did see one pull up, and they popped the car open, let their little dog jump in, and then they were on their way. So made sure that they were taking care of their pets to get them out of here as well. But as I mentioned, the key point here is that we have seen JTA and JEA out here trying to make sure everybody has whatever they, any resources that they can make available to them so they can hopefully get through these flooding conditions. But for now, on Ken Knight Drive, Zach Wilcox, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, Zach, thanks so much for giving us a look at Ken Knight Drive.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back as we continue to track Nicole.
Test. I'm live here in Brunswick. Is this Brunswick? Yeah.
As we continue to track Nicole this afternoon, we want to go now to Georgia. We want to go up to Brunswick. If you live in that area, you know earlier you guys were under a tornado warning. Now you're under a tornado watch until about 7 o'clock tonight.
7 p.m. Is when that watch is set to expire. Let's check in now with Brianna Ray Turner, who is live in Brunswick, giving us a look at the conditions out there where she is. Brianna?
Well, yeah, I just got to Brunswick not too long ago, and the rain showers have been on and off, but the winds are pretty strong. You can hear it, I'm sure, through my microphone, and the rain is definitely coming down. Not too long ago, I would say about a couple hours ago, Torres Causeway just reopened, so people from St. Simon's Island, you see the traffic finally flowing through. But just like this puddle you see right in front of me, this puddle and a lot of others are around this intersection on Stacy Street and Glen Avenue. So you want to be careful when you're going in these intersections. You're making turns. You want to slow down. So we're going to head over to St. Simon's Island in just a little bit and check out what neighbors are up to and see how they're holding up. I'm live here in Brunswick. Brianna Ray Turner, First Coast News on your side.
All right, Brianna Ray Turner up in Brunswick, Georgia tonight,
And
or
so
this afternoon.
This afternoon, yeah. What time is it? We are just about to reach the 2 o'clock hour. Tides, high tides. We've been monitoring those very closely throughout. Nicole, let's check in now with meteorologist Tim Deegan. And Tim, you said high tide is next in Brunswick, where they could see some more rising water again.
Right. The reason we're a little more concerned for those of you in Nassau County, but especially Camden and Glenn County, notice how the coast there faces more off to the east and to the southeast, whereas over northeastern Florida it faces more to the northeast. So once we get a southeast wind here, which we're beginning to get, that helps us with the tides. For those of you especially in Glenn County and in the Brunswick area, even the overnight southeasterly wind will at least keep the water high. So the overnight high tide will also be critical for you. All right, the tornado watch threat, that's what the tornado watch is. That goes until 7 p.m. Basically, think about, for those of us in northeastern Florida, the period of time in which it was windiest and wettest. That's been one band, almost like a rope that's been slinging around Nicole, and that's the same band now that we just saw impacting Brianna there in Glenn County. That's been moving slowly through Camden and Glenn, and then all of that activity as it comes ashore continues to work westward for those of you in Pierce and Brantley and Charlton and Ware County. And because that band will be pretty persistent with you, at least for the next several hours, that's why all of our southeastern Georgia counties are actually under tornado watch. I want to go back down to Clay and Putnam County because we're hearing about flooding down there. Remember, and we'll show you those tides in a bit, that the St. Johns River high tide works southward. So whereas in out around the beaches of St. Augustine and then Mayport and even Fernandina, high tide was about 9 this morning. Then in urban core Duval, about 11 to noon, which is now why places like the Ken Knight Drive and even San Marco were beginning to see the water go down. But that high tide continues to work southward along the river. And that's why at Doctors Inlet, eventually on down to Green Cove Springs, that water will continue to rise. The farther south you are, the longer it's going to be before high tide. In fact, let's see, Green Cove Springs, your high tide shortly, and then Palatkot's going to be another 3 hours past that. So water will, for much of Clay County, and then eventually down toward Putnam County. And of course, on the St. Johns River side of it in St. Johns County, that's going to continue to rise for a little bit longer. All right, for those of you in Columbia, Baker, Bradford, and Union, you are not under a tornado watch. The threat for today is simply because you are still nearest to the core of Tropical Storm Nicole. And it could be that one or two isolated storms, especially rotating from south to north through Columbia County, might produce a tornado. So we're going to watch that closely for you this evening. Then later on tomorrow, I should say actually tomorrow morning, when Nicole starts to head more to the northeast up toward Augusta, and then some storms may come back at us from the Gulf, and they'll be strongest for those of you out around Columbia and Baker County. So tomorrow morning's or tomorrow's tornadic threat for those of you would probably be on Friday morning. All right, remember, tornado watch continues, thus the threat for you on Thursday, and then the same reasoning on Friday, that although Nicole will be much weaker as it starts to head northeastward, it's going to swing that rope again, but this time it's going to swing the rope at us from the southwest to the northeast, and there could be another band of severe thunderstorms with isolated tornadoes, and that would be on Friday morning.
All right, Tim, thanks so much. You know, as conditions, if they maybe are improving where you are, you may get a false sense of security thinking it's okay to go in the ocean, but there's a lot of debris right now because of these winds, because of the waves, a lot of debris in the water. So it's not a good idea to get in the ocean right now.
That's right, and we want to go out to Jack's Beach. Now, you know, our dunes have been through a lot with Ian and now with Nicole. Our Anastasia Bolton is joining us live from Jack's Beach. Anastasia, what are you seeing out there at this hour?
You know, I want to reiterate that water, especially, you know, in a process of a tropical storm, is not something to play with. However, things here are pretty calm on Jacksonville Beach, and at this point, Tropical Storm Nicole has become somewhat of a tourist/local attraction. If my partner Nick just turns around here and shows you all the folks who've come out to take pictures, to take a look at the water. We have not seen anybody go in the water, thankfully, but there are a ton of people checking out what Nicole did as it came ashore and really what the water is doing right now. We have, walking around here, we've not seen a whole lot of damage. We've just seen the debris that the ocean brought onto shore. You know, all of this that you're looking at here, all of this, you know, grass and sticks and stuff like that. But that's really it around here. We've not seen any down power lines. We've not seen any down trees. But this isn't only in Jacksonville Beach area proper. We know that there are areas of Florida that have been hit really hard, and this has been a very serious damaging storm in certain places, just not here. If you look, you know, into the ocean, it absolutely looks scary. I would say that's how it looks to me when you're looking down at the pier, the fishing pier, as the waves are beating down. We expect, obviously, the tide to pick up here, and more people coming out as we've spent in the last few hours here. More and more folks are coming out to check this out, whether they live here or they're just visiting, and take a walk on the beach, while at the moment it is nice and breezy and not rainy. For now, I'm Anastasia Bolton, First Coast News on your side. Back to you.
All right, Anastasia, thanks so much.
We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Well, welcome back to our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole. I'm Heather Crawford here with Anthony Austin. The storm making landfall this morning in Florida as a Category 1 hurricane. Nicole now a tropical storm.
And we want to go to meteorologist Michaela Lucero now. And Michaela, I know you have some time-lapse video from Mayport to show us.
Yeah, that's right, Anthony. This is a time lapse here from our weather stem camera from Mayport. You can see, oh, it has been a pretty busy day. I'll flip back so you can see it again. You can see, oh, the heavy rainfall that came through, but hey, there's a little bit of blue sky trying to peek out as things do start to quiet down for a little bit. Now, Heather said before, a false sense of security. Even though you might be getting some breaks now, we are expecting to see some more storms come through heading into Friday. So don't let your guard down quite yet. There is more rain and there is more gusty winds on the way for your Friday. This is a look at just some of the video that we've seen over the last about 24 to 36 hours. You can see the flooded roadways that we've been dealing with, the very heavy rainfall that has caused that, trees down for many areas as well, just some of the damage from the winds that have been coming through from Tropical Storm Nicole. Again, it made landfall as a hurricane. It is now a tropical storm. So here on the First Coast, here is what we're dealing with at the moment. We are watching a tornado watch for portions of southeast Georgia. So that's in effect until 7 o'clock. So these areas that you see here in yellow, if you live in one of those counties in southeast Georgia, you are under a tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight. Satellite and radar still showing pockets of heavy rainfall across the First Coast, mainly in southeast Georgia, widespread cloud cover and scattered showers out there as well. So places like Waycross into Douglas as well. Heavy rainfall. Brunswick, same story there. Nassau and Duval County still under some clouded skies, but you are seeing a few peaks of sunshine here and there. Portions of Duval County is getting at least a tiny bit of blue sky doing its best to peek through. Now again, there is more rain on the way, so you are not completely done yet. There is more coming, especially tonight and into tomorrow. Our far western counties under scattered showers, widespread showers, but it's lighter rain with just a couple scattered pockets of moderate rainfall. The circulation of Nicole still well off to our south and to our west there. All right, let's talk winds. Winds right now are sustained between about 25 and 35 miles an hour. It is very gusty. Yesterday, we were more concerned with the gusty winds out on the East Coast, and now we're starting to see those winds pick up a little bit more for our far western counties. So it doesn't matter where you live across the First Coast, it's going to be gusty tonight and into tomorrow. Wind gusts, those are just those quick little bursts of wind. Those right now are sustained still for many of us at tropical storm force winds. So 39-mile-per-hour wind gusts for St. Augustine, Gainesville, Lake City at 31, NAS Jax reporting 51, 29 in Jacksonville. Now this is a look at our projected winds. The purple color, that shows winds of 40 miles per hour or greater. Now if you remember, think back to yesterday. We saw this purple color ranging from portions of South Carolina all the way down to Miami. We had a huge swath of that purple color. Now things are calming down a little bit more. Yes, we still have a smattering of that purple color, but it is nowhere near quite as much as what we saw yesterday. So that wind field, yes, it's still a pretty big wind field, bigger than what we saw with Ian, but the winds are starting to at least weaken ever so slightly, and that's going to continue to be the story getting into Friday as well. This is Friday right around 6 o'clock, and the gustiest winds are well out of our area by tomorrow night. So a look at the current track of Tropical Storm Nicole. Winds moving at about 15 miles per hour towards the north-northwest with sustained winds within the storm at about 45 miles an hour. So the big three, these are what we're paying attention to right now. The stormiest time is expected to be between about now and into 4 o'clock tomorrow. All right, we're going to go through Futurecast here hour by hour. And what I want you to notice is that, yes, we'll continue with a brief break in some of that wet weather. However, we are going to see some more redevelopment getting into the day on Friday. So here we are Friday morning. If you are planning on going back to work on Friday morning, be aware that you will still have to use those windshield wipers. It is still going to be a messy commute on Friday morning, even though the worst of that storm storm will have moved out, you are still going to be dealing with pockets of very heavy rainfall, and the roadways might be a little bit slick out there as well. By Friday afternoon, though, the rain finally starts to move out, and that's when we're going to finally get a bit more clearing. So one last thing for you. Make sure that if you are in a little bit of a lull right now, you do these two things. Have a way to get that weather information. Of course, I recommend our First Coast News app. Just make sure you allow location and notification services so we can send you the info you need to know, and have a plan. If you do have tornadic activity today, know where you are going to go.
Always have a plan. Thank you, Michaela. So here's 3 things to know right now as we continue to cover Tropical Storm Nicole. Evacuation orders are now lifted in Flagler County for the barrier islands. And that crash we told you about earlier on the Dames Point Bridge heading north has now been cleared, but there are still lane closures in place. And in Clay County, water levels are rising along the St. Johns River and Doctors Lake. High tide is at 2:30, and Clay County Fire and Rescue and Sheriff's Office first responders are standing by to help with any emergencies.
And so, as he just mentioned, we are watching Clay County closely along the St. Johns River. This is near Doctors Lake. This photo is what the water levels look like around 12:30 this afternoon. County officials tell us these levels are higher than what was reported during Hurricane Ian. Residents that need to leave that area, you can call the center there. The number is 877-252-9362. You see the number right there on your screen.
That's right. Well, evacuation orders have been lifted in Flagler County. So for the barrier islands, as I mentioned, so they're closing that shelter at Rimfire Elementary. Be aware that roads are closed at A1A and Marineland, also at Flagler Beach from South 7th to South 16th Streets. A1A is also closed at High Bridge Road near the Volusia County line.
So we want to take a look at some of the pictures and videos you all have been sending us. Thank you so much for sharing those with us. The high flood waters almost covering halfway up that car right there. Look at this video. This is sent to us from our very own Rich Donley. He took this in the Davis Shores neighborhood of St. Augustine earlier today. That, of course, Anthony, is an area very prone to flooding. They flooded during Matthew and Irma and Ian and now Nicole. So you can help us share pictures and videos all around our area. Show the bigger story, bigger picture. Send us your pictures. You can do it very easily. Just download the First Coast News app. Once you do that, in the bottom right corner, click on the Near Me icon, click on Share with Us, upload your photo or your video, hit send. It only takes a few seconds, super easy. We'll be sharing those pictures on air and on our website, but please do stay safe, stay informed, stay with First Coast News. We are on your side.
We are. So we want to go back now to our Jessica Clark, who is live in St. Augustine there along the Bayfront.
Well, good afternoon to you. So take a look at this. The road here, Avenida Menendez, right by the Bayfront in downtown St. Augustine, has no water on it. And so the water has receded from the high tide that we saw earlier today, which covered the entire street. Also, if you look at the Bridge of Lions where the police cars are, the Bridge of Lions is still closed to vehicle traffic and will remain that way until they feel like it's safe for people to go back onto the island. Of course, some people did not evacuate. But you know, I want to show you something. Down here is Treasury Street. Right at this point, it's actually the red brick road. It's more of an alley. But earlier today, it looked a lot different. I'm going to call for some video to be shown of a clip of video that I shot earlier around high tide when the water was all around the bayfront and it was all over the road. And it also went into the area that is here at Treasury Street. And so the water, you know, comes in from the bayfront and also from the storm drains. And then when there's just so much of it, it comes into downtown. And being in that vantage point where we can see this little side street, you can see how that water then just goes into the area past several buildings like hotels, banks, and in toward the area that's the place known as St. George Tree Pedestrian Street. And now, several hours later, that the water receded, you can see that it certainly looks different. Now, the street is still wet, but it's not flooded. There is debris on it, but it's not flooded. And if you look into this area that is a parking lot of sorts, lots of debris. I think there were signs and garbage cans and all kinds of other things until some people very recently came to just pick them up and put them aside and get them out of where people could be struck by them. But you know, this is just goes to show how quickly the water can come up and then how quickly the water can recede. But boy, when it's up, it's high, especially with the conditions that we have seen with this particular storm. I'm going to turn around here because I think that the wind is hitting my microphone so hard. I'm going to try and protect the microphone here. Another note that we want to tell you about, and this is in an area of A1A, so we're talking about Volano, and I know we've got crews in that area or trying to get back out to that area, but we have just learned that a portion of A1A, a 6-mile stretch, is inaccessible according to St. Johns County officials, and that's from Guana Road all the way down to Carcaba. And so what the county is telling folks is to, if you don't have to go out, don't go out, especially if you're on the barrier island in that area of South Ponte Vedra and Volano Beach, North Beach in between the two. That road, A1A, is in bad shape. And so again, a 6-mile stretch of A1A right there, inaccessible by vehicle traffic. So that's the latest here in St. Johns County, where it is windy, but it is not raining.
All right, Jessica, thank you. So we want to show you something that's actually happening here at our TV studios. If we can go ahead and take a look at the back parking lot, you can see it's pretty much a
lot of water there. Now, we are right across from TIAA Bank Field, across from the St. Johns River. This is an area prone to flood. We moved all of our cars out of the First Coast News parking lot as a precaution. Glad that we did that because you can see the water there. High tide downtown Jacksonville happened around 11:15. We're going to continue to show you pictures, images, videos, and check in with our crews all across the First Coast as we track Tropical Storm Nicole. We'll check back in with our weather team as well coming up in just a minute. Keep it right here.
All right, welcome back. Time right now, 2:15, as we continue to track Nicole. And right now, we want to go to the north side of Jacksonville.
That's where our Zach Wilcox is standing by in a flood-prone area. We're talking about Ken Knight Drive. Zach, are you seeing the water starting to recede there?
Yeah, we are, Heather, and hopefully we'll get you a look at that here on our next hit when you come back to us. But I wanted to show you the trucks here, or the vans rather, the buses from JTA, looking more like a bus, less like a bus stop and more like a bus station here, with 4 buses parked right now. These are taking people, as they're labeled as an evacuation shelter. They're taking people out if they want to go. Talk to some of the drivers, and they actually mentioned it's been pretty quiet up here. So it looks like a lot of folks along Ken Knight, they're just going to hunker down for the time being. But so not a lot of folks on the buses, but they said that they're going to have their supervisor come in shortly here and probably clear them. They've been sitting here for about an hour, and that's actually, they might have been here before us even, but they've been here just waiting to see if any folks, and a lot of folks have walked up and thank them for coming out and providing this service, but not hopping on the bus. We also just saw some JFRD first responders pull in, and they did a lap around Ken Knight to get a look at what's going on. We saw JSO just pull the truck in as well. So a lot of first responders, JEA, JTA have pulled in just to make sure that they are helping folks and giving as many resources as they can here along Ken Knight Drive. And I'll go ahead and walk and show you here, taking a look. So we are right at Moncrief and Ken Knight, kind of the high point of the neighborhood, geographically at least. So it slopes down there toward the Ribault River, but obviously totally dry up at this end. A lot of the sidewalks, as you get down toward Frieden, those do have some water along the sidewalks, but it's mainly the houses along Ken Knight that we've noticed that have that are dealing with that water, those conditions of the water coming in off of the Ribault and surrounding up into the road. So just want to give you a look though at those evacuation shuttles here, because it probably will be our last opportunity to see them, because it sounds like they will be heading out of here since they don't really need to help anybody at this point. So we will head back toward the far end of Ken Knight, where there may be some more flooding, and we'll try and get a look at that receding water here the next time you come to us. So for now, Ken Knight Drive, Zach Wilcox, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, Zach, thanks so much. And one of the things Tim's been sharing with us, that in the areas that we are seeing some flooding, in some of the cases, it's because the water's coming up from those storm drains.
Right.
That's the case here at First Coast News in our back parking lot right now.
Let's go ahead and check in now with Tim with the latest, with the forecast.
I mean, our area truly, we call it the River City by the Sea. Sounds nice, but truly, we are connected to the sea in so many places, and so many folks who maybe seldom even look at the sea, but are impacted on days like today. And that's why I'm going to start in the ocean, because remember, although yes, the rain we've had did add to the flooding problem, but the main event was that large nor'easter with Nicole within it that produced seas of 15 to 30 feet with the winds out of the northeast and east. And if you can picture our coastline, that water just poured through the inlets, whether we're talking about Matanzas all the way up to Mayport, St. Augustine, up to St. Simons, from the fort up to Fernandina. And then once it gets in there, combining with the tides, that's what has caused the flooding. So what we want to see eventually are for the winds to die. But even a shift in wind direction helps. So for instance, as these winds are right now shifting, instead of northeast, they're easterly and then southeasterly. That means already there's less water going into the inlets, at least from Fernandina Beach south. So yes, the tide helping many of us. In fact, out around the beaches, we won't have another high tide until 9:30, but the wind direction shift has helped. The winds have dropped. They were peaking at 60 to 65. Now they're peaking at 45, and the seas are starting to come down. They're still up there, but seas are starting to come down now at about 12 to 18 feet. Still a major event. So let's hop around and talk about the tides. Now, most of us had our major high tide this morning, and so we've passed those tides. Notice, though, along the St. Johns River as you go south, we're just now getting past the high tide down around Shands and Green Cove Springs. Another thing to remember is that once that water gets into the Intracoastal Way, the creeks up toward Ken Knight Drive and elsewhere, get down through the St. Johns River into Doctor's Inlet, it kind of sloshes around. And so there's several hours in this type of event in which there's really not much of a sudden drop, though, either. In fact, you may see it go up an inch, down an inch. Think of a bathtub. And it's going to take a while for that bathtub to actually let all of the water out. So if you are past high tide, And I'm talking about a lot of folks you that are curious along the Intracoastal, and you still, it looks like the water's coming up. I'm not expecting any more major significant rise. Could see an inch or so more. And of course, sometimes, especially when we're talking about our properties and water getting into even garages, an inch can be a big deal. But that's why from Fernandina Beach south, as high as everything is right now, with the wind shift, with the tides, and with the decreasing winds, we've seen our worst high tide. Now, it's still going to be pretty close tonight for those of you from St. Mary's to St. Simon's Island. Pretty close tonight to what it was today. I think probably an inch or maybe a few inches lower, but it's going to be pretty close. Overall, again, conditions improving for St. John's and Flagler, just taking longer along the St. John's River because remember that high tide is still working southward on the St. John. So we've showed you many areas in Duval beyond just the beaches. Waters are high and into properties along the Intracoastal. We showed you Ken Knight Drive on the north side, San Marco. We have water if not into homes, pretty close to homes at Southampton there on the south bank, just to the east of the school board building. And all of that is dropping, but it's going to take a while to drop ever so slowly. Again, in Duval now, I think we did get verification that we were higher than Ian, that's for sure, stopping about maybe if not 18 inches, maybe about 16 inches below what we had with Irma. Notice the winds. Still gusty out there, but as opposed to gust of 60 to 65, I think we're going to keep gust at around 40 through 6 p.m. But now as we go north, because you're still dealing with the wind shift. In fact, winds west of Brunswick are still out of the northeast, whereas winds along the coast are still out of the east, and your coast faces to the east and to the southeast. That's why tonight's high tide, which will be at about 10 p.m., St. Mary's to St. Simon's, and about that for Brunswick and the downtown area there. It's going to be within a few inches, so it's still going to be pretty high, and it could cause some problems. And remember, for those of you over at least Camden and Nassau, or Camden and Glenn counties, the tornado watch continues. We talked about Clay and Putnam and the tides. Black Creek is looking good. Yes, it's rising, but because you only got 5 inches instead of 10, I think Black Creek is fine. You are not under tornado watch out west toward the Suwannee, Columbia County. You might be close to a tornado watch later on this evening. And finally, we'll wrap it up for those of you in Pierce, Brantley, Charlton, and Ware counties. Your tornado watch goes until 7. In Waycross, you still have a northeast wind. Remember that boundary still has to come your way. So even if you don't get severe thunderstorms, you're going to have those gusts come through near 40. You might even see some gusts to about 50.
All right, thank you, Tim. So just a reminder for all of you in Clay County right now, the water levels rising along the St. Johns River and Doctors Lake. We just saw some pictures there from the area. It's a little bit higher than what we saw during Hurricane Ian in that area. High tide isn't until about 2:30, so in about 7 minutes from now, and it's going to take some time for that water to recede. So if you don't feel safe out there in Clay County, you can call 877-252-9362, and also always 911 if you need some emergency assistance.
And we want to thank all of you who are sending in your storm pictures and videos. You can do that on the First Coast News app using Near Me. We're going to continue to show you all of those images across the First Coast. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back in just a minute.
Cool. 3-ish minutes out.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole. I'm Heather Crawford here with Anthony Austin. It is almost 2:30.
It is. So here's 3 things to know at this hour as we continue to cover Nicole. If you live between Guana River Road and Carbaca Road in St. Johns County, the county is urging you to stay home until conditions approve. This is over in the Volano Beach area right now. There's a 6-mile stretch of A1A that's impassable. Also, we want to let you know about that Dames Point Bridge closure. It wasn't storm related, but it was related to a crash that actually happened involving a truck there. There are still some lane closures in place, but the northbound lanes have now been cleared. And in Clay County, I was talking about this earlier, water levels are rising along the St. Johns River and Doctors Lake, so high tide is at 2:30 in less than 3 minutes. Clay County Fire Rescue, the Sheriff's Office, first responders, they're all standing by to help with any emergencies. And I want you to take a look at this photo that a viewer sent in. Water levels rising in the Ortega River. You can see the ground completely underwater there in that area. Thank you for sending us that photo.
And the high floodwaters, look at that, almost covering that car right there. This video sent to us from First Coast News anchor reporter Rich Donnelly. He took this in Davis Shores, that neighborhood in St. Augustine earlier today. That area sees significant flooding. It did with multiple storms. They've really seen a lot of it again today. And so you can help us tell the bigger story, showing us the bigger picture, sending us your pictures. Very super simple to do. Just download the First Coast News app. In the bottom right-hand corner, click on the Near Me icon, click Share with Us, and then you can upload your picture or your video, hit send. It's very easy. We're going to be sharing all of your pictures and videos on air throughout the day. Just make sure you can take them safely, and be sure to keep it right here with First Coast News. We're on your side throughout this storm. We're here with you, showing you what it looks like around the First Coast, so you can just stay inside and enjoy the comfort of your home.
That's right. Let's head south to Daytona Beach. Thousands of people without power. Many roads are washed out. Just take a look at this video. The beachfront has completely disappeared underwater. Erosion undermining foundations already weakened by Hurricane Ian. Part of a road leading to a beach just washing away.
Yeah, I mean, Hurricane Ian just about a month and a half ago. Now here we have Nicole. We want to check in now with Brianna Ray Turner, who is monitoring the conditions in Brunswick, Georgia. Brianna?
Yeah, Heather, we just crossed over the Torres Causeway, and we drove around St. Simon's Island, and this is what we find. Take a look behind me. Look at this boardwalk. Just take a look at it. It is completely destroyed. Tons of neighbors are out here on St. Simon's Island. This is at Gold's Inlet. It's just broken apart. They're across the beach over here, but you know, neighbors say this is somewhere they go during sunset. This is something that means a lot to them, and it's completely destroyed. You know, I talked with neighbors. They said, you know, some of their neighbors have been flooded out. So we're still driving around, but this is one area that we found that Nicole definitely took a hit to. So I'm live here at Gold's Inlet. Brianna Ray Turner, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, Brianna, thank you so much. And we want to go over now to Michaela Lucero.
Hey, thanks, Heather. Check out this time lapse here. This one from our WeatherStem camera from Neptune Beach. You can see the waves are crashing. We're dealing with a lot of raindrops on our camera there. But even from this one, even though it is still windy and rainy, our crew's showing you that we are seeing at least a little bit of blue sky doing its very best to peek through heading into our afternoon. Our satellite and radar picture, well, it confirms that there are some areas, especially out towards the coast, that aren't dealing with a whole lot of wet weather right now. Yes, still very, very gusty out there, but at least we're getting a little bit of a brief break in some of that rain. Now, that's mainly the story for northeast Florida. However, as you get into southeast Georgia, things are much different. That's where we have a tornado watch in effect until 7 o'clock. All these counties you see here in yellow, you are under a tornado watch until 7 p.m. And here is why. We are still watching these bands that are coming in off of the Atlantic, moving inland. They are packing quite a punch. They're bringing pockets of very heavy rainfall and that potential for rotation as they kind of whip around into our area. That's what's kind of causing the threat for that tornadic activity. see. How me and Tim were talking about it is when we get to a big picture of the storm system. I'll show it to you here. So this is kind of what we're talking about. This area is kind of whipping around. So you know when you kind of snap a rope and the end of it flicks over? That's what we're watching. We're watching this area sweeping back around, and these are the ends. Those are the ends of the rope that we're watching that are going to flick back around, and that flick is what's going to cause some of those spin ups. So that's why we have so much concern right here. We're watching these just spin around and flick, and that's when we'll maybe see some of those spin ups come through. That's why we've got concern for these areas in southeast Georgia. And make sure that you're starting to prepare now for some of those storms. Right now we're dealing with pockets of heavy to moderate rainfall for some, but still it's causing issues out there on the roadways. This is over many major roadways across southeast Georgia, Waycross, all the way to Brunswick, dealing with that rainfall. Duval and Nassau, northern portions of St. John's, we are in the clear for right now. However, more development is expected for the later part of the afternoon, evening, and into your Friday as well. So enjoy this little brief break that you have in the wet weather. The winds are still gusty out there. You can see from some of this video beside me that it has been a pretty active morning and start of the afternoon as well. Big picture of Nicole right now, still that tropical storm. You can see where that center of rotation is there. The heaviest rainfall from this system is actually in the first coast. I know the center of rotation is well away from our area, but the heaviest rain, some of the major impacts are happening here. One of those impacts, the gusty winds. We've got areas where winds are sustained between about 25 to 35 miles an hour. And when we talk about wind gusts, anywhere from about 35 to 45 miles an hour of wind gusts. So it is very breezy out there. All right, this map that I'm showing you here is showing you, it's our water vapor. It's going to show you where we will be seeing some more dry air versus moist air. In this situation, we want the dry air to start to pull in, and that's what's going to help us see the storm weaken as it moves through. So this blue color here that we're seeing getting sucked into the storm system, that is what we like to see, and we want to continue to see that for the rest of the day today. Yes, there's still a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. It still does feel pretty sticky for many areas, but we are starting to see some of that dry air getting pulled into the storm system, which is great news. That means it is starting to die off a little bit more. So the most recent information here from the National Hurricane Center, this is the 1 o'clock update, saying that winds still within the storm are sustained at about 45 miles an hour, so still well within the range of that tropical storm force winds, and then it's moving at about 15 miles an hour towards the north-northwest. Across the first coast, we do still have this tropical storm warning for all of us, and we'll continue to watch that and monitor it. As far as the storm surge watches and warnings go, storm surge warning for the areas you see there in pink. We're going to go through Futurecast here hour by hour, and this is the most recent data we've received. Notice it does continue with that pattern of seeing a little bit of a lull, a little bit of a brief break in the wet weather for many portions across the first coast. However, that is not the end. We're going to start to see redevelopment getting into the day on Friday. So timestamp right above my head here, early Friday morning, 6 a.m. If you're out on the roadways, if you have to go back to work on Friday, windshield wipers, you're going to need them. Give yourself extra time to get where you need to go because it's still going to be very soggy outside for your Friday with pockets of moderate to heavy rainfall expected for the commute times. It's going to be a messy one. Getting into Friday afternoon, though, the last bits of Nicole will finally sweep out of the area. So maybe if you can work from home for the morning and go in the afternoon, that's going to probably be a little bit of that better bet. Now, we've talked about this before time and time again, that make sure that you have a plan and know where you're going to go if we do see tornadic activity for this afternoon, and have a way to get that weather information. Of course, I recommend our First Coast News app, where you can get all the information that you need, track the radar, do it all from there. But whatever app you download, make sure you allow location and notification services.
All right, Michaela, thanks so much. And we just want to pass this along. One more reminder, if you're in St. Johns County Emergency Operations, reminding folks that if you live between Guana River Road and Carcaba Road, they are asking you to stay home until the conditions improve. That they say it's roughly about a 6-mile stretch of A1A that's impassable right now. So just take note of that. And parents, a reminder for you, if your kids want to get outdoors, do not let them play in any flood water. You never know what it could be contaminated with. So make sure you keep the kids out of any flood water.
And we are expecting a news conference from St. Johns County around 3:30, and we will bring you that information in about an hour or so. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Pardon me?
If your mic is on, give me
I
a
think
mic.
it is. Is this mic? Can you hear me? I just need a clicker.
Yeah, you got-
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jeannie Blaylock. We want to give an A+, in fact, to all of our viewers sending us pictures. Thank you so much. You are like reporters out there in the field right now. You know, we have crews, as you've been seeing, all around the First Coast. But of course, we can't be everywhere. So let's start in Clay County. We're talking about too much water down there. We've just gotten new information from a Clay County press conference. The emergency management team there is saying they had just sent assessment teams out to Black Creek and Doctors Inlet. The report is the flooding is significant. They're worried because the water has been coming in slowly, but will recede more slowly, they say. So be prepared for this event to last for not just today, but over the weekend as well. They say if you have any concerns, don't take any risks. Call 911 if you feel threatened by the waters there. And here's a photo from Steve Martin. This is from the Ortega River. Steve, now I know that you're not the movie star, Steve, but you captured quite an image here, a sailboat on fire. I'm told that that boat did burn up, but the good news here is that nobody was on that boat. Here's another photo, and I got to throw this one in because I love this. This is Skeeter. Skeeter, he's watching Lou Turner this morning on First Coast News, and Kelly Barrio sent this photo. And Kelly, if Skeeter is your cat, can I just say, Skeeter, you deserve some extra tuna. You have good taste in weather forecasters. So Skeeter's a smart kitty. And on a lighter note here, this is from Tony Trippi. She posted this photo on our First Coast News Weather Watchers page, and I don't think you can see the caption, but there's a caption on it. I'll read what she wrote. She wrote, Butler Beach, 1 bath, 1 pool, and 3 bedrooms. Oh, Tony, I hope you have a good chuckle out of that. We certainly did. And Tina McGowan, thank you for sharing these photos with us. This is pretty graphic here. This is Flagler Beach. This is A1A.
You can see there part of it washed away in Nicole. There are a couple of angles here to show you, but the Sheriff's Department is there is saying, look, you can see how powerful that water is. So if you're at all near the Flagler Beach area, they say, please stay off the barrier island. So great picks, everybody. And what we want to make sure that you know how to do is just join the First Coast News Weather Watchers page. I mean, it's so easy to do. Just go on the page and say, yeah, I want to join. Of course, we'll accept you. We invite everybody to do that. What's going on outside your house? Maybe inside your house. How are you getting through the storm with your pets? I've gotten lots of messages on Facebook. Our dog got up at 3:30 this morning. He was so upset, just barking and barking. I don't know if the lower pressure from the storm or whatever, but he's been really bothered. So we are just interested in whatever is important to you. We would love to see it. Just go to firstcoastnews.com or rather our Facebook page and look for First Coast News Weather Watchers. We invite you to join us. Jeannie Blaylock, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, Jeannie Blaylock, thank you for sharing those viewer videos and pictures with us. We really appreciate it. If you are safely able to do so, please continue to send in those pictures and videos. It really helps us tell our weather story better.
It sure does. So let's check in now with Chief Meteorologist Tim Deegan for the latest on Nicole. Tim?
Weekend and now is down to 45 miles per hour. Certainly that's good news. Continues to move along to the north and northwest at 15 miles per hour. That is good news. For many of us, we've passed our worst high tide. That's good news. The circulation of winds that used to extend out from Nicole by over 500 miles, now down to about 300. That's good news, but it doesn't mean we're in the clear yet. Even in what we call a dry slot, which we'll talk about in a moment, we continue with some winds gusting to about 50 miles per hour. Again, the shaded area is the tornado watch, and this is what I mean, especially for those of you over southeastern Georgia, even if you don't get any more tornado warnings. And with the tornado watch that verifies from the Severe Storms Forecast Office, the potential could be with these bands of storms still rotating in quickly, 50 to 60 miles per hour, we might see some isolated tornadoes. But even if we don't, as each one of these bands comes ashore, into still Glenn County, probably staying north of Camden as far as the strong winds, but into Glenn, into Brantley, Pierce, and Ware County, these are all producing winds gusting to over 50 miles per hour. That's enough to bring down a limb. It may be a big old white or a water oak, so keep that in mind, and this is going to continue for the next several hours. We'll go in a little bit closer, occasionally some lightning. That certainly lightning is dangerous, but that tells me some of these are reaching some pretty significant heights. So as these come ashore, we might see more tornado warnings, especially for Glenn County and getting over toward Pierce and Brantley as they all race off to the west and northwest at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So there's the tornado watch, goes actually until 7 p.m. Again, there goes the tropical storm as Nicole makes the turn. Now, this L indicates it's only a tropical depression by tomorrow morning, but it's still going to have a lot of energy. And as it starts to head back northeast, then tomorrow morning, there will be a swing of storms from the Gulf. Remember, right now they're coming from the Atlantic, from the Gulf, and they're going to swing back our way. It won't be as stormy as today, but I can't rule out the fact there might be some isolated severe storms when that happens. Again, this is great news. Winds over the water off to the east and southeast of us, and that's where the energy is all coming from. The winds are no longer as strong. The seas are no longer as high, although by any other storm, we would call these some pretty high seas. The next high tide is at 9:30, but still, those are pretty significant. Here are the tides. We're about ready to change these now, and we'll start sharing with you when the next high tides are. But notice as we go through the Buckman and Shands, we're just now getting past high tide there, and it's going to take a while for that water to go down, as Anthony and Jeannie and Heather have been mentioning. We will go on over to St. John's and Flagler. Again, improving, but just relative to what we've had. Those water levels are going to stay high, and we're still going to get some gusts to about 40 through about 5 p.m. Same thing for Duval. Again, just as verification here, that is, it looks like we did verify. Certainly went higher than Ian and probably got within about 16 inches of Irma, and that water is going to slowly subside. Now, the high tide later tonight, high tide tomorrow morning will be well above normal. We might still have some water back into roads or up through drains, but I do think we've seen the worst high tide with the one that just passed. And still occasionally some gusts to over 40 going over those higher bridges. Those are still pretty noticeable. Notice the wind still higher, maybe gusts to 50. Again, for those of you over Nassau, Camden, and Glen, and the farther north you are, for instance, the risk of higher wind gusts and isolated tornadoes more significant for Glen versus Nassau County. We'll wrap it up. Again, we've talked plenty about Clay County and Putnam County. Just for some vocabulary, for those of you new to the area, when I say the Black Creek is okay, there was concern for the north and south fork of the Black Creek to have a major flood if we got 10 inches. We didn't. But remember, the Black Creek flows into the St. Johns. So the portion of the Black Creek along the St. Johns is high relative to normal. This is the big one that I'm pleased that we did not get 10 inches of rain, and that's why the north and the south fork of the Black Creek are okay. We do not have any tornado watches out west, but again, late tonight or tomorrow morning, we might see some storms develop in the Gulf and swing from the west to the east, especially for Columbia County, and then same thing for those of you over the, basically our counties of the Okefenokee.
Thank you for that update. We are expecting an update from St. Johns County management officials. That press conference happening at 3:30, so we will keep an eye on that.
That's right. We're going to go ahead and take a few minutes of break time, and then we'll be back with more on Nicole. All right, welcome back. Time right now, 2:50 as we continue to track Nicole. We did just get an email from Clay County asking if we could share this information with our viewers. If you have any damage to your house or another structure or any flooding in your home in Clay County, you can call their call center at 877-252-9362. Once again, that's 877-252-9362 in Clay County.
And we want to go now, continuing our team coverage, out to the beaches is Anastasia Bolton for a look at the conditions there. Where exactly are you right now, Anastasia?
Good afternoon. Well, we just moved a little bit west of Jacksonville Beach to the community called Lake Sanctuary, just to kind of see what some of the neighborhoods are experiencing or if they've seen any impact from Nicole whatsoever. So in the Lake Sanctuary neighborhood, it is a small community of just a number of homes. You can see some of the streets have flooded. We asked one of the residents if they have experienced anything like this before. The woman who lives on in the corner home said that in the 25 years that she's lived here, this is the second time the streets flooded like this. Obviously, you can see some kids in the distance playing in the water. Their mom told us that they've been here for 5 years, have never seen anything like it. As we drove around very carefully, because this water is not deep, we did not see any homes damaged, but we just wanted to get sort of a sense of what it's like a little bit west of the beach as Nicole made landfall. So that's what we're looking at right now. Driving through, we did not see any trees damaged. We did not see any power lines. And again, no water that we saw that has come into the homes. But we'll make our way back to the beach to show you guys updated conditions there. So far here, not super windy, obviously not raining as you can see around me. Just at this point in this neighborhood, some minor flooding that we do not see damaged any homes, thankfully so. Back to you.
Our coverage now, we want to go out to the Moncrief area.
Yeah, the north side of Jacksonville, where our Zach Wilcox, he's along Ken Knight Drive. Zach, I know earlier you were there with the evacuation buses, seeing if anyone was going to get on board. What is it looking like right now on Ken Knight?
Yeah, Anthony, the difference that an hour makes, or 2 hours maybe, I mean, I wish I had a time lapse to show you guys. We've only been parked here at the park for maybe 20 minutes, and when we pulled in, the only space available was the one furthest from the water, but now you can see pretty much all the parking spaces have cleared out. The Ribault River getting back into the river, working its way back. Not a lot pushing up here into the parking lot at this point, which is great news, of course, for the folks who live along Ken Knight Drive. I was going to show you guys here, taking a look here at the street. When we pulled up around 1 to relieve the morning crew that was out here, this was all underwater. And you can see the amount of debris out there right now, the trash cans that have tipped over, but generally that water has moved out very quickly, especially in the last hour or two, has really receded back, so now cars are able to navigate around a little bit more. Folks are able to come out and kind of assess the damage. Not seeing a ton of damage to any homes at this point. You know, debris in the road, things from trees as well. We will show you, though, the part that seems to always have the worst of the flooding is this park. This poor park here, Charles Reese Park. It's got that playground set still underwater, although even just in the past 20 minutes or so, that sidewalk was completely covered all the way up to where I'm standing right now, and it has receded so quickly. So that's great news as we start to see it coming down. I will mention, though, as we were trying to get an idea of what was going on around here, there was a palm tree near me and a palm frond. Let's see if we can show it here. Palm frond dropped down a little too close for comfort. It kind of came down and it was close enough to make me jump. So we're standing in the open now, far away from any trees, because the occasional gust of wind comes down and, you know, some of those branches have been loosened up at this point, some of those palm fronds. So making sure that we're keeping an eye out for that. But just wanted to show you guys how quickly the water has receded. Before, we were only able to see big trucks making its way through, but now most cars are able to come out if they need to and to assess what's going on around here. And then also, the Ribault wraps around behind me. Actually, you can see some kids playing basketball. They've been out there for a while. The court's pretty high, so not a lot of water up there. But as the Ribault wraps around, a lot of those homes on that side of Ken Knight, on the west side, they do seem to have water coming up in their backyards quite a bit. So hopefully we'll get a chance, now that things have cleared out a little bit, to check in with some of these homeowners. But we did mention when you guys checked in with us about a half an hour ago that there weren't a lot of folks that went on the emergency shuttle. So perhaps that's a good sign. Maybe they felt like they could hunker down through this and the flooding that did come up here, but only for a little while, as it's so much of it is receded out at this point. And pretty soon, hopefully even the playground will be available, or the water will have worked its way out of there as well. So we'll give you one last look before we wrap up here at that Ribault River and just see, even, you know, it's even gone down a little bit since we first started doing this live hit. It's amazing how fast it's working its way out of here and back out there to where you can almost get back onto that fishing dock there. So hopefully as we get, you know, to the next high tide, it won't come up nearly as far as it did, but not the same amount of flooding conditions that we've seen here in the past, and certainly for not as long. So that's the great news for folks here along Ken Knight Drive. On the north side, Zach Wilcox, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, Zach, thank you. So we want to go to Michaela Lucero now.
Yeah, and Michaela, it looked a lot calmer out there. We didn't see any wind gusts, no rain right now, so that's a good sign where he is along Ken Knight Drive.
Yeah, that's right, Heather, and you can see it right here. I've got the north sign here on satellite and radar, and it is clear from any rain at the moment. And what I want you to notice is all of our reporters we've been showing you, they're all in their t-shirts. It is much, much warmer outside than where we were at this time yesterday. If you got outside yesterday afternoon, it was a little chilly outside. You needed a jacket to not only keep you dry, but also keep you a little bit on the warm side. That has changed. That tropical air has pushed into our area, and it is pretty warm and sticky. We're sitting at about 77 degrees in Jacksonville right now, and with the humidity, it really does feel like that. So it is feeling much, much warmer outside thanks to that tropical moisture that has pulled into the area for today. Here's a big picture look at what we're still dealing with. There's Tropical Storm Nicole continuing to churn off towards our south and southwest, at least the eye of that storm there. Now we are still dealing with a tornado watch. It's in effect for the counties you see there in yellow, and that is in effect until 7 o'clock tonight. Now this is just for southeast Georgia. We did have a watch early on for portions in northeast Florida. That has since expired. However, we are going to still watch for the potential for tornadic activity for portions of southeast Georgia through 7 o'clock. And here is why we're watching for that. These outer bands that we're watching right here, they've got a good amount of energy along with them. How I was explaining it before is kind of like when you have a rope and you snap it, or maybe a towel and you snap it. You know how the end kind of flips around? That's what we're worried about. This line right here, that's the towel, and these little pockets of rainfall, that's the snap at the end that we're worried about kind of spinning up when they spin back around and move inland. So that's what we're going to continue to watch for this afternoon and into the evening until that tornado watch is expired. So here are a few of those pockets just now starting to move into places like Brunswick, where we're watching a pretty heavy rainfall pulling into those areas, moving at a good pace as well. Many of these storms moving at about 30 to 40 miles an hour, so it is a fast-moving system. We are still seeing widespread showers for portions of our western counties, and then showers do get a little bit more scattered in nature as you get into portions of southeast Georgia. Duval and Nassau County, just a few sprinkles way out to the west, but many of us are on the dry side and even seeing a little bit of blue sky doing its best to peek out. Not the story as you head further off towards the west. If you jump on I-10, you're going to be running into quite a bit of wet weather and still gusty winds for that area. So again, there's Nicole. If you head westward, you're going to be dealing with a lot of rain and wind as Nicole continues to churn off towards our south and west and bringing heavy rainfall to portions of the First Coast. Now, we did get information from the National Hurricane Center around 1 o'clock with this is what they've given us. Winds within the storm 45 miles an hour, moving towards the northwest at about 15 miles an hour. Here on the First Coast, we do still have not only that tornado watch, but we also have a tropical storm warning for all of us. And we're going to continue to watch that warning, hopefully see that expire sooner rather than later. Storm surge warning out there for the coast, of course. Now the winds, it's still an issue. Even though some of us have seen the rain let up for a little bit, the winds are still very, very gusty. But I want to put this in perspective for you. Remember yesterday when I was showing you this map, when we see the purple color, that's where we have winds of 40 miles an hour or greater. That purple color was stretching from South Carolina all the way down to Miami. You remember this whole blob was purple? Yeah, well, much different story today. Yes, we're still seeing a few of those pockets of purple where we're getting those gusty winds, but the wind field on the storm system is finally starting to recede, and we're going to continue to see it recede over the next couple of days with a good amount of clearing in the forecast getting into at least tomorrow and into the weekend, as well as those winds finally start to subside. Hour by hour here on Futurecast, the most recent information from our models. We're starting at about 3 o'clock, so there's your timestamp if you want to follow along. Pockets of heavy rainfall for southeast Georgia for the rest of the night tonight. Getting into tomorrow, I know that many of us will be potentially, if you're going back to work, you will still be running into quite a bit of this rain. So keep that in mind, that I know we're clearing out for tonight. However, tomorrow another round is on the way. So no, we are not in the clear quite yet. Yes, you might be clear for now. No, you're not in the clear for this storm system. 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, widespread showers, isolated pockets of heavy rainfall, and some storms will be possible too. By the afternoon on Friday, though, that's when things will finally start to get out of here. That will be the last of it. Friday morning into the start of the afternoon. That's the last round of the heavy rainfall and those isolated storms that we are going to be seeing. So let's get you a track of what we're seeing with Nicole. Here we go for it. We're going to see it continue to develop and continue to push off towards the west-northwest by about, well, this is saying as early as tonight, still going to be well off to our west and into Friday, the low pressure system off into Georgia as we continue to watch Tropical Storm Nicole come through the first coast.
Hey, Michaela, thanks so much. And as we go to break, we want to show you a live look of what it looks like in the back parking lot here at First Coast News in downtown Jacksonville.
Also, to let you know, we are expecting a press conference from St. Johns County at 3:30, so in less than 30 minutes or so, we'll be sure and bring you that information as soon as we receive it. Is 3:04, and we want to welcome you back to our coverage as we continue to track Nicole. I'm Anthony Austin, joined now by Jeannie Blaylock.
That's right. We're giving Heather just a short break, and she's working on some videos that you all are sending in to Near Me. So go on our First Coast News app and send in some videos here over the next hour, because Heather's going to put them on TV. That's going to be a lot of fun.
And we want to go to our Jessica Clark now. She's been in St. Augustine earlier. You saw her live along the bayfront, and now they're kind of driving around St. Augustine to give us a better look of what it looks like there. Jess.
Hi guys. So we're in the Lincolnville neighborhood right now, just trying to assess the damage of how things are. And we're letting some people cross the road. Some people are just starting to kind of get out and about, those who did not evacuate, just to see how things are. And so I understand we're on Washington Street. And hey, how did you do? The water got into the garage. The water got in the garage? In the house? Yes. Okay, all right, he doesn't want to be on TV, so we're going to let him be. I was just checking to see if he was okay. But he did say the water did get in the garage, and that's what we're hearing from a lot of folks here. Some of these homes have been elevated in the past few years because of previous hurricanes that have been damaged. I'm going to stop right here, and you can kind of get a good look at this. So you can see the water line in this garage. The doors are open for this garage, right? And it looked like they created some door dams, but you can see the water line. Can you see the water line on the walls there and on the door dams? That's how high the water got. And so if you look then at the door, see the door, the beige or peach door here, look how high that water line is. I would venture to say that is knee to thigh high. That's pretty high. You know what? No one is behind me. I'm on a very empty street. I'm going to go out and just show you real quickly. You can stay in here, Heather. Okay, so look at this level of watermark. So look, that's about knee deep. Yikes. And then over here, thigh deep. That's the high watermark right there. And so this is again in the Lincolnville neighborhood. These homes face the Lake Maria Sanchez, and so that is an area that often floods because it's affected by tides. And you know, we had a high tide today. And so as we're just going through, you see some people out just kind of checking on each other, checking on their neighborhood to see what's going on. And you know, after being cooped up for a little while, you want to see how things are going. We're going to make a right here and see South Street. Is this South? Yeah, this is South Street. So South Street is another road that often floods. You can see the debris down in the road, and the way the debris is laying looks like water surely covered this street as well. We're going to go down even further south, because the farther south you go, you know, can you turn the camera? I'm going to see if we can go. Actually, something caught my eye. It looks like we have an emergency vehicle of some sort to our right. Don't know exactly what they're checking out, but they are checking out something here in the Lincolnville area. So again, it just looks like they had a lot of water, and that is expected when we have these kind of storms and the high tides in this low-lying area of Lincolnville. We have seen one tree down, and a lot of the damage, you know, you see just debris on the streets, but a lot of the damage takes place inside the homes, because when they flood and that water gets in, a lot of times the drywall, the walls, the floors are really just messed up and have to be replaced. And that is what I consider to be damaged from the inside out. And we've seen this time and time again with the storms. Okay, so we've got a piece of heavy equipment down here. This is ML King that we're driving down. This is actually the high rise of Lincolnville, meaning this is the ridge of Lincolnville that is high, but the further south you go, like we are in the southern part of Lincolnville, it does indeed flood. And so these homes here have flooded in the past, but I'm going to point out something. I'm going to see if I can squeeze by this fella. I am. Thank you very much, City of St. Augustine. This home was elevated after Matthew. And this home across the street was elevated after Ian. This home was elevated after Matthew. And it's just one after another homes that, you know, when they have been flooded, the folks said, we're just not going to deal with that again, and we're going to elevate. Elevated. So it's good to see that those homes look to be okay. The water lines on those elevated homes are below the first floor. So that's good. Again, we're seeing some water on roads still, but remember, high tide was several hours ago. We're probably hitting low tide if we haven't already right now. And I'm going to turn down this road right here. These poor folks, look at that water line on that house. And this one has flooded over and over again. Now, it looks like they tried to build a door dam on their door. You see that? And then put tape around it to try and keep the water out. And I wonder if that worked. I hope it sure did. They didn't even put sandbags out. Hopefully that worked. And then they taped up the screen. Do you see the screen? There you go. They taped that up too. Goodness sakes. It doesn't look like their home, but I sure hope that that kept the water out of their homes. You can see the water line. Do you see the water line on this blue house? I mean, do you see that there? Yeah, right in there. So, gosh, it's hard to tell if it barely made it into the home, but I know that home is flooded in the past as well. I sure hope that it did okay this time around. So, again, going through the Lincolnville neighborhood, just assessing the damage here because it is a low-lying part of St. Augustine, one that typically floods, one that the city is trying to work on as far as finding ways to keep it from flooding so much. And we see some folks who were outside just kind of talking with each other and seeing, they're laughing because they see the TV camera, but we're just checking on them as we go through Lincolnville. We're going to toss things back to you as we continue driving around St. Augustine.
All right, Jessica Clark, they're always giving us the best perspectives of what is happening in St. Augustine.
Yeah, I think she knows every single house there. She knows that neighborhood like the back of her hand. And it is a beautiful neighborhood. The history there, the colors, the architecture. So I'm with you, Jess. I hope that water didn't get in those folks' houses, at least not again. So let's move now to San Marco and Brandon Schaff. And Brandon, tell us what you're seeing. Always a lot of worry about San Marco.
Yeah. Good afternoon, guys. Good to be with you today, and we are here in San Marco. We're right here at the intersection. This is River Road and Landon Avenue, and let's take a look. Let's just pan back and forth here real quick just to show you how much water this neighborhood is taking. I heard you just mention one of those neighborhoods that just a really beautiful neighborhood. A lot of these really nice older homes that are right here on the water, right next to the St. Johns River. You can see we're looking at that right now. The water has gone up over and gone on to the streets here in the neighborhood. So now they've had to actually close off the street. You have the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office is here. They've closed off the road so that nobody gets their cars stuck, and they've been trying to get people out. And we're going to pull up some footage that we got earlier of some people that were actually kayaking through the streets. They were literally going through, having some fun, just kind of going around and really having a little bit of fun with this. You know, nobody really seemed to be panicked. Nobody really felt like they were in danger. When we got here, there weren't really any rescues going on or anything like that. There were just people trying to get their cars out of the water and things like that, maybe pushing them to the drier areas. And we actually spoke with one of the people who was on those kayaks to just talk with him about really just what was going through his mind when he realized that these streets were starting to fill.
I would say unexpected. I know y'all are out there telling us to worry, but we're not, and then this happened. So I was here for Irma, and the same thing. So we underappreciated it, and then we all got flooded.
And you heard him talk about Hurricane Irma. You also have a lot of people who we talked with here that have been through situations like this before. We had some people walking by that said that they really weren't expecting the flooding to be this bad, considering the fact that this hurricane was not as bad as Hurricane Ian was, at least from a severity standpoint. But the flooding here, obviously, as you've seen all the way around, is about as bad as it gets when it comes to just not really being able to drive through here. So a lot of people, including the house, which is directly across from us, have actually had to leave their homes. The power is still on here, but some people have decided that they just need to leave and wait for this water to go back into the river. But for now, right here in San Marco, you know, everything seems to be pretty under control, and we'll continue to give you more updates as the day goes along. And for now, right here at this intersection in San Marco, Brandon Schaff, First Coast News, on your side.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Right behind where he was, kind of wrapped around the river right there. Boy, during Irma, so much water came into those first floors. People were having to tear out those beautiful old wooden floors, the old wood planks, just piles and piles, look like garbage, but just so sad to see all that torn out. So this time, with the water still there, I hope it's not as bad as he's saying it maybe is under control. Let's hope so.
We hope that that's the case, Jeannie. We want to go down to Tim Deegan to give us another check of our forecast to see what we're seeing at this hour.
You know, it's one thing to forecast the numbers. It's always interesting for me to actually see what has happened. To hear people being surprised, maybe I just need to work in this business a few more years to get used to that. All right, folks, I did want to point out, because we've focused most recently on St. Johns County and Duval, and beautiful San Marco right there. Again, there's the St. John's connected to the ocean, and all those places in St. Johns County that Jessica showed us. I was listening intently because she really does give us a detail. There actually is a body of water near those homes, and it's called, I believe, Lake Maria. And it basically is a large lake with a connection to the estuary that's probably no more than 6 feet wide, but it's connected to the estuary, which is connected to the ocean. And again, a reminder, that's all it takes. If the ocean's coming up 5 feet and there's enough time that eventually that water is going to go even through a 6-foot channel, fill up the lake, and then we have what we have. Again, makes for a beautiful environment over northeast Florida and southeastern Georgia, but it is a reminder, certainly, we are the river cities, or maybe I should say the river neighborhoods by the sea. But again, and this radar, incidentally, I'm not so hyper-focused on the rain. This just shows where the strongest storms are. This is right around the circulation center of Nicole, which is right about there. And this has been that strong, you can call it a feeder band or the boundary between the nor'easter and the tropical air racing off to the northwest. But in between, although it's humid, a lack of precipitation being produced, not only for St. John's and Duval, but for those of you in Flagler, for the most part, Putnam and Clay, and mostly Nassau, has been for the next couple of hours and probably will for the next several. However, we go a little farther to the north and a different story, right? Because it all depends where you are as compared to Nicole. And this is that band, and this is not showing all the rain. This is only showing with the radar where the strongest storms are. But this is the same band that initially came ashore, Flagler and St. Johns County, before sunrise, started producing those winds gusting to 60 to 65 miles per hour, then worked northward through Putnam, Clay, Duval, Nassau County, and occasionally some tornado warnings as well. This is the same band. This is why southeastern Georgia, you're still under the tornado watch, because this band could still be productive. Although, as each hour goes by and as Nicole weakens, then the bands, we call them feeder bands, also don't have quite as much energy. Looking at this, if there's going to be another band that might produce winds up to 50 miles per hour, might possibly produce a tornado, it's going to be this band here. Although if you notice, this is the northern portions of Glenn County, and this may stay just north of Glenn County. And I do think, although we continue to see these squalls come in from southeastern Georgia, as we now get through the middle part of the afternoon and then head toward the latter part of the afternoon, more and more of these potentially severe cells coming in from the Atlantic will be more towards Savannah and Macon as opposed to Brunswick on over to about Ware County. So this tornado watch for southeastern Georgia is in effect until 7 p.m. Wouldn't be surprised if the threat there lessens before then, as Nicole continues to be significant, but now barely holding on as a tropical storm and working off toward the north at a pretty quick clip.
Thank you so much, Tim. Now, we want to show you some video and some pictures from all around here from Nicole. Part of Coastal Highway, this is Volano Beach. You can see right there, what a big crack. That's just falling apart. Take a look at these photos shared by the St. Johns County Emergency Operations Center. There are a series of these pictures, and you can see the road falling forward toward the beach as the water is moving over that road. The Doctors Lake Marina taking on some water inside. This is inside the marina, and you can see the water is just kind of pooling on the floor there. And a warning to stay off of A1A. Take a look at this map from the St. Johns County Emergency Operations Center. A1A from Guana Road to Carcaba Road, we are told, is impassable. Don't even go there, we're told. Emergency officials are asking, if you live in this area, just stay home until the conditions improve and don't take any chances. You're just going to have a big mess or something dangerous.
We want to go up to Georgia now. Officials in Glenn County sent us these photos and videos of flooding and debris in the roadways. Some streets completely underwater. As we've been saying, do not drive through the waters. The cars you see our county leaders actually there, county officials just kind of canvassing the area if you see any vehicles in those photos. Always best to just stay home. You can help us tell our weather story better by showing us the bigger picture, what's happening in your backyard, what's happening on your street, by sending us pictures and videos only if you can safely do so. And download the First Coast News app. In the bottom right corner of the app, you'll see that Near Me icon. Click on Share with Us and upload your photos or videos, and then all you have to do is hit send, and we'll see them right here at our TV station. Stay safe, stay informed, stay with First Coast News on your side. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, time right now, 3:23 this afternoon as we continue to track Nicole. We want to welcome you back. I'm Anthony Austin along with Jeannie Blaylock.
We appreciate your joining us today. Let's take you down to St. Johns County and Volano Beach. Taylor Levesque is there. She's been there for hours. What are you seeing now, Taylor?
Yeah, well, right now we're seeing a lot of road closures and a lot of sand in the air. You'll see me wiping my eyes because there's sand in our eyes at the moment. I'm going to move out of the way. The St. Johns County Sheriff's Office says for about a few miles, this road is completely closed on A1A Coastal Highway. They say 90% of the road has collapsed due to the storm surge that ran over. They said that the sand dunes are also no longer there. They say that the Florida Department of Transportation and Florida Power and Light and other crews are waiting for trucks with rocks to be used to stabilize the roads so that the cars can get through. Right now they say they're doing majority of the road work near Carbaca Road at Ocean Sands Beach and in Spa. As you can see, more trucks coming through this area. We just saw a few more Florida Department of Transportation crews. If you're in the Volano Beach area, starting at Coastal Highway in Francis and Mary Ucina Bridge, the Sheriff's Office has blocked that area off all the way up to Carbaca Road. They said that the water has receded from the area, but beginning at Ghana River Road, they say there's still 3 to 4 feet of water. That water has not yet receded from the area. Again, this road is completely closed. If you are living in these houses right behind us, they say you will be hunkered down for a while until they can get the materials through here. Also, as you can see, some people on bikes, people that are living in the area are walking up and down the roads just to get some exercise, get out of the house. Right here, even though a few ways that way, the sand dunes are no longer there. The sand dunes here are still intact, but they have closed these walkovers so you cannot get anywhere near the beach. Again, A1A is closed, so if you live in the area, you'll be hunkered down for a little bit. We'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Nicole. We're ready to go back to St. Augustine.
That's right. We want to go back to our Jessica Clark. She's been driving around some of the St. Augustine neighborhoods, giving us a better look. She's in the Lincolnville neighborhood earlier. Jess, where are you right now?
Oh, well, so we're on Oneida Street, still in the Lincolnville area. And just a few minutes ago when we were driving around, you may have seen that we saw an emergency vehicle of some sort. Didn't know what it was looking at. We circled back and it was looking at this. This is 2 trees that have fallen down on Oneida. And so here's one in the middle of the street, right? This is a big one that we can't even see the trunk to. And then this over here is another one, and that one is laying precariously on power lines. Can you see that? And so the one you're looking at right now, I'm told by neighbors, fell first around 7:30 this morning. And then this one right next to it, or possibly connected to it, I cannot tell from where we are, fell around 8 o'clock, according to neighbors. Now, the electricity has been turned off here in the area, according to neighbors. And some neighbors said, yeah, we lost electricity about 8 o'clock. Other neighbors here in the Lincolnville area say, yeah, we lost it around 2. So obviously it was shut off at different points in time, but we're not going to go any closer just because not only are their power lines all wrapped up in those limbs way up high, but also on the ground, and it's harder to see, but there are some black power lines in the limbs that are on the street here. But you know, it's not raining right now. It is not blustery, and so a lot of people are kind of out and about walking, checking things out, and this is certainly something that they're looking at. Folks are saying some water did get into their homes. Some homes are low-lying, but we are still just kind of checking out the area. We will tell you more about what we see when we see it. Back to you.
Hey, thanks, Jess. It is looking like you guys have calmed down just a little bit as far as the wind and the rain, but remember, there is more of this wet weather and gusty weather on the way. And just a tip about those power lines, always just assume they are live. I know that we've been telling you that a lot of areas were starting to turn off the power. just assume that those power lines are live, so you are taking the proper precautions to stay safe. All right, let's talk tides. The next high tides for areas across the First Coast. That's when we're going to bring around that next threat for flooding across the region. Jacks Beach at about 9:25 tonight. Main Street Bridge 10:30 p.m. Buckman Bridge 1:50 a.m. 9:49 p.m. for St. Augustine. That's where Jess just was. Fernandina about 9:40 p.m. Same time there for Brunswick, and Shands at about 2:40 a.m. So that's going to be the next round when we start to see that water start to pool up again in those areas that we know are so prone to flooding. All right, current look at satellite and radar across the First Coast. We are still watching that tornado watch. So you see it there in that area of yellow for portions of southeast Georgia. Now, earlier this morning, yes, we did have a tornado watch for portions of northeast Florida. That has since expired, so you might have been under one earlier today. Make sure that you are checking back in. Right now, it's just for portions of southeast Georgia where we have that tornado watch in effect. Still dealing with quite a bit of rainfall across the area, and these pockets of rainfall out along the Atlantic are what we're watching next. We're watching just a few of these little spots here that have some lightning along with them. So we're inferring that, yes, there's a good amount of energy with several of these storms, and as they move inland near the Brunswick area, we're going to watch for the chance for some of that tornadic activity. It does look like the environment is pretty conducive to seeing some of those little storms start to spin up and rotate a little bit, and that's when we usually will get those warnings. So of course we'll continue to keep you updated, but those are the areas that we're watching right now. That's the area that we are keeping the closest eye on. Still watching pockets of heavy rainfall for portions of southeast Georgia. Widespread showers as you head further out towards the west of Jacksonville, but Duval County, St. Johns County, portions of Clay, Flagler, Putnam, Nassau. You're dry for right now. Still a little breezy every now and then, but the heaviest rain has moved out, and even the showers have started to recede. Now, this is all round one. Round two is coming as we get into tomorrow morning. So enjoy this little reprieve that you've got. If you have to do some cleanup, that is you can do safely. Go on ahead and do that for now, because you do have a few more dry hours ahead of you before that next round of rain comes through, getting into Thursday morning, or excuse me, getting into Friday morning. Here's a look out west, places like Lake City, Live Oak, Day, Brantford. You are dealing with those showers, just that steady rainfall coming from Nicole. You can see Nicole there, the center of that storm system still off towards our south and west, turning out there. All right, locally, those winds, they are still gusty. Even if the rain has dried up for you, the winds are still an issue. Right now, between about 25 to 35 miles per hour, sustained winds. When we talk about wind gusts, anywhere from about 35 to 50 miles an hour. We just got about 51 mile per hour wind gusts there in Jacksonville. NAS Jacks at 44, Mayport at 39. These are all still tropical storm force winds coming from the outer rain bands of Tropical Storm Nicole. 41 in St. Augustine, Palaca 36, Gainesville 49, Lake City 31. Still very gusty, but let's talk temperatures. Okay, yesterday, this same time, if you went outside, it was almost cold. For us Floridians, it was cold. Temperatures were way chillier than they are now. So if you go outside while we're in this little brief break of rain, you'll notice it is humid. It is not hot, but it is much warmer outside right now than it was at this time yesterday. That tropical moisture, you will really feel it in the air if you walk outside for your Thursday afternoon and evening. It is much stickier, much more humid, and much warmer. Our dew points are sitting in the mid 70s. So when our dew point is really close to the temperature, that's how you know it is very, very sticky outside. The most recent data here from the National Hurricane Center, we are reporting winds within the storm up to about 45 miles an hour. Now here's kind of double-edged sword. We're not really seeing the storm strengthen very much, but we haven't seen a whole lot of weakening from it either. Winds are still sitting at 45 miles an hour, moving at a good clip of about 15 miles per hour. Still watching that tropical storm warning for the entire First Coast. Yes, tropical storm warning still in effect for the entire First Coast, as well as storm surge warnings along the entire east coastline. All right, let's wrap it up with these big three. Now, the stormiest weather, that is going to continue to be from now until about 4 p.m. So just about a half hour more with the gustiest winds and the heaviest rainfall. Again, round one. We are going to start to see more rain come through for your Friday as well, but the biggest impacts from Nicole, that will start to taper off as we get into the later part of the afternoon and evening today. But don't let your guard down quite yet. We'll still watch for that tidal flooding, especially like we talked about before with our next round of high tides coming through tonight, and that tornado threat. We'll continue to watch it through that tornado watch that ends at about 7 o'clock for portions of southeast Georgia. Jeannie.
All right, Michaela, actually, we're going to go ahead and go to a press conference that just started in St. Johns County. Let's go ahead and listen in live to see what they have to say.
Tidal event, and then get out there and check on your friends and family members and your neighbors. I know that there's a lot of impacts to the city that have also been done specifically. So at this time, I'm going to introduce the city manager, John Regan, and he's going to give you an update on the city of St. Augustine. John.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad. John Regan, city manager for the city of St. Augustine. Many residents have been concerned about the street still being flooded when the tide is down. I would say just be patient. There's so much water, it just takes time and it will recede. This storm, the best data points that we have in South Davis Shores tells us that it is within a couple inches of what was the flooding of Ian. So we have many residents that have flooded again. And the other thing is that the Bridge Alliance is currently closed. The DOT will announce when it's safe to traverse the bridge. So for any residents that are coming or going to the island back or forth, I would highly recommend going down and using State Road 312. It may still be a few hours before the bridge is open. And also our police department has reported to me that in this storm, the residents of St. Augustine have done a very good job of staying home, sheltering, not excessive driving throughout the city, causing wakes. And our police department very much appreciates that from all of our residences. With that, I'll turn it back to Mr. Conrad.
Thank you, John. Just as a reminder to our community, you can get all of your questions answered at 824-5550. That's our St. Johns County Emergency Operations Citizen Information Hotline, 824-5550. There are people here that are answering the calls, questions that you may have specifically related to your community, to your street, to your road, and all of our operations and services going forward. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and open it up for any questions.
Have you had to rescue anyone?
There have been a number of rescues. I'm going to turn that over to the chief, and he can give you some more specifics. Chief Pravat.
Jeff Pravat, the Fire Rescue Chief for St. Johns County. We've had multiple rescues throughout the county and downtown today. Numerous of high water, getting people out of high water, specifically on the coastal highway when the road collapsed. We did make quite a few rescues there.
We witnessed an incident of law enforcement going out, meeting with a young man who brought them over to someone who, by all accounts, was shocked by an exposed wire walking through floodwaters. That's unconfirmed unless you guys are able to confirm that. Any update on the status of that gentleman who was taken to the hospital? And also, we've been seeing a lot of people walking around through the floodwaters downtown, children barefoot, people walking their dogs. What kind of obligation does the city have to block off these flooded areas and prevent foot traffic?
Okay. Yeah, so let me answer that. First of all, we won't confirm any reports at this time, but what I will say is this while we're out in front of you guys and have been since the beginning of the storm with every storm, to please be careful. And so, obviously we can't keep people from doing things that they shouldn't be done, but that's why we're up here with law enforcement, with the city, with fire, saying, hey, please shelter in place. Please stay safe. There could potentially be down water lines, and so it takes a while for this water to get out and to return things to normal. Yes, first responders are down there from law enforcement and fire rescue, but going against the information, the recommendations that were given, asking people to use common sense, also puts the men and women in uniform in jeopardy. And so we want them to also return home safely to their families. So bear with us just a little bit longer. Hang in there, continue to do the right thing, use common sense, stay safe, wait for the water levels to recede, and then go out and check on your friends and family.
We heard potentially after that incident the power grid was shut down for the downtown area. Can you confirm that or give us an estimate on maybe when power will be restored downtown?
Sure, I'll let the city manager answer.
After the incident, there was a circuit that was taken down in the vicinity of the incident. And at this time, I would have to defer. I don't have an estimate of when that will be restored.
A large stretch of A1A is underwater, and we're understanding that part of it's completely like deteriorating. Can you give us an estimate of how much of that road is been affected right
Sure.
now?
So it is about a 6 to 7 mile stretch between where it's impassable at Gowanna Preserve and then just south of Carcaba Road. The exact length of the impermissible road, or impassable road, if you will, I'll let our Director of Public Works step up and maybe he can give you some information about the length and the stretch of that. Greg Caldwell.
Greg Caldwell, Public Works Director for St. Johns County. Right now, the Florida Department of Transportation is on site with crews to repair the damaged road along A1A. There are some short sections that have been compromised. St. Johns County as well is helping DOT with some of the response to this effort. Right now, the idea is to try to get this secure in anticipation of the next tidal event. So we feel like that will be complete tonight, but then further improvements need to be repaired for full access throughout this area.
Is there any worry about the debris? I mean, we've seen pictures of the gravel of the road actually broken. Are we worried about that being washed out with another high tide?
Right now, with crews on site, they're removing those large chunks of asphalt, replacing it with other riprap and other areas that will be able to handle some of this wave action over the course of the next tidal event in anticipation of further repairs tomorrow and the next day.
Director, you addressed the South St. Johns County A1A2 as well? Yeah.
The
Closures?
The south area has received a lot of overwash, a lot of sand has been taken on the A1A. DOT has gone out there after the tidal events, tried to clear the road, clear the debris to open up access. But again, with the tidal influence of the ocean, we're going to see impacts further through the night.
Do you know tonight's high tide is going to be as bad as the one this morning? Any ideas?
We hope that it's not going to be. It's at 9:30. The tidal conditions are expected to be a little less, but also where the storm is, as you're familiar, the wind speed and the wind direction of the storm has changed. And so now, as opposed to whipping it in, it's pulling that water out. So while the tide is going up, the water is also going out at the same time. So we are hopeful that we're going to see lesser tidal conditions than we saw this morning. But we'll wait and see, and we'll just encourage residents to continue to be safe and continue to observe it. Yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, so that was St. Johns County. They're giving us an update on exactly what is happening within the county. They were saying that there's been a lot of rescues along A1A when the road collapsed there. So people who live between Gowanna River and Carcaba Road, they were urging everyone to stay home until conditions improve. This was roughly a 6-mile stretch of A1A that's currently impassable. So they are telling people to stay home, stay put right now while they work to get all of that taken care of. Also in Clay County, they held a press conference about an hour ago to warn people of the rising waters and storm surge around the county. So high tide was around 2:30 and water levels there were rising along the St. Johns River and Doctors Lake. Emergency operations centers will be open through the night through tomorrow, and county leaders had this to say about the rising waters.
That the water came in slow, it's also going to leave slower. As high tide cycles happen, we should see about a 1 foot degradation in each of those reporting periods, but still 1 foot of high tide is still 1 foot. So we're looking forward to that water receding, but it will continue to take a couple days, potentially through the weekend, before we get back to normal.
And also, I know a lot of you have questions about garbage pickup. Officials say that garbage pickup will happen tomorrow, and the fee for yard waste will actually be waived until the 21st of November. Now, here in Jacksonville, city leaders gave us an update on conditions in the city this afternoon. The mayor, Lenny Curry, said despite water levels rising with the tide, he doesn't see issuing any mandatory or voluntary evacuations. But if you do see the water getting high, if you don't feel safe at your home, you do need to leave.
I mean, I think that people ought to use common sense right now. Again, if you know you're in these areas, the zones I mentioned, A and B, if you've seen flooding in previous storms, you ought to consider moving if you can. I think that would be common sense and wise.
And we want to say applause to all of you taking videos to show us what you are seeing around you. All these folks you're going to see in a minute sent us video to our First Coast News app. It's a feature called Near Me. It is easy to use, and I'll show you how in just a second. But first, let's start in San Marco. This is from Courtney Green. This is good video. This is Bee Park, B-E-E. Now, I'm a big fan of San Marco. I love San Marco, but this is a new area to me. I looked it up on a map, and it's kind of near Bishop Kenny, but you can see the water there not behaving itself I had to put that in. Now over to Nocatee. Christian Phoenix, thank you so much for sending us this view from where you are. I know you're keeping very, very close eyes on that water level, but thank you so much, Christian, for sending in that video from Nocatee. And for all you folks in Georgia, this is from our own McKenna Rodriguez. Our reporters use the Near Me app as well. This is St. Simon's Island earlier today. A lot of people have been using the word angry water. I think that's a good description. St. Simon's, one of my very favorite places when I was a kid in Missouri. We used to drive to Georgia and we would see St. Simon's. It's such a beautiful place, but not so pretty today. It doesn't really look like the Golden Isles, but before you know it, we'll be back with some sunshine. And Barbara from along the St. John's, thank you so much for sending this in. I don't think that water really represents the kind of day lounging you would very much like to have, but still we can see some good video that you sent in, Barbara, and we do appreciate that. But remember, that water right there, it may look like just water, but I remember during Irma, I interviewed a shop owner in San Marco, and she wore flip-flops to clean up her shop from the flooding, and she got this really nasty infection in her toes. So we just want to remind you, it may just look like innocent water, but it might not be. So put on some boots before you go out in the water. And I promised you a quick tutorial on Near Me. Just go to our First Coast News app, and you see the big arrow blinking down there in the bottom part of the screen. That's where you want to click, and then it goes right up there and it says share with us. It's so easy. I'm not a queen of technology myself, but it is honestly easy to do, and it's good to show the pictures. We love to show what you send us. So please feel free. Our weather team would really appreciate that. Go to Near Me, whatever video you have, whatever pictures you have, we would appreciate if you would send it to us. Anthony?
All right, Jeannie, thank you so much for showing us the videos and photos our viewers are submitting to us. Please continue to do that if you can safely do so. Right now, you're taking a live look at Jack's Beach. You see our tower cam. They're shaking from the wind. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with the latest on Nicole. All right, we want to welcome you back as we continue to track Nicole. If you're just now joining us, not too long ago, we heard from the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. They were giving us an update. A1A, a mess right now. A lot of that stretch of road pretty much impassable right now. They've had to make several rescues, so we are continuing to monitor that situation. We do have a crew out there.
And right now, one of our crews, Alden German, is near the Matanzas area. And Alden, we know you're a meteorologist, so you've got an expert eye on this.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here south of Fort Augustine near Fort Matanzas on the beach, and the wind has really picked up in the last 20 to 30 minutes. I got these goggles on and this makeshift sand screen here, sand really blowing in our faces. And earlier we were talking to residents who were discussing the sand dune here that's really been eroded away. I was talking to a woman earlier who was saying that this is all from Nicole, and the erosion from this, in her opinion, is worse than what came with Ian earlier on. She said about 6 to 12 feet of this was washed away from the earlier surges and the winds from last night, and it went all the way down the coast as well. So they've lost a lot of this dune. They had just restored it not too long ago, and she has a friend that lives in one of these homes too. Says that they're a little bit nervous about what could be coming, and rightfully so, seeing all of this, seeing how much this has been eroded away. But for now, it looks like that it's really stopped. We haven't had any other rain coming. The waves have started to crash on a little bit closer and further up the shore, so we'll have to keep an eye on that, especially as the tide comes back in later on tonight. But the main story, I think, out here has been the wind speeds. They've been gusting very strongly here near Fort Matanzas. Back to you.
Thank you so much. And Tim was just pointing out that some of those houses behind him, people live in those houses. Sometimes those are abandoned along the beach, but not those.
Not those indeed. And we want to go back out to Volano Beach now. That's where our Taylor Levesque is. She's been monitoring the situation out there. As I was mentioning earlier, A1A, a lot of that stretch of roadway impassable right now. Taylor, what are you seeing at this hour?
Now we're seeing a lot of road crews out here attempting to fix the roadways here on A1A. I'm going to move out of the way so you can see multiple agencies out here: St. Johns County Fire Rescue, the Sheriff's Office, the Florida Department of Transportation, Florida Power and Light. They tell us that 90% of the road near Carbaca Road has collapsed. They say that the sand dunes have totally washed away, causing the storm surge to get onto the roadway and causing the road collapse. They say that they are waiting right now. They are working on repairing the road, getting some of the pieces of concrete up, but they are also waiting on trucks filled with rocks, which they say they will use to repair it so that residents can get in and out of the area. Now this roadway, if you are on Volano Beach or living near Volano Beach, Coastal Highway from Francis and Mary Usina Bridge is where the closures begin, but the roadway work doesn't start until Carbaca Road. We are standing here near the seaside of Volano where the roadway work starts, and then all the way north to Ghana River Road is where that roadway work stops, but then that's where also 3 to 4 feet of water still stands. Crews say that water has not yet receded out of the area. I also want to point out over here, aside from the road work that's being done at the seaside of Volano condos, some of the roof and the pilings have actually fallen off and are actually dangling. So not only is there road work being done, but there's also damage to some of the buildings. Now we aren't right here where we're standing. Sand dunes are still intact. We can't really see over, but there's a little walkway we were able to get to, and you can see just the water from the ocean came all the way up to these sand dunes. So it's great that these ones are still intact, but a little ways down there, the sand dunes are no longer there. If you are living in the Volano Beach area, crews say that you will be hunkered down for the next little bit. They don't have any estimation of when the roads will be reopen. We have seen some residents come. They've been walking on the beach and walking and riding their bikes along the sidewalk, so they're trying to get out and get some fresh air and exercise. But this area of A1A will be closed until further notice. For now, in Volano Beach, Taylor Levesque, First Coast News, on your side.
Thank you for that update. We appreciate that. We hope the crews can get that fixed. It doesn't look like a short-term project.
Not at all. That's going to take a while to get that all taken care of. We want to go over to Tim Deegan now to get a check of our forecast.
You know, Anthony and Jeannie, it's one thing to forecast these events. To actually see it happen, at least in my mind, is still amazing. And I've been observing 2 points that's kind of clicking in my head. Number one, it's amazing to see. Remember, for us, we basically had tropical storm conditions, but when involved in a 500-mile nor'easter can create seas stronger than many hurricanes that we have seen. And then the second, and that is that for many areas that did not have problems with Ian, but that lost a lot of the sand, the defenses with Ian, then suddenly the next system comes, suddenly in 6 weeks of time, that's suddenly in the tropical cycle nature, the defenses aren't there, and then we can see what happens when those sand dunes aren't there to defend in a natural way. Okay, so here is Nicole down to winds of 45 miles per hour. Again, this is the circulation center, although clearly in northeastern Florida and southeastern Georgia, we're still being impacted by the system, but the shading indicating where winds are gusting to about 40 miles per hour or more, and that has certainly contracted in a big way. So not only is the core of the tropical system continue to weaken, but the much larger low pressure system that caused that large area, 500 miles, I'm not sure if large is even the right word for that, giant region of gale force winds continues to contract as well. So our big three has continued to shift over the last week as the forecasts have adjusted and the time has gone on, and now here is our new big three headline. So we will continue with gusty winds, but outside of severe storms for the most part, we're talking about gust to near gale force. Tidal waters will continue high and above normal, probably for days to come, but for most of us, we've seen the highest tidal waters we're going to see. They're going to slowly drop like a roller coaster. Remember, we'll go low tide, back to high tide again. Michaela just shared with you when some of the next high tides will be, but that overall water level, whether we're talking about low or high tide, will continue to gradually now drop. Isolated severe threat on Friday morning. So although Nicole will continue to weaken, once Nicole starts to head to the northeast, that is toward Augusta and then toward Greenville, South Carolina, and eventually Charlottesville, Virginia. Once that happens, we'll be on the bottom side of Nicole, so to speak. The winds will come at us from the southwest, and instead of looking at the Atlantic, we'll probably watch a line of showers and thunderstorms during at least the first half of Friday come at us. Nothing like today, but there could be a few severe thunderstorms. We just want to let you know, and we'll be watching that here in the weather team very closely overnight tonight and then during the day on Friday. So Alden, if you remember, one of the things I liked about his shot, so Alden was right about there. Matanzas is just north of the county line between St. Johns and Flagler County, and he was looking into the wind, but he was looking this way. That means he was looking to the south and southwest. In fact, if you look radar closely, notice the showers coming out of the south and the southwest. That's good news, folks, because that means already we're beginning to see a little more of a wind slightly off the land, and instead of heading in from the Atlantic waters. And that will also, just verification really, that those tidal waters, although slowly, will be slowly dropping. Here is the large circulation center of Nicole, continuing to work over the coast. Thankfully, the Gulf of Mexico, at least this part, is much cooler, barely at 70 degrees. So it's helping Nicole hold on, but it's also not allowing Nicole to intensify at all. Much more to come. We even have put together a 7-day outlook. So we're looking beyond Nicole, and we'll share that for you and with you in a few moments.
We wish this were over, but it's not. But don't worry, we will be with you all night long and then throughout tomorrow until we get finished and everybody is safe and sound and we know what's going on. So for right now, we're just going to hang in there because it's not over.
That's right. So we're going to go to Georgia now. I do want to read this information we just got from Camden County. The 4 bridges in St. Mary's have reopened. So that's the Dark Entry Creek Bridge, the North River Causeway, the Burrell Boulevard Bridge, and also the Sugar Mill Boulevard Bridge between Hunt and Old Mill. Right now, the Sheffield Bridge on Harriet's Bluff Boulevard is still closed. But once again, that's for Camden County. We do want to go to Brunswick, Georgia now. That's where our Brianna Ray Turner is. They were under a tornado warning earlier today. And Tim, they're still under a tornado watch until 7 p.m. Is that correct? Correct. Correct. Okay, so we want to go out to Brianna Ray Turner now. Brianna, what are you seeing right now?
I'm right here at Gold's Endland at St. Simon's Island. So many neighbors came to me and said this is their beach, this is their favorite beach. They love this beach, but take a look at the beach right now. So look at this beach erosion, all of this water, sand has been flying in my mouth. It hasn't been the greatest experience, but also take a look at the kiteboarder over there. He says this is the best time to be out here. He is over here hitting the waves. Look at that. Here we go. Whoa. Love it. I'm so here for this right now. This moment's great. But like I said, I mean, this beach erosion is insane. The winds have been picking up over here, and neighbors are just screaming and shouting for this guy just surfing. He finally got his board and kite up. He said it's been about an hour, so he finally he definitely succeeded this moment right now. But we've been talking with neighbors. They said there's been flooding around this area. And also, let's just not forget about this boardwalk. They say when they walk this boardwalk, I talked to a neighbor who says she carved pumpkins on the boardwalk for fall. So this gives them so many memories. You can see so many people out here. And just take a look at this boardwalk. I mean, it's destroyed. I mean, these winds definitely, Nicole took a hit for sure at this boardwalk. It's and so I wouldn't go on it, and also I wouldn't recommend kiteboarding right now, and just be really safe and be really careful. You can see the sand, I mean, right here at the beach, it just kind of drops off because of the beach erosion. I'm here live at Gold's Inlet. Brianna Ray Turner, First Coast News, on your side.
Yeah, probably
Good
don't want to go
description, yeah.
kiteboarding or anything right now. I know it seems tempting, but it's best to just stay at home.
Just, I mean, it's not going to be boring. Think how many things there are to do at home. And then you can get back out and don't have to hit your head on something or worry your family and just hang in there. Okay.
Always better to be safe than sorry.
Yep, that old cliche makes some sense. We'll be right back in a second.
All right, we are continuing to track Nicole. Time right now is 4 o'clock, and someone who always gives us one of the best perspectives of St. Augustine is Jessica Clark.
That's right, and she's been driving around, she's been walking around. So Jess, where are you now and what are you seeing?
Well, guys, that's very nice. Thank you very much. So we are right on the southern point of Lake Maria Sanchez, the Lincolnville area. And look, a car on the street. And I know it doesn't look like much, but that car stalled out because it was trying to get through the water yesterday. And the water was very high. This according to people who live right here and watched it happen. They said this was when it was really high. The high tide was up. And so we're just, we're trying to look for a water line. Well, how high was it? Well, look, you can see debris along and here, but would that stall out the car? And then we look over here. We think this was about the high tide mark here because not the string necessarily, but the wet part of this palm tree. So if you take that, and I know this is very unscientific, but you go about here, that's pretty high water to drive through. And the police have showed up here now trying to track down the owner. The neighbors who live along this street said, yeah, the car's just been kind of sitting on the street ever since it stalled out. It's a very nice car, but when we remind people, and we have to remind ourselves too, when you see water in the road and you don't know how high it is and you think, oh, well, maybe I can just get through it, and I have done this myself, and you try to push through it. Well, sometimes you're lucky and sometimes you're not, and the car gets stuck. And so this is just one of the many things that we've seen as a result of the storm here that's come through St. Augustine. Live in the Lincolnville area, Jessica Clark, First Coast News on your side.
Oh, I hate to say it was a nice car.
It was.
Yeah, maybe somebody's out of town.
It might
or
be
something.
salvageable.
Let's just give them the benefit of the doubt, huh?
Let's do that.
They'll get insurance money for it. Anyhow, let's move on now to Michaela. And you were saying this was round one, but we're not over with the performance of Nicole, unfortunately.
No, yeah, we are not quite done with that yet, Jeannie. That's a good way of saying it. This is where Jess is, St. Augustine. We're looking at the radar here. Most recent information showing us cloudy skies, but dry for St. Augustine at the moment. We're not seeing a whole lot of rainfall in that area and many areas along the east coast of Florida. Now, different story for southeast Georgia, but we're going to walk through the radar. I'm going to show you all of the first coast. Here's what we're seeing at the moment. Best news we've gotten in the last hour, that tornado watch is starting to be shaved off. Yes, there are still a few spots in coastal areas that are dealing with it, and it is still in effect till 7 o'clock, but many of us are starting to get taken out of that tornado watch. And let's kind of talk a little bit more about what we're looking at for that tornado watch. These storms out there in the Atlantic, these pockets where you're seeing the red and the orange, those are the areas that we are watching for potential tornadic activity later on tonight. Now, here's the thing. I've been telling you about it. We're worried about these storms kind of whipping around, and when they whip back around, kind of like when you whip a towel, the end of that towel snaps around. That's what we're worried about with these lines of storms. We're worried about them coming in, whipping around, and getting that little spin up within them as they come through. But you can see they're shifting a little bit further off towards the north. They're not necessarily going to come into places like Fernandina Beach and into Brunswick. More northward, think a little bit more north of Brunswick to Savannah is where we'll be seeing those lines of showers and storms passing through. So pockets of heavy rainfall, though, still coming through for southeast Georgia. Even if you have been taken out of the tornado watch, you're still dealing with very gusty winds and pockets of heavy rainfall that's causing that localized flash flooding from those outer bands of Nicole. Speaking of Nicole, well, there it is right now. Notice one or two areas of moderate rainfall as you get a little bit closer to the eye of the storm. And we're just seeing steady rain for our far western counties. But that's the rain you gotta watch out for. That's the kind of rain that will bring around that slow flood. It's not necessarily a big old downpour and you get that flash flood. This is the kind of rain that just accumulates and accumulates, and we get those backing winds that pushes water into those inlets. And this is the kind of stuff that you really got to watch out for. It's that slow creep of that water starting to rise up. So areas that have been under steady rain today, just make sure you're staying aware through tonight and into tomorrow, as you will start to see an increase in that flood risk, especially as we get closer to high tide. I'm going to walk you through when those high tides are here in just a little bit, but let's continue across the radar. Here's that band for portions of southeast Georgia, ranging from Brunswick all the way through Waycross and heading further off towards the west, towards Douglas. And that is just one band of heavy rain. A little bit of clearing to the south and a little bit of clearing to the north as those bands come through. Nassau, Duval, St. John's, you are doing okay for right now. We're mostly just dealing with cloudy skies, a little bit of blue sky trying to peek through, and those gusty winds as well. Scattered showers here and there, but most of us for our major counties, Duval, St. John's, Clay, Nassau, we are mostly dry for those areas at the moment. So there is Nicole turning the eye there, turning still well off to our south and west at the moment. Now the entire first coast still under that tropical storm warning, and we also still have those storm surge warnings out there for the coast. Now let's talk high tides. We're going to go big picture here, and we're going to tell you when we're going to be seeing our next round of high tide. So Jack's Beach, we're expecting at about 9:25. If we could go big picture so everybody can see these times. Yeah, 9:25 tonight, Jacksonville Beach, that is your next high tide. The Main Street Bridge, 11:30 tonight. Buckman, 1:50 a.m. 9:49 p.m. for St. Augustine, 9:40 for Fernandina, Brunswick at 9:40, Shands at 2:40 a.m. That is going to be our next round where we have to watch for that next round of significant flooding across the first coast as we move into our next high tide. For many areas, that last high tide was going to be one of our worst, but still we need to make sure that we are taking the proper precautions for this next high tide that we'll be seeing for tonight. So here is a look at the 4 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center on Nicole. This is the most recent data that we have received, and it's still saying that winds within the storm are 45 miles per hour. So again, similar to what we've been saying, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword. No, it's not strengthening. No, those winds aren't weakening a whole lot either. Still moving at a great pace, 15 miles an hour towards the northwest. The pressure down to about 990 millibars there. All right, big three. We've updated them. Me and Tim kind of talked these through, and here's what we've come up with. We're still going to watch for gusts near 40 miles per hour. So if you are out on the roadways, that is still enough that you're going to be sawing on the steering wheel. If you're headed over the bridges, use extra caution. We have been dealing with wrecks all day long. If you don't have to be out on the roadways, don't be out there. We have our emergency management teams that are all over the place right now. If you could just maybe save one of those teams for people who are actually in those emergencies, that's going to be your best bet. Just hunker down for this one. Tidal waters are slowly going to drop, and then isolated severe threat is going to be coming around for that next round of wet weather, and that is going to be as we get into the day on Friday, that round 2 of strong storms that we're going to be seeing getting into Friday morning. That's the one we've been talking about. That's that next round that we're going to be seeing. So let's go through Futurecast real quick. I'm going to walk you through hour by hour what we're going to be seeing. So we're starting right around now. This model here is actually doing a pretty good job of location, intensity, timing, everything with this storm system. So I'm going to put a good amount of confidence in what this model is saying, and I've got the most updated data for you right here. The timestamp is going to be right above my head right here if you want to follow along with the time. This is 4 o'clock, so you can see this model is almost identical to what we're seeing on the radar. So good news there. Now watch as we walk through 5 o'clock. Many of us start to clear out a little bit, but remember, we're clearing out from round 1. We've got another round coming on Friday. So tonight, just scattered showers here and there. Most of us staying under those cloudy skies. Remember, the sun goes down earlier, so it's going to be dark pretty early on. If you do have to be on the roads, try to at least do it while we still have some daylight there. When it gets dark, it's going to get dangerous on those roads, even more so. 9 o'clock, scattered showers continue to come through. Not necessarily going to be a noisy night as far as thunder and lightning. Those gusty winds, though, those will bring a little bit of that noise overnight tonight. All right, 6 a.m. on Friday. If you have to go back into the office on Friday, if you're leaving early, it's going to be a messy commute. So if you can maybe work from home in the morning or just work from home at all on Friday, that's going to be probably your best bet. 6 a.m., whether you are headed west, north, or south, you're going to be dealing with wet roadways. You're going to be dealing with gusty winds. Windshield wipers will be a necessity for your commute to work on Friday morning. 8:30 a.m., pockets of heavy rainfall, gusty winds from the south and southwest, pulling in that tropical and very sticky air. Lunchtime, we'll start to see some brief clearing for our far western counties, and that's going to be the last of it. By mid-afternoon, 3 o'clock, a few scattered showers, but the last bits of Nicole start to leave our area. Yes, we'll still see a few things here and there, but most of us will start to clear out. By Friday night, skies are clear, winds die down, the rain is out of here, and that severe threat really starts to drop off. So, of course, we're going to continue to keep you updated on all things Tropical Storm Nicole throughout the rest of the evening to tonight and into tomorrow morning. Me and Tim will have all the details on your forecast.
A little bit of a long haul here. Okay, thank you so much, Michaela.
We want to go out now to our Zach Wilcox. He was on the north side earlier, but he has moved to Atlantic Beach now. Zach, what are you seeing out there at the beach?
Yeah, Anthony, this is usually where I come to surf here, 18th Street, pretty close to the Mayport Pools in Hanna Park, a couple of miles down from there. So just figured I'd have an idea of what it normally looks like to be able to compare it to. But I don't think you'd even really need that normal idea to tell the difference here. Let's see if Josh can show you. So this is where the edge of the dunes are, and we're not standing on the dunes. We're on the beach access, but it's already turned into a bit of a cliff. You can see how the sand is smooth right there where people are kind of jumping down. That's because a dachshund just went for a little slide right on down the edge of the dune here off of the beach access point. So, but I'll have Josh turn and show you guys to give you an idea. If you can turn this way, Josh. So you can see where the ramp is for the beach access that we've walked down. Some folks coming up with their dogs now. You can see those steps, and then you see the railings. Well, usually that's just the rest of the boardwalk in continuation. So the steps are now they're below our feet right now under all this sand. And just to give you an idea of some of how the steps have been covered, you can see there that private access point. The sand has just been piled up in there as well. So the good news is there's still quite a bit of dunes to work with, and these are some high dunes right here, and then you have all of that, all the grass and weeds in there as well. So not like particularly any risk to folks who live in this area, who live along the beach. Talked to one lady who said that her daughters just had to come out. They wanted to see what it looked like, and they brought their dogs out. And she mentioned that during Ian, they have an outdoor shower by their house, and they had conch shells come up, and they were gonna maybe see if they could collect them or see if there's anything. But then by the time that Ian was gone, the conch shells were gone too. So it looks like they still had the animals in them, the mollusks and whatnot, and they got up and walked away. I told her if you pick one of those things up and there's still a mollusk in it, they like to squirt at you to let you know that they're still in there. So I guess they didn't have that at this point yet with this storm. So still some folks who have had to, wanted to see what's going on down at the beach. Now the city of Atlantic Beach is advising folks to stay off the beach for right now if they can. And they will have some red flag advisories in place for the next 4 days or so because they expect the conditions to still be impacted at that point with just how far the dunes have eroded so far. But I will show you that drop off again for the folks who have had to go out there. They've asked us if they can walk out, and I'm like, well, you got to jump, and not something we're willing to do, but some folks have been willing to do it. And the only thing is I don't envy them the trip back up climbing through the sand. Doesn't really sound like a good time. But that dachshund sure looked like I had fun when it was sliding down onto the beach. So for now, we're live in Atlantic Beach. Zach Wilcox, First Coast News, on your side.
Thank you. I'm picturing a little dachshund going down that hill. Hope he's okay. Appreciate that, Zach. And here are 3 things to know right now as we continue to cover Tropical Storm Nicole. If you live between Guana River Road and Carbaca Road in St. Johns County, the county is urging you to stay home until they get conditions improved. There is a 6-mile stretch right now of A1A that's impassable. In other words, it's cracked open. I mean, it's not even anywhere safe to drive. Nassau County evacuation orders have been lifted for all you folks in Nassau County. And in Clay County, officials would like any flooding or damage to your home reported to their call center. They're trying to keep tabs on what's going on, so call them at 877-252-9362.
And I want you to take a look at this video. Viewers living along the water in Riverside say that water is still rising at this hour. I was just looking at this on our Facebook page. This is video sent to us along River Boulevard. You can't even see the street there in front of the house. And the water is creeping up the steps to their home. This is an area that tends to flood. Nicole also had impacts to South Florida. This is over in Broward County in South Florida. These aerials show damage to Hollywood Beach Boulevard, collapse of the Lauderdale by the Sea Pier, and damage to the Deerfield Beach Pier and some beached boats in Fort Lauderdale. And we want to go back to Riverside to see more video of the flooding there. This is from Gail Allen. She says she is a flood response responder and she's now stuck in the flooding. She is helping her downstairs neighbor because the water is moving into the downstairs.
And several homes along the beach in Volusia County now have been deemed unsafe. You can see in this video here, the back wall of this home, it's hard to kind of tell, but it's gone. That whole back wall is gone. The back of the house now just open up to the ocean. This row of houses looks as if they are barely hanging on there, inches away from falling into the water. And South Carolina is now starting to feel the impacts of Tropical Storm Nicole. This is video from Charleston and the Isle of Palms. Several roads in downtown Charleston have been closed due to standing water so far. And you can help us tell the bigger story. You can show us the bigger picture and send us your videos. Just download the First Coast News app. In the bottom right corner of the screen, you see the Near Me. You click on that and then you go to the upload arrow area and it says share with us. It's easy. It's really fast too. Stay with First Coast News. We're on your side and we'll be right back after this break. Be right back.
All right, we are continuing to track Nicole at this hour, and I believe we want to go over to Tim Deegan. Is that correct?
Tim, I think everybody's wondering what's going to happen in the next couple of hours, and then we got to look ahead to tomorrow too.
Exactly, and the fact that we're looking ahead to tomorrow from the Weather Center's busy point of view, if that's English at all, actually is encouraging, and it should be a positive sign for you as well. I wanted to make sure we pass this along to you. This came in at 4 o'clock, still showing winds of 45 miles per hour. We expected it would maintain its strength going right along the coast. Again, just if you're new to the area, or maybe you're wondering about November, if this had been in August and September and it was hugging the coast, Nicole probably would have re-intensified. But the water temperatures in the Gulf are down to about 70, so it's not doing that. It's moving quickly to the northwest at 15 miles per hour. The pressure's coming up. All of that just verifies that this powerful tropical cyclone is still gradually weakening. In fact, we expect it to be a tropical depression. That's what this that's what this symbol is over the next 12 to 24 hours. The shading, if you've been with us, shows you the contraction of the tropical storm force winds. It was at one point 500 miles from south to north. So we still have Nicole within a large tropical storm force area, but certainly much smaller than it was. So here's the big three. Michaela, pass this on. These are, again, as we look farther off into the future, still windy, still high tides, but again, for all of us, we've seen the worst. Just doesn't mean it's going to be a walk in the park for the next 12 to 24 hours. Still some occasional gusts of 40 miles per hour, maybe slightly higher on the higher bridges. Use some caution there. Tidal waters are dropping. This is also officially now the National Hurricane Center states that as well, but they're dropping from where they were, meaning when we go back up to high tide tonight, back up to high tide tomorrow, they're still going to be high. We'll still have water backing up through drains, just not as severely as today. As far as an isolated severe threat, we could see another round of severe thunderstorms tomorrow, especially the first half of Friday. Nothing like today, but just want to let you know, although conditions will be much better tomorrow, we will still be concerned about possibly thunderstorms coming at us from the Gulf. Yes, the Gulf, because remember, as Nicole continues to head to the north, see this motion coming out of the southwest? I think it doesn't take a meteorologist to realize what's going to happen. So as this continues heading northward and then eventually to Augusta, then Greenville and Charlottesville, Virginia, we'll see our flow come out of the southwest, and that could bring a few storms in here. Again, the tornado watch is being shaved off to the south as Nicole heads to the northwest. This boundary that we've been talking about that came at us from the south, worked into Flagler and St. Johns County as before dawn. This is the boundary separating the tropical air that was brought up by Nicole against that nor'easter cooler air, and that's why this band is so significant. But as Nicole continues to head to the northwest, that band lifts to the north and northwest, and that's why now Camden is no longer under a tornado watch. Ware is no longer under a tornado watch. The tornado watch continues for those of you in Glenn, Brantley, and Pierce counties. We're going to watch this band. Again, the activity heading off to the northwest, but conditions are becoming quieter, less conducive for damaging winds from the south. So it could even be that for those of you in Glenn County, we can drop you out of that tornado watch maybe even before 7 o'clock. Nonetheless, we're going to keep a close watch. Even without tornadoes, any of these downpours as they come ashore could still produce some wind gusts to about 50 miles per hour, although increasingly the heavier and stronger cells are going to be heading more towards Savannah, Hilton Head, and then through the Carolinas. Again, these are racing off to the west and northwest, but the quieter weather, relatively speaking, working from the south to the north. So first we saw Nassau County get out of the band, then Camden County, and could be within about the next hour or so, Glenn County, you're getting out of the severe threat. Going to take a little bit longer for those of you in Brantley and Pierce counties. We're going to keep a close watch on it for sure. So there's the tornado watch. There's what we call in the dry slot. I'm just highlighting here where the strongest or potentially strongest storms are. And of all that's going on, if you look really, the strongest storms are out here over the Atlantic, along and now east of the Gulf Stream. And these should all come ashore over about Savannah and the Hilton Head area. So we're going to watch these closely, but I'm becoming less and less concerned that they're going to come back our way. When I say our, I'm talking about those of us over what we call the first coast of southeastern Georgia and northeastern Florida. The term drier, I know it's humid out there, kind of muggy, but I'm talking about above about 5,000 feet. There's what we call a dry slot that has worked through the region, and that just supports the idea that we're going to have very little in the way of strong thunderstorms. In fact, we probably won't have any over the rest of northeastern Florida for the rest of the evening hours, maybe some isolated brief showers, but this regime should continue as at least for the evening hours, Nicole heads off to the north and northwest. I think if we start to see any shower or thunderstorm activity start to then come back at us from the southwest, that will not happen until, well, this is at 1 a.m. So it's probably going to would happen after 1 a.m., probably more like after 4 a.m. as it gets to about Macon and makes the turn. And then as it does that and we get a beam of it to the south, So think about as it gets to Augusta, then we'll start to see activity come at us from the southwest. So I think most of you should sleep easy overnight tonight. That if we have any strong storms coming at us from the Gulf of Mexico, that's probably going to happen as we approach at least dawn or first light. All right, so now we're going to head to Friday, and notice the direction. This is out of the southwest, east becoming southerly and then southwesterly. So this will also help us with the tidal waters, because then the push of that water is going to head up toward the Carolinas and not toward us. Surf will still be large, but that will begin to drop. By the way, there's a big women's surf contest this weekend, professional women's surf contest. They're actually hoping surf holds on a little bit through the weekend. Hopefully we can get hopefully the debris is cleared and so they can have a safe surf contest. Although a lot of us like warm waters, if we don't want to see too much energy in that ocean for any future storms, notice the surf temperature has dropped down to 70 degrees, and even seas. By sunrise tomorrow, seas 15 feet at the most, and they'll be dropping as well as we go through the day. And then the high tide for the beach tomorrow at about 9:30, 6 to 10, depending on where you are. So a high tide later tonight. Notice Jack's Beach tonight at 9:25. This is downtown, so this pretty much covers the core of urban Jacksonville, and I'm talking about areas off of Trout River and Moncrief and Ribault, and then all the way down through Ortega, Pottsburg Creek, Arlington River, over toward, off of Ortega, then also Cedar, and then we work farther off to the south. Notice the high tide along the Buckman. The next high tide at about 2 a.m. Shands Bridge getting down toward Green Cove Springs not until about 3 a.m. But you folks that live along the river know how that works. It works southward down the river. St. Augustine and Fernandina, and for that matter, St. Mary's. It's just hard to put everybody's tides there. But notice how Jack's Beach, St. Augustine, Fernandina, St. Mary's, Brunswick, pretty similar times tonight. That'll be 9:30 to about 10, and then tomorrow about 10 to 10:30. If you want to do your own math on these tides, remember the tides are happening because of the moon. The moon rises about 50 minutes later every day. We have two highs and two lows every day. And so if you don't have a table or you forgot about these, just add about 25 minutes for the next high tide cycle. Just think about the moon. Us meteorologists tend to spend some time on that because it's really just math, and it tends to be more exact actually than meteorological forecasting. All right, so for those of you in St. John's and Flagler, again, water levels of 3 to 5, and those are now going to be dropping to 2 to 4, and then gradually dropping. And that's our way of saying that, yes, we think in St. John's and Flagler you've had your worst high tide, but still, high tide tonight and high tide tomorrow will still be pretty significant, especially for those of you that are super sensitive to anything that's above normal. Gusty winds, but those are dropping as well, especially as we get toward 5 o'clock. This is about what, as it turns out, has happened with us. Certainly in Duval was higher than Ian. We'll probably say about 15 to 18 inches below what happened with Irma. So a significant event, but I still think Irma, or at least most recent watershed, truly severe event. Okay, that's going to wrap it up for now. In a few moments, unless something surprising happens, we'll even take and look ahead to the weekend weather.
All right, Tim, thank you so much. How about we trot back down to St. Augustine?
That's right, Jessica Clark joining us from St. Augustine. Jessica, where are you right now and what are you seeing?
Okay, so we're on the corner of La Quina and Riberia in the edge of Lincolnville, and the cherry picker and the man in it just coming down. He has been working on a tree that had really tipped over and had gotten itself all tangled up in the wires. And boy, we just watched him do some surgery. Okay, it looks like he might be going back up. But so let me kind of set the scene here for you. A man who was in the building right next to the tree and the power lines said around 8 o'clock this morning, he heard 3 loud explosions. And so somehow this tree that had already been leaning was able to either hit the power pole or the lines. And power has been out for a while now here today. And so what stopped us is that we're watching this delicate act of, and we can get closer, this delicate act of these line workers really cut off limb by limb, and some of them small and some of them big. and working around the power lines. I mean, it's something that, you know, as you stand here and watch it, you've really got to appreciate this delicate business that they're doing. One, to make sure that the limbs they're cutting don't get all tangled up in more lines, but also that they're not cutting the lines either. Now, one limb that was fairly big just landed and crashed onto a fence, but the person who owns the fence said, I don't care, you know, we just want to make sure that these people are okay and that the rest of his neighbors are okay. But, you know, this is the work that takes place after a hurricane when we don't have power, and we still don't have power in the Lincolnville area. I am not going to get too much closer, but you can see it was a significant tree that they are really having to deal with, and this is just one of many scenes of similar nature taking place all over Florida right now, right? But you know what? These guys with Burford's Tree LLC, they're not even from here. They're from Alabama. So we want to thank them for coming here to give us electricity again. We're live in St. Augustine. Jessica Clark, First Coast News on your side.
Oh, we appreciate all the hard work they are doing out there. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Heather Crawford, and I want to take a moment to show you some of the incredible images and videos that you all have been sending us today through the Near Me feature on our First Coast News app, and also posting on our Weather Watchers Facebook page. And I want to start in St. Augustine. Bernadette Baker shared this video with us. Some guys out here, they look to be in their swim trunks. Some St. Augustine locals, she says, as the water comes crashing over earlier today. Now, this is near downtown. I do want to say officials reminding everyone, stay out of the water. Just not safe to be there. The water could be contaminated. You can't see down power lines. So please, please be careful out there. I also want to show you some video we got of the flooding in Riverside. This was earlier today at the Rivera Apartments off of St. John's Avenue. Gail Allen sending us this video. Look at how close the water is. It's actually coming into some of the homes there. She told us at about 3:30 when the water was rising, she was helping a neighbor who was downstairs whose home was flooding. So that's what it looks like about an hour and a half ago in the Riverside area of Jacksonville. And then I want to show you this comparison picture. Oh, nope, actually that is Roscoe Road. That's in the Palm Valley area of Ponte Vedra. You can see earlier today just how high the water was right there in St. Johns County. We know that some of the roads in St. Johns County impassable as a result of Tropical Storm Nicole. And now I want to show you, if we have a picture a friend sent to me showing the difference in flooding in downtown St. Mary's, Georgia, compared to what it looked like during Hurricane Ian. We don't have that picture, but I'll tell you that right now he tells me the water was about a foot higher in downtown St. Mary's this storm compared to Ian. Now what this is from Deb Bickle. She sent us this picture from the Trout River on the north side. You can see just how high the water level got right there. And Julie McMillan showing us the St. Johns River from Fleming Island. You see all that wood, all that trash, that debris. We're told that that is actually from a dock that was destroyed a couple years ago during Irma. So you can see now all washed ashore today as a result of Tropical Storm Nicole. And we have another video. This is a disappearing dock right here. Jason Davis, thank you for sharing this with us. He posted this on our Weather Watchers Facebook page from River Road Walking Trail. This is in Orange Park. But you saw today earlier as the tides were coming in around high tide, that dock starting to disappear. The water is now starting to recede. And I got to show you one more video. Look at this. Our neighbors at Intuition Ale Works right here in downtown Jacksonville posting this. This is a guy on a raft that's made out of beer kegs. Yes, beer kegs. Florida man, right here. This is on flooded Gator Bowl Boulevard in downtown Jacksonville. There he goes. I don't know what else to say about that picture, but there you go. And if you would like to share your photos with us, I want to give you a quick tutorial on how to use the Near Me feature. You go to the First Coast News app. You see the big arrow right there, the bottom right hand of your screen. Click on that, click on the words Near Me, then you will be able to share it with us and you can put your video or pictures in. First step, you got to download the First Coast News app. If you don't have it, it's easy to use, fun to share your pictures. We'd love to show your pictures and video on TV, so download the First Coast News app and stay with our weather team who's here for you around the clock. Heather Crawford, First Coast News on your side.
Thanks, Heather. And even if you didn't build a craft out of beer kegs, we still want to see your picture.
We do. That's something to see. Florida man indeed, right across the street here. You never know what's happening. All right, we want to go now to Alden German. Alden, last time we spoke with him, he was in the Matanzas area. Looks like he's still in the same place there. Alden German, actually one of our meteorologists within our company who is helping us with our storm coverage tonight.
Hey, thanks, guys. We're still down here at Fort Matanzas Beach, and earlier we were showing you the sand dunes that had been washed away, but to just give you a little bit more perspective of how actually tall this is, I stand about 6'1", and this is probably at least double my height. And even though the winds have come down and we haven't seen any rain and the waves haven't been as strong either, you still have a risk around these dunes because they can still collapse. So you have to be careful when you're around them. I believe one of our earlier live reporters was talking about people jumping off of these. I wouldn't do that. You can see a bunch of debris down here on the ground as well. And now with the winds coming up here from the south, still pretty gusty, around 40 to 50 miles per hour. We'll probably start to see some debris from the Daytona area making its way up here as well. I was talking to meteorologist Michaela Lucero earlier. She was telling me high tide around the St. Augustine area will come around 9:49, 9:50, a little bit before 10 p.m. this evening. So we'll probably start to see those waves coming in a little bit further on shore than they are right now. But I am personally thankful for that because it's kept the sand down from blowing in my face. But obviously we've started to see an increase in people actually walking down here on the beach, but there's a very, very large rip current risk. I can't emphasize that enough. So you shouldn't be coming down to the beach, but if you do, please exercise extreme caution and stay as far away from the water line as you possibly can. And in fact, with some of Glenn, maybe you can turn around and we can see some of the folks that are on the beach there to my south. You can see maybe a little bit more of that debris that's starting to wash on the shore now, probably coming from further off the coast. So although the winds have backed off down here just a little bit, we're starting to see those waves make a little bit more progress on shore. Clouds have also moved back in as well. And of course, we're still, you've still got to be careful around any of these dunes. These dunes, not only right here are they probably about 12 to maybe 15 feet high, but they were also about 6 to 12 feet further out. So about right here is where they originally were. I spoke to a woman earlier who said that she believes the erosion from Nicole was worse than anything that they saw from Ian just a couple of months ago. And they had also just spent a lot of time rebuilding these dunes, restoring them all up and down the coast here. So still active weather, of course, but now that the winds have backed off just a little bit, it seems like we're starting to see more people get out here to the beach. But again, there's an extreme rip current risk, so don't try to go into the water. We'll keep an eye on things down here and try to talk to a few folks as well. Reporting live at Fort Matanzas Beach, Alden German, First Coast News.
Thank you, Alden. Boy, that is quite the picture of erosion. That was really clear to see.
It does.
He's a tall guy and
gives you a great view. We appreciate all of our reporters out covering this for us. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of Nicole. We are still tracking what is going on around town. So we want to take you live now out to the Riverside area and Brandon Schaff. And Brandon, my gosh, we've been getting all sorts of videos from people in Riverside saying the water isn't just in their yards, but is touching inside their homes. What are you finding out?
Yeah. That's right, guys. So we are here right in Riverside, and we're taking a look at really just how this water has continued to just go up this road right here. The street that you're looking at right now is Baynard Place, and it really goes all the way down to Vernon Terrace, which is where that major flooding is. There's a lot of residents that were sending in that footage, some of the things that we've seen that have been sent to us of really just showing how these homes were actually getting flooded and how this has been going on throughout the day, really since about 1 o'clock in the afternoon when this water started to come up. And now you can really see just how much it is with cars flooded, just back to back, pretty much all of these cars and the first floors of these homes. You know, there's really no way around it. The water is all over the place. And then we also have Gail here, who is a resident who lives right down there. And Gail, if you could come just a little closer here so we make sure you're in the shot. So you live in that house that's right back there at the end of this road, right?
Right on the river, yes, and on the second floor, which we're safe, so I've been watching it from a safe distance, but it's been coming on all day long and kind of scary because I do disaster crisis and usually respond after things happen, but to actually watch the river rise and not knowing when it's going to stop has been pretty crazy all day today, and it's definitely flooded.
And everyone at home right now, they can see the images of some of the things that you've been sending in, that people have been sending from this area. You know, what's something that, you know, really people should be keeping in mind? Because this is something, I mean, this flooding is worse, some people are saying, than what they saw back when, just a month ago when Hurricane Ian was hitting.
Yeah, well, I actually responded to Hurricane Ian, and I've been in homes that have had 4 feet of water, and it's crazy. But even 1 foot of water or 1 inch of water can destroy your home, and you need to do flood mediation with it. So, you know, I've been working with Hope Force International for almost 10 years now, and being somebody who has seen floods over and over and over, and everybody always says, I never expected it to happen to me. And like preparation, I went downstairs to my neighbor and said, can we pick up your furniture, even just an inch off the ground? Can we pick up your pictures and things that you don't want to lose to the water? So, like, this now has just started to recede literally within the last 20 minutes when you guys showed up, and that's a relief because you don't know if it's going to continue to rise. I've spoken to people who laid in bed and waited for the water to rise and didn't know if they were going to be able to get out of their houses, you know? So I would say take storms seriously, like really take them seriously, and I've never been actually in one, which is kind of fun, sorry, but it's been fun today. But it's also really, we can't mess with Mother Nature. She's going to do what she does. And it's going to wreck, you know, property, but it's also going to do a lot of damage to people, too.
Exactly. And the last part of this is really just kind of focusing on those people, you being one of them, that are directly affected by this. You know, what do you do going forward now? You're going to have to go back to your home, right? So what's the plan now going forward, just hoping that this water eventually goes back into the river?
Yeah, and it will, and I'm on the second floor, so I'm safe. So as being a disaster crisis person, when people do get flooded, if you had water in your house, it's done okay, it didn't recede, it was only an hour or whatever. You got to get your carpet out, you got to get your flooring out, you got to get your sheetrock out, like the water has penetrated. So a passion of mine is to help people after the fact of when that's happened, and just to have an awareness that a flood is, even if it's an inch, if it's not 4 feet, you've had damage and intrusion into your home, and you need to take care of that because mold is for real, you know.
Well, thank you very much, Gail. We appreciate you talking with us today.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Absolutely. And, you know, for obviously all of our continuous coverage here, you know, you see just how much water there is here. This is not the only part of the city that has been experiencing this much flooding. So we're going to continue to move around and just see really the extent of everything that the tropical storm is bringing to Jacksonville today. But for now, right here in Riverside, Brandon Schaff, West Coast News, on your side.
Brandon, thank you. That was a very interesting interview. I know she's glad she was up on the second floor, but I was looking at those cars behind them. I remember on Anastasia Island after Irma, the car started to dry out, but then it was amazing how quickly they rusted.
Yeah.
And some of the people thought they could save their cars and they were totaled. So.
And here at First Coast News in downtown Jacksonville, we learned that during Hurricane Matthew, you know, and Hurricane Irma, we move all of our cars just to be safe. So we're thinking about all those folks in Riverside. And continuing our team coverage now, we want to go out to the beaches. Anastasia Bolton has been checking out Jacksonville Beach for us, and she joins us now live with an update. Anastasia?
Good afternoon. So the wind has picked up tremendously in the hours that we've spent here. In fact, I would say that comparatively to last night when we just got here and Nicole was just coming ashore, this is significantly stronger. I mean, it is moving me. As you can see, like the tide is very, very strong. Despite the warnings of not going into water, there are folks going into water. We saw a couple of surfers going in. I think there's some parasailing going on down the way. Again, officials have warned not to go in the water because it is not safe. So far, folks have been coming out here throughout the day that we have been here just to check out the beach, take a walk, bring their dogs, take pictures. We've spoken with a number of them, and they just said, you know what, we wanted to come out and see what Nicole did. Speaking to some of the folks who are living here, the locals, they said that really since Nicole was downgraded to a tropical storm this morning, they were not super worried and were really expecting the sun to come out at any point, which it did peek out of the clouds for a brief moment. But aside from that, what you see right now is what's in front of you, right? There's no sun, there's no rain, but the wind is quite significant and has picked up throughout the day. So far, driving around Jacksonville Beach and the surrounding areas, we did not see any homes flooded. We saw some roads being flooded, saw no damage to power lines, no damage to the trees. Obviously, that doesn't mean it didn't happen here. This is just what we didn't see. So far on Jacksonville Beach here this afternoon, things are looking okay. It is just extremely windy, and of course the suggestion is do not go in the water, even though some folks really would like to go and play in the water.
Oops, we got a little frozen there, but we heard lots from her. She was talking about those winds.
Yeah, and you can see her shot just froze there. It is whipping out there. And just want to remind you one more time, when you talk about seeing folks in the ocean, there's the danger of the rip currents, very severe right now. Also the chance of debris being in there. It is not safe to be in the ocean. As inviting as it may look to like try and go get some of those waves, just not safe to be in the ocean right now.
I don't know if I'm weird or not, but it just doesn't look inviting to me. It looks scary to me. It looks dangerous. Like, stop, don't do it right now. But let's talk a little bit more about those winds with Michaela. And they've been whipping, right?
Yeah, that's right, Jeannie. It has been very gusty out there. And like we just saw, they are starting to pick up. Sustained winds right now between about 25 to 35 miles per hour. Some spots even greater than that, especially out towards the coast. So very gusty. If you are planning on maybe doing an evening walk, be aware if you're going out to the beaches, you're going to get blasted in the face with that sand. It is just not an enjoyable day to be out on the beaches. I know you might want to kind of see what's going on out there, but just hunker down and wait inside until we get this weather out of here. Wind gusts right now closer to about 35 to 45 miles an hour. So once we pass that 39 mile per hour mark, that's when we're getting tropical storm force winds. And we are seeing that along the beaches, Mayport at 39. So just at that threshold. Same there for NAS Jax 41, for Jacksonville, Gainesville at 40. So across the entire First Coast, we are dealing with tropical storm force winds. All right, high tides, let's talk about it. This is the next thing we got to watch for, because those high tides, they are pushing in, those gusty winds are pushing water into our inlets. So we really got to watch out for this next high tide that's coming by tonight, and we are getting closer to it. So Jax Beach at about 9:25, that's your high tide. 11:30 for Main Street, Buckman at 1:50, St. Augustine around 9:50, 9:40 at Fernandina. Brunswick 9:40 as well. Shands at about 2:40, and I did just put that on our web page, so you can go and check that graphic out at firstcoastnews.com/weather, and we've got information there for you if you need to take another look at that one. You can also get it on our app. Okay, here we go for satellite and radar at the moment. Still watching Nicole develop. We do still have that tornado watch that we are watching until about 7 o'clock, so still about 2 hours, at least 2 hours more for that tornado watch, but if you've been with us, you'll notice that many counties in southeast Georgia have been removed from that. We still have a few that are lingering still, but now that tornado threat is starting to shift further off towards our north, more Brunswick to Savannah. That's where we're going to start to watch for these pockets. This is actually where the most energy is with storms right now. Still off in the Atlantic, but where we're seeing that thunder and lightning, these pockets that are still well off to our east are the ones that are going to be bringing the most energy for tonight. And right now it does look like those are shifting a little bit more off towards the north, and we'll be passing north of Brunswick. So keep that in mind for tonight. If you live north of Brunswick, family and friends, Brunswick to Savannah, you're going to be dealing with those pockets of rainfall there that could bring that tornadic activity. So still seeing pockets of rainfall coming through, but some of us are on the dry side for right now. But just be aware that even if you're getting a break right now, there is more rain on the way for tomorrow. But if you need to do some minor cleanups, maybe you had some damage to your home that you can do a quick fix with, you'll have some time to do that now. However, that will not last for much longer. So a big picture look here at what we're dealing with Tropical Storm Nicole. We do still have the tropical storm warning out for the entire first coast, hoping to see that drop sooner rather than later, but still under that warning for now. Storm surge warnings for the entire east coast of Florida, at least for the first coast as well. All right, let's go big picture here because I got to talk to you about something. All right, we've been showing you videos of people who are out in that floodwater. We've seen kids playing in the floodwater in their streets, people out in their kayaks. But I got to talk to you. I got to give you this information. If I was sending my kids out there, I would want to know this. This is coming from the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, okay? The flood water. Here's what you could be wading into when you're sending your kids out there. Down power lines possible in that flooded water. Human and livestock waste possible in the water. Waste that could contain carcinogenic compounds like coal ash. That could just be in that water that you're wading into. Lumber and debris like nails. You could be stepping on nails out there, not only in the streets, but also in the ocean. We could start to see some debris from places to our south start to spill upwards from the winds that are now shifting, that they're coming from the south. We'll start to see some of that move into our area. Also, wild and stray animals. Y'all, we live in Florida. We've got alligators, we've got gators, we've got snakes. They have been displaced from all of this flooding. So keep that in mind, that you're going to have to watch the water if you are going to be outside, if you are sending your kids into that water, if you were thinking about playing in it. Please remember what you're getting into. This is not just rainwater. This is water from the sewers that has backed up and is now spilling into the streets. It's not just seawater that's spilling into the roads. This is water that is dirty. This is water that is yucky. This is water that could cause illness. So please do not go wading into the water. Do not send your kids out to play in that flooded water. It is dirty and it could cause you to get hurt if you do get out there. Okay, I'll step off my soapbox for that now. All right, big three, here is what we're working with right now. Some wind gusts right now near 40 miles per hour, and that's going to be that threshold that we watch for the rest of the night tonight and into tomorrow morning. I think the strongest wind gusts that we were going to be working with, those have passed through, and those are mainly in our southern counties. Yes, we're still going to be gusty for the next couple of hours into tomorrow morning, but the strongest winds that we're seeing with Nicole have passed through. Tidal waters are slowly going to drop. We did just also get that confirmed from the National Weather Service, recent data in from them, confirming that we are going to continue to see those tidal waters slowly drop. And then isolated severe threat, 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Friday. Remember that second round of storms that we're expecting to come through from Tropical Storm Nicole that we are continuing to track. So here's what we're looking like on Futurecast. We're going to walk through it hour by hour here. Timestamp right above my head. Let's talk about round two. So tonight, scattered showers here and there. And then as we get into the day on Friday, 6 a.m., if you're going back to work, it's going to be a rough commute on Friday morning. We've got rainfall, we've got winds. We'll probably see a good amount of water pooling up on those roadways. If you can work from home, if you can maybe just take the day off Friday, that's going to be your best bet, because round two comes through between about 4 a.m., 6 a.m. That's when we're seeing widespread showers, isolated pockets of heavy rainfall across the first coast. By about lunchtime, our far western counties will start to see some minor clearing. And then by about 3 o'clock, most of us are done with the wet weather. We'll even start to see some of that cloud cover move out. So if you've got to do some cleanup, it looks like a better time, a more extended period of time is going to be once we get into the afternoon and evening on Friday. So again, one more quick look at the high tides that we are watching. That's going to be our next threat for some of that more significant flooding once again across the First Coast.
We've been talking about not only the possibility of us having a major nor'easter next week, and I think now that's a given. We are going to have a major nor'easter next week. We'll break down to where I think the wettest and windiest days will be.
The storm made landfall overnight as a Category 1 hurricane.
I didn't know that I was expecting to see them this high.
Well, as we continue to show you the flooding that Nicole has caused to the Davis Shores area.
I'd also like to ask all citizens to stay off of the roads until the storm passes.
I'm here in the McCoys Creek area, and you can see the water is rising onto the roadway.
Okay, we got lights coming on. So
oh, yeah.
St. Augustine, Florida, the ancient city, the oldest city in the United States, versus what was Hurricane Nicole, now Tropical Storm Nicole.
Forecasting Nicole. Continuing coverage. This is First Coast News on your side.
Thanks for joining us for First Coast News at 5 o'clock. I'm Anthony Austin, joined by Heather Crawford. We have someone here on the screen.
I'm not sure who that is.
Okay, we're not sure. I bet we're going to hear from him in just a minute, Heather.
We have seen the worst of Nicole. Great question. So we're still dealing with Nicole, but we have all seen the worst of Nicole. Although it's not going to be a walk in the park. That is, we're not really going to have what I would call tranquil weather until about sunset on Friday. So here's Nicole, now down to 45 miles per hour. If you slept through it this morning, good for you. But just to let you know, Nicole hit as a Category 1 very near Vero Beach about 3 in the morning. Took less than 12 hours to cross the peninsula, pretty much crossed the peninsula right at about Clearwater there, just north of Tampa, then has worked up the coast, right about over Cedar Key, just beyond Cedar Key, 90 miles south-southeast of Tallahassee, has held on to tropical storm strength, expected to then Clearly, most of its circulation getting overland and so weakening to a tropical depression overnight tonight. This shading we've been showing you for quite a while. This is where the winds are at 40 miles per hour or more, gale force, tropical storm force. Remember, at one point, Nicole was actually the smaller circulation area within 500 miles of gales out of the northeast. Thus, Nicole was within a giant size nor'easter, and that's why we had amazing amounts of water that poured in from the ocean, despite the fact that Nicole was only a Category 1 hurricane. So here's a look at the radar. I think clearly you can see the circulation. Notice the lightning. Even if you don't see the numbers, that's where the strongest winds are. We're seeing something else here, and I might have time to talk about it a little bit later, but the subtropical jet stream, which had been heading off to the west and to the northwest and powering Nicole, has shifted. Watch right here. Bam, thunderstorms developing, and that's because Nicole is separated from the subtropical jet stream. It's over here. Bottom line, that's good news. It also could be good news for the lack of or a decreasing concern for severe thunderstorms tomorrow. But if you just care about this evening, the one place where there's still a concern for severe weather, when I talk about severe, think of it as meaning damage. There's still a tornado watch for some of you in southeastern Georgia. Glenn, Brantley, and Pierce counties still under a tornado watch until 7 p.m. Although, as we zoom in, any new tornadoes will develop along this band of activity. This is the same band that started to hit pretty severely. First Flagler and St. John's and Putnam, then through Clay, Duval, Nassau County. Notice the southern edge of that band is north of Glenn County. So we're going to watch closely, but I think even for those of you in Glenn County, the tornado threat is pretty much coming to an end. We'll expand this picture into the weekend in just a few moments.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Well, a sailboat spotted floating away into the Bridge of Alliance. This is in St. Augustine. Look at that right there. The same thing happened to a different boat when Ian moved through the area about a month and a half ago. We were able to track down the owner of the boat damaged in today's storm.
I had anchors down with adequate chain and scope, and it still snapped loose.
How frustrating is it to see your boat up against a bridge like that?
Honestly, the part that's shattering is how much time and money and effort I put into that thing. You know, I spent like at least a year and a half just getting that thing cleaned up, livable, and then I moved on to that boat, and you know, I'd been living on that thing for at least, you know, a year now, and you know, I left the boat to try and fix my engines, and then all of a sudden this storm came through, and here we are. You know, there's no coming back from that. I mean, it's the roof is caved in, fiberglass done, mast snapped. I mean, you know, I guess just the best I can do is just try and rectify the situation.
He says some of his fellow sailors have started a fundraiser to try and help him pay for the repairs.
And St. Johns County leaders actually finished up a press conference about a little less than 2 hours ago, around 3:30. They gave us an update on the storm's impact in the area. They say crews are working on fixing that 6-mile stretch of A1A. We've been talking about that area that has basically become impassable.
Right now with crews on site, they're removing those large chunks of asphalt, replacing it with other riprap and other areas that will be able to handle some of this wave action over the course of the next tidal event, in anticipation of further repairs tomorrow and the next day.
And remember that stretch of A1A, that's from the Guana River Road to Carbica Road. Also in St. Johns County, the Bridge of Lions is still closed, and county leaders say it will still be a few more hours until all of that can reopen.
We've seen a lot of coastal erosion as a result of Nicole, and we want to continue our team coverage now with Taylor Levesque, who is live tonight in Volcano Beach. Taylor, what is it like out there tonight where you are?
Yeah, we're still standing here on A1A. We've been out here for the last few hours. A lot of action in the last 20 minutes. I'm going to move out of the way. We've seen about a half a dozen trucks come through here with material. If you see those yellow trucks right down the street here, they've been coming in full of material like rocks and pieces of asphalt to help repair this road. We can't really see much because of all the cars, but the area we were able to see, it looks they've in the road and made it a little easier for at least emergency personnel and workers to pass through. Now, this is near Carbaca Road is where they're doing the majority of the road repairs today. Officials tell us that because of the storm surge that happened earlier today that washed up on the road, it caused 90% of the road on A1A to collapse. And they said that actually the sand dunes in this area where they're doing the construction are no longer there. In the area that we're standing in now, sand dunes are still intact, but you can see that the water from the ocean came very far up it. Now, if you live in the Volano Beach area, Coastal Highway in St. Francis and Mary Usina Bridge is still blocked off. Up until now, they were letting residents in the area who can't get out and drive, they were letting them walk their dogs or walk through the area they were doing construction. But up until about 5 minutes ago now, because they're expecting so many materials to come through, they are no longer letting any pedestrians, anybody who's living in this area, who's looking to get some exercise, maybe walk their dogs, they're no longer letting anybody do that. They say that people are going to be hunkered down for a little while longer as they await these materials. Again, if you live along A1A in this area, it will be closed until further notice. They don't have any expectation on when the roads will reopen. For now, live in Volano Beach, Taylor Levac, First Coast News, on your side.
Work to be done there. Taylor, thanks so much.
We want to go now to Alden German. He's over in the Matanzas area, and Alden has been giving us a great perspective, just kind of showing us the dunes and the impacts that's happening there in the Matanzas region.
Yeah, that's right. I spoke to a local resident earlier who gave me much better perspective of how significant the dune erosion down here at the Matanzas Beach has been. So where I'm standing right now, kind of right here along this little driveway retaining wall, he said that dune actually came all the way out to here, and you had to walk out and around in order to get past where I'm currently standing. So that's a good 30 feet of dune that was eroded away from the peak of the waves. He also said at its peak, the waves were crashing up towards the top of the dune. You had foam that was spilling out over the top of it as well. So there's been a significant amount of loss out here, and he's lived out here since the 80s, he told me. Hasn't really seen erosion quite like what's been seen here since about Hurricane Irma, and now twice in 1 year from Ian and now again from Nicole. He says very unusual, not something that they had ever experienced here. We're also noticing the wind starting to pick up a little bit more. Might be seeing a little bit of shower activity up the coast just a bit, and the waves are continuing to inch a little bit closer in, and moving a little bit further inshore as well. High tide here occurs at just before 10 o'clock around the St. Augustine area, around 9:50 p.m. So we'll have to see if the high tide and those continuing wind gusts have any further impact out here. But for right now, still have people walking up and down the beaches, walking their dogs, so they're enjoying the weather for what it is. But just as a reminder, there's a very, very high rip current risk, so please don't try to go out into the water. Live down here from Fort Matanzas Beach, Alden German, First Coast News.
All right, Alden, thank you so much. And we have more team coverage as we continue to track Nicole coming up after a quick break.
Want to show you some video here in Georgia, feeling the impacts of Nicole there. Flooding in Tybee Island led to Highway 80 closing. This is the only way on and off that island. This video sent to us earlier.
We want to check in now with Brianna Ray Turner. She's been checking out the Brunswick area, St. Simon's Island area, all those parts over in southeast Georgia. Brianna joins us now live, and you're in Brunswick right now, right, Brianna?
Yep, that is correct. I'm in Brunswick right now. I was just in St. Simon's earlier. I mean, this 1 minute I see the sun pop out, then I see it's cloudy, and now it's windy all over again. So this weather has been switching up on me all day today out here. But I am near the Tourist Causeway. This morning around 11 o'clock it closed due to flooding, and it reopened around noon. I'm here right now. It's not closed. Traffic is still going on. Like I said, it's windy. You can see the traffic lights flying. It's super windy out here. But just to give you guys, just to let you know, next high tide will be at 9:30. So if you need to get to Brunswick, if you need to get to St. Simon's Island, get to your destination before sunset. I'm here live in Brunswick. Brianna Ray Turner, First Coast News on your side.
Thanks so much.
We want to go to Brandon Schaff now. He's joining us from Riverside. Brandon, where are you exactly right now? I know we were talking about sending you. It looks like you're over at Memorial Park right now. What are you seeing?
Yeah, good evening, guys. So we're actually right here next to the St. Johns River. We took a little detour. We're actually not too far away from where our last live shot was, because we were told by a lot of the residents that live in this area that this is really one of the best areas to view exactly what's going on. I mean, just look at how high these waves are and how much force is coming up. It's no wonder that we saw so much flooding just a couple streets over. Where we are right now is at the end of Riviera Parkway, which is right here by all of these apartments, which some of the residents say, well, they really were experiencing the same flooding that a lot of the people who live just a little bit further down are currently going through right now. The street that's right over here, if we could take a look at this street right here, all of this was underwater earlier this afternoon. Right now, that water has receded back into the river, but it is certainly coming with a lot of force. It knocked down these benches. You can see that right there. I would imagine that all of this was probably completely underwater really not that long ago. But for now, right here in Riverside, we'll still continue to give you some updates. We're going to stay in this area, and we're going to go find another spot to give you some more coverage later on. But for now, here in Riverside, Brandon Schaff, First Coast News on your side.
All right, Brandon, thank you.
Well, Jacksonville city leaders gave an update on the conditions in the city this afternoon. Mayor Lenny Curry saying that despite water levels rising with the tide earlier, he did not see issuing any mandatory or voluntary evacuations. But if you see the water getting high, get out. This is something we're going to be following as at high tide, and then it will recede during low tide.
I mean, I think that people ought to use common sense right now. Again, if you know you're in these areas, the zones I mentioned, A and B, if you've seen flooding in previous storms, you ought to consider moving if you can. I think that would be common sense and wise.
All right, so we want to head out now to Zach Wilcox. He is joining us live from Atlantic Beach.
Zach, what's it looking
Anthony,
like out
I tell
there?
you what, it's too bad we're a week past Halloween, because I feel like hey, Heather, sorry if I started there too soon. I feel bad that it's a week past Halloween, because I would probably make a pretty good Two-Face from Batman, because we've had all the sand from the dunes just slapping Josh and I on one side of our face, so we're kind of coated, almost like an exfoliating mask. So maybe my skin will actually look good after this. But that gives you an idea. I think Michaela was talking about that about an hour ago, just how much sand was, whipping up here if you were down at the beach, you're going to hit more with that than water at this point. So showing you the beach access here at 18th Street. This is pretty much how it normally looks, which is a good thing, right? I mean, we're talking about a lot of this flooding, but pretty much business as usual, at least on this side, until we turn a little bit. And I'll have Josh turn, and then you see where the beach access ends. Now, usually you can kind of just gently slide down there, but it is a pretty steep cliff at this point. I talked with some folks who live around here. They said that they feel like they've lost probably a good 10 to 15 feet as a reference point. And I don't know if Josh can show that that private access. You can see where the sand's sort of just sitting on the very top of that railing. That's about as high as the water got up at high tide. So that gives you an idea of where we were and where we've gone to. I was talking with one person who mentioned that they have somebody on the Elation cruise with Carnival. Of course, that sails out of Jacksonville down to the Bahamas, and they're getting an extra day. So they got a kind of a lucky break, although I don't know, maybe not the best time to be on a cruise, but they got an extra day out of it. So because the port's closed right now, so they can't get in, so the cruise is still out there. And then on the flip side of that, though, for the folks who were supposed to go to the Bahamas today, they're not going to be leaving until tomorrow, it looks like tentatively right now. So they had a little bit of a shortened trip. So, you know, obviously there's only going to be one person that's going to be happy in that situation and one maybe not so much. But yeah, an extra day on the cruise for the Elation that's out there. I meant to tell you this to you guys earlier when I was over in Moncrief. We actually saw a postal carrier out there. And if that doesn't give credence to the whole rain, snow, heat, or gloom of night, I don't know what does, because I mean, we were at the point where water was getting into folks' homes there. It was flooded, and he was just rolling right along, wasn't causing too much wake, and was making sure that while they were in there mopping and whatnot, they were getting their packages delivered. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe that we were seeing package deliveries. You know, usually I feel like I'm waiting so long for a package to be delivered. Wouldn't expect it to be delivered during a hurricane, but there we were. He went about his way, got all of them delivered, and made sure to stick to that postal carrier's creed. And I think they can maybe add hurricanes as the fifth element there. But we're in Atlantic Beach. Wanted to give you guys an idea of the erosion we're seeing here. And again, 10 to 15 feet is what we've heard from folks. And actually, I talked to one guy who came up to me and mentioned that he was at work today. Got called in, he's a contractor, and had to install an attic. And I asked him, I was like, feels like that's something that could probably wait for another day or two. But he said, well, I got called in, so had to go and do it. And he was surprised that he was out there working, but fortunately most of it was inside, installing the attic. So an easy break for him, and he's a surfer too, so he said that he's probably going to wind up having to work again tomorrow, but hopefully if that wraps up in time, he may be able to, if some of this debris works out of here, may be able to at some point this weekend, hopefully, take advantage of what could be some pretty good waves. So for now, in Atlantic Beach, Zach Wilcox, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, Zach, thank you. So you saw Zach was out there at Atlantic Beach, and just a reminder for those of you who might be going to the beach anytime soon, we have our dunes out there. Those dunes are there to protect us.
Yes.
And they've already been damaged due to Ian and now Nicole. Don't play on them. Don't go stand on them. Let them be.
When we go to the beach, my kids want to run up on the dunes. I'm like, no. We need those. Need those protective barriers. So stay off the dunes. He also mentioned the Elation cruise, and I want to let you know that Jacksport tweeted a moment ago that Jacksport gates will reopen on Friday at 6:30 in the morning to Jacksport tenants. So we're going to take a quick break, and our coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole continues right after this. Well, welcome back. Coastal erosion, flooding, a common sight today across the First Coast.
And we want to go to St. Augustine now. Our Jessica Clark has been down there giving us an excellent perspective of everything that they're facing with Nicole. Jessica, where are you right now? Driving around, I see.
Okay, so we are along the bayfront in St. Augustine, just south of the Bridge of Lions. And we're just driving through town, checking things out after the worst of the storm has hit. And some of these homes I'm hearing along the bayfront do indeed have water in them. And they seem to often flood when we get these big storms. Can you pivot over there? Oh, there is the new Wharf restaurant. That used to be where the Santa Maria is located or was located. That's all boarded up, even though it's in the midst of construction, getting ready for the storm to come through. It looks like it did just fine, but of course more assessment is needed. There's nobody on the roads here, so I'm going to do something to show you something else, and that is on our left-hand side. And are you able to see this, Heather? This is a motorcycle or a scooter that has seen better days. It looks like it was really picked up by the floodwaters because the floodwaters went all over the road that we are on right now, and certainly has had some damage to it. And then there looks to be a porta potty in front of us that has tipped over on its side. We saw this last night, and indeed it has not moved from where it was. It was probably rocked around quite a bit from the water that poured over the street here. So on our left is the Marion Motel, I think so, yeah, the Marion Motor Lodge. This place has survived for decades, and it seems to be okay. It is a little elevated, and so it does a lot better than other spots. And so as we continue to go through, one thing I'm noticing is that the Christmas lights that were on last night, you know, some places are getting ready for the Nights of Lights a little ahead of time because we're going to have that start in 2 weeks. No Christmas lights are on right now. They were on some places last night, but they're not on right now. And that's because we don't have electricity down here. The electricity has been cut off. Sadly, because there was a person who was electrocuted down here by being in the water and also by a live wire. And so that person had CPR performed and then taken to the hospital. I'm stopping here to show you the Bridge of Lions entrance. The Bridge of Lions remains closed, and we're hearing that it is still closed because there is a sailboat that broke free from wherever it was and is stuck under the bridge, and some assessment still needs to take place to have a better understanding of how to get the boat out and also if it damaged the bridge at all. And so before opening the bridge, 2 vehicles, that assessment still needs to take place. You can see there are people who are walking over the bridge from Davis Island and Davis Shores and Anastasia Island, and trying just to get out and see what things look like because they've been cooped up for a little while, and so quite a few people are walking around wanting to do that. So we're going to continue down Avenida Menendez. Things are not where they should be, like garbage cans and benches and things like that that were moved out of place and then came down the street in the water as it was at least knee high here in the median, and the median is actually higher than the rest of the street. We've got 2 lanes going one way, 2 lanes going the other. This road was completely flooded when water, one, came over the seawall from the bay and also up from the storm drains. I mean, when you have that much water, that much wind, and it's a high tide or king tide at that, you've got water all over the place here. We're coming up to the fort, and this fort has survived so much, and it's still standing tall and strong. Usually this parking lot is flooded when we have a lot of rain, but it has all receded right now. And you can see some people are trying to just walk and see the place now that it's a little bit dry. But as we go up around the other side of the fort, I want to show you something that I kind of think is interesting, and that is there is a lot of standing water actually on the grounds of the fort. And interesting to note because the parking lot of the fort itself is not flooded right now. But take a look at all of that water sitting in the grounds of the fort. And it, you know, that's striking. Gosh, look at all those birds fly by.
All right, so that's our Jessica Clark giving us an excellent perspective of St. Augustine and what they're experiencing at this hour. Right now, she's on the First Coast News Plus app on Fire TV and Roku. You can continue to watch her there. We do have to take a break.
And we're going to have more coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole coming up in just a minute. Stay with us.
Mike, is it on? Yeah, Mike, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Heather's mic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, hello. Mic check, 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 check.
And welcome back to our coverage of Nicole. It is starting to get dark now, but we are already beginning to see what all Nicole has dumped on us, and she's not finished with us just yet. Good evening, I'm Jeannie Blaylock.
I'm Heather Crawford. Let's get to 3 things to know right now as we continue to cover Tropical Storm Nicole. Several of the parks in Flagler County are going to be closed until further notice due to flooding from this storm. Those parks include Herschel King Park, Bing's Landing, Moody Boat Ramp, Bull Creek Fish Camp, Russell Landing, Shell Bluff, and also Princess Place Preserve.
4 of the 5 bridges are back open in Camden County. Now, the only bridge in Camden County that is still closed tonight is the Sheffield Bridge on Harriet's Bluff Road. And JEA is asking that all residents remain safely away from down power lines.
Crews are out working on any power outages in the area, trying to get the power restored as quickly as possible.
Let's check in now with Michaela Lucero, and she's been following all this minute by minute. As it stands right now, when is the worst of it still to come, stage 2 of this?
Well, Jeannie, stage 2 is going to be tomorrow morning as that next round of heavy rainfall and very gusty winds pulls through. Here is the most recent information we've received from the National Hurricane Center. This is what we look like right now with Tropical Storm Nicole, and a look at the path that it's still expected to take. Winds within the storm still at 45 miles an hour. We're going to go through current conditions here. So we're working with a tropical storm warning out for the entire First Coast. Me and Tim and I were just talking about when this might be canceled, and we're thinking hopefully by about 10 o'clock tonight at the earliest as we could see this canceled. As far as the storm surge warnings go, still in effect for the East Coast. All right, this is what our satellite and radar picture is like right now. Still watching scattered showers across the entire First Coast. That tornado watch still in effect for many portions of southeast Georgia, and that again is in effect until 7 o'clock tonight. So just about an hour and a half from now, a little less than 90 more minutes until we see that drop off. And here is why we still have that. These lines right here are what's bringing that tornado threat to those portions of southeast Georgia. These little storms still in the Atlantic are packing a pretty significant punch. They've got thunder, they've got lightning, they have got heavy rain and a good amount of energy that once it moves inland, we're going to watch for that chance to see a few of those spin up. So we're going to continue to keep you updated on those ones. But the good news is it does look like that threat is going to head further off towards our north. That's why they've extended that tornado watch into areas like Savannah and portions of South Carolina. But back here on the First Coast, cloudy skies, scattered showers with pockets of rainfall a little more steady as you head further out towards the west. Duval County, Nassau County, just a couple scattered showers here and there, and then moving into St. Johns County, Flagler, Putnam, Clay County, same story, mostly cloudy skies, gusty winds, and scattered showers at the moment from Tropical Storm Nicole. As far as the wind speeds go, sustained winds right around 25 to 30 miles an hour with wind gusts ranging between about 35 to 40 miles an hour. But within the last hour, we haven't seen any reports come through of wind gusts over 39 miles an hour, over that 40 mile per hour mark. So still feeling tropical storm force winds, but it does look like we're starting to see those recede a little bit. All right, we're going to walk you through this hour by hour with the most recent information we've received. Timestamp right above my head right here. Scattered showers still expected tonight, not going to be widespread. Getting into Friday morning though, this is midnight. We're getting a little bit of a break. If you have a small fix you need to do to your house, you can do it tonight. However, round 2 comes through right around 6 a.m. Widespread showers across the First Coast, pockets of heavy rainfall. If you are out on the roadways early tomorrow morning, it's going to be a mess. By the afternoon, we do start to see some clearing, and we'll even get some sunshine in the forecast after that. High tides, the next ones you need to be watching. We do have this graphic on our website and our app, so if you need a little bit more of a detailed look at it, head over there to get a look at that. All right, I know that's a lot of information I just threw at you, so let's just take a breath. Let me give you our one-word weather. Tonight, it's going to be gusty. Tomorrow morning, showers across the region. And into the afternoon, we're going to be seeing the skies starting to clear out.
For the word clearing.
Yep,
I like clearing. Thank you so much. I was just checking the JEA website. Right now, 3,000 customers are without power. At one point, they said since last night, they have restored 73,000 customers with power. So looking much better right now. And I'm looking at the map, too, near the beaches. I don't see any power outages right now.
Yeah, so let's go out to the beaches. Anastasia Bolton continues our live team coverage from Jacksonville Beach. How is it out there right now, Anastasia?
Good evening. It is just as the word we've been using, gusty. The gusts of wind have really picked up over the last just a couple of hours. It is significantly windier here right now than it was even this morning or last night as Nicole was coming on board. Of course, we're focusing on the forecast for tomorrow with some clearing, but as of tonight, at least here, it is cloudy, it is not rainy, but in terms of folks who are living or visiting Jacksonville Beach, For them, it's business as usual. People have been walking on the beach all afternoon and into the evening. As you can see right now, people are exercising, people are coming to take pictures, as if Nicole and what she's done to the ocean here is an attraction, a tourist attraction of some sort. We also all day on First Coast News have been talking about the sand dunes and the erosion. So let me show you what it looks like here on Jacksonville Beach. I am 5'9", so look how significantly taller this erosion is. And I talked to somebody who lives here, and he said that just a few weeks ago, this was not like this. At some point, you were just able to just gently walk down to the beach. And as we've also been talking throughout this afternoon, you're not advised to jump from this. It just causes more damage to the sand dunes. We've also seen some folks earlier in the afternoon going into the ocean. Again, just a word of caution, it is not safe to go into the ocean when it's like this. Just wait till Nicole passes and the ocean is going to be back at your disposal. It is frankly beautiful out here, just a bit gusty, and people seem to be just taking their walk before other bands of rain come in. Anastasia Bolton reporting live from Jacksonville Beach. Back to you.
Thanks, Anastasia. Not good for the dunes to jump off of them, but heck, who wants to sprain your ankle jumping down onto the beach like that?
Stay off the dunes, that is for sure. Okay, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back right after this.
Yes, all around the north side, especially here along the Trout River.
Well, welcome back. We want to show you a new video tonight. This is from Orange Park. You can see the beginning of the dock there, and then it disappears into the water. This was earlier today, way out in the water, some of the dock just barely above the water. We want to thank Jason for sharing this picture, this video, and to all of you who've been sharing your videos with us on the First Coast News Weather Watchers Facebook page, as well as the First Coast News app through the Near Me feature.
Yeah, we've got all kinds of good videos and pictures. We want to check now with Destiny McKeever. She's been out and about today checking on the Trout River.
Yes, all around the north side, especially here along the Trout River, you can see where there is some flooding, and you have a police officer there blocking off that entrance into the Revault area. Right now, the best we could tell you is to make sure you turn around and don't drown. If you see any type of standing water like this, you want to make sure you do not try to drive your car through it. You could get stalled, and the situation could turn pretty bad. So right now we are seeing a little bit of this on the north side, some flooding, some puddling,
and we want to make sure we let you know to take it slow out here. Reporting live from the north side, Destiny McKeever, First Coast News on your side.
Kind of giving you a look back at what she'd seen earlier today. And here's drone from our news partners in Orlando at the damage. This is Wilbur by the Sea. If you're not familiar with that, it is in Volusia County, and you can see extensive damage to the homes and the dunes, of course, along the coast, all from Tropical Storm Nicole.
Wow, and we want to continue our team coverage now with Alden German. He is out near Matanzas. I know that area has seen a lot of beach erosion. Alden, what is it looking like out there tonight?
Good evening. Yes, there has been a lot of beach erosion. We still have some people that have been coming down here for some sightseeing as well. But to give you an idea of how high the water had gotten over the course of last night, all of this debris up here washed up over the course of last night, and even where we're standing right now on top, ahead of this ramp, and it washed away at least 30 feet of the sand dune from earlier. Speaking to local residents, it's at least 12 to 15 feet high from down on the beach itself. And over the last couple of hours, we've noticed the waves slowly getting a little bit closer and closer up the shore. So high tide around here is just before 10 p.m. at 9:50. Obviously, if there are still people that are down at the beach, just want to reiterate, there's a very high, very dangerous rip current risk. So please don't try to go into the water. That might be needless to say, but just going to put it out there anyway. So this is some pretty significant debris out here as well. I feel like I maybe just saw a flash of lightning out there over the sea as well. So we could be getting to a couple more of those rain bands trying to move their way back on shore as Nicole continues to push off to the west and northwest. Live out here at Fort Matanzas Beach, I'm Alden German. Back to you.
All right, Autumn, thanks so much. And we want to thank you for sticking with us here on First Coast News as we continue to track Nicole through our area. We will continue our coverage as the storm continues to impact the First Coast tonight on ABC 25 through 8 o'clock.
But on NBC 12, we're going to go back to our regular programming. That will begin at 6:30 tonight. So you can take your choice. You won't miss anything that you're used to watching.
That's
and
right.
you can stay updated on what's going on with Nicole.
And we're going to take a quick break. More coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole right after this.
Well, Nicole or not, tomorrow is Veterans Day, and we always want to honor our veterans on Veterans Day. Very special day, and we will do that tomorrow. But there is one change to tell you about because of all of the storm coverage and people still having to clean up and deal with whatever's coming tomorrow. The telethon for Canines for Warriors that was scheduled tomorrow, definitely we're going to do it. It's going to be this coming Thursday instead of tomorrow. We get to hear all about the service dogs. That's going to be a really good event next Thursday. And I'll tell you something, there are still events going on tomorrow that parents are asking about.
Yeah, so let's check in now with Chief Meteorologist Tim Deegan. And Tim, a lot of people wondering about events, but also wondering how bad is the next high tide going to be?
All right, those questions are frequent and I understand them. So let's talk about the headlines, the big three, and then we'll break it down and hopefully answer some of your questions. So what about wind? Still some gusts to near 40, but nothing like the winds we had. So if you need to be driving and your main concern tonight is the wind, that's not too bad. But on some of the higher bridges, just make sure you keep a firm grip on the wheel. Okay, so what about the flooding? For 99% of us, the next high tide, and of course it's going to vary depending on where you are, but for 99% of us, the next high tide will not be as bad. Waters are still going to be high. They will return. In some areas, it'll come back through the drains and back up through some roads. But overall, for most of us, the tidal waters will not be as bad with the high tide tonight. And then tomorrow, there'll even be a further drop. But again, that's from the damaging levels that we had for many of us just a few hours ago. As far as the weather itself, we could have one more round of showers, blustery weather, unsettled weather tomorrow, and within it, there could be some isolated severe storms. So again, tomorrow between 4 a.m. to 4 p.m., some storms will return. Nothing like what we had. Just want to let you know that as conditions improve, it's not like that trend will continue, and here's why. So here's what's left of Nicole by about this time. That is overnight tonight. So this is 3 o'clock in the morning. By this point, it's a tropical depression. So the winds aren't nearly as strong. This is the band of storms we had that's just now lifting north of Green Cove or of Glenn County. By 3 a.m., it's going to be up through about Charleston and Myrtle Beach. That's lifting to the north, so that's going to head away. That's the big band that impacted us most significantly from this morning through the afternoon, depending on where you were. But I want to follow this. So this is now only a tropical depression, but watch now as it heads north and northeast, there will be a band of showers early in the morning and maybe a few severe thunderstorms as it goes on by. Again, nothing like today, all right? But just want to let you know we're not going to be in the clear completely until about sunset Friday, and then we will clear out. For those of you that just want some cooler, drier weather, that is lower relative humidity levels, see this front here? That front is on the way by Sunday. Saturday actually doesn't look too bad either, so there's a look at the weather map. Looking at this primarily as good news. There will be some showers. It'll be windy, but notice a couple things. The winds out of the southeast becoming southwesterly. That's from the southwest. That's the opposite of that giant nor'easter we had. So that will continue to help lower the waters. So again, for those of you that really could care less about the surf in the ocean, remember, we just saw why what happens in the ocean can be a big deal for all of us, even if you're just on a tiny creek connected to a river that's eventually connected to the St. John's that eventually is connected to the ocean. For most of us, we are connected to the ocean. So this is good news. That's going to help further lower those waters. Seas at times, especially east of Daytona Beach, we saw them hit 33 feet. Tomorrow morning we'll probably start at 15, dropping down to 7. And by the way, there is a pro women's surf contest this weekend. It'll be dropping tomorrow. There'll probably be some debris in the water. They're actually hoping to have some surf for the contest this weekend. For the tides in particular, and I'd love to put everybody's tides out there, trying to hit the major areas. Notice Jacksonville Beach tonight. Out about 9:30. Downtown pretty much covers the urban core from those of you connected to creeks off of Trout River all the way down through Pottsburg Creek, Arlington River on the other side of the river, Ortega, Cedar River. And then as we get down toward Doctor's Inlet, then we have that covered for you with Buckman, and then going all the way down. When I say down, I mean south to the Shands Bridge. And then the next high tide on Friday morning, although above normal, will continue to drop. Here's another way to look at it. The water levels, if we just talk about the flat sea level, they rose about 3 to 5 feet above normal. With this evening's high tide, they'll be at about 2 to 4, and they'll drop about a foot with each high tide cycle. And remember, we have 2 of them every single day. Here's how Duval looks, again, through the night tonight. And here's another look at the picture. There is Nicole. Strong thunderstorms here offshore, but we've already had the shift Remember this morning, those strong thunderstorms were our southeast came our way. These are headed towards Savannah and Hilton Head. Those are not headed our way. If we get any additional thunderstorms tomorrow morning, it's going to come at us from the Gulf of Mexico. We'll be watching that very close overnight tonight and then during the day tomorrow. Here's a few other areas. The tornado threat just about ending for those of you in Glenn County. It has ended for those of you in Nassau and Camden County. Black Creek, we're talking about the North and South Fork. It's going to be fine. Black Creek, though, still high where it hits the St. Johns River down there farther off toward the south. Tornado threat, Columbia County, very low. Again, might have something early in the morning. And then finally, we have Ware, Charlton, Brantley, and Pierce County. Your tornado threat just about ready to end tonight. May briefly have it tomorrow. There we go for Friday, and then on to Saturday. A nice cleanup day.
That's what we like to see, the sunshine.
Look at that. Look at that yellow circle right there twirling around. Yes. I can't wait to see the sun. That sounds good. Thank you so much, Tim. But back to reality, Riverside, too much water over there.
And we've seen some flooding in Riverside today. Let's check back in with Brandon Schaff tonight for the latest out there. Brandon, where exactly are you right now?
Hey, good evening, guys. We are still here in Riverside. We're at Riviera Parkway, that same spot that we were at just a little while ago. And we're at that same spot, that really interesting visual that you can see of the St. Johns River. And the sun has gone down, but these wind speeds have not. We are still feeling really intense winds. You can feel it on your face. You can feel it on your skin. You know, it really just goes to show with these waves and how high they are and with how much force that they are really coming onto shore with. I mean, you can just hear it probably even just in my voice. You know, it's almost hard to face the wind. And it really makes a big difference compared to where you are. I mean, literally an hour ago, if not, you know, a little less than that, we were just a couple blocks over and there was absolutely no issues with this wind because we were just a little bit away from the water and we had absolutely no problem. But then we come over here and it feels like you're in a completely different place, except we're still here in Riverside. And a lot of the people that live in these apartments that you can see that are all the way around us, that's where our car is right there, maybe another block or so that direction. That was where the water was earlier today. So a lot of the residents here voicing their concerns, talking about how they really were worried that if the water got that high earlier, will it get that high again? And that's something that they are thinking about tonight and hoping that as the high tides come in, that it does not get nearly as high as it did before, because this entire area really was experiencing a lot of that major flooding. But as we continue to get through the evening, it seems like the water has calmed down a little bit, still just coming up a little bit more, you know, every once in a while, and kind of flooding towards the road, but not really going to where the cars are anymore. But we're gonna keep, obviously, tabs on all of this and see how it goes as the evening goes along. A lot of these homes here, they seem to be okay, and we're gonna continue to provide more coverage right here from Riverside. But for now, I am Brandon Schaff, First Coast News, on your side. Back to you guys in the studio.
Great reporting out there, Brandon. Thank you so much. We just got an important update to pass along. In St. Augustine, we've just gotten word that the Bridge of Lions has reopened and, of course, it's been shut down for much of the day due to flooding in downtown St. Augustine. But tonight, the Bridge of Lions has reopened.
And we want to tell you lots about some news now from JFRD. Right now, Jacksonville Fire and Rescue. They are at a fire at the Island Point Apartments. That's on Jacksonville's north side. JFRD says nobody was hurt. We do have a crew, though, on the scene, and we're working to learn more about that. We're going to take a really short break, and we'll be right back. In St. Augustine with an electrocution.
We've been talking about not only the possibility of us having a major nor'easter next week, and I think now that's a given. We are going to have a major nor'easter next week. We'll break down to where I think the wettest and windiest days will be.
The storm made landfall overnight as a Category 1 hurricane.
I didn't know that I was expecting to see him this high.
Well, as we continue to show you the flooding that Nicole has caused to the Davis Shores area.
I'd also like to ask all citizens to stay off of the roads until the storm passes.
I'm here in the McCoys Creek area, and you can see the water is rising onto the roadway.
Okay, we got lights coming on. So
yeah.
St. Augustine, Florida, the ancient city, the oldest city in the United States, versus what was Hurricane Nicole, now Tropical Storm Nicole.
Forecasting Nicole. Continuing coverage. This is First Coast News on your side.
Well, good evening, everybody. I'm Jeannie Blaylock here with Anthony Austin, and we just want to start with this. We know Nicole's not out of here yet, but our meteorologists are telling us that the worst of it is moving out, and we just learned something about St. Augustine that's some good news.
That's right. So the worst is moving out. That's what we love to hear. Let's go to our Michaela Lucero with more.
And here is what we got to talk about. Like you said, the worst is moving out, and the next thing we're watching is the next high tide. So this is a look at some of the high tides across the region. This is going to be when our next biggest threat for flooding will be. So Jack's Beach, I'm only going to give you a couple of these. 925 Main Street Bridge, 930 St. Augustine, 949. Same temperature for Fernandina, Brunswick at 940 and 240 for Shands. If you need to look at this a little bit longer, it is on our app and on our website as well, firstcoastnews.com. A current look at what we've got going right now. This is the most recent data we're seeing from the National Weather Service. Our radar is showing that yes, there is still rain coming from Tropical Storm Nicole, and we do still have this tornado watch in effect till 7 o'clock. So just one more hour. I do think this is going to be canceled by 7 o'clock. However, I do think it'll be moved further north where that tornado threat is greater because of these storms off the coast. Now, I did just get a message from Alden, who is out on the beaches, and he did say he is really starting to see lightning increase, especially from this cell here you see off the coastline. So these storms off in the Atlantic are passing packing a punch. They've got a lot of energy, so portions of southeast Georgia, still be aware that you have a chance for seeing these. However, it does look like we've got an increasing chance of seeing these move off towards the north, more towards the Savannah region, and outside of the First Coast, more towards portions of South Carolina. All right, back here on the First Coast, Nassau, Duval, St. John's, Clay, Baker, we are just seeing 1 or 2 scattered showers here and there. However, this is kind of the tapering off of round 1. Round 2 is moving in for tomorrow. So if you've got a few things you need to get done around the house, maybe you had a little bit of damage that you can do a quick little band-aid on for now, now's your chance to do that because more rain is on the way for tomorrow. We are still under this tropical storm warning. Hopefully we should see that canceled as we get towards tonight, and a storm surge warning still on the East Coast. I'm going to do a quick peek here at Futurecast just so you can see what we're seeing for tonight. Notice a few scattered showers, but more rain on the way for tomorrow. Tim will have a little bit more of a detailed look at that coming up in a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Michaela. So here's 3 things to know right now as we continue to cover Tropical Storm Nicole. Several parks in Flagler County will be closed until further notice due to flooding. The closed parks are Herschel King Park, Bing's Landing, Moody Boat Ramp, Bull Creek Fish Camp, Russell Landing, Shell Bluff, and Princess Place Preserve. And just into our newsroom, this is the good news in St. Augustine that Jeannie was talking about. The Bridge of Lions has reopened. So once again, the Bridge of Lions in St. Augustine has just reopened. And JEA is asking everyone to stay away from down power lines. Please do that out of it's the best thing you can do right now because we have seen some accidents happen with people stepping on down power lines today. So crews are working on any power outages in the area.
And JEA says they have restored power to over 73,000 people since last night. I'm looking at the coverage map right now. Right now, 2,648 people are without power, but most people have their lights on, so that's good tonight, huh? Let's go out now to Volano Beach and see what's happening right now with our reporting team.
All right, well, I can tell you guys now that night is falling. It's really not unpleasant here. You got a bit of a sea breeze, and now that it's dark, you can't see what you could in the light of day, which is that Nicole really left its mark here on the A1A Coastal Highway. Parts of it collapsing as, you know, what you could really kind of consider the second in part of a 1-2 punch following Ian earlier this year. Parts of the dunes were already really depleted, and as we've stood here over the last several hours, we've seen a number of crews making their way inside. You can still see the lights up there just sort of illuminating the night sky. We've seen dump trucks full of materials. We've seen Florida Department of Transportation and the Sheriff's Office here kind of helping to direct traffic. Not only that, though, we've also seen dozens, if not hundreds of residents trying to make their way in, either by vehicle and then being turned away back down south, or just deciding to go ahead and hoof it. We saw a number of people coming out here with bags of groceries. We saw a guy with a pizza. He said that he was here on vacation, just trying to make his way back up to his rental home. And over here, I just want to point out this condominium where we spoke to a number of people that were just sort of hanging out on the balcony. They said that they decided they'd go ahead and ride it out, but this was worse for them here than Ian. You could see up there, I don't know if you can make it out in the darkness here, but there's some damage to the roof. The gutter is kind of stripped off, but for the most part, they say, you know, no worse for wear. I want to go ahead and discuss this guy that we spoke to earlier today as well, who said that his home was damaged in Ian and was just trying to make his way back inside. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what he had to say.
During Ian, we lost the sand dunes, and then now with this storm, we've lost the entire beach. So it's just kind of surreal. You literally have a 10 to 15 foot drop from the back of the property, from the back of our home. So yeah, it's kind of nuts.
Yeah, surreal. I think that sums it up for a lot of the folks that are going to be coming back to homes that look very different from when they left here. For the folks that have stuck around, obviously, a very scary experience, you know, just sort of riding it out through Nicole. And the big question now is, when is the Coastal Highway going to be reopened? Well, you know, we've been talking to officials, and that really just sort of depends on the material deliveries and how quickly they're able to make their way through here. So it's at this point really anyone's guess, but I can tell you this, that they have been working around the clock. Some of the residents here are thankful for the efforts to get this road back open, and we will be continuing to watch for developments here on the ground, but for now I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you. And you know, he was talking about that road so badly damaged. We've been seeing pictures of it. It's not just a little bit chipped away. I mean, there are huge cracks in it. And we are hearing from the emergency management officials that they were taking away those large chunks of asphalt, and then they're putting in some other materials, trying to make sure that the waves don't continue to damage it and send out debris everywhere. But it's going to be a work project.
It definitely is. It's going to take a while for them to fix all of that. Just seeing the pictures from what's happening there with A1A, it's definitely a sight to see. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back.
Well, we all love St. Augustine, and certainly one person who really does is Jessica Clark.
That's right. She's basically the mayor of St. Augustine, in my opinion, and she is in St. Augustine at this hour. She's been giving us basically tours of everything. Like, I feel like I'm down there in St. Augustine with her as she tells us what they're facing from Nicole.
Well, good evening to you guys, and thank you for the sweet compliments. So we are just checking on some of the businesses that are beloved here in St. Augustine, and one of them is Gas Restaurant right here. It is right over the Bridge of Lions on Anastasia Island, and when we came just to peek in the windows, had it to do because it flooded and has flooded several times during all the different storms. Guess who we found? The owners, the cook, all of them inside. And so Ben Luce, I know this is a total surprise, and so thank you for letting us come in. You are coming in to check on it for the first time, right? What do you think?
It's about what we expected. It looks a lot like Ian did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe a little less water than Ian.
Okay. So a little less water than Ian's, but you were able to kind of see. We're going to show you. There is water still. I mean, you just walked in, right?
Yeah, we just,
Yeah.
yeah, we kind of met you here.
Yeah, right. And so right now, I would say it's only maybe an inch, maybe a half inch of water throughout the dining area. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Yeah, okay. But do you know where a water line was? Do you see where one is around in here? You think over in here, is that a water line? Is that a water line right here?
Yep, that looks like it.
Okay, all right. So that's about the length of my hand. I'm being careful not to touch this water because it's nasty water, right?
Yeah.
So you've been through this again. I talked to you after Ian when you had flooded in here.
Yes.
Similar situation?
It looks similar. I think we're getting our eyes on it a little sooner this time than we did last time.
Okay, all right. How you doing? How you feeling?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm a little relieved, I guess.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
Why?
because it's not worse.
Isn't that, we start to get in this mindset, we've gone through this so many times, that standing water in the kitchen, even if it's just a couple inches, is not so bad. And that just is unbelievable. So what happens now?
We clean it up. Get the water out
Yes.
and we clean it up. We sanitize everything and go back to work.
And you were able to do that last time after Ian. How long did that take?
A day.
What?
We had some professional crews come in and help us out, and we got it cleaned up and straightened out
In a day?
in a day.
So the kitchen, how is the kitchen doing?
Kitchen's perfect. No standing water, no, all the equipment's perfect.
And that's because it's higher.
It's much higher in the kitchen than it is in
Okay.
the dining area, so
Well, that's a relief because that's a lot of inventory, right? That
Yes.
you are concerned about.
yes. Also, we were blessed again, the power stayed up, and so,
Oh,
We
you guys
lose-
had power on this side of the bridge?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
okay.
it flickered one or two times, but
Oh, wow. So you still had AC in here, which is a huge deal.
yes. Yeah, we never lost any of that.
Okay.
so.
But you have now learned what to do in preparation for these storms, right?
Yes,
Okay.
move everything up and get rid of your sheetrock.
And get rid of the sheetrock, which you've done.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you have here now? Do you know? if
It's
not
it's
sheetrock?
mostly concrete, and where we've taken out sheetrock, we've replaced it with metal.
Oh.
And all the studs for the offices in the back, none of them are wood, they're all metal studs, so,
So that is how you have learned to be resilient
yes.
and hoping to bounce back. You got a big event this weekend.
We do, yep, we have a beer pairing dinner scheduled for Sunday, so
Well,
hopefully we can get it all cleaned up and
I know.
Make
so
it happen.
I so hope so because I know people here in St. Augustine love you guys. It's a family-run business. They are some cool people. You have been through so much, but you continue to help this community, and I think that shows your love for this community comes back at you. And
Yes, very
so
much so.
we.
That's probably our favorite thing about living here is the way the community rallies around each other and takes care of one another.
I can't believe, Ben, how you have become so resilient, and it's sad that you've had to become that way, but you're doing a great job, man.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay, all right.
Thanks so
I
much.
want to come back and have burger soon. Soon!
Please do.
Okay, all right. We're live in St. Augustine. Jessica Clark, First Coast News on your side.
Aw, go help Ben clean up on Saturday, then show up to his event on
I
Sunday.
know, and like he said, it's always great to see how the community comes together to help everyone during these times and everything he's done to make it through this.
I
that's
feel like
just
I know
amazing.
Ben already, and I have to
I
go
know.
down and meet him, so thanks, Jess. We appreciate that. How about we take a quick break?
We'll be right back.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Heather Crawford, and I want to show you some of the incredible pictures and videos that you've been sending in through the Near Me feature on our First Coast News app. Kyle M. sent this video. This is from Ponte Vedra Beach earlier, and look at how high up the waves are coming right there. You can see rough winds and surf just coming on in. And on your sides, Renata De Gregorio sent in a video from the Riverwalk earlier today. You can see when she took this, it was partly underwater. The water has since receded. And Rich sent in a video off of Highway 17 in Brunswick. Floodwaters, we're going to show you, were covering a porch, making their way all the way up to the front door. We don't have that, but we'll try and get it to you. This video, this is down in Volano Beach. This is the infamous house still holding on. Remember, we showed you this during Hurricane Ian. We thought the erosion of the beach and strong winds was possibly going to bring that structure down. There it is, still standing tonight after Tropical Storm Nicole. And we want to thank all of you who've been sharing your pictures and videos with us. You can send them to us using the Near Me feature. All you have to do is go to the First Coast News app. You see the big arrow at the bottom. Click the words Near Me. Then you'll see Share with Us. You can put your video or pictures in. Just download the First Coast News app and share your pictures and videos with us, and we'll be putting them on television and on firstcoastnews.com. We're going to take a quick break, and Anthony and Jeannie will be back right after this.
And welcome back. We want to take you right now live out to our beaches.
That's right. We're going to go to Atlantic Beach, and that's where we find our Zach Wilcox.
Hey, Anthony, we were in Atlantic Beach. We actually swung on up to Mayport because we heard from some folks down there that it had actually gotten pretty bad up here in Mayport earlier today, and he mentioned he had some flooding toward his house, so I figured we'd give you a look here at the boat ramp. You can see these docks here, a good 3-4 feet above the water, probably almost, at least knee high, and all of those were completely submerged earlier today. Talked to some folks who were parked here that were looking, and they couldn't believe just how different it looks now. And to give you a little bit of perspective on that, you can see, you might be able to see up there in the parking lot where people would park with their boats and whatnot and their trailers, that line of sand. That's how far the water went up earlier today. Of course, this is flat, it's a boat ramp, but that is a lot of feet pretty far up there. And here, let's see if Josh can turn and show you that picnic pavilion. That was all completely underwater, and these, like I mentioned earlier, these ramps were totally under. So we heard from them that they actually had a neighbor who had a dumpster get swept out into the St. John's, and they said that they had a car also that they saw get swept out into the St. John's. They had to reel that in as well. So we'll just see how the high tide is going to impact here later as we work toward that here later in the evening. In Mayport, Zach Wilcox, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, Zach there in Mayport, just kind of showing us what's happening out there. Let's go to Tim Deegan now with the latest.
And we're going to try something different. Because we have been hyper-focused on what's happening right now, where's the dangerous weather, what's going to happen over the next 12 hours, and although certainly we're not talking about perfect weather over the next 12 to 24 hours, certainly the worst has headed out. So how about if we do a little 7-day planning, okay? Tomorrow, notice we have some thunderstorms there, so we are going to have some showers and thunderstorms come back at us from the Gulf of Mexico. So all day long, we've been looking off to the east and the southeast. We'll watch off to the west and southwest tomorrow, especially during the first half of the day. Then comes Saturday, nice day. We're only putting 2% there out of humility, but looks like a nice day. If you'd rather have cooler weather, you have it on Sunday. No signs of any tropical cyclones for the next 7 days.
All right, time right now is 6:30. Thank you for joining us as we continue to track Nicole here on ABC 25. Anthony Austin, Jeannie Blaylock, we're going to be with you through 8 o'clock.
That's right. Lots still to talk about. So let's start with the three things developing at this hour. Within the last hour, the Bridge of Lions in St. Augustine has reopened after much of the waterfront area has been flooded out from Tropical Storm Nicole, so people can go over the bridge now and not end up in some floodwaters. Jacksonville Fire and Rescue say nearly 100 firefighters battled a fire at Island Point Apartments. That is on Jacksonville's north side. Firefighters only attacking the fire from a defensive standpoint, we're told. And also, JEA asked that all residents remain safely away from downed power lines. So dangerous. Crews are out working on any power outages right now in the area, but just consider every power line down hot or live and just don't get near it.
That's right. That's right. We want to go to our Jessica Clark in St. Augustine. Earlier, we spoke to Jess. She was speaking with the business owner, showing us some of the flooding there in his restaurant. Jessica, what are you seeing right now? Where are you?
Well, so we're right outside of that restaurant. That was Gas Restaurant, a beloved place here in St. Augustine. We're on A1A, and guess what? We're on the other side of the Bridge of Lions because the Bridge of Lions has reopened to vehicle traffic. Not a whole lot of traffic just yet. It opened just before 6 o'clock, but a few cars now going back and forth, and we're facing that way. Now, I want to note that it is very dark out here, and while there is electricity here on Anastasia Island, and we've also noted that there is electricity back on in downtown St. Augustine. Just a few minutes ago, it came back on. You know, it does seem a little darker than usual. I don't know if it's just that there's not a lot of traffic. Some of the traffic lights, street lights are not on, but it just seems a little.
Technology.
Just a little bit of a freeze. It's been great all the time. I mean, all that weather and rain, and we're having to cover the microphones in plastic, but we're hanging in there. Let's toss now to Michaela Lucero, and she has whatever is on her mind right now. What's the key point?
Right now, I know it's been really busy. We've had a lot to talk about, and here's the weather words. Let's just take a deep breath here for a second. Here's the three things you got to know. We're getting just one word weather. Tonight, it's going to continue to be gusty. Tomorrow morning, the weather is going to be pretty unsettled. We're going to continue with showers and gusty winds tomorrow morning. The afternoon, the best word on this whole map, clearing. We are going to see skies starting to clear getting into tomorrow afternoon. So I know it's been, we've been throwing a lot of information at you over the last about 36 hours. So we can just take a deep breath, settle it down to just one word for the next about 24 hours. Gusty, unsettled, clearing. Those are the three things that we're going to be paying attention to. Next, high tides. This is something we got to be watching out for. We are approaching our next high tide, and that is the time that we are going to be seeing our next best chance for flooding across the region. You'll probably already notice, if you have looked outside, some of that water is starting to creep up again. I've had a number of our reporters that are out in the field texting me saying that the water is starting to come back up, and you'll see that in their live shots as we continue to bring you coverage through about 8 o'clock. But find your town name or the closest town name to you, and keep an eye out for that high tide, because again, that's the next chance for some of that flooding across the region. Okay, I'm going to take you through hour by hour here what we're seeing, and this is the most updated information, the most recent info we have received for our models. Your timestamp's going to be right above my head here. 7 o'clock tonight, we are starting to see skies mostly clear for a lot of us, just a couple scattered showers, and this model has been doing a pretty fantastic job with not only timing and placement, but also intensity of this rainfall. So I am putting a good amount of confidence in what this model is predicting. So scattered showers for tonight, that heavier rainfall that's off the coast we've been telling you about, that is moving off towards our north, which is a great sign. We couldn't see anything better than seeing those pockets of heavy rainfall, of strong storms, moving away from the first coast. They are moving closer to the Savannah region, so if you are having any travel plans up that way, be aware you're going to be dealing with that. As we move into Friday morning, this is that one weather word, unsettled. You see here scattered showers early tomorrow morning. Gusty winds continue. It is going to be very wet on your Friday morning. We will start to see clearing by the afternoon, but if you're out on the roadways early on Friday, it will be a mess. It's another day that you want to just hunker down, at least for the start of the day, until the afternoon when things start to clear out a little bit more. All right, one more look at what we're seeing right now. Tropical Storm Nicole, still a tropical storm as far as the 4 o'clock update goes. Winds within it at about 45 miles an hour.
All right, thank you so much, Michaela. So we've been checking all around the First Coast. We have crews out and about everywhere, and we do appreciate the pictures you've been sending in. But now that night has fallen, it's time to check back out at the beaches.
Yeah, we want to go to our Anastasia Bolton, who is joining us live from Jacksonville Beach.
Good evening. Well, as the darkness fell upon us, unfortunately, I can't show you the water anymore, so you'll have to take my word for it. As the tide is coming in, the water is coming in pretty strongly, but it has not been a change, or I've not seen a change in the tide since this afternoon. It's clearly windy. Hopefully you can see it or feel it, at least on the microphone. And the water is just coming in as it has all afternoon, because here, as the night was falling, the situation in terms of people who are living here and visiting, it was just as normal. People were exercising and taking a walk and taking their dogs for a walk and coming out here with cameras just to see and take pictures of what Nicole might have done to the beach. So all day long, we've been talking about the sand dunes, and that I can in fact show you with a little light in our camera tonight. I am about 5'9", so you can see how much damage has been done. I don't believe it was done by Nicole. Obviously, there have been other storms that did this sort of damage, but we've been, again, talking all afternoon about the damage that you could cause if you jump from these dunes. You know, obviously also injury. You don't want to injure yourself. So here on Jacksonville Beach tonight, just a bit windy, not rainy, and we're anticipating a high tide, and we're not seeing anything else that is alarming or hurricane related. Reporting live from Jacksonville Beach, Anastasia Bolton, First Coast News, on your side.
Thank you. Crazy. It looked like the Colorado Rockies, a mountain and snow or something or other.
I know, and it just shows you how much damage has been done to our dunes and why it's so important that we protect them, so stay off of them, please.
That's right. Leave the sea oats alone.
Yeah.
Fast break now. We'll be right back.
All right, we are continuing to track Nicole. Our team of reporters have done a great job giving us different perspectives all over the First Coast.
And in just a second, we're going to go to Zach in Mayport. Well, while we're speaking of the military, we know that tomorrow is Veterans Day. So we just want to remind you, of course, you want to thank the veterans in our area. We are such a good military town. But tomorrow was going to be the Canines for Warriors Telethon. But because of all the storm coverage, we are going to have the Canines for Warriors Telethon next Thursday, this coming week Thursday, when we get to meet the service dogs and all the veterans. So we just wanted to point that out. Now, let's go out to Mayport.
Yeah, Zach Wilcox joining us live.
Yeah, hey Jeannie, great tie in there with us being up here in Mayport, and I'm sure a lot of folks at the base probably had a hard time getting around today. We've been talking a lot about A1A, but really down in St. Johns County, St. Augustine area. Well, I wanted to mention it up here. We're right about where the St. Johns runs into the Intracoastal, and it's kind of totally surrounded by water because you got the ocean not too far away. So I've talked with some folks here who live along A1A, and they said that they've been here for about a decade, never seen water come up onto A1A at this chunk of it, all the way up here where we meet the ferry, the St. John's Ferry. So they said that it was a good foot of water along A1A. So just to give you a little bit of perspective, it's dark, so it's tough to see a lot. So we'll show you what we can. We are at the boat ramp near the ferry, and Josh is going to show you this line of sand right here. Now, usually this parking lot is looks, you know, like a normal parking lot, but it doesn't usually have this layer of sand. This is where the water came up to earlier today. A guy was showing me a video of it as it worked its way all the way up here. And just to give you a reference point, I'm not the greatest at judging distance, but that's our car park down there at the water. So that's a good 50 feet or so that it came up here at the boat ramp, and then A1A is just on the other side of this parking lot. So there were chunks of it that did see quite a bit of water work its way up there. So as we get later into the night here and as we wait for the next high tide to come around, we figured we'd try and find an area where we can show you a little bit with the light. And those docks also were totally underwater earlier today, the pavilion over there. So we may work our way down toward Atlantic Beach again and the town center area in Atlantic Beach, so there'll be a lot of light there so we can get some perspective on a little bit closer to the ocean there and see what it's going to look like here later tonight. But for now, we're in Mayport. Live, Zach Wilcox, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, Zach, thank you for giving us that look at Mayport.
That's right. Now let's go over to Alden German. He is also a meteorologist, and we understand that he's a tall guy. He's about your height. There's 6-something
right.
plus, 6 plus, and then he's been comparing his height to where the erosion has struck out there.
That's correct, and we've actually have moved now back on top of the boat ramp because the high tide increasing, the waves have also started to push a lot further on shore, so it's just not safe to be down there on the beach. But what we have noticed is, Michaela was talking about this earlier, all of the lightning from those convective bands offshore, you might have just seen one right there, frequent lightning about every 5 to 10, maybe 15 seconds, so it's been quite a bit. But you can also see there on the boat ramp how high a lot of that debris came, and now that it's night and now that tide is coming back in, it's a lot easier to visualize and understand what some of the residents here were saying earlier today about how these waves, when the storm, when they were taking the brunt of the storm, were easily coming up to about 15 feet, washing over the sand dunes and washing all of that sand away. So it's much easier to kind of visualize that now for me, being someone out of town, a tornado and blizzard boy, you could say, seeing that now the waves are still coming up here a little bit further as well, maybe crashing on shore with a little bit more gusto as well. But otherwise, haven't seen anybody else out here, which is a good thing, of course. You don't want to be out here on the beach. So we'll continue to watch as tide comes in. Probably not going to be seeing as great of an impact this time around compared to this time last night. Reporting live down here at the Fort Matastas Beach, I'm Alden German, First Coast News.
All right, Alden there at Fort Matanzas. Thank you, Alden.
That's right. We're going to take a break, right? No, we're going to go to Tim, live TV. I'm
That's
flexible.
right.
All right. Chief Meteorologist Tim Deegan. You have been forecasting this since November 1st. So that has been many, many days you've been telling us this is going to come.
It's been a very interesting pattern to see develop. If you were with us last week, tried to make sense out of the idea that the jet stream that was dropping from Montana to Chicago would eventually grab a little low near east of Barbados, and it's amazing what in fact did come together. How about just talking about the weekend and the fair? As you may have heard from Jeannie and from Anthony, the fair did shut down for a bit, but it's going to be back with us over the weekend. Looks like good fair weather, nice and tranquil, whatever your plans are on Saturday. If you'd like some cooler weather, a cooler breeze will blow in on Sunday. Pretty nice on Sunday as well, although I can't completely rule out a sprinkle. Here we go, back to Nicole. Now, in just a few minutes, we're going to have an update on Nicole. For those of you new to the tropical world, so this is the symbol for a tropical storm. This is the official forecast from the Hurricane Center, and this low depicts the idea that by 1 a.m., early in the morning, so overnight tonight, it'll be down to a tropical depression. So we should see at 7 p.m. This continues to weaken. The storm, remember, Nicole was within this large nor'easter, and now the area of even tropical storm force winds has contracted in a big way. It's about 1/10 the size that it was. Alden was talking about the frequent lightning he saw. So Alden is right there. Matanzas basically is at the southern border of St. John's going into Flagler County. This is the lightning that he sees, but don't worry, folks. In St. John's, Duval, Nassau, even southeastern Georgia, activity is no longer heading this way. Can you see the rotation? You can be a forecaster with me. These are vigorous thunderstorms, no doubt about it. They may eventually produce tornadoes, but this is going to head up towards Savannah, Hilton Head, Charleston, Myrtle Beach. We now, as forecasters, are beginning to set our sights on what's happening on the Gulf Coast. Notice I don't see any lightning out there, so that's good news, and it just verifies the idea that I think overnight tonight, relatively quiet, and I'm not saying tomorrow morning is going to be anything like it was this morning, but as Nicole heads to the north, we will see a few thunderstorms rotate around Nicole and come at us from the southwest. Just got some more good news. Do you see it? This shading paints where the tornado watch is, and the tornado watch has now been shaved off to the southwest. Or another way to say it more clearly is you folks in Glenn, Brantley, and Pierce County, you're no longer under tornado watch. So at least right now, and I think probably for the rest of the evening, we will not have any tornado watches over southeastern Georgia. We'll keep a close watch on it, but notice these thunderstorms, the nearest thunderstorms, instead of heading in toward you folks in southeastern Georgia, they're headed up the coast towards Savannah and beyond. So there's some good news.
That's some good news,
safe
Tim.
too, yeah.
We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
All right, Nicole, you haven't been particularly nice to Riverside, I would say.
Not at all. In fact, we want to go out to our Brandon Schaff. He's been in the Riverside area for the past few hours, kind of monitoring the situation there. Brandon, how are things looking?
Hey, good evening, guys. We are still here in Riverside, and exactly as you mentioned, Nicole has not been very nice out here at all. However, over at the hospital that we're at right now, this is Ascension Medical Group St. Vincent's here in Riverside. We're going to give you a little bit of a look at what this street looks like right here. This is King Street, which is right off of St. John's Avenue. When we first got to Riverside hours earlier, this street was completely flooded. It was all the way up, well, not exactly all the way to the intersection, but certainly up to where you see these cones, right? And you can see all of the debris here on the street. This was all to the left and the right. You can see, you know, really just creating a big mess all around the hospital. But fortunately, we did speak with somebody who works at the hospital who said that there was no issues with hospital operations here. And we've seen, you know, ever since we got here to set up for our live shot here, we've seen multiple ambulances come through, not have to go on this route because they don't have to go this way to get to the emergency room. It's over back that way. And so they've been able to really just continue with their operations as normal, which is good because, you know, like we've been saying throughout the evening, a lot of different areas around here, it's been really difficult for cars to get through. So we wanted to come over here and see if maybe these ambulances were having any issues, if there was any issues with really any of the operations here. They said no problem whatsoever, which is good. The water seemed to be going back towards the river back there. And that is a really good sign too as well. Hopefully that will continue to be the case, and maybe towards those parking garages right there as well. You can still see a little bit of flooding, but fortunately it looks like it has pretty much moved and it will continue to move back. And we're going to continue to provide more coverage from out here as we go throughout the evening. But for now, right here in Riverside, First Coast News, I'm Brandon Schaff. Back to you guys.
And that's good news to see that the ambulances can get in and out. But you know what that takes me back to? That takes me back to Irma. That whole scene around there, totally different during Irma. Maybe you remember that. Rescue crews, first responders were out in boats rescuing people just around that area in Riverside. And so I'm so glad that it's not perfect out there at all.
Not at all.
But it's not Irma.
I remember seeing those images during Irma.
Yeah.
We want to go to Michaela Lucero right now. She has some new information and some good news, I'm told.
That's right, Anthony. Brand new information from the National Hurricane Center. I'm talking right off of the presses. 7 o'clock update, and here is the good news. Winds are calming down. They are down to 40 miles an hour. Now, to put that in perspective, to become a tropical storm, winds have to be at 39 miles an hour. So we are just on that threshold for this to be downgraded to a tropical depression. So we're still at a tropical storm, but we are right about where we need to be to see this weekend even more into that tropical depression. Hopefully, as early as about 10 o'clock tonight, we could see that weakening. So good news there, good news on the update. And let's give you some perspective on where this is located. I'm going to give you one number and tell you two directions. One number, 120 miles. This storm made landfall 120 miles to our south, and right now it's located 120 miles to our west. So that gives you an idea of the track that Nicole has taken as it's passed off towards our south and now off to our west. A current look at satellite and radar. Tim told you just a few minutes ago another piece of good news, that tornado watch has been canceled. So across the First Coast, we are severe clear at the moment as far as tornado watches and warnings go, and we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings on the radar right now as well. We are still watching moderate rainfall across the region. Scattered showers for many of us, with just a couple spots seeing a few areas of steadier rainfall. There we go. We are still watching these couple showers off the coast, and those are still packing a punch. They do have a good amount of energy, but like we've been telling you, good news there, another piece there, that they're going to head off towards our north, more towards the Savannah region into South Carolina. Across Duval, Nassau, St. John's, Clay County, Baker County, just one or two showers here and there. We are mostly dry for some of our major counties, but that is just the end of round one. We do have more rain coming as we head towards tomorrow. Now, we are under that tropical storm warning still and the storm surge warning. We're hoping to see that tropical storm warning, at least hopefully we'll see that canceled late tonight as the most impactful parts of this storm move out of the First Coast. All right, a peek at the 7-day forecast. I know we haven't been able to show it to you a whole lot. We do have some sunshine in there, some good cleanup days coming this weekend.
We want to take you out back to that fire. This is some new video into our newsroom. The Jacksonville Fire and Rescue Department responding to this fire at the Island Point Apartments over on the north side. We're told the building a complete loss. A viewer actually sent us this video from the fire earlier. The crews there, they were having a tough time controlling that fire. We're told more than 100 firefighters responded to this. JEA cut power to the building to help out with the situation. They're still trying to figure out the cause of this fire.
And we're going to take a quick break. And of course, we're coming right back.
Heather, mic check.
How much time do I have? Out.
Which one do you have, Chris?
Hey, Anthony, can you turn your mic off? Can you go tell Anthony?
Michaela, how you doing?
Well, we want to thank all of you taking videos and pictures to show us that what you're seeing today, all these people sent us video to our First Coast News app. It's a feature called Near Me, super easy to use, and I'll show you how in just a second. But first, let's start in San Marco today. Courtney Green earlier today sent this video here. This is B-E-E Park. And I love San Marco, but I have to be honest, I'd never heard of this spot, so I looked it up on a map. It's pretty near Bishop Kenny, but you can see the water there not behaving itself particularly well today. Now let's take you over to Nocatee. Christian Phoenix, thank you so much for sending this into our Near Me app. Those water levels right there, I know that you're keeping very close eyes on those as well today. And for all you folks in Georgia, now, this is from our own McKenna Rodriguez. Our staff uses Near Me all the time, too, to transfer pictures back and forth. And this is St. Simon's Island earlier today. I saw so many words on social media describing what people saw. And the one word that stood out to me, people said, that water looks angry today, wherever they were, angry water. St. Simon's one of the most beautiful spots on our First Coast. But today, not too beautiful, not too much of a golden isle, but that'll change soon, we hope. And Barbara from along the St. John's, thank you so much for sending in this very wet version of a day that would have been a good day to lounge along the river if it hadn't been for Nicole. But even with the next high tides, hopefully that you'll be drying out soon. And so, Barbara, thank you so much for giving us a little picture of what it's like near you. And remember, you don't have to wait around on those waters to get a feel for what's going on out there. In fact, don't even try it. During Irma, I remember meeting a shop owner in San Marco, and she was very focused on cleaning up her shop, which I can understand. But she said, I can't believe I wore flip-flops, and she got this nasty infection on her toes. So She was very gracious to go on the news and say, look, folks, don't do what I did. Make sure you wear boots when you try to clean up. And I promised a quickie tutorial on Near Me. So just go to our First Coast News app, and you see the big arrow right there at the bottom. Just click on the words Near Me, and then you're going to see Share with Us, and you can put your video in or your pictures. The first step, of course, is to download the First Coast News app. And of course, our weather team will be very happy to have your pictures and your video. And it is fun to share and kind of go through this whole storm together.
Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us for First Coast News at 7. I'm Heather Crawford here with Jeannie Blaylock as we continue our coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole and all the damage that she's caused here on the first.
And there has been damage, flooding in people's businesses and homes, but the worst of it leaving us, and so we're glad about that. Let's get started with the three things that are developing at this hour. Within the last hour, the Bridge of Lions in St. Augustine reopened after much of that waterfront area was flooded out from Tropical Storm Nicole. Jacksonville Fire and Rescue say nearly 100 firefighters battled a fire at Island Point Apartments on Jacksonville's north side. And firefighters are only attacking the fire, they say, from a defensive standpoint.
And JEA is asking that all residents remain safely away from downed power lines. Crews are out working on power outages. They've gotten the numbers a lot lower than they were earlier, but just stay away from any downed power lines you see.
Let's go down to St. Augustine, Davis Shores. We're all familiar with Davis Shores because they got hit so hard during previous hurricanes, and Justin Clark is down there now, and you know a lot of those homeowners down there, Jess.
Yes, I do. And you know what? It's because of these storms and being out here afterwards. So we thought while the Bridge of Alliance was open, we would come and just kind of check out Davis Shores, and you can see water on the roads. This is Coquina, and we decided to not go much farther because we didn't know how deep it was. And so at this point, we've been talking with some folks here who said they did have water get into their homes, 8 inches, in a home just right over here. And that home is not even on the ground. It's somewhat elevated, but still it got so high that there was water in the home. And this comes after that same home, like many of the others here, was flooded during Ian. And I asked about, so tell me about this water. Did the water recede after high tide, and are we looking at water here that's coming back in? And they said, no, this water has just never receded since high tide. It's just been here. So we know that high tide is coming up again, around the 9:30 hour. And so the folks here are kind of wondering what's going to happen next, because they say that they've had water on the streets really in this area since yesterday's flooding at high tide in the late morning time period. So they are just kind of watching and waiting. Another thing that they've been concerned about, the folks here are telling me that, there's a pump station that helps get the sewage to its right spot. It is being elevated and repaired to work well during storms. It's not completely finished. They're telling me, we have not confirmed this, that they have smelled diesel fuel in the area and coming in from the water. They don't know if it's related to the work that's being done at the pump station or from elsewhere, but they're making sure to not get in the water here because, one, they know that there's sewage in the water, and two, they know that, or there could be sewage in the water, and two, because of this diesel smell, they're not really sure about. So for the folks who live in Davis Shores, it is a beautiful neighborhood the rest of the year until something like a storm Nicole size or Ian size comes through, or nor'easter or a heavy king tide. So we're out here again, seeing again homes that have been just inundated. When I asked folks, well, how high was the water this time around? They're saying it was at least here. A woman who is 5'3" told me that it was up to her waist here in the road. And so it's just heartbreaking to see this happen over and over again. And it seems like it's happening at a quicker rate as well. So that's what we're gathering here in Davis Shores. Jessica Clark, First Coast News, on your side.
Just go out to those folks who live in Davis Shores, because they have so many times we've seen them just rip everything out of their first floor, tossing all their belongings to the curb and having to do it over and over again. But one thing I wanted to point out, you saw Jessica, she said she wasn't sure how deep the water was, so they didn't drive into Davis Shores. And as it's dark now, that is something to keep in mind. You can't tell oftentimes just by looking at it how deep the water is there. So take Jessica's example and don't drive through any flooded waters.
And not to be gross, but this is a fact that we saw at least one porta potty floating around in the water. So you know what's in the water, right? So make sure your kids aren't out playing. That's happened in years past. When I first moved here, there was a young child. Mom was watching, sort of, and he passed away because he got a very serious bacterial infection. That was a long time ago when I was a baby reporter. Maybe not quite a baby, but I've never forgotten. That was a really sad situation. Hey, Tim, let's talk to you now. I saw Jess saying, I think she said, that we wanted to come over to Davis Shores while the Bridge of Alliance was still open, so she's crossing over to Anastasia Island. Do we think it might have to close again tomorrow?
Well, actually, the next time of concern for the Bridge of Alliance is just within about an hour and a half. So again, the next high tide is coming on board. It will not be as high, but it's still going to be much higher than normal, and so it's going to be a close call. It's going to be very interesting for us here in the Weather Center to see how high the high tide is. It will not be as high as it was. Probably going to be about a foot lower, maybe as much as 2. Is that optimistic thinking? We're interested to see as well, Jeannie. Here's what we do know. Tropical Storm Nicole, now barely a tropical storm. Notice it's all the way across the peninsula. It is now just about made it to Tallahassee. It'll go over Tallahassee. That's actually where some of the strongest wind gusts are right now, Tallahassee, then becoming a tropical depression and then headed away. So that's the guarantee. Nicole continues to weaken. Its wind field is now maybe 1/5 of the wind field it had. And we talk about the wind field in meteorology. We're talking about the size of the gale force winds, the tropical storm force winds. At one point, again, they extended 500 miles from south to north. So here's a visual presentation, and there you see the core of the tropical storm and soon to be a tropical depression. But notice, as small as it is compared to how it was, look at the circulation. Still extends all the way down to Fort Myers, extends all the way down to the Keys. This is all part of the circulation of that large low pressure system. As far as those tides, not only are the winds not as strong, but so here Jessica was right there, Davis Shores, but the tidal curiosity is for most of us. But remember, all of that poured into our area through inlets and then impacted places like Davis Shores and elsewhere, Ken Knight Drive, and we could go on and on. But that's when the winds are out of the east and of the northeast. It doesn't take a meteorologist, I don't think, to see what's happening here. This is pretty much the flow of the wind now out of the south and even out of the southwest. Bottom line is that's good news. That, in addition to the lower wind speeds, it's helping to allow that water to go out the inlets. So although the tide is now rising again, there's more water going out than there is going in. But because it was so high, could still be a problem. We're going to talk specifically about when the next high tides are, when the high tides will be tomorrow, and what it all means for the weekend weather in just a few moments.
All right, Tim, thank you so much. We'll check back in with you in just a few minutes.
Let's go now to Memorial Park with Destiny McKeever, that beautiful, beautiful park in Riverside.
We're here in Memorial Park, which is along the Riverside area, and this area floods a lot. When we even have small storms, you start to see the waters rise up over that kind of border there and come toward these homes. So we have a lot of different homes in this neighborhood, and just a lot of people who travel in and out. So we've been seeing like the police officers kind of stand along here, and they've been telling people to turn around because some of the cars are not able to make it through here. Now, our best advice to you is if you see this kind of flooding wherever you are, don't try to guess whether or not your car can make it through. The best advice is to just turn around and make sure you go another direction, because your car can get stalled and it can become an emergency situation. Of course, we'll keep you updated with the very latest right here on First Coast News. Reporting, I'm Destiny McKeever, First Coast News, on your side.
Well, thank you so much, Destiny.
Yeah, and continuing our team coverage now is Taylor Levesque, who's been out in Volano Beach today. And Taylor, how is it looking out there tonight? We know that Nicole caused a lot of damage to the road A1A there. Are crews still out there tonight?
Yeah, crews are still out here. I will say within the last 2 hours, there's been a lot more activity than we saw earlier this afternoon. Crews in massive trucks carrying a lot of material have been coming in and out to try to fix parts of A1A that collapsed earlier. Officials tell us that storm surge, actually the sand dunes and parts of A1A are no longer there, causing the storm surge to come over in the roadway. And that's what caused the road to collapse earlier, or parts of the road to collapse earlier. This afternoon, we saw residents who were stranded in their homes. Actually, here is another truck driving by us right now that is transporting materials in. We can expect a lot more of those trucks coming in and out tonight. Another one right behind it coming in and getting those materials to repave those roads. As I was saying, we saw a lot of residents who are actually stranded in their homes because these roads are closed. They cannot leave. They were walking up and down the sidewalk. We caught up with one man who's actually on vacation from Montana. He says he was expecting to enjoy jet skiing and the sunshine, but he says he just got stranded at his Airbnb and was just trying to find some food.
I'm here on vacation in an Airbnb with no food, no booze, and you're telling me that I can't walk through? I was like, nah, I'm walking through, and I just kind of helped myself. And it's a 45-minute walk there and a 45-minute walk back, but I stuck out my thumb, and a nice citizen was like, man, I saw you walking the other way. He's like, I'll give you a ride to the roadblock. I was like, all right, man, let's go to the roadblock. So he saved me about 30 minutes off my 45-minute walk.
He did get home. He had a pizza in his hand when we saw him. He did make it home safe. We are in the area of Carbacca Road. This area is still closed tonight. They're not letting anybody through except for work vehicles. Also, the area of Coastal Highway and Francis and Mary Eunice Bridge is still blocked off. They're not doing any road construction there, but it is still blocked off at this time. And officials have told us there is no estimated time of when these roads will reopen. They say it's just up to when they can get the materials in and out of here. But we'll keep you updated as we get more information about the conditions of the parts of the A1A that collapsed earlier today. But for now, live in Volano Beach, Taylor Levesque, First Coast News, on your side.
What a bad time to pick a vacation to come to Volano Beach. We are sorry that you had to go through that.
I know that road project is serious, but Mr. Montana Man made me laugh, and I needed that today. So thank you. I hope you enjoy. We do really have beautiful weather and a beautiful place to be. So you'll always like, my trip to Florida was all messed up. But anyway, we're going to take a break and we're coming back. Well, I always hear a lot of people from Georgia on my Facebook page saying, don't forget us, and we're not forgetting you tonight. We're going to go to St. Mary's, Georgia here.
That's right. Brianna Ray Turner joins us now live. And Brianna, my friend was showing me downtown St. Mary's, what it looked like during Ian, and now with St. Mary's, he was saying it was a lot more water this time around.
Yeah, Heather, that is absolutely correct. I mean, driving downtown St. Mary's, I didn't really see much until I got towards the end. And then I met Wanda, a neighbor here who's lived here for 45 years, she said. And she says Irma wasn't even as bad as what she got today. And I'm just going to show you. She was prepared, though. Wanda and her husband were prepared. She has dirt bags. They're actually not sandbags. I never heard of that, but these are dirt bags, and you could just see the dirt on top of it. That's just how high the water levels were. Again, super prepared, though. I mean, you see the lawnmower on top of, she raised them. She raised them up high, and then also the washer and dryer is also on stilts as well. But the flooding, it's still here, and if you take a look on this side, we lit it up pretty well for you guys. There's still flooding in her backyard, in her front yard. She even told me that she put her golf cart and her cars and her trucks in right downtown area, so it's not too close to where the flooding is located. So yeah, flooding this time around, it was not good, and Wanda says this is just, she was not expecting this at all, but you know, we'll keep looking to see where else the flooding's at, but it seems like a little bit further down when you enter into downtown is where it's the flooding is still here. So I'm live here in St. Mary's downtown. Brianna Ray Turner, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, thanks so much. It was a positive attitude up there, but
yeah,
they have a lot to clean up too. When the sun comes up tomorrow, we're going to have a lot better view of what all happened with Nicole today. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and we're still keeping a close eye on the next high tide. Let's check it out with meteorologist Michaela Lucero. And high tide, Michaela, in the St. Mary's area, isn't that around 9:30 tonight?
Yeah, right around 9:30, 9:40. And with that high tide, Heather and Jeannie, we're going to see some more flooding. And I got to talk to you about the dangers of flooding. We had mentioned it just a little bit early before, but this is coming from the CDC themselves. And this is what they have to say about floodwaters. Here are some things that you could run into if you go into those floodwaters, if you wade into them, if you walk into them, if you send your kids in there to maybe go play. I know it might look kind of fun to do. You have all this water on your street and you want the kids to go splash around. Well, here's what you're sending them into. There could be down power lines that are still alive in that water. Human and livestock waste, animal waste in that water. Waste that could contain carcinogenic compounds. So that could be coal ash that's in there. That could be chemicals that's in that water. Lumber and debris. We're talking rusty nails that you or your loved ones could step on and get an infection because of those that dirty debris that's in there. And wild or stray animals. We live in Florida. We've got gators, we've got snakes, we've got lizards, we've got a lot here. So a lot of those animals, a lot of those reptiles have been displaced because of the flooding. They're going to be trying to get back home, and that might be going straight through your front lawn. That might be going through some of this flooded water. So please do not go play in that flooded water. Don't go kayaking in it. You don't want any of that to be touching you. Don't go building a raft out of kegs and going and floating through it. It's just not the best idea, as that water is very dirty and could cause some big health issues for you. All right, let's talk good news this time around. All right, Tropical Storm Nicole expected to weaken into a tropical depression over the next couple of hours. Winds have weakened to about 40 miles an hour, so we are on the right track to seeing that weaken even more. Another piece of good news, the tornado watch canceled for the entire First Coast. No tornado watch, no tornado warning, no severe thunderstorm watch or warning at the moment. So we're dealing with some rain, but that's about it as far as what we're seeing for the severe weather side. When we look at southeast Georgia, couple scattered showers there. The heavier rain that we were watching earlier is going to pass off to our north and move into places like Savannah, into portions of South Carolina. Here in northeast Florida, one or two little outer rain bands there. But that's about it. We are starting to see things calm down a little bit more tonight. Duval, Nassau County, cloudy skies but dry. Same goes for St. Johns County as well as Clay and Putnam, Baker as well there. Clay just had a little bit of rain there. All right, high tides, let's talk about them. Jacks Beach, 9:25. Main Street Bridge, that's at 11:30. Buckman, you're at 1:50 a.m. St. Augustine, 9:50. So we're just around 2 hours from that one, as well as Fernandina, Brunswick, same time there, and 2:40 a.m. For the Shands there. Okay, big three here. If we can break it down just into 3 bullet points that we're watching. Wind gusts will still be near 40 for a few spots tonight and into tomorrow morning. Good news, tidal waters are going to continue to drop overnight tonight, and there will still be that isolated threat heading into tomorrow morning. Here is what it looks like on Futurecast. We're especially going to tap into that severe threat. So timestamp's going to be right there in the corner. This is going through for tonight, and this model has done an incredible job with timing, placement, and intensity of this rainfall. So I would put a good amount of confidence in what this model is predicting for the rest of the night tonight and into tomorrow morning. If you are headed off to work Friday morning, tune in right now, because I've got to look at that forecast. This is the most up-to-date data that we've seen for Futurecast. So if you are planning on hitting the roadways tomorrow morning, listen up, put the phone down for just a second, and I'm going to walk you through what it's going to look like hour by hour for your Friday morning commute. It's going to be a mess. Spoiler alert. Tonight, a couple stray showers. I said before that if you've had some damage to your home and maybe just need to put a Band-Aid on it, you can do that for tonight, because we will have a good amount of dry time. I would almost encourage you to do that because we've got more rain on the way. This is 6 a.m. Friday morning. Like I said, if you are hitting the roadways, if you got to go back to work, it's going to be windy. It's going to be rainy. It is going to be a morning where you're using those windshield wipers. We could be seeing some of that localized flooding still because of the steady rainfall. By about 8:30, no matter which way you're headed, north, south, east, west, you're running into rain with pockets of heavy rainfall that could become severe. The severe threat is low, but it is not zero, so make sure that you are staying alert if you are on those roadways for tomorrow. This is noontime on Friday. We'll slowly start to see clearing, and let's talk about what that clearing looks like. Clearing will start for our far southwestern counties, and then we'll slowly progress off towards the northeast as we get into the afternoon on Friday. So southern counties first, southwestern counties first, and then clearing across the area. This is 3 o'clock. Many of us clear, dry. We'll probably even be getting a lot of blue skies poking through. Now remember, the sun goes down much earlier now, so it will be getting darker earlier. So if you do have cleanup to do, as soon as you get that dry time in the afternoon, that is going to be your time to start cleaning up. Not only Friday, but also into the next couple of days. You see here on your 7-day forecast, hang on for the start of the day on Friday, because yes, it's gloomy, it's rainy, it's windy, it's round 2 of Nicole. But by Saturday and Sunday, yes, you'll notice a big temperature change. We're going from the 80s down to the 60s, but there will be plenty of sunshine out there for any cleanup that you've got to get done. Temperature's really not too bad out there for you. Not going to bring around another rain chance until the start of next week.
All right, thanks, Michaela. I'm looking at that sunshine on the forecast. Looking forward to that.
I can't wait. I believe we are now going out to Zach Wilcox, and we're going to find out where he is. Zach is all over the place. Where are you right now?
Yeah, Jeannie, we've been bopping around quite a bit here, haven't we? We are in Beaches Town Center. I figured we had to start getting a little more creative with the lighting if we're going to have anything to show you at all here, as it's gotten so dark outside. So we're playing with our car lights right now, and we projected them onto to this main beach access. So just imagine Beaches Town Center. We're right at the main drive going into there, past like Post Tavern and everything. And I was thinking about this beach access a lot today because it's so wide. It's like the width of the street. And so it's a point where, right by the lifeguard shack, where a lot of the times they'll bring in ocean rescue vehicles, police cruisers, fire rescue, anything that they need to get onto the beach through here. So I was wondering, with the dunes on either side, if they would be able to support any water coming up. So it looks like what they've done is they've pumped a lot of the sand up into the beach access point. So it looks like there's no access. You got just a wall of sand there, almost like a temporary dune, and it seems to have worked pretty well here. Not a lot of water working its way toward the town center area. There is this puddle right here that it looks like that's kind of where they scraped a lot of that sand up and pushed it up there, making a temporary dune. I'm sure that took a lot of man hours and a lot of work to do, and it probably felt tedious at the time, but it looks like it has definitely had an impact here in the Atlantic Beach area. So we'll turn around here just to give you an idea of where we're at. This is Town Center, lit up over there. A lot of restaurants that seem to be operating at full capacity and have a lot of folks in them as well. And just, I thought, you know, maybe for a change, we'd actually be able to find parking in Town Center, but you can see our wonderful parking job here up on the beach access point. It's tricky. It's tricky. There's a lot of folks out tonight, so hopefully they're staying safe. And I'll leave you with this, and I don't know if this counts as news anymore here, but I wanted to leave you with my favorite image of the day. Wasn't able to capture it on camera, but some things I think aren't meant to be captured on camera. We were up in Mayport when there was a heron hanging out on the dock, and the heron, it looked like to me, it was dark, it looked like it was dozing off a little bit, and then a wind gust came up and it lost its balance and just about fell in the water. Of course, it had wings so it could catch itself, but I feel like that may work maybe as a metaphor for this storm as a whole. Feels like Nicole is just chugging on through, and based on Michaela's forecast for tomorrow morning, just when you think you might be out of it for a bit, there's a pretty good wind gust that comes up along and reminds you that she's still here. So we will still be here, and we'll keep an eye on Atlantic Beach tonight as we work closer to high tide. In Atlantic Beach, Zach Wilcox, First Coast News, on your side.
Well, now, if Nicole can't knock over a heron, it can knock over us.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, Zach, you're funny sometimes. We appreciate that.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back with more coverage right after this.
All right, we got some video I want you to take a look at. This is some video just into our newsroom tonight. Drone video of that fire at Island Point Apartments on Jacksonville's north side. Jacksonville Fire and Rescue, they're continuing to work that fire at this hour. They have confirmed the building a total loss. We understand more than 100 firefighters responded to this fire. You can just see that massive scene here. We will keep you updated with the latest. And once again, this is still an active scene. Let's go to St. Johns County now. St. Johns County Fire and Rescue keeping an eye on road conditions. This is video from earlier. The department posted this video of them driving through the area of South Ponte Vedra Boulevard and Guana River Road. Remember, that's part of the 6-mile stretch of A1A that is impassable for cars, but big specialized vehicles can get through. Crews are working on repairs to that road right now, Heather.
Anthony, I want to show you, or show our viewers, some of the pictures and videos that we've been getting throughout the day through the Near Me feature on our First Coast News app. So check out this video. This is people trying to surf right there in the flooding in St. George Street. This is in downtown St. Augustine. It looks like fun, but seriously, this water, you don't know what's in it. It could be contaminated. You might not be able to see any downed lines that are there. It can be a lot deeper than it appears, so stay out of the floodwaters. Just not safe to be in it right now. Casey sent in this picture from St. Mary's. We're seeing more people right here walking through the floodwaters. Not a good idea. Try to stay out of the water. And the photo we're about to show you, this is from Jacksonville Beach. You can see floodwaters earlier today coming up from the marina right there. A lot of flooding there in Jacksonville Beach. I want to show you what it looks like in Ponte Vedra Beach. This was earlier. Look at all of that sea foam that was building up on the beach access. And you can also see just how rough the water was earlier today down through the end of that shot right there. And if you would like to share your pictures or your videos with us, a quick Near Me tutorial, just go to the First Coast News app. You see the big arrow right there at the bottom of your screen. Click on the words Near Me. Then you'll see Share with Us. You can put any picture or video in there. Make sure you download the First Coast News app. It's very easy to send your pictures and videos, and we'll be sharing them here on television and on our website. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back right after this.
L-A-G-N.
Langs Marina.
L-A-G-S.
Okay, Langs Marina.
All right, thanks for joining us. I'm Anthony Austin along Heather Crawford. We're continuing to track Nicole for you for the next 30 minutes or so. So we want to start with 3 things that are developing at this hour. The Bridge of Lions in St. Augustine has reopened after much of the waterfront area had been flooded out from Tropical Storm Nicole.
Jacksonville Fire and Rescue telling us that nearly 100 firefighters have been battling a fire tonight at Island Point Apartments. This is over on Jacksonville's north side. Firefighters only attacking the fire from the defensive standpoint. And also, JEA is asking that all residents remain safely away from any power lines you see down on the ground. Crews are out working to restore any power outages right now.
And we want to go up to Georgia for all of our viewers in Southeast Georgia watching us to see how things are in St. Mary's.
And that's where Brianna Ray Turner is standing by live. Brianna, I know you were showing us earlier a home that was had seen some floodwaters up in their yard approaching their house. How's it looking out there right now?
Well, things have not changed too much, but I'm right here near Lang's Marina, right here in downtown St. Mary's, and I'm just going to show you some flooding right behind me. This is what some of the streets look like downtown, and so that's why they actually put barricades around downtown to make sure people don't go near these roads, to make sure that they don't, drive through here. I have seen people, drive through this area, but after talking with Wanda, I told you about her. She lived in this house right across from us for 45 years. She says this has been the worst flooding she's seen, for a while. She mentioned Irma wasn't even half as bad as this, but, she says when you drive through, make sure you slow your car down. When you drive fast through these flood areas, it tends to bring more waves inside of people's homes. And so she ended up getting more waves. And this is why they're barricading off certain areas to make sure that the flooded areas don't go and the water levels go higher in people's homes. Oh! Well, my hat is gone. Let's keep going. And then if you want to take, it's obviously the winds are picking up, and I'm going to give you a look at the St. Mary's River. It's looking really rough right now. The water is just coming closer and closer to downtown. So people, again, be careful when driving around this area. There's barricades for a reason. Don't ignore it. And again, when you drive through near people's homes, drive slow. Drive slow. You don't have to go too fast. And just be very careful when walking out here. It's super windy. You saw I just lost my hat. So be very careful out here. And First Coast News, we'll keep you updated with the latest. We'll be down here for a little bit longer, talking with neighbors, seeing how they're doing down here. I'm live here in St. Mary's, downtown. Brianna Ray Turner, First Coast News, on your side.
All right. Well, we can get you another hat.
We will
got
get you
plenty
another
back
hat.
here.
All right. Thanks so much, Brianna. We want to go now to St. Augustine. Jessica Clark's been doing a tremendous job showing us all over St. Augustine today. And Jess is tonight in Davis Shores area. It's a neighborhood that has been hit so hard by flooding through so many storms. Jessica?
Well, you know what? We were in Davis Shores, and it is a heartbreaking situation there. We have now crossed over the Bridge of Lions, and we are along the bayfront here in downtown St. Augustine. And I know it's hard to tell because not many of the street lights are on right now, and there's not a lot of traffic. But the road completely dry here on Avenida Menendez. Dark, though, and a little quiet. And then let me shift your attention to this. When we drove by this, it stands out. This is the Casablanca and the Teeny Martini Bar. No, they're not open just yet, but they're getting ready to reopen. And good evening, folks. Were you hoping it was open? Yeah, I know you're looking for a place to eat. So let's just look at this, right? Wasn't it just earlier today? And yes, that's music playing. Wasn't it just earlier today when we had Nicole come through and flood this entire area just outside of this patio? And then now look at this. Does this say resiliency or what? And if you go up a little bit further, this is the place that wins a lot of the Nights of Lights awards because of its lights display. People come here, they have a nice martini on the porch, a nice little brunch, and then they stay in the Casa Monica hotel. And I'm sorry, the Casablanca hotel, not the Casa Monica. Eric over there nodding. He's the manager. He stayed and made sure everything was okay. He says no water got into the place. Now it is elevated, which does help tremendously. But when we saw this, we just had to say, we've got to show what this is and what is going on here, because there's such a dichotomy, right? On one side of the Bridge of Lions, people still dealing with water in their homes. And on this side, it's open and it's almost ready to go. It's not open for the night just yet, but he's wanting to open tomorrow. And here's why. There are people who work here that want to get back to work, that need to be earning some more money again, and don't want to have a storm again slow things down economically. It's just such an interesting thing to see here in St. Augustine, and it goes to show that we have learned, and a lot of the businesses have learned, what to do with these storms, how to prepare for them, and then how to bounce back. It's just fascinating, but we know there's a lot of work for a lot of people still to do after Ian and then Nicole. Live in St. Augustine, Jessica Clark, First Coast News on your side.
And you know, just looking at that, Christmas lights, and we're talking about a hurricane. It was a tropical storm when it came here, but that's something that I've never seen.
It really shows you what we're dealing with right now. Let's go to Tim Deegan to talk more about Nicole at this hour.
Nicole, I want to sing It's Beginning to Look a Lot Like Christmas. Are you kidding me? Hey, how about a little more good news for St. Augustine, and that is that continues to be in the dry slot, and really not just St. Augustine, but for most of us in northeastern Florida. And now, yes, 90% of the flooding was because of what came in from the ocean. But this morning's high tide, in addition to the fact that it was the highest high tide, we also had the heaviest rain. Some areas had 3 inches in about 6 hours. So at least with this next high tide, we have a nice dry scenario. Now behind me, these are intense thunderstorms, but those thunderstorms are headed north. That's more for what the, folks from Savannah to Hilton Head through Charleston will be dealing with overnight tonight. And I wanted to show you the wind direction. Now, of course, the perfect wind direction would be from the west to the east, and we're going to have that on Saturday. But notice, whereas the winds today out of the northeast and east with gusts to 65 and 70 miles per hour. So I think you can certainly picture how that added to the push of the water. Now the winds are out of the southeast, and even now in Daytona Beach and Flagler, they're out of the south. And because the coast curves north-northwestward, that actually means the water is being pushed out. So although it's coming in with the high tide, at least the winds are beginning to help us as well. And certainly still gusty, especially around the waterways. For the next several hours, we'll continue with some gusts to about 40. Overall, the tidal waters are dropping. And what I mean by that is what we just talked about, that overall, if we didn't have high and low tides, there's more water going out through the inlets than there is water coming in. But we have the tides, we have the cycles, we have 2 high tides every day and 2 low tides. We're headed toward the second high tide, which we're very curious as far as how high it will be. I think it will cause problems in some areas, but we think at the very least, overall, it's going to be about a foot lower than what we saw. Instead of a 3 to 5 foot range, we're looking at 2 to 4, and maybe, just maybe, many of us will get by at just a 2 to 3 foot range above normal. Now, Michaela's been talking about this, and whereas those thunderstorms to the east of us are headed north, we do think that certainly some showers and possibly some thunderstorms out over the Gulf of Mexico will swing back our way tomorrow, at least during the first half of the day, and we'll keep a close watch on that. Here's another way to look at it. So this is what's left of Nicole. Very briefly now, we're going to call this a tropical depression, but still, its motion will define on where the showers and thunderstorms go. And watch what happens as we go from this evening and Nicole heads to the north. So this paints those thunderstorms that I was just talking about. Watch them head up toward the Carolinas, but then especially notice overnight tonight, we should begin to see another line of showers and possibly some thunderstorms starting to come out of the Gulf of Mexico. And then as what's left of Nicole then heads northeastward, see how that line swings through our area? Will not be nearly as strong as what we had this morning, but we will be watching that through the early morning hours and beyond. Then by tomorrow evening, that energy is out of here, and before a cool front arrives on Sunday, we'll sort of be in between on Saturday. Pretty tranquil and a decent amount of sunshine before cooler air arrives on Sunday. And maybe since we're looking at Christmas lights, cooler air won't be such a bad thing to have. So here we go on Friday. There'll be some sun, but there will also be some showers. No doubt about it, gusty winds, but these nothing like the winds we had. And notice the direction. The winds will continue to veer, as we say, around the compass from southeast to south and then southwesterly. These are still big seas, but those seas will continue to drop 15 feet down to 7 feet. The surf will stay up. There is a women's pro surf contest this weekend. They're actually hoping that there will still be some surf left. That surf will continue to drop through the weekend. And there's the high tide. So this is tomorrow morning's high tide. We have tonight's high tide, then tomorrow morning's high tide at the beach anyhow. That'll be at 9:36. But what about the high tide, the next high tide tonight through tomorrow? Depends on where you are. For most beach areas, so Jacksonville Beach, St. Augustine area, Fernandina, and for that matter, St. Mary's right across the river there, up toward Brunswick. Notice the next high tide, we're coming up on it now, about less than 2 hours to go, in the 9:30 to 10 p.m. period. Then that water gets through the inlets, will be impacting the intracoastal through the estuary, and then a lot of that water gets into the St. Johns River. Remember, that then works west to east toward downtown, and then from downtown southward through and along the banks of St. Johns and Clay and Putnam and Flagler counties. And notice the tide. So as late as 11:30 will be the high tide downtown, and for much of urban Jacksonville, we'll watch that closely for the 11 o'clock news broadcast tonight. As you get down toward Orange Park, more like 2 in the morning, and then you get down toward Green Cove Springs, more like 3 in the morning, and for that matter, Palatka will be 6. Going to wrap it up for now, but we'll be watching that next high tide as it comes on in.
All right, thanks so much, Tim.
We want to go to Destiny McKeever, who filed a report earlier from Memorial Park.
We're here in Memorial Park, which is along the Riverside area, and this area floods a lot. When we even have small storms, you start to see the waters rise up over that kind of border there and come toward these homes. So we have a lot of different homes in this neighborhood, and just a lot of people who travel in and out. So we've been seeing like the police officers kind of stand along here, and they've been telling people to turn around because some of the cars are not able to make it through here. Now, our best advice to you is if you see this kind of flooding wherever you are, don't try to guess whether or not your car can make it through. The best advice is to just turn around and make sure you go another direction, because your car can get stalled and it can become an emergency situation. Of course, we'll keep you updated with the very latest right here on First Coast News. Reporting, I'm Destiny McKeever, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, thanks, Destiny. So we've seen flooding there, and now we want to continue our team coverage out in Volano Beach.
And that's where we find Luke Cleary at this hour.
Hey, let me tell you, where we're standing right now on the A1A Coastal Highway is pretty much end of the line for anybody that wants to pass through here, residents and so on. Meanwhile, I can tell you the trucks, they haven't slowed down at all. But as for the people that are just trying to get inside, check on their homes or check on the people that they love that live inside there, well, there's no getting by this roadblock, okay? And I want to show you some video that's going to explain pretty clearly why that is. Take a look at this. You're going to see some of the crews that have been working hard all day long, bringing in materials, heavy equipment, those excavators and more. And then you're also going to be seeing some of those huge chunks of the road that have just kind of fallen away, collapsed after those dunes that are set up alongside there kind of were depleted after Ian earlier this year. Again, there's just no getting through that right now. And if I can actually bring you back out here live, I want to talk about some of the conversations that we've been having with the folks that have stopped right here. The word that I keep hearing again and again is underestimated. They say that, you know, this storm, Nicole, was one of the most underestimated storms that they have seen in recent years, that they didn't expect the amount of winds and rains and hard driving conditions that they actually experienced. There's actually just over here, you probably can't make it out because it's so dark, a condominium where we saw a number of people who decided to hunker down and ride it out. And they told us a little bit about what that was like earlier today.
Today was an especially difficult day. About 6 a.m. I thought our roof was going to fly off, and I asked my wife to go downstairs so we could be a little more safe on what's going on. But I believe that this storm was probably the worst since Matthew, in my opinion.
Yeah, the good news is, though, over at the condominium, the damage doesn't look incredibly severe. We can see some damage on the roof. It looks like parts of the gutter just flew right off. As for those who live further up this way, it's going to be some time before they can get inside. We've spoken with officials. We do not have an official timeline on when the rest of the A1A Coastal Highway is going to be reopening, because, you know, it just takes time. Look at this. You've got trucks coming in and out. This is just constant, okay? The work is hard. We're going to be sticking around here to bring you updates on when people can get back in. I know that's a question that a lot of people want answered tonight. Back to you.
A lot of work still to be done there along A1A in Volano Beach. Luke, thanks so much.
We want to go back out to our Zach Wilcox, who's joining us live. Zach, are you still at Atlantic Beach or Mayport? Where are you right now?
Yeah, Anthony, we haven't seen the amount of excavators and everything, that heavy machinery that Luke has, and for a change, we're in the same spot we were when you last chatted with us, and we were just kind of illuminating this path out to the beach here at Beaches Town Center. But it sounds like a lot of those excavators that he's seeing later, they were out here earlier today, or at least the bulldozer was, to make that temporary wall there, temporary dune. It's kind of strange to see a dune that doesn't have grass on it. But some folks have asked if they've seen anyone go out there, and we've noticed a few that have walked up, and we've been lighting up the path for them here. But they don't have much time left out there, it looks like, because that water already within, I mean, it's dark, it's tough to see, but about 5 to 10 feet of those already eroded dunes. So it is climbing up there. We're watching as each wave gets seemingly a little bit closer to that dune point, but it worked earlier today. We were showing you there's just this one puddle down here from where they pushed that sand up. So it looks like it held its course, and hopefully that wall outside of the two little side pieces that have worn down a little bit will be able to hold the water at bay so everyone can enjoy all the businesses in Town Center without having to worry about water rushing up that far. In Atlantic Beach, Zach Wilcox, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, thank you, Zach. We want to turn things over now to meteorologist Michaela Lucero, who's been tracking Nicole all day long. Michaela?
Hey, Heather, it has been a busy day today. And here's what we've got going on right now. Still seeing a few scattered showers out there, but a lot of spots across the First Coast are dry. The best news of all, that tornado watch that we had for portions of southeast Georgia, that has been canceled. And now we're just dealing with some gloomy conditions. Now, we are still watching a few pockets of heavy rainfall way out to our east. However, that is expected to pass off to our north. We were talking to you about it earlier today, so good news there. That is moving away. Duval, Nassau, St. John's, Clay County as well. We're doing all right. We're seeing just 1 or 2 scattered showers. Tim was saying that you might even see a few stars come out for tonight when that cloud cover breaks up just a bit more. Southern counties, 1 or 2 stray showers, but that's it. Way out west, still seeing some of the rain there from Nicole. Winds sustained about 15 to 25 miles an hour, gusts between 25 and 30, so we're starting to see those back off just a little bit more. All right, it's a lot of information, so let me just break it down into one word for tonight, tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. Tonight, still going to be gusty out there. Tomorrow morning, it's an unsettled pattern. We are watching for showers throughout the morning, and an isolated storm can't be ruled out. Tomorrow afternoon, skies are going to start to clear. For a little more detail on all that, here's Chief Meteorologist Tim Deegan.
All right, so for tonight, gusty. Tomorrow morning, unsettled. Tomorrow afternoon, clearing. I love it for my tired mouth that can't figure out vocabulary. One word weather. If you remember last night, Nicole was here, and Nicole had just become a Category 1. Nicole then made landfall at Vero Beach at 3 in the morning, crossed the peninsula in less than 12 hours, and this is the signature for Nicole now, just about ready to become a tropical depression. More than likely by about 10 o'clock tonight, we will call it a tropical depression. So what's it all mean for us here on the First Coast? Well, technically, we're still within the circulation of Nicole, but remember these colors here. These are infrared satellite pictures, and the more dramatic the color, the stormier the weather. And here we are on the First Coast. So there's still some stormy weather on the southern portion of the circulation, but I don't think it takes me to say the majority is off to the north. And that's just, I think, a pretty good visual presentation of most of the worst of the weather is now moving away from us as far as Nicole is concerned as it continues to weaken. Again, these storms, which potentially are going to be severe, they're headed up towards Savannah and beyond. Glenn, Camden, and Nassau County, your tornado threat has come to an end tonight. Tomorrow morning won't be as high of a threat, but we can't rule out some isolated severe storms that could develop. And you're the one place where you still might have tides almost as high tonight as we saw earlier today, and that's because you're still getting that southeast wind, which has more of a perpendicular push. That allows more water to go into the inlets, whereas for the rest of us with more of a southerly wind, we're not getting a push in at all. In fact, if anything, the water's starting to be pushed out. So for Clay and Putnam, when we talk about Black Creek, I'm not talking about where the Black Creek hits the banks of the St. Johns River. I'm talking about that although the factory in Clay County did have a brief period of heavy rain this morning, it was not enough to get the south or the north fork of the Black Creek going. But the St. Johns River will stay high and will continue to cause some flooding in Clay and in Putnam County. Okay, for those of you that are around Columbia, Baker, Bradford, and Union, remember, you're closest to Nicole. And so occasional gust of 45. I think your threat of tornadoes today just about over, but tomorrow morning, Can't rule out an isolated severe storm that might come out of the Gulf of Mexico. Same pretty much scenario for those of you in Ware, Brantley, Pierce counties over southeastern Georgia. So overall tomorrow, here's the picture. We're going to see some sun, but be prepared for some showers and thunderstorms. Nothing like today, but between 4 in the morning and 4 in the evening, we will be watching some showers and thunderstorms come our way. I think I'm just going to finish it with this. We saw the Christmas lights in St. Augustine, and we should see a nice day to clean up come Saturday.
Nice cleanup day. All right. Thank you, Tim. And thank you for joining us as we continue to keep you informed throughout Nicole.
Thank you for trusting us with your storm coverage. We're going to return you to regular programming. However, we will be back for First Coast News at 11. Until then, the news continues online at firstcoastnews.com and on the First Coast News app.
Stay safe. Good night.